Fu Weixin didn't expect Fu Qingye to say such hurtful words. But thinking that he had not properly educated this adopted daughter for so many years, he had the idea of driving her out because he was afraid that they would recognize Huan Huan. Therefore, he suppressed his anger and said, "Qingye, you are 25 years old this year. Go out and ask around, whose daughter is 25 and still unmarried. We are kind enough to introduce you to a partner. Why are you driving you away? If it wasn't for your third brother saying it, I wouldn't know that you were thinking about Li Zhan. Li Zhan has been married for 3 years, and his 3 sons are more than 2 years old. Are you still not giving up?" Fu Qingye was hit on the sore spot in his heart and said, "Ha, you are finally telling the truth. How can you find a partner for me? You are obviously afraid that I will your biological daughter's man, so you want to find a random man to get rid of me." Fu Weixin was angry. How can Xiao Zhao be just any man? He is 25 years old, at the level of deputy battalion commander, and has a clean family background. How is he not worthy of you? How is he not better than the person you found, Su Dayou? That's Su Dayou. You see how arrogant he is now in the future. When the words came to his lips, Fu Weixin still held back, then sighed again and said softly, "Well, if you really don't want to leave home, wait until you and Xiao Zhao get married, and then move back home to live."
Wait.
Fu Weixin paused for a moment. The military region also has a welfare policy for housing allocation. Xiao Zhao has made special contributions and is a deputy battalion commander. Basically, as long as he submits a marriage application and decides to get married, he can get a new 1-bedroom and 1-living-room house in Beijing. You know, in that era, most of the natives of Beijing lived in the hudong courtyards left over from the past. Each family had a small room, and sometimes even 3 generations, and more than a dozen people squeezed into a small house, which was commonly known as a large courtyard. Being able to get a newly built 1-bedroom and 1-living-room building with running water and electricity is something that ordinary people can't get even if they fight hard. Fu Weixin didn't say anything more because this matter hasn't been decided after all. If there's a variable, it will not be good at that time. It's better to wait until Fu Qingye and Xiao Zhao get married in the future. If it is approved, it will be a pleasant surprise. Fu Weixin continued, "Anyway, you don't have to worry about the new house for Xiao Zhao. As for Huan Huan and Li Zhan, we will make arrangements. Is that okay? You should make it clear to Su Dayou as soon as possible and cut off contact." Fu Qingye sneered in her heart. Now she's asked to move back home? She has found out that the Fu family has another courtyard house. It has been lent to the government for so many years, so even she knows about it. If Fu Nanjing hadn't submitted materials and Su Dayou saw it and told her, she would still be kept in the dark. After the courtyard house is returned, of course, it will be for her own daughter Xia Huanhuan to live in. Although the Fu family's current residence in the compound is also a 2-story building, Mr. Fu, Fu Weixin, Fu Beifa's children Fu Yuanchao and Fu Heping and even several guards are all crowded in it. Occasionally, Fu Nanjing will go home to stay for a few days. Fu Weixin agrees to let her move back after she gets married. At most, she and that Xiao Zhao can share a bedroom. Not only is it crowded, but they also have to act according to the moods of Grandpa Fu and Fu Weixin. How can it be compared with the spacious courtyard? If he really loves her and treats her as his own daughter, why doesn't he give her the courtyard as a dowry and let her live in it after marriage? Isn't it because he is thinking about his own daughter all the time? All the good things are for Xia Huanhuan. She, Fu Qingye, doesn't care about these things that Xia Huanhuan doesn't want.
Dad.
You don't have to paint a rosy picture for me. If you really love me, I have been back to Beijing for more than a year. Why don't you say a few words for me in the art troupe and let me be the main pillar? I am still on the bench. What you are unwilling to do for me, Dayou is willing to help me. Starting next month, I can perform on stage as the protagonist. Let me break up with him and marry that country bumpkin Xiao Zhao. Dream on.
Pop. A crisp sound.
Fu Weixin was so angry that he couldn't bear it any longer and slapped Fu Qingye hard. Fu Qingye fell on the sofa, with blood on the corner of her mouth. She covered her face, turned her head, and glared at Fu Weixin resentfully. From childhood to adulthood, Fu Weixin had never hit her, but now he actually hit her for his own daughter. Fu Weixin was really furious. Who is Su Dayou? A despicable villain, a jumping clown. How did he let Fu Qingye become the protagonist? Wasn't it because he used some improper means to force others to suppress him? However, Fu Qingye was actually complacent because of the benefits he got from such a person.
Fu Qingye.
As for Su Dayou, I would never admit that he is the son-in-law of the Fu family even if I die. If you insist on dating and marrying him, even if I, Fu Weixin, have to bear the stigma of not wanting an adopted daughter when I already have a biological daughter, I will sever the father-daughter relationship with you. Think it over carefully. A flash of coldness flashed across Fu Qingye's eyes. Haha, he finally told the truth. It would be fine if he didn't want her as an adopted daughter, but he had to find a plausible excuse. How shameless. Fu Qingye slowly stood up and sneered. I just want to marry Su Dayou. You just wait and see. Even if I leave your Fu family, I can still live a good life. Better than you and Xia Huanhuan by 1,000 or 10,000 times. After saying that, he turned around and left. Fu Weixin couldn't help but feel guilty and softened his heart and shouted, Qingye.
Fu Qingye.
However, Fu Qingye left without looking back. At this time, Mr. Fu let the guard push him out of the study, sighed, and said, Let her go. Fu Weixin only felt a little pain in the palm of his hand where he had just hit Fu Qingye, and a deep sense of guilt rose in his heart. If a child is not taught well, it is the fault of the father. Since the Fu family adopted her, they should have educated her well. It was because of his neglect that she became like this. Dad, am I too derelict in my duty as a father? Said Mr. Fu, me, you, and Wenhui were all busy with work when we were young, and sometimes we would be away for 10 days, half a month, or even a year or two. Which of our children was not raised in a free-range manner? Take the three brothers Dongjin, Beifa, and Nanjing, for example. When they were young, they were also the kings of the children in this compound. The three brothers went into battle together, and took the child from the Luo family and other children in the compound. They ran out to fight with the children in the neighboring compound all day long. How many times did you punish them? When they grew up and went to school, didn't they gradually become sensible and reasonable? However, no matter how bad the family environment is, good seedlings will grow, and vice versa. This cannot be entirely blamed on parents. Qingye may have been feeling unbalanced these days, worried that our family would neglect Huanhuan after adopting her, so he couldn't get over it. Wait for her to calm down, and let Nanjing go over to persuade her in a couple of days to see if she can change her mind. Fu Weixin was still worried. What if she doesn't change her mind, and insists on marrying that Su guy? Old Master Fu's face turned cold. If that's the case, it's the path she chose herself. If she regrets it in the future, she can't blame anyone. Fu Qingye was not ashamed, and moved out of the art troupe's dormitory that night, and moved to Su Dayou's place. In the evening, after a while of exercise, Su Dayou hugged Fu Qingye and sneered, Your family is also ungrateful. It is their blessing to marry a noble man like me. It would be fine if they are not grateful, but they want to sever the father-daughter relationship with you? Give them face. Fu Qingye also felt aggrieved. Brother Dayou, you are the only one who loves me. Originally, if it weren't for the appearance of that biological daughter like Xia Huanhuan, the Fu family originally planned to give me the courtyard house as a dowry when I got married, and let me use it as a wedding house. As a result, once the biological daughter was found, this statement immediately became invalid, and the courtyard house was naturally given to their biological daughter. Fu Qingye became more and more angry as she thought about it, and she missed the courtyard house again. After she heard about the courtyard house from Su Dayou, she went to see it once. Although it was only a 2-entry house, there were 3 main rooms, 2 side rooms on the left and right, and ear rooms. If she could take them all back and live in it herself, wouldn't it be so comfortable? Why should Xia Huanhuan get such a good thing? Su Dayou is powerful now. Maybe he can find a way to get the courtyard house. That's why she said what she said just now. As for the matter of giving her the courtyard house as a dowry, that is of course a fabrication. Su Dayou couldn't help but feel moved after hearing this. Originally, He got together with Fu Qingye only because a month ago, when he brought people to the art troupe to carry out work, Fu Qingye came out to actively help other colleagues find mistakes and flirted with him. After work, he just came out of the art troupe and saw Fu Qingye waiting for him in the corner. This woman took the initiative to come to his door, so he naturally accepted it and half-forced Fu Qingye to take her down that night. Originally, she was a cheap item that was easy to get, and he just wanted to play with it. Fu Qingye said that she wanted to be the pillar of the art troupe and play the leading role on stage, so he helped her without saying a word. He really had no plans to marry her. But now, he couldn't help being moved. The Fu family still had some influence in the military region. Although Fu Qingye was an adopted daughter, she could establish a relationship with the Fu family. If he could take advantage of the relationship with his father-in-law, wouldn't that be even more powerful? Moreover, a courtyard house as a dowry was really attractive. Was that courtyard house originally intended for you as a dowry? Su Dayou asked, trying to calm down his excitement. Fu Qingye lowered her eyes and said, "It's a pity that his family recognized her as their own daughter, and because of protecting you, I offended my father." Su Dayou laughed immediately after hearing this. Silly girl. How can a father and daughter have an overnight grudge? Maybe they have some misunderstandings about me. How about this? I will prepare some gifts another day, go to their house and propose marriage, and I promise to make you and your daughter reconcile. How about it? Fu Qingye was overjoyed when she saw Su Dayou mentioned marrying her for the first time. Although Su Dayou looked average, he was one of the children of high-ranking officials in Beijing, and his family was doing well these days. If she could marry into the Su family, it would definitely be better than marrying that Xiao Zhao. No, even better than marrying Li Zhan. Thinking of Li Zhan, Fu Qingye couldn't help but be a little stunned. She liked Li Zhan since she first saw him in her teens. She had liked him for so many years and wanted to marry him, but she was forced to marry him by Xia Huanhuan, a village woman, in an arranged marriage in the countryside. She has been holding back this anger for several years and has never vented it. It's all Xia Huanhuan's fault. Seeing her in a daze, Su Dayou couldn't help but touch her all over. "What are you thinking about? Thinking so deeply?" As he said, he turned over and pressed on Fu Qingye, intending to do it again. Fu Qingye's eyes flashed with disgust for a moment, but she quickly hid it. Instead, she took the initiative to put her arms around Su Dayou's neck and smiled. "Nothing. I was thinking about how to prepare it as a wedding room when the courtyard house comes over." Since she has given herself to Su Dayou, it is impossible for her and Li Zhan. Why not? Try to make Xia Huanhuan uncomfortable and unhappy. Let Li Zhan regret not marrying her, but marrying Xia Huanhuan. That jinx. 2 days later, Su Dayou indeed bought a lot of gifts and visited the Fu family with great fanfare. However, no one knew what happened to the Fu family that day. The door was closed, and no one answered the door after knocking for a long time. After asking, I learned that Mr. Fu's leg disease relapsed, so he took his grandchildren to the Shishan sanatorium for recuperation and did not see guests. Fu Weixin went to the southern military region for a meeting and would not be back for at least half a month. As for Fu Nanjing, he lives in the dormitory and has not moved back home yet. Moreover, he has been working around the clock in the hospital and has no time to sleep. Not to mention Su Dayou, he would not see him even if the emperor came. No matter how stupid Su Dayou was, he could see that the whole Fu family was deliberately avoiding him. He was so angry that he kicked over the gifts on the spot. He said angrily in his heart, "Humph. Just wait and see. See how arrogant you are." A few days later, Fu Nanjing still couldn't resist the orders of the old man and Fu Weixin, so he went to the art troupe to persuade Fu Qingye. When he heard from other people in the art troupe that Fu Qingye had moved out of the dormitory, Fu Nanjing was also a little surprised. When he asked where she moved to, she just smiled and refused to say. It was hard to find out that she moved to Su Dayou's place on the day she had a falling out with Fu Weixin. Fu Nanjing was speechless for a long time and finally laughed out of anger. The Fu family is a big man. How could they have so many twists and turns about Fu Qingye, the only daughter in the family? In addition, Considering that Sun Chunhua is Fu Qingye's biological aunt after all, it is indeed mainly Sun Chunhua who takes care of Fu Qingye.
But
No matter how neglectful they are, basic courtesy, righteousness, and shame are all taught. They haven't even gotten married yet and they've moved in together? It's because Su Dayou is in his prime now and no one dares to say anything otherwise. Just the spit alone can drown Fu Qingye. Fu Nanjing was outside the art troupe, patiently waiting for Fu Qingye to come out from work. Fu Qingye saw him and looked indifferent. If Dad asked you to come here as a lobbyist, then you don't need to speak. I am already Dayou's person, I must marry him. Fu Nanjing was amused and angry. Fu Qingye, when did your vision become so bad? How come you used to like Li Zhan's people? Why are you so rotten that you want any junk? In our circle, Su Dayou was not a presentable person before. In recent years, his family has become arrogant and domineering by taking sides. Do you think it can last? Fu Qingye turned around suddenly, tilted his head and looked at him provocatively. Fu Nanjing, you're just saying arrogant words now. You look down on Dayou? Look at your current status? Just a small doctor, right? What is his status? A director. You think you are not as good as him now, so you belittle him, right?
I can see it.
You Fu family are a bunch of hypocritical people. You are just for your own reputation and reputation. You can't bear to see my adopted daughter live a good life? Fu Nanjing was so angry that he had nothing to say. He nodded and said, okay. Fu Qingye, you still know about reputation and reputation. It seems that you are not stupid enough to not know that their Su family has a bad reputation. You know it is a pit of fire, but you have to jump into it, understand? Let's put it this way, you have been my sister for more than 20 years after all, and the third brother really doesn't want to see you regret it in the future. The third brother advises you one last time, you should move back home tonight before the news of your dealings with Su Dayou spreads. We will let bygones be bygones, and we are still a family. If you are not happy staying in Beijing, then you can go to Shanghai. The eldest brother can find you a suitable job and settle down there. This is also what Grandpa and Dad said. If you still have a little bit of reason, just listen to our advice this time. Tonight, there will be no more time. You can do whatever you want. After Fu Nanjing finished speaking, he looked at her again, then passed by her and left. Fu Qingye was stunned. Go to Shanghai? Shanghai is also a good place. I heard that in some aspects it is better than Beijing. However, her body is already dirty. Even if she goes to Shanghai, she will never be able to hold her head up as a human being.
And
why should she leave? Xia Huanhuan took away everything from her. Why should she recognize the Fu family and come to Beijing? Should she run away to Shanghai with her tail between her legs? No. She must make Xia Huanhuan pay the price. That night, Fu Nanjing also returned home rarely. Grandpa Fu, Fu Weixin, and Fu Nanjing waited until midnight, but Fu Qingye did not come in. Fu Nanjing went to persuade Grandpa Fu to go back to his room to sleep, and then persuaded Fu Weixin, but Fu Weixin refused to go to sleep no matter what. Fu Nanjing looked at Fu Weixin's face, which seemed to have aged a lot overnight, and couldn't help regretting that he spoke too harshly in the afternoon, and said, Dad, don't be sad. At worst, I will go to Qingye tomorrow and persuade her again. If I really can't persuade her, I will find a few good friends to her directly to my eldest brother in Shanghai. Fu Weixin looked back at him and didn't say anything against his ridiculous plan.
He just said vaguely, well, wait and see.
If it doesn't work, let's talk about it tomorrow. You have to tell your eldest brother in advance. However, Fu Qingye didn't give them the opportunity to implement this ridiculous plan tomorrow. A group of people broke into the Fu family before dawn. The Fu family was accused of many faults, such as using Sun Chunhua as a nanny for more than 20 years and sending her to prison for a disagreement, finding their own daughter and kicking out their adopted daughter, using their own courtyard to gain fame and reputation, and now they want to take it back, and promoting their own daughter's husband for personal gain. Anyway, the commotion lasted for more than a month. In the end, it was found that the blame on Sun Chunhua was groundless, and the other things were all justified. Your own daughter was murdered, and you didn't send the murderer to prison? Li Zhan's merits are there. If he is really rewarded according to his merits, his current position may not be enough, and he has to be promoted. As for Fu Qingye's matter, although there are other hidden stories, Fu Weixin didn't say anything and took the blame. But he was just suspended from work and stayed at home for a month. As for the matter of the Sihiyuan, Su Dayou finally took it for granted and drove away all the people who originally lived there. A month later, he and Fu Qingye held their wedding and then moved into the Sihiyuan. As for their wedding, naturally no one from the Fu family attended. Fu Qingye was determined to go all the way to the end, and even 10 cows couldn't pull her back, so there was nothing to do but let her go. However, not long after Su Dayou and Fu Qingye got married, a strange thing happened. Whenever Su Dayou went to work alone, he would be put in a sack and beaten every now and then. Those people didn't say anything, they just beat him silently and ran away after beating him. As a result, Su Dayou had been swaggering around with a pig-headed face for a long time and became a laughingstock among the children in the circle of Beijing. Su Dayou was also very angry, but he couldn't find a clue after investigating for a long time. Every time he was about to recover, he would be beaten again. In the end, Su Dayou couldn't stand it anymore, so he had to find a few subordinates to be bodyguards, and him too, and from work every day, and then he was at peace. Zhan also came back from the northwest because of these things. When the matter came to an end, he took the time to go back home. The Fu family and Zhan kept this a secret for fear that Xia Huanhuan would worry and didn't tell Xia Huanhuan. But it didn't stay secret. After the new year, Xia Huanhuan came to Beijing several times through space, and with the relationship between Luo Cheng and Dahai, it was hard for her not to know about the Fu family. However, she didn't expect that Fu Qingye would eventually decide to marry such a person. She and Fu Nanzheng had surprisingly consistent ideas. In the past, she was quite discerning. After all, she had also taken a fancy to Zhan. Why is she so hungry now? Isn't it just that the Fu family found their own daughter? Is she so stimulated? However, Xia Huanhuan didn't care about Fu Qingye at all. Just after falling out with the Fu family, he coveted the Fu family's courtyard house and used some despicable means. It was too tasteless. She asked Dahai to hire a few smart, skilled, and tight-lipped people every few days to beat up Su Dayou, regardless of the cost. It was a bargain for them. Before Zhan returned to Qingshui village, he went to find Luo Cheng again. Luo Cheng smiled cynically. "Hey, buddy. Didn't you have enough in the last fight? Want to spar again?" Zhan. It wasn't him who wanted to fight last time. Zhan didn't say anything else, and asked Luo Cheng directly if he had tinkered with wooden warehouses in private. Luo Cheng. This question was asked. Given their respective positions, even if he did, could he tell him publicly? Zhan also realized that he asked a stupid question, and asked again, "Browning, it is probably something from the 1930s or 1940s. Don't worry, I'm asking you purely for personal reasons, and today's words are enough for you to listen to." Luo Cheng looked at him scrutinizingly, as if to explore why he asked this, and then shook his head and said, "No. There are some things that I will never touch." Zhan nodded, said thank you, and left. After getting Luo Cheng's answer, Zhan felt much more comfortable. At least, no matter whether the Browning was from Huan or not, at least it was not obtained from Luo Cheng. After leaving Luo Cheng, Zhan did not delay and set off to the train station to go home. The disaster relief and horse thieves mission in the northwest was almost over. They all retreated from the northwest, leaving Wei Bin there to finish up. Zhan did not go on the next mission because of the Fu family's affairs, so he had a few days of vacation. But even so, it was only about 7 or 8 days, so he naturally had to race against time to go home to his wife and children. Unexpectedly, just as he arrived near the train station, he was stopped by a voice.
Li.
Brother Zhan. Zhan did not recognize it for a moment, so he glanced in the direction of the voice. If it wasn't Fu Qingye, who else could it be? A flash of coldness flashed across Zhan's eyes, and his brows wrinkled involuntarily. Fu Qingye walked up tentatively and said softly, "Brother Zhan, I'm sorry, I didn't ask him to do the Fu family's business." I didn't expect that I would implicate you. Brotherly Zhan, can you forgive?
Lizan pausa.
He just wanted to say a few words, so he was impatient to listen to her continue, and said coldly, "In the future, you should stop calling me brother. You don't even recognize Grandpa, Uncle Fu, and third brother Fu. There is no need to call me brother, who has no relationship with you at all. Let's pretend that we don't know each other in the future. As for the Fu family's business, whether it was done by your husband or instigated by you, you know it in your hearts. The fact is that the Fu family's house is now occupied by your husband. It doesn't matter whether it implicates me or not. I, Li Zhan, will always be responsible for the affairs of the Fu family. If they have problems, I will have problems. There is no such thing as implicating them. You chose your own path, so you should take care of yourself." After that, Li Zhan didn't even look at Fu Qingye again, turned around and walked away. Fu Qingye opened her mouth and wanted to shout again, but her throat seemed to be stuffed with cotton and she couldn't utter a word. Then, tears flowed down. She couldn't help but regret her decision to marry Su Dayou. Obviously, it was to take revenge on the Fu family and Xia Huan, but in the end, apart from that courtyard house, how did she end up being abandoned by everyone? Not only the Fu family, but even Li Zhan refused to pay attention to her anymore. Li Zhan got on the car, closed his eyes, and endured for a long time before he breathed a sigh of relief. It was not worth getting angry for such an ungrateful thing. It was more important to think more about his wife and children. I haven't hugged my wife for a long time, and I really miss her. The train left in the afternoon, so Li Zhan didn't get home until midnight this time. Xia Huan heard the noise in the middle of the night and saw him climbing over the wall again. She was speechless. "Are you born in the year of the monkey or something? Didn't I tell you last time to knock on the door before coming in?" Li Zhan chuckled twice, then went up and picked up Xia Huan by the waist.
You.
Xia Huan screamed and quickly hugged his broad shoulders and lowered her voice. "Put me down." Li Zhan laughed. "Look, aren't you afraid of waking them up? If I knock on the door and come in, won't the whole family wake up?" Xia Huan felt embarrassed and uncomfortable because her feet couldn't reach the ground. She pushed him and said with a bad smile, "Then why don't you stay in the county guest house for one night and come back early the next morning? Why do you have to walk at night in such cold weather?" Li Zhan carried her to the yard and laughed. "How can that be? A night of spring is worth 1,000 gold. How can you waste it like that?" As he spoke, he glanced at the wing room, leaned close to her ear, and asked with a smile, "The last time I came back, I asked you to put a bed in the wing room. Did you do it?" When Xia Huan heard this, she knew what he was thinking. Her pretty cheeks immediately turned red, and she said unhappily, "No. Stop making trouble, and put me down." Li Zhan put her on the ground, and before Xia Huan could stand firmly, he had bent down and carried her on his shoulders. Xia Huan had lost her temper. This time she was even more upset than before, and she felt top-heavy. "Be good and don't move. It's okay if there's no bedding. You can use our military coats first." As Li Zhan said this, he had already strode to carry her to the wing room. Xia Huan. This rascal! As soon as he entered the room, Li Zhan walked straight to the bed without turning on the light. When he got closer and took a look, he smiled and said, "Isn't she released yet? You lied to me." Xia Huan was put on the bed by him. She didn't even have time to turn over. He had already pressed her down and stripped her without even leaving her belly band. Early the next morning, the triplets woke up and saw that there was no trace of their mother on the bed. They couldn't help but think of the days during the New Year when they couldn't find their mother no matter how hard they tried. They all cried sadly.
Wow.
"Mommy is gone."
Mom. Yeye Hans mommy. Mom.
Mommy ran away again. Lin Yuru heard the noise and quickly put on her cotton coat and came over. She picked up Yi, who was crying the most fiercely, and while coaxing her, she was wondering where she had gone so early in the morning. "I didn't hear that she was going into the mountains early last night. Be good, all of you. Mom will be back soon." Just as she was talking, Li Zhan had already come in. He was very strong, and he picked up Yan Yan and Yao Yao in one hand. The three little guys who looked exactly the same forgot to cry and stared at him blankly. There was an awkward silence in the air for a moment. Li Zhan's heart sank. Could it be that these three little rascals had forgotten him again? Lin Yuru was also startled when she saw Li Zhan out of the blue, and then she laughed. "Oh, you always appear and disappear like a ghost. Yan Yan, Ye, Yao Yao, call someone quickly, isn't this your dad?" The three little guys didn't admit it, and still stared at Li Zhan in a daze. Yao Yao even raised his little hand and touched Li Zhan's hard stubble curiously.
Li Zhan siga.
These three little ungrateful ones can't even remember their own father. Xiaowen, Xiaowu, and Beibei also climbed up, and when they saw Li Zhan, they all shouted in surprise, "Fourth uncle." When the triplets saw their brother and sister, they all shouted excitedly, "Brother, sister." Li Zhan put Yan Yan and Yao Yao down, and Lin Yuru also put Ye down, letting them run over to grab Xiaowen, Xiaowu, and the others, and continued to look at him timidly. Li Zhan smiled and said, "Mom, Huan Huan is in the side room. When I came back last night, she got up and opened the door for me. She was afraid of waking you up, so she went to sleep in the side room." After hearing his words, Lin Yuru knew that the young couple must be reunited after a short separation. After being together all night, she couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. "You came back at midnight last night? Haven't you eaten yet? Juan or that kid doesn't even know how to cook you a bowl of noodles." "Wait, I'll go cook you a bowl of noodles first, and then I'll cook for everyone." Li Zhan stopped him and said, "Mom, it's okay. I'm not hungry. Don't work alone for me." As he was talking, Xia Huanhuan had already walked over as carefully as possible, with dark circles under her eyes. She glanced at Li Zhan in an unpleasant manner and said in a hoarse voice, "Mom, don't worry about him. He's not hungry. I'll go make breakfast for you." Li Zhan chuckled guiltily. He was indeed not hungry. The two of them had hardly slept. When the triplets cried, they were still busy. Lin Yuru smiled and said, "Stop working. Go to sleep for a while. I'll put the food in the pot for you to warm up. Xiaowen and the others are taking care of the triplets. Wait until they go to school before you get up to eat." Xia Huanhuan's face was burning. Lin Yuru said so. Doesn't she know everything? Li Zhan, this rascal, will he die if he doesn't show off? Li Zhan coughed twice and quickly said, "Mom, I'll help you." Lin Yuru pushed him down. "You should sleep for a while too. I can do it alone." Li Zhan looked at Xia Huanhuan's murderous eyes and said with a strong desire to survive, "No, I'm not sleepy anymore. It's better to help cook instead of disturbing Huanhuan." Xia Huanhuan lay down and fell asleep. Lack of sleep is really painful. I slept until almost noon before I woke up. When I went out, I saw Li Zhan getting some branches and holding a knife, carving small wooden guns for the triplets. The three little guys looked at Li Zhan with admiration and asked in a baby voice every once in a while, "Dad, whose is this?" Li Zhan's heart melted, and he pointed at one of them and said, "This is for Yao Yao, little brother goes first." The other kid next to the one being pointed at frowned, pouted, pointed at himself, and corrected, "Dad, Yao Yao is me. That's Ye. Li Zhan. Wasn't the one in the middle still Yao Yao? When did these two switch positions?" "Oh, this is Yi Yi? This one is for Yao Yao, and the second one will be for Yi Yi," Yan Yan said excitedly. "Then the next one will be Yan Yan's." The triplets looked at it for a while, then got up and went to see the lamb, and then came back to look at Li Zhan. The first small wooden spear was carved, and it was very lifelike. Li Zhan was about to give it to Yao Yao, but he hesitated when he looked up. Why do these three little guys look so alike? They look the same, so they just stay still. But now, they can't recognize each other after going to see the sheep. The triplets seemed to see that Li Zhan couldn't recognize them. Yan Yan couldn't help but sigh and pointed at himself and said, "Yan Yan." Then he pointed at Ye and Yao Yao and introduced them again, and looked at Li Zhan with an expression that said, "I remember, I won't tell you next time. Dad, you are so stupid. Li Zhan." He seemed to be disgusted by his three children whose fur had not yet grown. Xia Huanhuan laughed out loud. Li Zhan handed the small wooden gun to Yao Yao and said, Everyone will have one in a while. No fighting, do you hear me? He looked at his wife with some guilt. These 3 little boys are his own sons, but he can't tell which one is which. The reason is that he is not at home all year round and has too few days to spend with them. Thinking about the hardships Xia Huanhuan had brought up the children alone in the past 2 years, his eyes were filled with guilt and tenderness. Xia Huanhuan came over and smiled secretly. Look at their collars. Although they were all made of the same fabric and cut the same, the 3 little guys had buttons of different colors sewn on their collars. The black one is Yen Yen, the brown one is Ye, and the dark blue one is Yao Yao. You can recognize them by looking at them. Li Zhan was stunned for a moment, then asked with a smile, "What if they were the wrong clothes?" Xia Huanhuan smiled. "Don't worry, your son is smart. If he wears the wrong clothes, he will find out and ask to change them back." Xia Huanhuan didn't need to use the color of the buttons to distinguish them. After all, after a long time, it is still easier to remember each child's temperament, small movements, and small expressions. But at first glance, even she, the biological mother, may make a mistake.
Lizan smila tapulujatikali, Juan, im shuri.
I come back too seldom, so I even made mistakes with my own sons. Xia Huanhuan smiled. So what? Now every time they go out to play, they see the uncles, aunts, grandparents in the village every now and then. Shouldn't they admit their mistakes? Otherwise, these 3 little guys won't learn to point at themselves and introduce themselves to others. Li Zhan couldn't help laughing. Then, as if he remembered something, he said, "Huan, I have something I want to tell you." Xia Huanhuan was stunned for a moment and asked, "What is it?" Li Zhan's face was a little serious, and he told her everything that the Fu family had experienced in Beijing during this period, including that Fu Qingye married such a person and the Fu family had severed relations with her. Xia Huanhuan listened. Although she actually knew everything, she still showed a little surprise. After that, Li Zhan said, "When you were about your life, 3rd brother Fu also told me."
Huan, what do you think?
Do you resent them in your heart? Xia Huanhuan also guessed that if Li Zhan came back, he would definitely persuade her, so it was not surprising, so she shook her head and smiled. "I don't resent it. They have also explained that it's just fate, not their fault." Li Zhan was slightly relieved when he heard her say that and smiled. "I won't persuade you much. 3rd brother Fu and the others also told me not to put too much pressure on you, and everything will be discussed after you figure it out." Xia Huanhuan nodded, lowered her head and looked at the ground in front of her for a while, and couldn't help asking, "Is the Fu family okay now? Grandpa and... Are you very sad?" She was actually hesitant in her heart, mainly because she was worried about Fu Qingye's affairs. Now that Fu Qingye was committing suicide like this, she couldn't help but feel sorry for Fu Weixin and Grandpa. Apart from other things, Fu Weixin may not show it, but in his heart he definitely treats Fu Qingye as his own daughter. Seeing her go down the wrong path and even plot against the Fu family, it is self-evident how sad and devastated Fu Weixin is. Li Zhan glanced at her, sighed, and said, "She is definitely sad. Especially Uncle Fu. He was so angry, disappointed, and angry that he got a serious illness and stayed in bed for more than half a month. He has been feeling better in the past 2 days, but he still coughs." Xia Huanhuan didn't know what to say after hearing this, so she could only sigh. Li Zhan looked at Xia Huanhuan and suddenly said, "Huan, I have an idea. If you don't want to, just say it, but don't be angry." Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, "Little guy, you still need to give a disclaimer in advance?" Li Zhan was confused for a moment. What? What disclaimer? Xia Huanhuan bit her lip and smiled. "No, nothing." "You say it, I'm not angry." Li Zhan blinked and smiled. "I was thinking. Uncle Fu has been recuperating and reflecting on himself at home these days. He coughs so badly, why not bring him home and let him relax here for a few days? What do you think?" Xia Huanhuan was stunned, silent for a moment, looked up and said, "That's fine. Our place is beautiful. It will be more effective for recuperation." It's not like she doesn't plan to get acquainted with the Fu family. Now Fu Qingye has brought about his own destruction. She is not a person who likes to drag things out. She should just follow the lead. There is no need to keep dragging it out and make everyone feel uncomfortable. Li Zhan didn't expect her to agree so readily and couldn't help but be overjoyed.
Really?
Huan, do you really agree? Xia Huan turned her head and looked at him. Are you asking this as if I don't agree? Li Zhan scratched his head and chuckled. How can that be possible? Then I'll go to the county this afternoon and call the Fu family. Ask Uncle Fu what he thinks. As he was talking, the triplets started fighting. The cause was naturally because of the little wooden gun. Li Zhan had just carved one and gave it to Yao Yao, and Yan and Ye surrounded him with envy. And then they started fighting. Anyway, you pushed me, I bit you, grabbed you, and then 6 little hands grabbed the little wooden gun, struggling to take the lead, and burst into tears.
Li Zhan.
Xia Huan glared at the culprit, walked forward, and snatched the little wooden gun from the 3 people. When the 3 little guys saw that the little wooden gun was gone, they didn't care about crying. They all raised their little hands and looked at their mother. Woo, I want the little wooden gun. Xia Huan put her hands on her waist, feeling angry and amused, and said majestically, confiscate it. Wait until your dad carves out the other 2 before giving it to you to play with. Of course, the 3 little guys refused and pretended to cry.
Wow.
The little wooden gun is gone. Xia Huan also turned back to the house, put away the little wooden gun first, and came out to ask, who wants to eat white rabbit candy? When the 3 little guys heard this, they immediately stopped thinking about the little wooden gun and rushed in to ask for candy. Xia Huan gave each of them one, peeled off the candy wrapper, and stuffed it into their mouths. The little faces of the 3 little guys immediately bulged up. So cute. Li Zhan came in and smiled. I have already distributed them. Give them to Yao Yao first, then to Ye and Yan. There is still a fight. If this is my soldiers. The end of the sentence died because his wife was staring at him dimly. Wife. You, go to work. Xia Qian commanded. If you don't carve out 6 little wooden guns today, you can't sleep tonight. Li Zhan's eyes lit up and smiled. We don't sleep tonight?
Can you do it?
Xia Huan. This rascal did it on purpose. Who said I won't sleep? It's you who won't sleep. Go sleep in the side room by yourself. Li Zhan chuckled twice, picked up a knife and wood, and began to work hard. Xia Huan felt sorry again. Li Zhan rarely came back, and when he finally came back, she sent him to sleep in the side room. It seemed a bit too unkind of her to say that. After thinking about it, she peeled a candy, walked over, and stuffed it into Li Zhan's mouth. As a result, Li Zhan cheated and bit her finger directly. Xia Huan blushed and whispered, You. Let go. The children are watching. Before she finished speaking, Yi had already pointed at her own father and grandmother and shouted, Mom, Dad, eat your fingers. Yan and Yao Yao saw it and they also followed suit. Dad, eat your fingers. Mom taught them not to eat their fingers.
Li Zhan.
Xia Huan. Li Zhan quickly let go, coughed twice, looked at the triplets dimly, and said, You didn't see anything. Xia Huan held her forehead. It's strange that they can understand this. In the afternoon, Li Zhan went to the county to make a phone call. Fu Weixin was still a little embarrassed and refused to go. Why should I go? Huan has her children, and it's spring now, and spring plowing in the field should also begin. They are already busy. If I go to bother them, won't it be a mess? Fu Nanjing said anxiously. Dad, why are you being so formal now? It won't be too late to be formal after you recognize your daughters. Huan and Li Zhan took the initiative to ask you to go. Don't you understand what they mean? If you refuse, how can Huan have the nerve to come over and say that she wants to recognize her relatives? Fu Weixin was stunned when he heard it. He just thought that he had just been ill and had not recovered yet. He was not going to trouble his daughter. Why did he think so much? Grandpa Fu said, Nanjing, if your father doesn't go, Grandpa will go. You can ask for leave tomorrow and send your grandpa over. Fu Nanjing smiled and said, Yes. Grandpa, I haven't seen Huan and the kids for a long time. I miss them very much. I will ask for a few more days off and stay for 2 days. When Fu Weixin heard this, he immediately said, Dad. Huan didn't ask you to go over, and Nanjing, don't get involved. Go to the station and buy me a ticket. Fu Nanjing heard this, smiled, and said, Okay, I'll go right away. At night, Li Zhan finally carved out 6 small wooden guns, one for each of the 6 kids in the family. Fourth uncle, you're so awesome. I will lead my brothers to fight with Chao Yang and the others tomorrow. Xiao Wu couldn't put it down holding the small wooden gun. When the triplets heard what the second brother said, they all laughed excitedly and said, Second brother, let's fight. Although Beibei is a girl, she was very happy when she saw the little wooden gun. Second brother, I will go tomorrow too. Xiao Wu looked disdainful. You are a girl. Why are you going to fight? Just help take care of the wounded in the rear area. By the way, you won't be able to use your gun in the rear. Give it to me. I want to be a double-gun sharpshooter. Beibei was not happy when he heard this, who said girls can't fight. Second brother is bad. Upon hearing this, the triplets quickly echoed, Second brother is bad. Xia Huan couldn't help but laugh. These 3 are just like little wallflowers. But they know how to protect their sister, and they're quite cute. For dinner, they made scrambled eggs, cold celery, a spring bamboo shoot with fried meat, wild pheasant and mushroom soup, and sweet potato and white flour, steamed buns and cooked rice porridge. Xia Huan still filled a bowl of chicken soup as usual and also mixed a little bit of other dishes. There were also steamed buns and porridge, which were packed in a bamboo snack box and let Xiao Wen secretly eat them. Take the small road and send it to Yang Qiushi. After Shen Wanxue left, Xia Huan continued to take care of Yang Qiushi. Of course, Yang Qiushi also spared no effort to teach Xia Huan the knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine. The year before last, Xia Huan helped Qinqi. After delivering the baby, Mrs. Wu did not mention that Yang Qiushi had also been there, but she still told the story that Xia Huan would deliver the baby. Later, Xia Huan occasionally helped a few people come back from the mountain and accidentally twisted. My aunt, who had reached her ankle, saw it and gave them some medicinal wine she had brewed and prescribed some Chinese medicine. Therefore, it was also spread in the village that she had medical skills. Sometimes she would treat minor illnesses and injuries. He came directly to see Xia Huan. Xia Huan didn't refuse. On the one hand, Chinese medicine involves reading books to learn pharmacology and preparing medicinal materials to master the different effects of various medicinal materials. But more importantly, it requires practice. Can she learn it just by reading books and talking on paper? Fortunately, Yang Qiushi, a master from the Xinglin family, is here. Whenever she has questions, she secretly goes over to ask. At first, she was not confident that she could diagnose the fever correctly. Those who are injured are already very confident. Xiaowen came back with a message after delivering the things, saying, Mom, Grandpa Yang asked me to ask you, isn't the fourth uncle back? Have you asked your fourth uncle about that? After Li Zhan heard this, he asked Xia Huan, What's the matter? Xia Huan was also stunned for a moment, then remembered and said with a smile, That's right. I almost forgot. The master said a few days ago that he wanted to officially recognize our triplets as his grandsons. I said I would wait for you to come back to discuss it with you, but I forgot about it. After hearing this, Li Zhan smiled and said, So that's what happened? Haven't you been studying Chinese medicine with Uncle Yang? As the old saying goes, once a teacher, always a father. Even if he doesn't mention it, our kids are also his grandchildren. He is childless, so we should support him in his old age in the future, and that is what we should do. However, I don't have any objection to Uncle Yang wanting to be more solemn. In a few days, we cooked a table of dishes, invited him over, and officially let the triplets kowtow to him. Xia Huan also guessed that Li Zhan would not object, so he smiled and said, Okay, I'll listen to you. I'll go over and talk to the master tomorrow. After dinner, everyone had tidied up, and Xia Huan went to put the triplets to bed. The 3 little ones were so excited that they couldn't sleep while holding small wooden guns. Xia Huan was so angry that she couldn't help but raise her head and glare at Li Zhan. Li Zhan scratched his head. He was innocent. However, he was put asleep after all. Li Zhan looked at Xia Huan with burning eyes and whispered, Daughter-in-law, we still go to the wing? Xia Huanhuan couldn't help but blush. To be honest, she was tortured for the rest of the night yesterday, and she really couldn't bear it.
But
She also thought about telling Li Zhan about the space. It would be better to talk alone. In order to prevent him from reacting too much and waking up the children, they both got up one after another, opened the door, and ran to the side room without turning on the light. Li Zhan's hand had already reached in. He rubbed her slender waist, clasped the back of her head, and leaned over to bite her lips. Don't. I have something to tell you. Unfortunately, Li Zhan has always been better at this. He was domineering and did not listen to what others said. He pulled her clothes and said with a smile, "What are you talking about? Let's talk later." Xia Huanhuan also had no temper and really couldn't think of anything to say about the space. After a break, Xia Huanhuan was about to say something when suddenly the cries of the triplets came from the main room. You. Mom is missing.
got it. Mom.
After such a commotion, Lin Yuru and Xiaowen were all woken up. Xia Huanhuan. Can she find a piece of tofu and kill her? Now, the whole family knows that she slept with Li Zhan in the wing room at night. She hurriedly got dressed and went back to the main room. Lin Yuru was coaxing the three little ancestors. When she saw Li Zhan and her coming in, she felt embarrassed and said with a smile, "Didn't you go to visit relatives in the northwest during the last few days of the new year? These little rascals haven't seen you for several days, so they probably felt sad, so they just remembered it. Now I cry when I see you are not here. It's okay, it'll be fine when it's older." Xia Huanhuan felt quite uncomfortable after hearing this. She thought that children were too young to remember things and would not be able to remember them when they grow up. However, no matter how young the children were, they would always remember them at the time. Moreover, they were the stickiest. They only have these few years as human beings. When they grow up, their parents will no longer be able to get close to them and trust them unconditionally. And just now, she actually thought they were too noisy for not sleeping. When the baby saw his mother coming in, he curled his lips and opened his little hands to hug them. Xia Huanhuan saw them crying like that. Her nose was sore, and her eyes were a little coquettish. She quickly went over to hug them and whispered, "Yan yan yi yao yao darling, Mom is here." Li Zhan sighed and came over distressfully to hold the four of them in his arms. He smiled and said to Lin Yuru, "Mom, go back to sleep. We won't make any noise tonight and just sleep with the children." Because of all this trouble, Xia Huanhuan couldn't muster up the courage to mention the matter of space. The next afternoon, Fu Weixin arrived at the county seat. Although there was an evening train, he couldn't be let go, so they set off at midnight, so they still had the patience to take the train early the next morning. Even so, Fu Weixin was so happy that he didn't sleep well all night. When Li Zhan went to pick him up, he couldn't help but see the dark circles under his eyes. He smiled and said, "Uncle Fu, have you been awake all night?" Fu Weixin glared at him. "No one will think you are mute if you don't speak." He couldn't help but glared at him complainingly. "You still call me Uncle Fu? Why, you're not marrying my daughter." Li Zhan. Li Zhan laughed along with him. "Chief, isn't it that Huanhuan hasn't acknowledged it yet?" "No, I mean, aren't I embarrassed?" Fu Weixin coughed twice and said, "Just scream if you are told. This is an order." When Li Zhan heard this, he quickly saluted, stood at attention, and said, "Yes." Then he scratched his head and smiled sheepishly. "Dad." Fu Weixin nodded, his face still serious, and he was quite happy in his heart. The son-in-law recognized him, and the daughter soon came. Fu Weixin's identity was left there, and the county magistrate was also strict. Zhan's old comrade in arms and Fu Weixin's old subordinate, so they sent a jeep to send him and Li Zhan back to Qingshui village. As soon as they arrived at the door, Li Zhan came in with the things Fu Weixin had brought and said with a smile, "Huanhuan, Dad is here." Fu Weixin came here with rations and other things. Food is sometimes more scarce in the countryside than in the city. Even if he brought money and tickets, he might not be able to buy it. Therefore, he would go directly to the capital. "I bought a lot and brought it over." Xia Huanhuan heard clearly and looked up at Li Zhan, and then at Fu Weixin. Fu Weixin suddenly became a little embarrassed, coughed several times, and said, "This kid Li Zhan insisted on calling him that, but I didn't force him."
Li Zhan.
Come on, you are the chief. You have the final say. Xia Huanhuan saw the silent eye contact between the two men, pursed her lips and smiled, and said, "Come in quickly. Lunch is almost ready. Let's talk about it after eating." Xia Huanhuan was also afraid that Fu Weixin would be restrained, so he called Xia Shuangshan over. After all, the two had met before and were similar in age. At least they could talk during the meal, without being embarrassed. The triplets were unfamiliar with Fu Weixin. All hid behind Li Zhan and looked up timidly at Fu Weixin. Li Zhan smiled and said, "What are you hiding from?"
Call me Grandpa.
The triplets called Xia Shuangshan Grandpa. He was afraid that the triplets would feel strange if they called him Grandpa, so he simply called them Grandpa. In this way, it would not be the same as calling Xia Shuangshan. He pointed at the three of them respectively. The little guy said, "Dad, you should have met Yan Yan Yi Yi and Yao Yao last time you came here." Yan Yan Ye Yao Yao frowned and corrected her sternly in a little voice. "Dad, you're wrong again. Yan Yan is him, and I am Yi Yi. Yao Yao is him."
Huh?
Then who is Yao Yao? You are stupid.
You are Yao Yao. Oh.
Fu Weixin looked at Li Zhan speechlessly. Can his own son recognize him? Li Zhan smiled awkwardly. These three brats look so much alike. Once they run off to play, they can't recognize each other when they come back. You three, don't introduce yourselves, just call me Grandpa. The triplets really shouted politely in unison. Grandpa. Fu Weixin's eyes suddenly turned red when he heard this. Hey.
I'm Grandpa.
Be good. As he said that, he bent down and picked up Yao Yao and smiled. You are Yao Yao, right?
How old are you?
I'm 2.5. Yao Yao counted on his fingers and answered proudly. Not long after, the food was on the table. Xia Huanhuan even specially prepared ergota for Xia Shuangshan, Fu Weixin, and Li Zhan to drink. The dishes were nothing new, just fried spring bamboo shoots with bacon, stewed pheasant with mushrooms, scrambled eggs with green peppers, stir-fried water spinach with garlic, and a plate of peanuts for them to drink. Fu Weixin and Xia Shuangshan were drinking and chatting about family matters, all about the harvests in recent years, whether life was good, whether there was enough food, etc. Xia Shuangshan also knew that Fu Weixin wanted to ask about his daughter, but he was embarrassed to ask, so he took the initiative to talk more. After dinner, Xia Huanhuan and Lin Yuru went to the kitchen to clean up. Xia Huanhuan asked, "Mom, where did I put the pears I bought in the county town 2 days ago?" The pears were naturally taken out of the space by Xia Huanhuan, but although it was early spring now, there were still pears from last autumn and winter that were preserved, and they were sold in the county town, so it was not exposed. Lin Yuru replied, "It's in the basket in the room." Xia Huanhuan heard it, went over and took a few, peeled them, then removed the cores, cut them into pieces, put 2 bowls of water in the pot, put the pears and rock sugar in, and slowly boiled them until the rock sugar was completely melted and the pears were soft, glutinous, and sweet. It was considered done. Boiling water with rock sugar and snow pear can cure cough, so Xia Huanhuan served a bowl to each person and brought it over. Children naturally like to drink it. After all, which child doesn't like sweet things? For Li Zhan, Xia Shuangshan, and Fu Weixin, this sweetness was quite difficult to bear. Li Zhan wanted to cheat and secretly give it to Beibei, but he was discovered. 1 bowl per person, no leftovers. The spring wind is dry, and the throat is prone to discomfort. This can nourish moisten the lungs, and relieve coughs. Drinking more will be good for you. Fu Weixin was stunned when he heard it, and then his nose was sour. He lowered his head and scooped a large piece of pear with a spoon and ate it. After he got sick this time, he kept coughing. After coming here, although he tried his best to hide and endure, his daughter still found out and boiled rock sugar and snow pear for him so considerately. Li Zhan also understood that Xia Huanhuan was not interested in drinking and could not help but smile and said, Okay. I promise to drink not a drop left." After dinner, the 3 men carried bamboo baskets and tools and went up the mountain. It was embarrassing to sit at home and stare at each other, so they simply went into the mountains to hunt. When they came back in the evening, they had killed 3 rabbits, 2 pheasants, and a wild boar. It was a good harvest. Zhan did not keep the wild boar, but let the villagers share it. The rabbits and pheasants were taken home and raised first, and then killed when they were ready to eat. In addition, they also picked a lot of mushrooms, wild vegetables, and the like. In the evening, Xia Huanhuan mixed the wild vegetables with dry flour, steamed them in a pot, and mashed garlic juice to make steamed dishes. In addition, she also fried eggs with Hautuinia cordata. This can also cure coughs. Zhan came to help, secretly leaned over, looked at her, and said with a smile, "What? Are you still not getting over this hurdle in your heart?" Xia Huanhuan was stunned for a moment, then realized that he was talking about recognizing her relatives, and said, "No, it's just asking her to call me Dad," but she couldn't say it for a while. Zhan smiled and said, "Anyway, I have already changed my words. If you ask me to change it back, I won't agree." After saying that, he left with a smile. Xia Huanhuan sighed and thought about it. Why is it so awkward? After dinner, Xia Huanhuan took a deep breath and shouted, "Dad, wait a minute, I'll take your pulse and see if I can boil 2 more Chinese medicines. Maybe your cough will get better faster." Fu Weixin's heart trembled, and he almost fell off the chair. He stared at Xia Huanhuan and asked in a trembling voice, "Huanhuan, what did you call me?" Xia Huanhuan cleared her throat and continued, "Dad, call you Dad. What else can I call you?" Fu Weixin felt as if something was stuck in his throat. After a long time, he nodded and said, "Okay. Okay. Hey, Wenwei, did you see it? Our daughter finally called me Dad. Our daughter finally recognized us." Fu Weixin put his hand on the pulse pillow like a small pillow in a somewhat wooden way, and asked Xia Huanhuan to help take her pulse. After a while, Xia Huanhuan took her hand back and said with a smile, "It's nothing serious. It's probably because the depression is still condensed in my heart, so it hasn't been completely healed." Fu Weixin smiled and said, "I'm in a good mood now. Maybe I'll be completely healed tomorrow." "Don't worry, my girl." Xia Huanhuan glanced at him and said, "Diseases come like a mountain falling, and go away like pulling a thread. How can it be so easy to get well? I'll boil some medicine tomorrow, you drink it a few times and see." Fu Weixin would naturally agree to whatever his girl said. "Okay. Huanhuan, I'll listen to you." He couldn't help asking, "Huanhuan, where did you learn Chinese medicine? No wonder you brought ginseng home last time." Xia Huanhuan also knew that Fu Weixin was an upright person. Otherwise, he would not have drawn a clear line with Fu Qingye because of the matter of Su Dayou, and would rather give up the father-daughter relationship of many years. So she said truthfully, "There is a man in the Niu shed of our village who was born in a medical family. He knows both Chinese and Western medicine. I originally collected Chinese herbs in the mountains, but I didn't know how to prepare them. After hearing his story, I went to ask him. Later, I became his disciple and asked him to teach me Chinese medicine. In the past 2 years, I have helped people in the village to diagnose pulses and so on, and I have accumulated experience. However, I am still a jack of all trades, and I have only learned the basics." Fu Weixin was relieved when he heard this. It is indeed a descendant of their Fu family. At this time, who would not avoid people like Yang Qiushi. His daughter would rather go against the flow to make friends with these people who are now in trouble. Fu Weixin nodded and said, "Alas, they were born at the wrong time. They should have had a bright future and dedicated their intelligence and talents to the country. It's a pity." As he spoke, Fu Weixin couldn't help but bring up the old things again. "By the way, Huanhuan, the last time you and Zhan came home, didn't your third brother tell you to apply for a job dispensing medicines in their hospital?
Think about it again.
As for the household registration, you are my Fu Weixin's daughter. I will go back and make a report, and it should be approved soon. With the household registration, you will be legitimate when you go for the interview. It's a pity about that courtyard house. Alas. Let's not talk about this. Dad will help you solve the house problem. Later, you can take the children, your parents, and move to Beijing." Xia Huanhuan looked at Zhan and smiled. "Dad, Zhan and I haven't discussed this yet." Fu Weixin had to give up and said, "Then you should discuss it quickly." I can go back and make arrangements earlier. In the evening, Li Zhan hugged Xia Huanhuan and said with a smile, "Are you unwilling to go to Beijing?" Xia Huanhuan was stunned for a moment, then asked, "How did you know?" "I can guess it from your expression." Xia Huanhuan sighed and said, "I'm used to living in the countryside. If I'm suddenly given a job, I'll be bored to death. How can it compare to the days of picking mushrooms, digging bamboo shoots, and hunting in the mountains? Besides, the kids at home are still so young. If I go to work, not only will my parents be exhausted, but they may not be able to get used to life in the city." Li Zhan hugged her tightly and said with a smile, "What if you are unwilling? Let's still live in the village. Anyway, it's up to you." Xia Huanhuan couldn't help asking, "You don't want a city hukou?" "Even if I don't want it, the children have to transfer to city hukou so that their future will be brighter. Although there is no such thing as guaranteed distribution in the future, at least Xiaowen and his people can still catch up." Although her children, Xia Huanhuan, don't care about guaranteed distribution of iron rice bowls. Li Zhan smiled and said, "As long as the family is happy, these don't matter. Am I not a rural hukou? I am still very promising, right?" Xia Huanhuan felt warm in her heart after hearing this. How many people want to transfer to city hukou, but Li Zhan is open-minded. Li Zhan turned over and pressed on her, and smiled. "Wife, while the children are asleep, let's move gently." The next day, Xia Huanhuan really boiled Chinese medicine for clearing the lungs and relieving cough for Fu Weixin to drink. It was so bitter, but Fu Weixin still endured the bitterness and drank it without leaving a drop. After a few days of rest, the cough was indeed much better. Fu Weixin had not retired yet, and it was almost time for him to reflect on his mistakes behind closed doors, so he returned to Beijing. Xia Huanhuan had already rejected Fu Weixin's proposal, saying that she wanted to wait a little longer. Now the children were too young, and she would not feel at ease going to work. In a few years, when the children grow up and go to school, they will move to the city to work or something. Fu Weixin had no choice but to give up after hearing this. However, Xia Huanhuan and Li Zhan, along with their 6 children, accompanied Fu Weixin back to Beijing, and this time they lived directly in the Fu family. The transfer of household registration and work can be postponed, but there is one thing that must be done as soon as possible. That is to go to Xiao Wenhui's grave to pay homage. Xia Huanhuan also knew that this was a major event that Fu Weixin had been thinking about for more than 20 years, so she obediently took the children to pay homage to her biological mother. When she saw the photo of Xiao Wenhui, Xia Huanhuan was also shocked. She looked like Xiao Wenhui, as if they were cast in the same mold. No wonder the first time she went to Beijing to visit Li Zhan's illness, Mr. Fu, her grandfather, called her in and asked some nonsense questions. Thinking about it now, I'm afraid they had some doubts at that time, right? Fu Nanjing smiled and said, "That's right. We went to Qingshui village to ask around, and everyone in the village insisted that you were her biological child. We had no evidence at all, so we had to give up." Fortunately, Li Ernie and the others showed up later. After the family went to Xiao Wenhui's tomb to pay respects, Xia Huanhuan also asked several children to kneel down and kowtow to Grandma. The family then left the cemetery and went to the photo studio to take photos. However, the eldest and second brothers of the Fu family were not there, so the family portrait would have to wait until the new year to get together. The recognition of relatives came to an end, and Li Zhan suddenly brought back a small puppy one day. The puppy looked only about 1 month old, furry, and was held in Li Zhan's arms, with drooping ears and 2 round eyes like beans. He looked at the entire Fu family with some fear and couldn't help sobbing. Both parents of this puppy are military service dogs. The father dog died 2 months ago while on a mission. The mother dog died a few days after giving birth to 5 puppies. The other 4 puppies were in good physical condition, and the army kept them to train them as military dogs. This one was the weakest when it was born. It's more than a month old, but it's only half the size of its brothers and sisters. It didn't pass several tests. Li Zhan explained with a smile. "Didn't you say last time that your family wanted to have a dog to guard the house and be safer in the future? So I brought it back." Xia Huanhuan had no resistance to this furry little guy, especially when he was still a child. She took it eagerly and smiled. So cute. What breed is it? The little guy had black fur and looked very similar to the wolf cubs they had seen in the mountains before. Xiaowen, Xiaowu, Beibei, and the triplets were all excited to see such a cute little guy and surrounded him. Mom, this little puppy looks just like the wolf cubs in the mountains. Xiaowen had also spent the night among a wolf pack, so he had a say. The triplets pointed directly at the puppy and kept saying, "Little wolf. Wolf. Wolf." Fu Nanjing came over and said with a smile, "You little guys are quite knowledgeable. You'll have to ask third brother about the breed of this dog. Third brother is very familiar with it. This is a Kunming dog from Yunnan province. There is a special training school for breeding and training. The army and the public security have special organizations for it. It's amazing. It has wolf blood, is loyal and obedient, fierce and agile, better than those foreign breeds." Li Zhan smiled and said, "Third brother is really knowledgeable." Fu Nanjing said proudly, "Isn't it? When I was a child, Grandpa and Dad brought a few little Kunming dogs home to raise for a while. They were very smart. I even secretly took meat from home to feed them, and the result." Xiao Wen and Xiao Wu listened excitedly, as if they were listening to a story. When they saw that he stopped talking halfway, they were very anxious. Xiao Wu asked, "Uncle San, can you please tell me? What happened? Was he beaten?" He remembered the last time he fed the lambs with steamed buns made of whole grains, and his grandfather saw it and beat him up, scolding him for not knowing how to cherish food. He was beaten even for feeding the buns, but his Uncle San was feeding meat. Fu Nanjing glared at Xiao Wu unhappily. This little boy was so ignorant. He was talking about something else, wasn't he? Fu Weixin walked over with a smile and said, "Didn't he get beaten? Later, he was punished by not eating meat for half a month, and your Uncle San was so greedy that he almost ate the dog leg." Fu Nanjing was helpless. "Dad, how old am I? Why are you talking about the embarrassing things at that time? Do I still have face?" Xia Huan and Li Zhan couldn't help laughing. The triplets were so anxious that they opened their arms, looked up, and shouted, "Mom! Wolf cub! Yan Yan wants to hug the wolf cub. Yi wants to hug too. Hug." Yao Yao also shouted a little late. Xia Huan smiled and rubbed the puppy for a long time before carefully handing it to the triplets, while admonishing, "You are not allowed to bully it. Keep scratching it with your hands, otherwise it will hurt. Do you hear me?" Although she had admonished, 2 or 3 years old is the age when cats and dogs hate each other, so Xia Huan was always paying attention. If they used force, she planned to stop them immediately. Although the puppy was small, it was the first time they met it after all, and they had never raised it. It would be bad if it got angry and bit people. Fortunately, the triplets were quite obedient. They all circled around the puppy with excitement, patting and touching it with their little hands. The 3 little ones plus a puppy were living in peace. Xiaowen, Xiaowu, and Beibei also held the puppy and played with it for a while, and they all loved it. "Mom, can we really raise it? If we can, I will follow my grandpa to the mountains to catch wild rabbits every day and feed it," Xiaowen said.
And me. And me.
Xiaowu was not to be outdone. Xia Huan said with a smile, "Who told you to go up to the mountains to catch wild rabbits every day? Can't go to school?" Xiaowen and Xiaowu couldn't help but frown when they heard about going to school.
Alas.
"When I was young, I didn't know the benefits of not going to school. Now I know, and I can't go back to the good days of not going to school." Beibei looked at the 2 brothers who didn't live up to their expectations and said proudly, "Mom, I like going to school. I will definitely get 100 points at the end of the term, and then use your reward money to buy meat for the puppy." Xia Huan said with a smile, "If you can get the first place, you don't have to use the bonus to buy it. Mom will pay for it." The little cubs were all overjoyed. The little dog was left at home and given a rather casual name, Wolf Cub. After living in Beijing for a few days, Xia Huan took the children back to Qingshui village. Mr. Fu and Fu Weixin were naturally reluctant to let her go, but it was not easy to force her to stay. They had not given up the idea of letting Huan return to Beijing. Even now, the house in the compound was indeed a bit crowded, so they had to arrange accommodation first before mentioning this matter. However, Before Xia Huanhuan returned to Qingshui village, she took the triplets to the sanatorium to visit Grandma Luo while Li Zhan was back in the army to deal with some things. These days, every time she came to Beijing through the space, she would go to see Grandma Luo. Therefore, Grandma Luo was used to it. On the contrary, every few days, when she didn't see Xia Huanhuan coming, she would hang around the door several times, secretly observing whether she had come. The staff of the sanatorium also liked Xia Huanhuan to come.
Why?
She never came empty-handed. Although she only brought the gifts to the aunt, other people also benefited from it. This time, it was the first time that Xia Huanhuan brought the triplets here. The security guard saw them and greeted them from a distance with a smile. "Isn't this Xiao Xia? You're here? Who are these three little guys?"
Oh.
"They look exactly the same. Are they triplets?" Xia Huanhuan lowered her head and said to the triplets, "Call me Grandpa Zhang. Uncle Li, these are my three little guys." The triplets called out in a baby voice, "Hello, Grandpa Zhang." Uncle Li was extremely envious. "Oh, these three little men are so handsome. Not to mention three. If my daughter-in-law can give birth to two for me, I will wake up laughing in my dreams." Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, "Uncle Li, where is my aunt? She's probably in her room. She came to the door several times yesterday. She must have missed you," Uncle Li said with a smile. Xia Huanhuan nodded and said with a smile, "I was busy these days, so I didn't come." "Uncle, this is the peanuts we fried ourselves. This bag is for you. You can eat it when you are free," Uncle Li said with a smile. "I am so sorry that I always eat yours." "It's okay. Then, Uncle Li, I will go in first." When Grandma Luo saw the triplets, she was also very happy and said with a smile, "These three really look like they were carved from the same mold. It's so nice that you can't recognize who is who in a blink of an eye." Xia Huanhuan asked the triplets to call her grandma. After hearing this, Grandma Luo couldn't help but raise her sleeves to wipe her tears and agreed. "Oh, good boy. By the way, Huanhuan, you are really stupid. You didn't tell me in advance that you brought them here." "I didn't prepare anything," Xia Huanhuan said with a smile. "Auntie, what should I prepare? They are the younger generation, and I should have brought them here to show you." Grandma Luo sighed, feeling sad and fortunate. She never thought that day. She just wanted to sell the house, give up the thought, and come to Beijing to spend the rest of her life with the remains of her children. She found Xia Huanhuan as the buyer because she just liked her at first sight and did not conduct in-depth investigation and research. However, it was this thought that brought so much warmth and laughter to her lonely and helpless old age. The triplets were chasing each other in the house, giggling and looking carefree. Grandma Luo's eyes blurred again, as if she saw her children when they were little, chasing each other around the big peach tree in her yard. Before leaving, Grandma Luo took out 3 small yellow croakers from her box, wrapped them in a handkerchief, and handed them to Xia Huanhuan. Xia Huanhuan opened it and was shocked. "And this?" Grandma Luo smiled and said, "I don't have anything else ready-made here. Just these yellow things, one for each of the 3 children. It's probably hard to find a good goldsmith nowadays. When you have the chance, use this to make a longevity lock or something for each of them. It can be regarded as a little gift from Grandma to them." Xia Huanhuan quickly declined, "Aunt, this is too precious. How can they afford it?" "Do Aunt refuse? I'm an old woman buried up to my neck in the earth, and my husband and children have passed away before me. What's the point of me keeping these things? I liked these 3 little guys the moment I saw them. If you really feel you can't afford it, just bring them to see me more often," Grandma Luo said. Xia Huanhuan had no choice but to accept it and said softly, "Aunt, I'll accept it for them." After chatting about family matters for a while, Xia Huanhuan left behind the egg cakes, eggs, and other things she had brought with her and returned with the triplets. Grandma Luo sent them to the gate, and when Xia Huanhuan and the children had walked a long way away, when she looked back, she was still standing at the gate. When she saw Xia Huanhuan looking back, she raised her hand and waved at her. The 3 little ones also turned around, and seeing this, they waved excitedly and shouted in a baby voice, "Grandma, goodbye."
"Goodbye."
After visiting Grandma Luo, they packed up their things and went home. Yuan Chao and Heping had been getting along well with Xiaowen, Xiaowu, and Beibei for the past few days, and they were reluctant to leave. Heping and Beibei hugged each other and cried very sadly. They also agreed to write letters to each other, and that was it. Xiaowu, that idiot, also hugged Yuan Chao and cried with snot and tears. Yuan Chao had no choice but to hug him to comfort him. The triplets also cried loudly. Even the wolf cub joined in the noise, whimpering, and it was so sad. The adults were really annoyed by the noise, but they felt bad. Now it was lively and noisy, but when everyone left, the house would be quiet again. Thinking of this, they would rather they quarreled every day to make the house look lively. Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, "When summer vacation comes, let Yuan Chao and Heping come to the village to play. Then Xiaowen, Xiaowu, and Beibei will take you to the mountains to catch rabbits and pick mushrooms. It will be so much fun." Yuan Chao and Heping's eyes lit up. "Really? Thank you, Aunt Wanner." He sent Xia Huanhuan to the train station, bought a platform ticket, and went into the station to see her off. This time Li Zhan also went back with them, intending to rejoin the team after sending them home safely. These days, one thing after another has happened. Xia Huanhuan has never found an opportunity to confess the matter of space, or maybe she subconsciously still hasn't mustered up the courage to confess, so she has been subconsciously delaying it. Now, the moment of separation from Li Zhan is at hand again. If she doesn't say it now, she will probably have to delay it again. If Li Zhan finds out by himself, then the consequences will be more serious than if she takes the initiative to say it. Xia Huanhuan took a deep breath and decided not to delay it any longer. But now they are on the train with so many people talking, it would definitely not be appropriate. She had to be patient and wait until she gets home to talk about it. Li Zhan saw that she looked worried and smiled. "What's wrong? What are you thinking about?" Xia Huanhuan forced a smile and said, "Nothing. It's just, Li Zhan, when we get home, I have something to tell you." Li Zhan's heart was moved when he saw her like this, but seeing that she looked too serious, cute, and nervous, he couldn't help but lean over and kiss her lips and said with a smile, "What's the matter? So serious?" Xia Huanhuan couldn't help but blush and said, "You. The children are still watching, don't make trouble. I'm talking about business." Xiaowen, Xiaowu, and Beibei were originally looking out the window, and when they heard it, they turned around and asked, "Mom, what are we looking at?" Xia Huanhuan. Xia Huanhuan scolded, "Children should not interrupt adults' affairs. You just continue to enjoy your scenery." The triplets had been puffing up their little mouths and eating candies obediently, but now they acted like little traitors.
Dad.
Bit Mom. Xia Huanhuan. Li Zhan couldn't help laughing, and picked up Yi, who was talking nonsense, and said with a smile, "Silly Yi, what Dad did was not called biting, it was called kissing. Do you understand?" Yi tilted his head, as if he had suddenly realized something, and said, "Oh, Dad. Dear Mom." Li Zhan blinked his eyes, looked at Xia Huanhuan mischievously, and praised his son. "That's right. This is the smart son of our family." Xia Huanhuan said angrily, "Li Zhan, you are teaching your son bad things." However, after such a commotion, Xia Huanhuan was indeed not so nervous and scared. Li Zhan loved her so much, it was impossible for him to dislike her and blame her just because she had kept this secret from him for so long. This time, they bought a train that departed at night and arrived in the county town in the morning. The family booked 6 hard sleeper seats, one each for Li Zhan and Xia Huanhuan, and Xiaowen, Xiaowu, and Beibei took the triplets and slept in a berth each. The wolf cubs slept on the floor. At night, Xia Huanhuan was worried, afraid that the cubs would roll off the bed while sleeping, so she couldn't sleep well and had to get up to check from time to time. Every time, Li Zhan was awake and whispered to her, "You sleep. I'm here." Having said that, she was used to worrying, and she would still wake up to check on her after sleeping for a while. Li Zhan's eyes were gentle and filled with guilt. It was because he was at home too little that his wife would still wake up and sleep even though she knew he was there to watch over them. It was not that she did not trust him, but that she was used to taking care of the children without him around. When Xia Huanhuan woke up again in a daze, Li Zhan took advantage of the darkness, leaned over and kissed her lips, rubbing them gently. He whispered, "Wife. Huanhuan, I love you." After saying this, Li Zhan, a rough man, couldn't help blushing, but fortunately, the night covered it and no one could see it. This kind of bold, passionate, and straightforward love words are what he learned from foreign dubbed movies in the Soviet Union or other countries. Li Zhan used to think that he would never be able to say it in his entire life.
But he just said it so boldly.
Xia Huanhuan was in a daze and felt that the biting on her lips was a bit annoying, and she didn't hear his words clearly. When her brain, which was in a semi-downtime state, reacted and realized what Li Zhan said, she couldn't help but be stunned.
What did you say?"
Xia Huanhuan rubbed her eyes and asked blankly, "What did you just say?" Li Zhan chuckled twice and said, "Nothing, you go to sleep." It was embarrassing enough to say it once, and he couldn't say it a second time for a while.
Or,
wait until next time. Wait until she is not sleepy. The next morning, the light appeared outside the window and the train clanged into the station. Xia Huanhuan woke up in a daze. Li Zhan had already gotten up, and when he saw her open her eyes, he grinned. "Are you awake? We'll be at the station soon." Xia Huanhuan stretched, and then got up. She woke up the cubs and dressed them, and the train stopped. Li Zhan held Yao Yao and Ye, while Xia Huanhuan held Yan Yan and held Bei Bei in one hand, leaving Xiaowen, Xiaowu, and the wolf cub waiting in the car. After Xia Huanhuan got off the car, she looked at the triplets and Bei Bei, while Li Zhan got on the car to take down the luggage. After making sure that nothing was left behind, he took Xiaowen, Xiaowu, and the wolf cub off the car. There were a lot of things, and he had to take care of a few little ones, so Li Zhan ran to the train station to borrow a small cart and planned to return it after leaving the station. Xia Shuangshan had received the letter in advance and would borrow the commune's ox cart to pick them up, so it was not too bad. However, before Li Zhan left the station, the staff at the train station trotted over and asked breathlessly, "Excuse me, are you Captain Li Zhan?" Li Zhan was stunned for a moment and said, "I am." The man said, "The Army Liaison Office called an hour ago and said there is an urgent mission and asked you to return to the team as soon as possible. The next train to Beijing will arrive in 15 minutes and stop for 5 minutes. Captain Li, do you think?
Can you make it?"
Xia Huanhuan's heart tightened. She knew they would be separated, but she didn't expect it to come so soon. She thought that at least she could send them home before leaving. Li Zhan's eyes also became serious. He nodded and said, "We can make it. I will send my wife and children out of the station first, and we'll be back soon." The comrades saw that Xia Huanhuan was a woman with 6 children, big and small, and the man was about to leave again. He also felt that it was a bit hard, so he said, "Okay, I'll help too, quickly." Li Zhan said with a smile, "Thank you very much." It was early in the morning, and Xia Shuangshan might have been delayed for a while, so he hadn't come yet, so Li Zhan had time to settle Xia Huanhuan in a state-owned breakfast shop next to the train station and ordered tofu pudding, fried cakes, and tea eggs. Xia Huanhuan didn't care about anything else, and asked the boss to pack tea eggs and fried cakes for Li Zhan to eat on the way. Li Zhan also told Xia Huanhuan to eat well. After saying that, he was reluctant to leave, so he stood. Xiaowen said sensibly, "Fourth uncle, don't worry. I'm here. I will take good care of my mother." Xiaowu and Bei Bei also hurriedly said, "There are also us."
Li Zhan smilat, "Okay."
With you at home, fourth uncle is relieved. Li Zhan squatted down again, ruffled the triplets' hair, and smiled. "You 3 little troublemakers, you are not allowed to make your mother angry, do you hear? Otherwise, I will come back to deal with you." The triplets only half understood what he said, but they seemed to be able to feel the sadness of parting and looked at him timidly. It was too late to leave now, so Li Zhan stood up, took a deep look at Xia Huanhuan, then hugged her tightly and said with a smile, "I'm leaving. I'll be back soon. What you said you would tell me when you go back, tell me when I come back next time." Xia Huanhuan felt uncomfortable, so she nodded sullenly and forced a smile. "Yeah." She swore that next time she would not be so afraid of wolves and tigers, and she would tell him the first time she saw him. Zhan couldn't help but raise his hand to touch her cheek. He felt a little wet on his fingertips, and the softest part of his heart couldn't help but tremble. He turned around and left with a hard heart. The triplets realized belatedly that their father was going on a long journey again, and they took their short legs to chase after him while crying.
Dad, Dad.
Xia Huan, Xiaowen, and Xiaowu hurriedly stopped them, hugged them, and coaxed them. Zhan paused, but did not dare to look back, for fear that they would cry even harder. He walked away with big strides, with a hardened heart. The wolf cub also whimpered sadly and chased for a long distance, but was driven back by Zhan. The triplets showed their carefree nature of 2.5-year-olds, lying on the floor of someone else's state-owned restaurant, crying like ghosts and wolves. Fortunately, the employees and customers saw that the three of them were so cute and looked exactly the same, and they thought they were more interesting than noisy, so they drove them out long ago. Xia Huan was so sad that she even laughed out of anger. She had no choice but to take out her trump card, chocolate candies, but they were wrapped in ordinary candy paper and dangled in front of them like carrots in front of a donkey. Do you want candy? If you cry again, all the candy will be eaten by your mother. The triplets looked at the candy in Xia Huan's hand, and after weighing the great sadness in their hearts, they continued to sob, but their crying was much softer. Xia Huan did not indulge them, and directly took out a candy, peeled off the candy wrapper, and stuffed it into her mouth. The triplets, who had stopped crying, cried even louder with a wow. The onlookers said that they had never seen such a mother. A piece of candy is so precious now, and she didn't keep it for the children, but ate it herself. While eating, Xia Huan took out a few more candies, first gave them to Xiaowen, Xiaowu, and Beibei, and then said to the triplets, "If you want to eat candy, get up quickly and wipe your tears. If you don't want to eat it, Mom will share your share with your brothers and sisters." When the triplets saw that their mother still had candies in her hand, they were afraid that these would be shared as well, and then they would have nothing to eat, so they all got up obediently, wiped their tears, and looked at Xia Huan eagerly. Candies were more important than their father. Xia Huan smiled, gave each of them a piece of candy and stuffed it in their mouths, and then they stopped crying and laughed happily. The onlookers saw that the little guys were coaxed, and they couldn't help laughing. They ate breakfast while waiting in the store. Not long after, Xia Shuangshan drove the ox cart to pick them up. Hearing that Zhan had taken the train to go on another mission, he sighed helplessly and began to comfort his daughter, saying, "Wanner, Zhan is doing this to defend the country. You can't blame him in your heart." Xia Huan smiled and said, "Dad, how could I not know about this?
Don't worry.
With you at home to help, wouldn't we have come here if Zhan was not at home?" Xia Shuangshan smiled and said, "You are right to think so." Soon it was Qingming Festival, grain rain, and the time for spring plowing. The village was still busy planting sweet potatoes, cotton, spring corn, soybeans, and the like. Lotus roots were also planted in the lotus pond, and fish and shrimp were raised. All kinds of fruits and vegetables were planted in the private plots. Xia Huan still worked step by step, went hunting in the mountains, raised pigs, went to the county town every now and then to sell supplies, and went to the black market in the county town and Beijing to buy antiques. Occasionally, some large value supplies would be sold in Luocheng, such as wood, cotton, and grain. There was also a time when 50 large, white pigs were sold. A live pig weighed about 200 pounds, and at 70 cents per pound, one pig was worth 140 yuan, and 50 pigs were worth 7,000 yuan. After calculating all these miscellaneous things, the courtyard house she bought in Beijing had used up all her savings, and now she has saved about 20,000 yuan. Xia Huan asked Dahe to look for another courtyard house with 3 entrances, which is located near Shikahai. That set is much more expensive, but the price is also much cheaper, only costing about 15,000 yuan. In addition to shipping goods from Luocheng, Xia Huan also asked Luocheng to help her with some things. It was because of Zhan that she was somewhat inconvenient to show up, so occasionally she would get some food, cloth, cotton, etc., and asked Luo Cheng to help deliver them to Shen Wanxue and Rongzhenbang in the northwest. However, she did not say what the relationship between Shen Wanxue and Rongzhenbang was with her, but just said that Shen Wanxue had stayed in their commune for a period of time before, and they had a good relationship. As Fu Nanjing's childhood friend, Luo Cheng naturally knew that Xia Huanhuan and Fu Nanjing were siblings. Once he couldn't help laughing and said, "Don't mention it, you two brothers and sisters are sometimes quite similar." Xia Huanhuan was stunned for a moment, then narrowed her eyes slightly. "We are brothers and sisters? Who am I brother and sister with?" Luo Cheng cursed in his heart. He forgot that he was investigating Xia Huanhuan secretly. On the surface, he should know nothing about Xia Huanhuan. However, he had already let the cat out of the bag. Xia Huanhuan probably expected that with Luo Cheng's cautious nature in this line of work, it was impossible for him not to investigate her just because she said not to. Luo Cheng chuckled twice, and as a real man, he simply accepted it. In the end, the relationship between the few people that seemed to be a mystery was officially revealed. Xia Huanhuan did not blame Luo Cheng too much. After all, he was her third brother's childhood friend, and his character should be guaranteed. Xia Huanhuan asked, "You just said that we are very similar as brothers and sisters. In what way are you alike?" Luo Cheng smiled and said, "Let me help you with mailing things. You are sending it to the northwest, and he will send it to the island in the east. It sounds interesting anyway." Xia Huanhuan couldn't help but become interested, and asked with a smile, "Send it to the island? Why haven't I heard him say that he knows someone on the island?" Luo Cheng said proudly, "You are not as clear-headed as me, your childhood friend. Do you know why your third brother is so old but still not married? Because his sweetheart is on this island." It turned out that when Fu Nanjing was in school, he had been dating a female classmate named Yusiju. They were about to get married, but the situation began to change. Due to family reasons, Yusiju was originally assigned to work at Union Hospital, but the original assignment was cancelled and she was reassigned to clean the state-owned bathhouse. Yusiju was also a hot-tempered person. When her parents were sent to work on the island, she took the initiative to apply to go to the countryside and quietly accompanied her parents to the remote island. Before leaving, she returned all the gifts and letters Fu Nanjing had given her and wrote another letter to break up with Fu Nanjing and cancel the engagement. Moreover, when Fu Nanjing received the returned items, Yusiju and her parents had actually left, and they didn't even leave Fu Nanjing a contact address. Fu Nanjing asked around like crazy, but there was no news after half a year. Then, 2 years later, Luo Cheng once went to make a batch of seafood to find out about the business of Yusiju. He went to the island to have a look. He accidentally saw Yusiju, who looked much more haggard. Luo Cheng did not dare to recognize her, so he checked indirectly. After confirming that she was indeed the fiancée that Fu Nanjing was looking for, Luo Cheng dared to tell Fu Nanjing. After hearing this, Fu Nanjing went to the island to find Yusiju. But after 2.5 years, Fu Nanjing saw Yusiju sitting on the beach and mending the fishing net with a shuttle from a distance, but he did not have the courage to go up to her and say hello or reminisce about the past. After watching from a distance for a long time, Fu Nanjing came back by boat. Yusiju was such a beautiful and proud girl. If he saw her haggard appearance after being exposed to the wind and sun for 2.5 years, she would definitely be angry and even cry. From that time on, Fu Nanjing asked Luo Cheng to help send some things to the island in various ways. However, there was not a single letter or anything like that, and Fu Nanjing never sent a single word. After Luo Cheng finished speaking, he spread his hands and smiled. "Look, your third brother is quite stupid, isn't he? He has been sending things to his family for so many years, but he refused to let them know. Do you think he is being cheated or not?" Xia Huanhuan felt sad and desolate after hearing this. In such a vigorous environment, personal destiny and love and hate are so fragile, yet so strong and persistent. "You are the cheated one. Don't say bad things about my third brother in front of me." Luo Cheng couldn't help laughing. "Okay, as soon as you siblings recognized each other, you started to unite against the outside world?" Xia Huanhuan had nothing else to say, and they parted ways. Time passed quickly. The wheat harvest was over, and then it was time for summer plowing. Unexpectedly, there was an unusually high amount of rain this summer, with wind and rain every few days. The lotus pond and the small river next to it were flooded several times. The wheat harvest was barely completed, and it was considered a crop of fine grains. But after the wheat was harvested, because of the continuous rain for many days, crops such as autumn corn could not be planted. Some of the spring corn, sweet potatoes, peanuts, and the like planted in the spring were also flooded, and the harvest was foreseeable to be very bad. Even Secretary Zhao, who was always optimistic, went to the fields with his pipe every day after the wheat harvest, and then came back with a sad face and at a loss. The villagers also sighed and said, "If this goes on, a crop of grain will be delayed. I'm afraid we will have to tighten our belts again from this year to next year."
Oh,
This year will not be easy. I heard that there are floods and droughts all over the country. It is estimated that there will be a shortage of food next year. Xia Huanhuan had heard all this, and she couldn't help but feel worried. The supplies in her space were enough for the whole family to have enough food, but if there was really a shortage of food, then her family would definitely be envied for not having enough to eat. Xia Huanhuan secretly went to find Secretary Zhao and suggested that they first pick a few ginsengs planted a year ago and go to the black market in the county to buy some food and store it first, so as to avoid the need to cram at the last minute. Secretary Zhao listened and thought it made sense. The current grain prices on the black market are still relatively reasonable. If the autumn harvest is poor this year, then everyone will probably have to stock up on grain to deal with the problem of food shortages. By then, it will not be a problem of high black market prices, but that even if you have money, you may not be able to buy grain. Secretary Zhao immediately convened a meeting of village cadres from each village and finally decided to sell ginseng and then buy grain to stockpile. Xia Huanhuan still secretly asked Luo Cheng for help, asking one group of his people to buy ginseng on the black market and the other group to sell grain. The price was also reasonable. Xia Huanhuan naturally sold these grains to Luoqing at a low price, and then the people in Luoqing sold them to the people in Qingshui village. Because of Xia Huanhuan's secret arrangements, although the several male laborers in Qingshui village who were responsible for this matter, including Li Jia, were also doing this kind of speculation for the first time and were extremely nervous, the grain was finally bought back smoothly and stored in the collective granaries of various villages. These grains were not bought back all at once. In order to conceal their tracks, they were transported back by ox carts several times. It lasted until July and August, and the rain was intermittent and never stopped. However, everyone in the commune where Qingshui village was located had grain in the granary, so they were not panicked. They were also glad that they listened to Secretary Zhao's words a year ago and planted ginseng. Otherwise, even if they knew in advance that the crops would fail today, where would they get the money to exchange for grain? Xia Huanhuan was a little relieved when she saw that the grain arrangements were almost complete. If there is still not enough food, she can just release more wild rabbits and boars from the space in winter, so that everyone can get more hunting rewards. They should be able to survive. Li Zhan has not come back since he took the train from the county to go back to the team to perform the mission. Although he sent a few telegrams during this period, they were all concise, as if he did not have enough time to write a few more words. Xia Huanhuan began to regret not telling him the secret of her portable space. If she had told him, she might have been able to use space teleportation to secretly visit him and relieve her longing. In August, the postman sent Xia Huanhuan a telegram saying that Li Zhan and his brothers were going to the central part of the country to fight floods. In a small town, because of 2 months of continuous rain, the water in the river was too much. A dam on the river was overloaded. Although it had tried hard to release the flood, it was still shaky and seemed to be at risk of being washed away at any time. Li Zhan and his men were sent there to urgently evacuate the residents of the villages and county town along the downstream of the dam. Xia Huanhuan received the telegram and didn't think much of it, thinking it was just a similar mission to the one she had when she went to the northwest in winter. About a week later, Fu Weixin and Fu Nanjing, as well as Fu Beifa and Jiang Wan, suddenly came to Qingshui village together. This was the first time Xia Huanhuan had seen her second brother Fu Beifa since she recognized her family as her own. The last time was a few years ago, when Fu Beifa and Jiang Wan arranged for her to be taken to the garrison and held a military wedding with Li Zhan. By this calculation, several years had passed. However, now was not the time to sigh. If Fu Nanjing had come alone, it would have been fine. Fu Weixin, even Fu Beifa and Jiang Wan also came together, and Xia Huanhuan's heart couldn't help but tremble. Dad, second brother, and sister-in-law, third brother, why did you suddenly come together? Xia Huanhuan forced a smile, but her voice was obviously trembling.
Please.
Please don't let anything happen to Li Zhan. No, it won't happen. Last time, Li Zhan was injured on the barren mountain and was in danger. Didn't he break into her space? If something happened to him, he would definitely enter her space again. Jiang Wan saw Xia Huanhuan walked over first, held Xia Huanhuan's hand, pulled her to sit on the bed and said softly, Huanhuan, don't be anxious, listen to us first. Xia Huanhuan's eyes swept across their cheeks one by one. Whether it was Fu Weixin, Fu Beifa, or Fu Nanjing, the expressions on their faces were very serious, even solemn. Xia Huanhuan couldn't keep the smile on her face. She looked at Jiang Wan and asked in a trembling voice, Is it
Li Zhan?
Li Zhan is in trouble? Jiang Wan looked back at her husband, then turned back, with tears in her eyes. She held Xia Huanhuan's hand tightly and said, It's not certain yet. They're still looking, it doesn't mean something has happened. Xia Huanhuan suddenly felt that all the strength in her body was drained away like water, and her mind was also stuffy. She looked at Jiang Wan in a trance, waiting for her to continue. Fu Weixin came over and said, Huanhuan, when Li Zhan was helping a village to evacuate, the dam broke and the flood came down.
They
haven't found Li Zhan yet. Xia Huanhuan turned to look at Fu Weixin again in a trance. It's impossible. The first time Li Zhan was injured, he somehow broke into her space. The second time in the northwest, she also dreamed in advance that he was injured and amputated by horse thieves, so she could resolve it in time. If Li Zhan really had an accident, she couldn't have known about it at all in advance.
But
whether it's breaking into her space or having predictive dreams, who can guarantee that she can know in advance or in time about every danger that Li Zhan encounters? Fu Weixin couldn't bear to see his daughter like this and said softly, Huanhuan, it's okay. Dad, your second brother, second sister-in-law, and third brother are here to take you and the children to Beijing. Let's wait for news together. Fu Beifa also said, Li Zhan is a lucky kid. He was in the south before there was gunfire and rain of bullets, and he was only a teenager, but he still survived. This time, he'll be fine. Your second sister-in-law and I will go with the troops to support in the afternoon, and we will go to find him. Fu Nanjing also echoed, Yes, Huanhuan, maybe Li Zhan and the others have already moved the villagers to a higher place nearby, and they are fine, but the news is interrupted, and there is no way to tell us that they are safe. Xia Huanhuan suddenly stood up and said, Then let's set off immediately. Several people in the Fu family were stunned for a moment, and then they quickly said, Okay. As for the children, just bring a few changes of clothes. Other families in Beijing have them. Seeing Xia Huanhuan so calm, they were all relieved. However, only Jiang Wan, who had been holding Xia Huanhuan's hand, knew that her hand had never stopped shaking. The things were easy to pack, they were all summer clothes and so on. Xiaowen, Xiaowu, and Beibei were all in the summer vacation, so they could go together. Xia Huanhuan was afraid that Lin Yuru and Xia Shuangshan would worry, so she didn't tell them, just said that she was going to live in the Fu family in Jing City for a while. Lin Yuru and the others didn't doubt it. The Fu family in Jing City was her mother's family, so it would be good to move around more. This time, the Fu family drove 2 jeeps directly from Jing City. Fu Weixin and Fu Beifa took Xiaowen, Xiaowu, and Beibei in one car, and Fu Nanjing took Jiang Wan, Xia Huanhuan, and the triplets in one car. They drove directly to Jing City without delay. When they arrived in Jing City, Xia Huanhuan said that she was a little tired and wanted to be alone, so the others had to let her go back to her room to rest. The little guys were so happy to see Yuan Chao and Heping. Yuan Chao and Heping also agreed to take them to Hohai Park to play tomorrow. However, the kids, big and small, still felt that Xia Huanhuan was unhappy. After playing for a while, Xiaowen went into the room and asked Xia Huanhuan what was wrong. "Mom, do you have a fever?" Xiaowen asked worriedly. Xia Huanhuan was stunned for a moment, then came back to her senses and smiled weakly. "Mom is fine." "Xiaowen, you have to take good care of your brothers and sisters here these few days. Don't be naughty, don't fight with brother Yuan Chao and sister Heping for things, and don't make trouble for your great-grandfather and grandfather, understand?" Xiaowen became even more worried and asked timidly with wide eyes, "Mom, are you going away again?" Xia Huanhuan did not hide it and forced a smile and said, "Yeah, but it should only be a few days and I will be back soon." Xiaowen's face was a little sad when he heard it, but he quickly cheered up, raised his head and smiled. "Mom, don't worry. I will take good care of my brothers and sisters." Seeing that Xiaowen was so sensible, Xia Huanhuan couldn't help but gently raised her hand and touched his head and smiled. "Well, Mom will be relieved to have you taking care of them, Xiaowen." After explaining this matter, Xia Huanhuan went to find Fu Weixin and Fu Beifa. Fu Weixin heard her words and immediately disagreed. "How can that be possible? Now there is a swamp over there. Even if you are a woman, how are you going to find her even if you go there? What if there is a second dam breach?" Thinking of this possibility, Fu Weixin's heart ached. If something happens to his daughter, who he finally found, how would he explain to Anhui? "Yes, Huanhuan, you just stay at home. Your second sister-in-law, and I will go there. If there is any news, we will definitely contact your family as soon as possible." Fu Beifa disagreed and advised. Xia Huanhuan raised her eyes and glanced at them, and said firmly, "Even if you object, I will go there by myself. Don't worry, I can take care of myself and nothing will happen. It's no use for me to wait at home." She had never been to the place where the flood occurred in the central part, and she couldn't teleport there by space. What if it was the same as the time in the northwest? If she didn't get there in time, then if Li Zhan was in danger, she was afraid that she would not have time to save him. So, at least she had to get there first before making further plans.
Huanhuan, you.
Why are you so stubborn? Fu Weixin was so angry. Why are the children in their family more stubborn than each other? At this time, Grandpa Fu came in and said majestically, "Let Huanhuan go. She is worried about Li Zhan. If she sits at home, she will be sad and get sick. It is better to go over there and do something within her ability so that she will feel better."
Dad.
Fu Weixin couldn't help shouting. Grandpa Fu waved his hand to stop Fu Weixin from continuing. He looked at Xia Huanhuan and said, "Huanhuan, can you promise Grandpa that before making any decision, think about the 6 little guys in the family first and don't do anything rash? What if something really happens to Li Zhan? You are not allowed to do anything stupid, okay?" Xia Huanhuan's heart suddenly tightened.
Li Zhan.
She hasn't considered the possibility that something really happened to Li Zhan. She was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said softly, "Grandpa, I promise you that I won't do anything rash." Grandpa Fu looked at her and didn't wait for the second half of the promise. He sighed and said, "Okay. Grandpa believes you. Beifa, Grandpa knows that you and your wife used to work and may not have time to take care of your sister, but please take care of your sister more within the permitted scope." Seeing that the old man had spoken, Fu Beifa had to agree. "Grandpa, don't worry. I will." Fu Beifa led a flood-fighting team to go first. They were all going to repair the river bank directly and even jump into the water to form a human wall to fight the flood and save people. Jiangwan was in the last batch and followed 3 trucks loaded with support materials. Xia Huanhuan followed Jiangwan. Although she was anxious, the first batch was working non-stop. As soon as they arrived, they had to go directly to the front line of flood fighting and had no time to take care of her. Xia Huanhuan didn't want to fall behind because of her own reasons, so she had no objection. The support materials had to be raised and mobilized, so they set out about 2 or 3 days later than the first batch. However, when it comes to raising and mobilizing materials, there is a shortage of food in all provinces and regions now. Therefore, after 2 days of raising materials, they only filled 2 large trucks, and the remaining one was only half full. There is no other way. Every bit counts. After the materials were raised, they set out. Xia Huanhuan, Jiang Wan, and other logistics personnel got on the back of the 3rd truck and rushed to the disaster area. It was not so obvious at first, but the closer they got to the disaster area, the more obvious it became. Countless farmlands had been destroyed, and some houses in the villages were even half collapsed. When they arrived at the hardest hit areas, not only the farmlands, but also the villages were razed to the ground. A lot of silt could be seen where the water had receded. The refugees who had luckily survived the flood were all ragged, pale, and thin. There were not enough tents, so they used the fallen branches and other debris they picked up to barely build simple sheds to temporarily shelter themselves. Fortunately, it is summer now, otherwise, the cold alone would freeze people to death. However, these are not the most serious problems. The most serious problem is food. The destruction of farmland affected the autumn harvest, but every household still had food in the collective granary, except for a very small amount that was carried to high places in advance. The people who were saved on the mountain were all washed away by the flood. They will starve. Xia Huanhuan was shocked to see such a tragic scene. It was not easy for her to find Li Zhan immediately. She followed the logistics personnel to help build temporary shelters, distribute bedding and food, and help treat the wounds of the injured. Jiang Wan was also very surprised. She thought that Xia Huanhuan grew up in the village after all. She must need her more attention and care for the man who came to find her missing in a panic. As a result, she came over and saw that Xia Huanhuan did better than those who had been trained in the army for many years. Apart from other things, she took care of the patients and helped bandage the wounds. If there were people with colds, fevers, or other diseases, Xia Huanhuan would directly feel the pulse, diagnose, and prescribe medicine for them. She did a better job than them and was more professional. Even the accompanying military doctor couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. He also asked Jiang Wan with a smile, "Jiang Wan, where did you find this foreign aid? This is a great help. There is already a shortage of doctors, and most of them who study Western medicine can see patients, but they don't have enough medicine to treat them. Xia Huanhuan is different. She is a Chinese medicine practitioner, and her level is quite good. After all, Chinese medicinal materials are native to China and are prepared by ourselves. It is much easier to collect them than Western medicine." Jiang Wan immediately reported to the higher authorities to see if more Chinese medicinal materials could be collected and sent over. The list of commonly used Chinese medicinal materials was also drawn up by Xia Huanhuan. After 2 days of such a busy schedule, Xia Huanhuan saw that the situation at the disaster site was almost the same, so she told Jiang Wan that she wanted to go to the place where Li Zhan and the others disappeared. Jiang Wan also knew that Xia Huanhuan came for Li Zhan, and it was impossible for her to be kept here just because she knew Chinese medicine and could help. To put it bluntly, they are soldiers, and it is their duty to come here to rescue people from disasters. But Xia Huanhuan's identity is a civilian, so even if she doesn't help, no one can say anything. Jiang Wan nodded and said, "That's fine. I'll go with you." Xia Huanhuan quickly shook her head and said, "Second sister-in-law, I'll just go with the support team. You don't have to make a special trip. Saving people is more important. I can't let my personal affairs delay more important things." Jiang Wan heard this and knew that Xia Huanhuan was right, so she had to ask the people who were sent over to help take care of Xia Huanhuan on the way. The captain of the team that was sent over was named Hu, also called Xiao Hu, and he agreed, "Political Commissar Jiang, don't worry. We promise to take good care of Comrade Xia Huanhuan." These past 2 days, they have witnessed that Xia Huanhuan, like them, helped distribute supplies, resettle the victims, and also treated and prescribed medicine for the victims day and night. Therefore, they all have a good impression of Xia Huanhuan. Xia Huanhuan took a truck to the village where Li Zhan disappeared during the disaster relief. Seeing the situation in front of her, she couldn't help but feel a little nervous. After the concentrated heavy rainfall on the night of the dam burst, there's been only sporadic light rain in the past few days, so the water has receded a lot. But even so, there is a swamp in front of us. Where is there any trace of the village? Seeing her face, Xiao Hu felt a little reluctant and said softly, "Comrade Xia, Captain Li is a lucky man and he'll be fine." But even he didn't believe it. The dam burst suddenly that night, and the flood was probably surging like a rotten wood in a short period of time. This village is quite close to the breach, and it is afraid that it will be completely submerged 10 or 20 minutes after the dam bursts. Therefore, unless they have been transferred and fled before the dam bursts otherwise, there is a high probability that they will be in danger. And the people who were successfully transferred by other village heads nearby that day have almost been sorted out, and Li Zhan and Bai Zihan and their couple. Xia Huanhuan's heart seemed to sink into a bottomless pit with no whereabouts. She wanted to cry but couldn't cry, just felt breathless.
Li Zhan.
Wouldn't it be true?
But
why didn't she sense any signs? She has traveled through time and space, and she had a prophetic dream last time. She encountered so many bizarre things. Why didn't she sense anything this time? Xia Huanhuan looked around blankly and was suddenly attracted by a hill more than 10 meters high emerging from the water in the distance. Comrade Xiao, what kind of mountain is this? Xiao Hu looked forward along the direction of her finger, then took out the map, looked at it for a long time, and didn't see any mark. So he said, "It's not marked on the map, but it should be a small hill not far from the village. It seems that it didn't show so much yesterday. It should be that the water has receded a little, so we can see that it is a small hill." Xia Huanhuan's heart moved, and she hurriedly asked, "Has anyone checked that small hill?" Xiao Hu was stunned for a moment, and hurried to ask his comrades who were originally nearby, and then came back and said, "It seems not. This is a severely affected area. The water was too fast a few days ago, and we couldn't get in. Later, it was." Xiao Hu didn't say anything else. After all, this point was too close to the breach point. Everyone conceded that there was little hope for those who were swept in at that time, so they all focused their energy on other areas where more people could be saved. Xiao Hu said, "I will report immediately to see if I can apply for a boat to go out and see if there are any survivors." Xia Huanhuan said gratefully, "Thank you. It's our duty. We are also saving people. Comrade Xia, don't worry, just wait a moment." As he spoke, the man had already run away. Xia Huanhuan then realized that her whole body was trembling. If Li Zhan was still alive, then this small hill might be the place with the greatest hope. The person in charge of this area is a company commander named Zhang Weiguo. He was originally dissatisfied with the fact that he was assigned to the most dangerous place, but he couldn't save many people or make many contributions. After hearing what Xiao Hu said, he immediately cursed. Nonsense. That small hill, you see so much of it is exposed now. That's because the water has receded. In the first few days, basically only a head was exposed above the water. Even if there were people who really hit on the hill in time before the dam burst, they would have been drowned or washed away. Even if they were not drowned, it has been a few days. Do they have food to eat and water to drink? They would have died a long time ago. But now you want me to send a boat to rescue people? To fish out the bodies? If this delays the rescue of other people, can you bear the responsibility? Xiao Hu was angry when he heard his harsh words, but he had to bow his head when he was under someone else's roof, so he had to smile and said, "Captain Zhang, look at what you were saying. What about fishing out the bodies? As long as there is a little hope, we can't give up, right? Why don't we send a boat to sea? Maybe there are survivors." Apart from anything else, when the flood hit, Captain Li was on duty nearby, so maybe he's waiting for rescue there? Captain Zhang, Captain Li's wife, came all the way here because she's worried about her husband. Why don't you just send a boat? Zhang Weiguo got even more angry after hearing what Xiao Hu said. He is older than Li Zhan and joined the army about 2 years later than Li Zhan. He used to lead the same unit, but Li Zhan has now been promoted to the level of regiment commander, while he is still just a small company commander. He feels unbalanced, jealous, and hates Li Zhan, thinking that Li Zhan was given the green light to be promoted all the way because he climbed up the Fu family. This thought has been tormenting his heart for many years. Now, how could he compromise for Li Zhan? Xiao Hu, what are you talking about? Do you know that there is a shortage of rescue ships and other supplies? Today, Captain Li's wife came to see me, so I sent a boat to look for her. Tomorrow, Captain Zhao's sister is coming. Should I also send a boat to look for her? If we use back doors every day, how can we save other ordinary people? Now that these people have a little position, they start to seek special treatment. Xiaohu, I'm warning you, don't make any fundamental mistakes. Xiaohu was so angry that his face turned red. Captain Zhang, you said there's a shortage of boats, but I just saw 2 or 3 boats tied to the waterside. Besides, who told you to open the back door? There may indeed be people on that hill. You would rather let the boats sit idle than save people. What are you thinking? Everyone knows that you are jealous of Captain Li. I think you are taking revenge for personal gain.
Zhang Weiguo said angrily. You.
Xiaohu, how dare you slander me? When the two were arguing fiercely, suddenly a soldier came in and reported hurriedly. Captain Zhang, it's not good. There is a boat on the water. It seems that Captain Li's wife rowed it away. It has rowed a long way. What? Zhang Weiguo and Xiaohu exclaimed in unison. The two hurriedly followed the soldier to the waterside to see that on the vast water, a small boat had rowed far away. Hadn't it? Zhang Weiguo was furious and shouted, "Hurry up and count whether our ships are all there. This is so lawless that they dare to steal the army's ships. I will report it to the higher-ups." The soldier interrupted Zhang Weiguo tremblingly and said, "The most amazing thing is this, Company. Company Commander, our ships. Not a single one is missing." Zhang Weiguo was obviously stunned for a moment. No ships are missing? How is it possible? Where did Li Zhan's wife's ship come from? You counted the number of ships wrong before? Not a single one is missing? Then can she make a ship out of thin air? Humph. Anyway, we'll see. I'll report it tonight. Xiaohu was so angry that he was shaking all over. What a despicable villain this is. The life and death of Captain Li is uncertain, and this Zhang Weiguo is still thinking about reporting. Xiaohu didn't care about anything else and punched Zhang Weiguo in the face.
Ugh.
Zhang Weiguo was immediately beaten to a bloody nose, and he looked at Xiaohu in shock. Xiaohu, are you crazy? You dare to hit me? Xiaohu clenched his fist and threw another punch, which immediately made Zhang Weiguo's eyes turn black, and he started to howl. I'm going to hit you, the despicable villain who tells tales behind my back.
Bah.
What the? As he said that, he was about to throw the third punch, but was stopped by other people who had come to their senses. Zhang Weiguo was also beaten and fled away, which was very embarrassing. While rowing, Xia Huanhuan saw Zhang Weiguo being beaten on the shore from a distance. After a few glances, she stopped paying attention and continued to row towards the small hill that was exposed above the water in the distance. She also heard the conversation between Xiaohu and Zhang Weiguo, and she knew from Zhang Weiguo's tone and attitude that it might not be that easy. Instead of wasting time arguing with that kind of person, it is better to act on your own. Therefore, Xia Huanhuan made a prompt decision and walked to a deserted place by the water and directly took out a small boat from the space. Because she was afraid of being discovered, she didn't take out a motorboat, but a small wooden boat that could be rowed by hand. After she reached the middle of the water, and the people on the shore could no longer see clearly, Xia Huanhuan entered the space again and took out some steamed buns, boiled eggs, white rabbit milk candies, fried rice, and other things that could be eaten immediately. She also used a kettle to fill the spiritual spring water and took it out. After thinking about it, she also took out some cornmeal, sweet potatoes, wheat flour, and the like. In addition, matches and dry firewood were also prepared. Ready-to-eat food was to feed the trapped people on the hill as soon as they met them. But they couldn't take too much of it, and they still had to make a fire. It had been raining for days, and even if someone on the hill had brought matches, they would have been soaked, so matches and dry firewood were indispensable. The water was very wide, and Xia Huanhuan paddled for nearly an hour before she could finally see the trees on the hill. At this time, a shout suddenly came. "Hey, we are here!" Then, Xia Huanhuan saw someone waving a white dress in the woods on the hill. Xia Huanhuan was delighted and paddled harder towards that side. Whether it was Li Zhan or not, as long as there was a living person, it meant that Li Zhan might still be alive. After paddling for a long time, They finally reached the edge of the hill. Xia Huanhuan climbed up the branches of a tree by the water, and with the help of the people waiting nearby, she finally got ashore, and she didn't forget to tie the boat to the tree trunk with a rope. There were people on the hill, so it was not easy for her to get the boat out of the space. On the opposite shore was a person like Zhang Weigua, who could not be relied on. Therefore, this boat was their only tool to escape. The person who came was wearing gray and patched clothes. It seemed that he should be a villager here, speaking in a dialect. Seeing that it was a young woman, he was also a little confused and asked, "Are you here to save people? Do you have food?" Fortunately, the dialect here is close to Mandarin, so it is easy to understand. However, he probably had been hungry for several days, so he was panting when he spoke, and his voice was very low. Xia Huanhuan had to listen carefully to understand. Xia Huanhuan nodded and said, "Yes." "Fellow villager, are you villagers from the nearby village?" As she spoke, she quickly handed him a mixed flour bun. The man quickly took it and ate it voraciously. He nodded and said with disappointment, "Why did you send only you and a woman? We have more than 20 people here." Xia Huanhuan was cheered up after hearing this and asked quickly, "Fellow countrymen, is there anyone named Li Zhan among the more than 20 of you?" The man thought blankly and said, "There was a soldier named Li who came to help us evacuate. We all called him Captain Li, but we don't know his real name." Xia Huanhuan was so happy that she almost jumped up. Captain Li, and it was a soldier who came to help them evacuate.
Who else could it be but Li Zhan?
"Fellow countrymen, can you take me to see him right now?" "I'm his wife." Xia Huanhuan held the man's hand tightly and almost got excited. The man was so hungry that he had no strength left. He was almost shaken to death by Xia Huanhuan. He quickly said, "Let me go first." "Are you really Captain Li's wife?" Xia Huanhuan nodded. How could it be false? As she spoke, she couldn't wait to observe the surroundings. After the flood receded, the exposed mountain was not very large. Li Zhan and his men were probably on the top of the mountain. Without a guide, she should be able to find them. The man said, "Captain Li and the others are all under a big rock on the top of the mountain. I'll take you there." He said he would take Xia Huanhuan there, but after a few steps, Xia Huanhuan had left him behind. The man covered his stomach and bent down. He was shocked by Xia Huanhuan's physical strength. He panted and said, You go first." "I'll take a break and then catch up with you." After a while, Xia Huanhuan climbed over the top of the mountain and reached the other side. As expected, she saw a large protruding rock with some small sheds built around it using branches and leaves. Seeing someone coming, some people came out to check immediately. One of them was Li Zhan. Li Zhan's beard was more untidy than any time Xia Huanhuan had seen before. It was almost 2 centimeters long, making his originally handsome face look a bit more rugged. Probably because he hadn't eaten for several days, his cheeks were sunken, his military uniform was wrinkled, and one of the sleeves was torn into strips, looking as miserable as it could be. Li Zhan obviously didn't expect his wife to suddenly appear here. His eyes widened in shock. "Huanhuan? Why are you here?" Asked this, Li Zhan suddenly remembered that he had said something similar when he met Xia Huanhuan last time when he was chasing horse thieves in the northwest. His wife is really elusive. There is no place she can't reach. Xia Huanhuan's nose felt sore, and she threw herself into Li Zhan's arms and hugged him tightly. Li Zhan hadn't eaten for 5 or 6 days and was very weak. After being pounced on by Xia Huanhuan, he took several steps back and almost fell down in shame. However, he immediately hugged his wife tightly and said jokingly with a smile, "Slow down. I don't have much strength." Xia Huanhuan felt sad after hearing this. She quickly took out the bag of dry food she had brought with her and said, "I brought some dry food, not much. You should eat some quickly." The other 10 or so villagers and a dozen or so soldiers under Li Zhan gathered around when they saw this. Li Zhan was not vague either. He immediately asked one of his brothers to scoop some water from the puddle, intending to soak the dry food in water and then distribute it to everyone. The people here have been trapped for 5 or 6 days. There is no shortage of water. They drink dirty water from the river, but there's basically nothing to eat. They dare not eat too much at once, so they have to soak it before eating. When Xia Huanhuan heard them say that they wanted to get water from the puddle, although the environment was not polluted much now, and the water on the mountain was not dirty, it was still very turbid after all because it had just rained. She immediately handed over the kettle and stopped them, saying, "Do and get water. Use the water in here. This is the spiritual spring water in the space. Drinking it can restore physical strength as soon as possible." The soldier looked at Li Zhan, and after getting his approval, he took it and went to get dry food. Xia Huanhuan quickly helped Li Zhan to sit down and asked, "How did you escape? Why didn't you ask for help these days? I see that the rescuers are not too far from here, and they can see here from a distance." Li Zhan looked at him with a smile and said, "Wait for me to eat something first, and then talk about it when you have strength." Xia Huanhuan felt a sore nose after hearing this. She quickly took out a white rabbit milk candy from her pocket and stuffed it into Li Zhan's palm. Li Zhan was stunned for a moment, looked down, and then subconsciously looked at the refugees next to him. Among the more than 20 people, there were 4 or 5 children and several women, all looking at Xia Huanhuan eagerly. Xia Huanhuan immediately understood what he wanted to do and quickly said, "You are not allowed." As she said this, she took the candy back from Li Zhan's hand domineeringly, peeled off the candy wrapper, and put it directly to Li Zhan's mouth. Li Zhan was a little embarrassed. Huanhuan. He was a soldier. In this situation, how could he enjoy himself first and ignore other civilians? However, this candy was a piece of tenderness from his wife. How could he bear to refuse? Xia Huanhuan forcefully stuffed the candy into his mouth and said, "I have more. I'll give it to them later. You eat this." After stuffing it in, she covered his mouth with her hand to prevent him from spitting it out. Li Zhan sighed without temper, raised his hand and grabbed her hand and smiled. "Is it not okay for me to eat it?" Xia Huanhuan then said angrily, "This is better." As she spoke, she stood up and walked towards the women and children, taking out all the candies she had brought and giving them one each. After the women and children had shared, the rest was given to 2 frail old people, and the rest was given to other frail men. The village here was even poorer than Qingshui village, so how could they have tasted the white rabbit milk candies from Shanghai? After the children ate it, they looked up to their mothers happily, but weakly because of hunger, and said, "Mom, it's sweet. It's candy." Over there, the people in charge of soaking the dry food had also prepared it, and there were no bowls or anything, so each person used tree leaves to distribute a little and let everyone eat it slowly first. After their stomachs had adapted a little, each person was given a mixed flour steamed bun. Everyone ate voraciously. After Li Zhan saw that everyone had received their share, he finally ate with his brothers. Xia Huanhuan took out matches and firewood and asked them to start a fire. It was impossible to cook porridge without a pot, but fortunately they could roast sweet potatoes. After they recovered, Li Zhan spoke briefly about the situation in the past few days. It turned out that they had already moved more than half of the villagers to high ground and went back to move the remaining batch. Unexpectedly, they heard the rumbling sound of water before they reached the designated high ground. They were just under this small hill several dozen meters high at that time, so Li Zhan made a prompt decision and asked everyone to run up the mountain. Later, they were almost chased by the flood and fled all the way to the top of the mountain. But in the second half of the night, the water level continued to increase, and even the top of the mountain was about to be flooded. Li Zhan and other soldiers helped everyone climb up the tree and tied their belts to the branches to prevent being washed away by the water. They held the tree for more than a day before the flood receded a little, revealing the ground on the top of the mountain. The big guys finally came down from the tree and touched the ground. Looking around, it was a vast swamp. In the first few days, the water flow was very fast. Even if rescue workers arrived, the boat would most likely capsize when trying to row over. At first, they tried to shout loudly, hoping to attract people, but it was no use. In order to conserve energy, Li Zhan stopped everyone from shouting. Originally, they had transported grain from the collective granary in the village, but in order to avoid the flood, they directly discarded it in the flood. The matches and other things they carried with them were also wet, and these days, although there was no more heavy rain, it was still cloudy and rainy. It was impossible to find dry firewood to start a fire or to use smoke to call for help. Zhan asked everyone to hang clothes and other things on the treetops, hoping that they would be seen, but it didn't work. That's why they were trapped for so many days. Xia Huanhuan was speechless after hearing this. However, this small hill is indeed far away from where Zhang Weiguo is stationed. They are so hungry that even if they shout, they may not be able to hear them. Even if they hear them, Xia Huanhuan suspects that Zhang Weiguo will not care enough to come and search. Xia Huanhuan said, "I didn't bring much stuff with me. I guess it's not enough for everyone to have a full meal. Besides, it looks like it will rain later. There's a chance that this small hill will be completely submerged again. We still have to leave here as soon as possible." I rowed a small boat, which should be able to seat 3 or 4 people at a time. Zhan said, "Let Weibin go with you, and take 2 more people with you. You go first and report the news over there, and then let others send more boats to pick everyone up." Xia Huanhuan immediately shook her head and said, "No. I found you with great difficulty. Don't try to drive me away." Weibin came over and said with a smile, "Captain, just let my sister-in-law stay. We promised to row over there as quickly as possible to call for rescue, and we won't let anyone be trapped here again." After listening to this, Zhan thought that it would only take a few hours, and it would be faster for several men to row the boat, so he agreed. When Weibin and his men set out, it was almost dark, and it began to rain again, and it was getting heavier and heavier. By the time they arrived at the camp where Zhang Weiguo's team was stationed, it was completely dark. Zhang Weiguo looked at Weibin and the other 3 people as if he had seen a ghost. "Where did you come from?" Weibin was at the level of deputy battalion commander, so he didn't waste any words with him and immediately asked him to arrange boats and people to rescue people overnight. However, the rain got heavier and heavier, and later there were lightning and thunder, and it turned directly into a heavy rainstorm similar to the night when the dam burst. Weibin rowed the boat several times himself, but was forced to retreat because of the strong wind and rain. Although he was anxious, he was simply sending people to their deaths if he ordered everyone to rescue people rashly. Weibin was so angry that he slapped himself a few times, but he could only watch helplessly. If this heavy rain continues for another night, I'm afraid that small hill will be flooded again. This time, the people trapped on the mountain don't have the strength to climb up the tree like they did a few days ago. On the mountain, the trapped people tried their best to hide under the big rock. Even so, everyone was soaked by the heavy rain. Zhan took off his coat and wrapped it around Xia Huanhuan's head and body, although it didn't help at all. He still hugged Xia Huanhuan tightly in his arms, feeling a little annoyed. In the evening, he should have insisted on letting Huanhuan take a boat back. Xia Huanhuan watched the water level rise little by little, and she became a little panicked. If the heavy rain really didn't stop and this place was flooded again, she could at most take Zhan to escape into the space and survive. Others couldn't take care of it. But the question is, can she take Zhan into the space? The first time, when Zhan's wound was infected and in danger, he inexplicably broke into her space and teleported her to that unknown barren mountain. But when she was on the barren mountain, she had actually tried to bring Zhan into her space, but it didn't work. Later attempts, animals and wolves, etc., were not difficult to bring into the space. Grandma Yao and the triplets also succeeded. But Xiaowen, she failed.
So,
how this space determines who can be brought in and who can't be brought in, she still doesn't understand. What if she fails to bring Zhan in? What should she do? The rainstorm showed no sign of stopping, and the water level was rising rapidly and visibly. Zhan and other brothers began to help everyone climb the tree again. However, I don't know if we will be so lucky this time, whether the tree on the top of the mountain will still not be submerged by the flood. Moreover, even if they are lucky enough not to be submerged, they have only eaten a little, and it is unknown whether they can last a night. Xia Huanhuan was very anxious, and she pulled Zhan aside. Zhan looked at her with some regret and said, "Huanhuan, if you have anything to say, wait a while. I need to help everyone climb up the tree first. If I can successfully enter, I will explain to Li Zhan. However, nothing happened. Xia Huanhuan's face suddenly turned pale, and her eyes were full of despair. Why can't I? She had clearly successfully brought Grandma Yao and the triplets into the space, so why couldn't Li Zhan? Now at the critical moment of life and death, why did this space still fail? If the flood came and it really became a disaster, would she have to watch Li Zhan die? Li Zhan looked at the expression of fear and despair on Xia Huanhuan's face and couldn't bear it. He hugged her in his arms and comforted her softly. Wife, don't be afraid. I'm here. I will never let anything happen to you, even if it's risking my life. Li Zhan didn't say these depressing words and smiled. Besides, we still have 6 little kids to raise at home, and our parents and your master are all waiting for us to go back. Xia Huanhuan's face was full of water droplets, and she couldn't tell whether it was tears or rain. She was unwilling to give up and held Li Zhan tightly with both hands. She tried twice more but still failed and was really angry and cried. Li Zhan, you don't know.
I
have a portable space. I should have been able to save both of us. But this space. At this moment, there was a sudden scream, followed by a shrill cry. Help! My Xiaozhuang fell into the water.
You
go and save him. Xia Huanhuan subconsciously looked into the water, and before she could react, Li Zhan, who had originally held her tightly in his arms, suddenly let go of him, broke free from her hand, and plunged into the surging water.
Li.
Xia Huanhuan shouted in fear and despair and also rushed to the water's edge, but was stopped by one of Li Zhan's men. The water on the surface of the water was much more turbulent than during the day, and it was dark, so nothing could be seen clearly. Xia Huanhuan widened her eyes, and tears flowed uncontrollably. I don't know how long it took, but suddenly 2 heads emerged from the water. Li Zhan held the child who fell into the water and swam towards the shore with all his strength. Someone immediately threw a rope over. Li Zhan caught it, then wrapped the rope around the child and pulled the rope himself, slowly swimming towards the shore. At this moment, a tree trunk that was washed down by the flood and rushed towards him and the child.
Swim.
Xia Huanhuan heard herself shouting at the top of her lungs. However, both Li Zhan and the people on the shore who were holding the rope had exhausted their strength during the days they were trapped. It was impossible for them to pull the child back to the shore in time without being hit by the big tree trunk. In the darkness, Li Zhan suddenly looked up and took a deep look at Xia Huanhuan. Xia Huanhuan's heart skipped a beat, her lips trembled, and she whispered in a low voice, Li Zhan, don't. However, Li Zhan's lips moved, and he didn't know what he said in the darkness, and then he loosened the rope. Only the weight of the child was left, and the people on the shore quickly pulled the child back to the shore. And Li Zhan was quickly washed away by the flood and disappeared. At the moment when the child was pulled back to the shore, the big tree trunk upstream quickly passed by the flood. If Li Zhan hadn't let go of the rope, even a few seconds later, the big tree trunk would have fallen straight on the 2 of them, and they would have been killed on the spot. Xia Huanhuan knew in her heart that Li Zhan had made the best choice in a short period of time. Otherwise, he and the child would have died together.
But
no matter how much her reason approved of his decision at that moment, she couldn't accept it emotionally. Sister-in-law, the commander can swim, and he'll be fine. The other soldiers tried to comfort Xia Huanhuan, but even they themselves didn't believe what they said. When the dam broke a few days ago, several of their other brothers also died. In the face of a huge natural disaster, human power is really small and fragile. Even the commander they admired the most may not be able to. Several soldiers couldn't help sobbing, and other villagers shouted in despair. However, in just a blink of an eye, Xia Huanhuan had already broken free from the hands of the soldier who had just grabbed her without hesitation and jumped into the rushing water. Sister-in-law! The people on the shore shouted anxiously, but how could they see a single figure in the dark water? Xia Huanhuan choked on a mouthful of water. Even if she could swim, she had no power to resist in such a turbulent torrent. She could only be carried away by the flood and float in the water. She quickly touched the birthmark on her hand and then entered the space. After taking a breath in the space, Xia Huanhuan closed her eyes and thought for a while, then left the space again. She could only float in the flood involuntarily. However, she was surprised to find that the big tree trunk that had just rushed past was behind her. When she jumped down, Zhan had been washed away, so if she didn't use the space to teleport to the front, she would never be able to catch up with Zhan. However, she looked around and still didn't find Zhan. Xia Huanhuan gritted her teeth, returned to the space again, and then appeared again. This time, she finally saw Zhan's head barely above the water, not far ahead. Xia Huanhuan shouted loudly, and then her body began to sink. Zhan tried his best to relax his body, so that even in the turbulent water, he could keep his head above the water and at least maintain his breathing. But this state would not last long. At this time, hearing Xia Huanhuan's cry, his heart trembled, and he quickly looked around. Once the body was tense, it would be difficult to maintain buoyancy. He choked on water several times before struggling to float to the surface and shouted in a hoarse voice, "Huanhuan." At this time, suddenly a person emerged from the water not far in front of him. Who else could it be but Xia Huanhuan?
Huanhuan.
Zhan shouted in horror, trying to reach out to grab her. Xia Huanhuan also stretched out her hand, and their hands finally touched each other. Xia Huanhuan could not maintain her balance, and sank into the water and drank several mouthfuls of water. The fear of suffocation made her struggle desperately with her hands and feet. Suddenly, a pair of strong arms wrapped around her from behind, stopping her struggle, and then with a sudden force, lifted her body out of the water.
Who?
Cough, cough, cough. Xia Huanhuan coughed painfully. Zhan's voice rang in her ears. Huanhuan, don't move. Try to relax your body. Don't use too much force. The buoyancy will let you slowly float to the surface of the water. In the turbulent water, this may not always work, but if you struggle desperately, you will definitely drown. Hearing Zhan's voice, Xia Huanhuan couldn't help but feel a sore nose and tears burst out. She didn't dare to move, for fear of dragging Zhan into the water, so she could only nod and choke. Well, I'll try my best. Fortunately, she caught up with him. If she keeps drifting like this, she will run out of energy sooner or later. Moreover, although it is summer, the water is still very cold. Especially at night, if it takes too long, even if she doesn't drown, she will freeze to death. Xia Huanhuan tried to touch her birthmark again, closing her eyes. If she fails this time, or if the space only puts her inside and leaves Zhan outside in the flood, she will tear the space into pieces and use them as firewood.
No.
She will never use this broken space again. Zhan also felt cold. It had been raining for the past few days, and there was no place to hide from the rain on the mountain, so they were almost all wet. Now, they were directly soaked in water. It was okay for him, but Huanhuan, a woman, how long could she hold on? Thinking of this, Zhan looked around anxiously, trying to find something to rely on, but looking around, there was nothing but water. Where was there a place to rest or go up? Zhan's heart sank.
Could it be?
They were really going to die in this flood? At this moment, the scene suddenly changed. The dark and rainy night in front of him suddenly turned into a bright sunny day with blue sky, broad clouds, birds singing and flowers blooming. In the distance, there were large tracts of lush farmland and pastures and cows. Goats and sheep were leisurely eating grass. Nearby, clusters of roses were blooming beautifully next to the log fence. The air was filled with curling white mist, making the past in front of him like a fairyland and a dream. Zhan widened his eyes in astonishment. He found that he was still holding Xia Huanhuan tightly, and the two were still immersed in the water, but they were no longer helpless and drifting. His feet clearly stepped on the bottom of the water, and judging from the hardness, it was probably not silt, but stone bottom. He looked down at the water. The water was no longer the turbid flood mixed with mud, dead leaves, washed away branches, broken wood, etc., but almost clear, exuding a faint smell of sulfur and warm water. Hot springs? Li Zhan had been to almost every part of the country during his missions, so he naturally knew about the existence of hot springs. The problem was, how come the muddy flood water turned into clear hot spring water the next second? Moreover, he seemed to have seen it before. The last time he was dealing with bandits in the barren mountains, his wounds became infected and he had a high fever and his consciousness was in a trance. He seemed to have dreamed of a warm place inexplicably. He remembered that it was also a hot spring and there was a picture of his wife emerging from the bath.
Could it be that
He was actually about to be drowned in the flood, or he was frozen to the point of being unconscious, so he had this beautiful dream of heaven again? Thinking of this situation, Li Zhan couldn't help but shudder all over. No, he had to wake up quickly. He couldn't die. He still had his wife and children to protect. Moreover, his wife fell into the water as well. If he lost consciousness, Huan would definitely be dragged down.
Huan,
Wake up. Don't sleep. You can't fall asleep. Li Zhan pinched himself hard while trying hard to wake up Xia Huan. Xia Huan opened her eyes and everything in front of her was so familiar. She quickly turned back to confirm that Li Zhan was not left alone in the flood. She finally succeeded in bringing him into the space.
We are finally in.
What came in? Is his wife also unconscious?
Huan,
Wake up. You can't die. I won't let you die. You still have to take care of our children. Li Zhan said again and again. Even in panic, he hugged Xia Huan tightly, for fear that if he let go, she would be swept away by the flood. Without a free hand, Li Zhan had to lean over and bite Xia Huan's shoulder hard. I only hope that the pain can keep Huan from falling asleep and being drowned by the flood. It hurts. Stop biting. Xia Huan gasped in pain and tried to push him away angrily, but Li Zhan's arms were like iron clamps and could not be moved at all. Li Zhan became even more anxious. Huan, don't move. Relax your body. Otherwise your body will not float up and you won't be able to breathe. Xia Huan. She understood a little. Li Zhan still didn't believe that everything in front of him was true, but felt that they were dying. And everything in front of him was the last breath in his mind. This idiot, even though he thought he was dying and was in the last breath, he still wanted to save her? Xia Huan turned around and hugged him, smiling gently. Li Zhan, we are not dying. Nor are we in the last breath. Everything you see in front of you is real. Li Zhan stared at her in confusion, not quite understanding what she meant. They had just been in the cold flood in the middle of the night, and now the sun was shining brightly in front of them. Not only was it daytime, but there were also hot springs. How could all this be true? Xia Huan didn't know how to explain it for a moment, so she could only say, anyway, we are not dead, and we are temporarily safe now. This is actually my personal space. Before she finished speaking, the scene in front of the two of them suddenly changed again, and it turned back to a stormy night, and the surroundings were still submerged by floods. However, the two were no longer soaking in the water, but on a relatively high mountain top that was exposed above the water. This place is similar to the top of the hill where Li Zhan and his friends had fled before, but it is obviously not the same one. It was impossible to tell where this was, but it should be not far from where they fell into the water and drifted down. Xia Huan.
She was
kicked out by her own space. It was quite humane. At least they were not allowed to continue soaking in the water. Li Zhan didn't know what to say. If it was a last gasp, an illusion, but everything was too real. He pinched his thigh hard, grimacing in pain. Li Zhan calmed down. He was very clear-headed, and the pinch just now was also very painful, which could prove that it was indeed true. Li Zhan looked at Xia Huan inquiringly. If the hot spring and the bright sunshine just now were real, and the fact that they instantly reached the shore from the turbid flood was also true, then the key to all this happening was probably his wife. Wife, what's going on? What did you just say casually?
What?
Xia Huan also knew that at this point, she really couldn't hide it anymore. She cleared her throat nervously and said, just now, the place with hot springs and bright sunshine that we entered is my personal space. Isn't there a jade bottle-shaped birthmark on my wrist? As long as I press there, I can enter the space. In this space, I can store things, grow food, raise pigs, cattle, sheep, and so on. In order to describe it more intuitively, she said that I will disappear for a while and come out soon. You wait a moment. As she said, Xia Huanhuan pressed the birthmark on her wrist and silently said in her heart to enter the space. Li Zhan was speechless, and his eyes widened in surprise. Xia Huanhuan really disappeared in front of him. However, as expected, after a while, Xia Huanhuan had appeared again out of thin air, with 2 big meat buns in her hands. Xia Huanhuan handed one to Li Zhan and said, "It's still hot. You can eat it." Li Zhan took it mechanically. It was indeed still hot, just like it had just come out of the pot. The problem was, Huanhuan had just been soaking in the water with him, and her whole body was soaked. Even if she saw a ghost, it was impossible for her to take out a freshly steamed meat bun from her body. Xia Huanhuan said nervously, "This is in the space where I exist. If you are hungry, you can take it out and eat it any time. Take a bite and try it. It's delicious." Li Zhan took a bite. For him who had been starving for 6 or 7 days, being able to eat a meat bun at this time was simply a blessing to death. Li Zhan couldn't help but take another bite. Seeing that he was willing to eat the bun taken out of the space, Xia Huanhuan was relieved to see that he was willing to eat the bun taken out from the space, which meant that at least psychologically he was not afraid or repulsive, so she took a bite and said, "It's just, I don't know why I have this space. I didn't have it before. I don't know how I got it before I married you." Li Zhan thought about the doubts he had made before, so he asked, "Not long after we got married, I was fighting bandits on Mount Huangshan, was shot, and the wound was infected. It was you who came to me through this portable space and saved me, right?" Xia Huanhuan felt a little guilty, but since she had already confessed, there was no need to hide it now, so she nodded and said, "Yes. But I don't know what happened that time. You suddenly broke into my space and scared me. Then I went over to help you bandage your wound urgently. Somehow, I was brought to that barren mountain by you from the space." Li Zhan thought about the situations that had always puzzled him and suddenly couldn't help laughing softly. No wonder. He had always explained that Xia Huanhuan's appearance on the barren mountain, bandaging his wound, luring the second in command, and helping him kill the bandits were all dreams caused by his wound infection and high fever that made him confused. It turned out everything was real. No wonder what. Xia Huanhuan became nervous again. Li Zhan glanced at her and said, "No wonder you clearly haven't seen my wound, but you can insist that my wound is on the left abdomen." Xia Huanhuan was shocked and asked with some stammering, "Did I let it slip? When?" Li Zhan nodded and smiled. It was quite early, when the 3 little guys were not born yet. Xia Huanhuan looked at him. "So, you started to doubt me. From that time?" Li Zhan smiled. "It's not really a suspicion. After all, that barren mountain in Qingshui village is hundreds of kilometers away. No matter how much I guess, I can't guess that you will really appear there out of thin air to save me."
Well,
This space also has a teleportation function. That is, the places I have been to, such as Jing City, can be reached instantly through space. After saying that, Xia Huanhuan raised her head guiltily and asked, "Li Zhan, do you think I am a monster because I have this space? Are you afraid? Are you going to divorce me?" Li Zhan shook his head and said, "Do you think I look scared? Besides, although you have this space, you haven't used it to do anything bad. Instead, you have saved me time and time again, right? Huanhuan, you are my wife, and I have decided for this life. We have 3 children now, and you still want me to divorce you? Unless I die, I will never be afraid of you." Xia Huanhuan was completely relieved. She quickly covered Li Zhan's mouth and said, "What's the matter with life and death? Don't say it again." Li Zhan grabbed her hand and said with a smile, "Okay. Then continue to confess." Xia Huanhuan was stunned for a moment. Continue to confess? What else is there to confess? She had already told him her biggest secret, the portable space. Li Zhan reminded her and said with a smile, "For example, the Browning thing." Xia Huanhuan. "Xia Huanhuan, how did you know?" I have a browning? Li Zhan sighed and said, have you forgotten that when the triplets were kidnapped, you once used a browning to injure one of the gangsters? Later in the Northwest, a horse thief also died from a browning. You also used a gun to break the ice, right? I checked the bullets on the two people, and they had the same pattern on them. Obviously, they were shot from the same gun. Huan, we are professionals in this area. Xia Huan. She always thought that she was quite cautious and careful and did not leave any handles, but she did not expect. In Li Zhan's eyes, it was full of loopholes. Xia Huan sighed, then directly entered the space, took out the browning, and showed it to Li Zhan. I have a browning, this one. Li Zhan was no longer surprised when he saw her disappear out of thin air and come out with a small browning.
Then.
And Luo Cheng. You know him, right? Xia Huan's heart trembled. Although Fu Nanjing had reminded her, she was still shocked when Li Zhan really mentioned it. Third brother clearly said last time that he had helped to get around it. Xia Huan glanced at Li Zhan, nodded resignedly, and confessed, I know him. Can I grow food and pork, beef, mutton, and other things in the space? I went to the black market to sell them a few times, and then I met Luo Cheng, and we got to know each other. Li Zhan remembered that every time Luo Cheng saw him, he was very excited, like a rival meeting, and his eyes were particularly jealous. He felt very uncomfortable and said sourly, Does he like you? Xia Huan immediately said with a strong desire to survive, No.
I mean,
he wanted to pursue me, but I told me at the first time that I had a man, and even gave birth to 3 children. Li Zhan listened, his tone softened a little, and said, That's about right. Xia Huan asked, Have you met him?
Li Zhan nodded. Yes.
We even had a fight.
He was pretty good at it.
Xia Huan couldn't help laughing and said, Someone coveted your wife, but you seem to be sympathetic to him. Li Zhan pulled her over and hugged her in his arms, saying, It's no use coveting you. You are mine. No one can take you away from me. The confession game came to an end. Xia Huan tried again, but she was still unable to bring Li Zhan into the space again, so she had to give up. It seems that this space is not ordinary and exclusive. Li Zhan will only be brought in when his life is threatened, or when he is dying like Grandma Yao, or when Yen, Ye, Yao and others are ignorant. There was no other way. Xia Huan had to take out the rain cloth, wooden poles, ropes, rivets, and animal skin blankets for setting up the tent from the space. She did not put clothes in the space in advance, which was a negligence. Now both of them are wet, and they don't even have dry clothes to change. Fortunately, the heavy rain finally stopped in the second half of the night. Li Zhan used rainproof cloth, ropes, wooden poles, etc. to build a simple tent. Inside the tent, 2 layers of rainproof cloth were laid on the ground, and an animal skin blanket was laid on it. It felt a bit like camping. Xia Huan took out dry firewood, matches, etc. from the space, started a bonfire, and took out a leg of lamb, as well as seasonings such as cumin, chili powder, and salt. Although a little embarrassed, Xia Huan still took off her clothes, wrapped herself in a blanket, and then put the clothes on the fire to roast. Li Zhan was much more carefree. It was not cold in the summer. He simply wrapped a circle of animal skin around his waist, revealing his upper body, and roasted his clothes by the fire. By the way, he pierced the marinated leg of lamb with a branch and roasted it on the fire. Xia Huan looked at his muscular upper body with red cheeks, and she couldn't take her eyes off him. After a while, the leg of lamb began to sizzle with oil, giving off an attractive burn aroma. Li Zhan cut a few pieces with a knife, put them on a plate, and handed them to Xia Huan.
Yes.
Try your man's craftsmanship. I have to say that Xia Huan's space is really convenient, and she has everything she wants. When Xia Huan took out the plate and chopsticks, Li Zhan was stunned. She has everything. Xia Huan took it. Although she had just eaten a meat bun, she was still a little hungry, so she was no longer reserved and took a big bite. The aroma of burnt fat filled the air, which was the greatest satisfaction for her taste buds. Delicious. You can go to the state-owned restaurant to grill lamb skewers in the future. Xia Huan joked with a smile. Li Zhan also put a bite into his mouth and said with a smile, "No way, only my wife can eat the meat I grill." Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, "Look how proud you are." After eating the roasted lamb leg, both of them had their clothes dried. However, since they had the sky as their quilt and the ground as their mat, they didn't need clothes for the time being. Li Zhan jumped into the animal skin blanket, hugged Xia Huanhuan's slender waist, and whispered with burning eyes, "Wife." The next morning, the sky finally cleared up. The water level that had risen due to the heavy rain last night had receded a little, but it was of no avail. The place where Xia Huanhuan and Li Zhan were was still like an isolated island, separated by the flood. When Xia Huanhuan was still in a daze, Li Zhan suddenly came over to wake her up and said with a smile, "Wife, wake up. A rescue boat is coming. Hurry up and put on your clothes. Pack up." After hearing this, Xia Huanhuan quickly got up, endured the pain in her back, put on her clothes, got up, and then put the tents and other things into the space. Li Zhan witnessed her operation and couldn't help but marvel at it. After the two of them packed up, the rescue boat docked. The two soldiers got off the boat, and seeing Li Zhan in military uniform, they quickly saluted, and then after reporting their names and affiliations to each other, they let Li Zhan and Xia Huanhuan get on the boat without delay. After asking, they found out that it was the fire from the fire they made to roast lamb legs last night that was seen from afar, so they sent a boat to check it out early in the morning. However, it rained so heavily yesterday, and you actually found flint and dry wood to make a fire. Li Zhan and Xia Huanhuan felt guilty and quickly changed the subject. "By the way, have people been sent from the vicinity of Liujia village? There should be more than a dozen people trapped on the top of the mountain over there." The soldier said, "People have been sent over there. They said they would go to rescue them last night, but there was a heavy rain, so they were delayed." Hearing this, Li Zhan felt relieved a little, nodded, and said, "That's good." The boat soon arrived at the base camp where Zhang Weiguo was. Wei Bin and other soldiers under Li Zhan were so surprised to see that their commander and sister-in-law were fine that they couldn't help but feel a sore nose. It was such a dangerous situation last night, and the sister-in-law jumped in later, so the two of them survived. They were really lucky. Soon, Jiang Wan received the news and rushed over in a hurry. When she saw Xia Huanhuan and Li Zhan, she was so happy that tears filled her eyes, and she couldn't help scolding Xia Huanhuan. "How can you be so bold to row a boat to save people by yourself? I was almost scared to death after listening to Xiao Hu's report. If anything happens to you, how can I explain to your second brother, father, and grandfather?" Xia Huanhuan also knew that she was in the wrong, and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, second sister-in-law. I acted on my own initiative." Li Zhan stepped forward and said, "Second sister-in-law, don't blame Huanhuan. She was worried about me, so she was anxious and acted alone." Jiang Wan glared at Li Zhan and said with a smile, "You two should stop taking turns to criticize yourselves and show off your affection. You're making second sister-in-law the villain, right?" Xia Huanhuan quickly pulled her and said with a smile, "Second sister-in-law, look at what you said. I really know I was wrong." Jiang Wan sighed and said, "Forget it this time. It's really a blessing that both of you are fine. I'll immediately find someone to check and tell your second brother and family. They are still anxiously waiting for news from Li Zhan." Xia Huanhuan nodded and said, "Thank you, second sister-in-law." Li Zhan said to Xia Huanhuan, "Huanhuan, you go back with second sister-in-law first. We still have to continue saving people, and it's not safe here. I'm afraid that in case of an emergency later, I may not have time to take care of you." Xia Huanhuan's face turned pale, shook her head, and said, "No, I want to stay here. You forgot that I have. Anyway, I will be fine. You don't have to protect me." Li Zhan. Li Zhan heard the implication. She stayed to protect him, to save him in a critical moment. Although, what she said was indeed the truth. Li Zhan sighed and said, "Huanhuan, you be obedient. Stay in the back with the second sister-in-law." Xia Huanhuan wanted to argue, and suddenly a weird voice sounded. "It's better to have someone with the backstage. They come to rescue in name, and bring their wives with them. This is good. Everyone is rescuing day and night, and they don't even have time to sleep, and some people want a wife to warm their beds. The person who spoke was Zhang Weiguo. He was punished for his poor rescue, and he was not allowed to take charge of this place. All the command power was transferred to Li Zhan. Therefore, he was annoyed and ran over to say something sarcastic. Zhang Weiguo, your mouth is itchy again, right? Do you believe that I will beat you to a pulp? Xiao, who was a man of bad temper. He was punished after beating Zhang Weiguo last time. But now when he heard Zhang Weiguo doing something stupid again, he didn't care about anything else and just fought back. Jiang Wan glanced at Zhang Weiguo, walked over, and said, "You're Zhang Weiguo, right? Don't be sarcastic when you talk. What you just said was about Captain Li, right? What happened to Captain Li's wife coming over? If it weren't for Comrade Xia Huan, the dozen villagers in Liujia village who were trapped by the flood, and a dozen of our soldiers, would probably still be on the top of that hill waiting to be discovered. You, Zhang Weiguo, have been stationed here for 5 days, right? Tell me, how many people have you saved? You neglected your duties, and you still dare to slander others here? In addition, Comrade Xia Huan knows Chinese medicine. Since she came here, she has helped take care of the victims and diagnosed and boiled medicine for sick villagers. Although she has no affiliated unit, she has also made her own contributions. You can try to say a few more words. We are too busy with rescue work now. Let's wait until we get back to Beijing and have a good talk with the chief." These words made Zhang Weiguo dare not say a word. After this little episode, Xia Huan couldn't insist on staying and making things difficult for Li Zhan, so she could only remind him to pay attention to safety. However, Xia Huan knew in her heart that no matter how she told him, if the incident of the child falling into the water happened again, he would definitely rush over and jump into the water to save people without saying a word. Li Zhan didn't care that there were many other people present, and suddenly pulled Xia Huan over and hugged her in his arms. Wei Bin and others beside him couldn't help but make a noise. "Captain, give me a kiss."
Quiche. Quiche.
Xia Huan's cheeks flushed. Li Zhan was not ashamed, and smiled. "Go away. Why are you making a noise? Can you watch me kiss my wife?" Xia Huan was so angry that she punched him and said in a low voice, "Stop talking." Everyone laughed, and Li Zhan became serious again. He looked at Xia Huan deeply and said, "Don't worry. I will protect myself. Don't do anything alone. Whether you went to the northwest alone last time or rowed a boat alone to save people this time, I would be worried." Xia Huan responded vaguely. Li Zhan didn't say anything else and immediately went to the rescue with others on a boat. Xia Huan went back to the temporary resettlement site for disaster victims with Jiang Wan. Li Zhan was still here, so she naturally didn't want to go back, so she stayed to help. After a few days, the supplies couldn't keep up. Everything else was fine, but food was basically running out. Although the disaster relief had prepared some supplies at this time of year, there was famine everywhere, and the prepared supplies were at most emergency, and it was good enough to last for so many days. The flood had receded in some places, and the surviving villagers returned to their villages, looking at the houses and crops that had been razed to the ground. They were all in tears. There was nothing to eat, let alone rebuild their homes. What could be done? I can only take a walking stick and a broken bowl to beg for food elsewhere. I can only survive this summer and wait until the autumn planting time to see if I can get some money back to buy wheat seeds and harvest next year. Maybe I can recover. Xia Huan saw many people leaving the disaster area one after another, bringing their families with them. It's good to be able to escape famine with your family. Many people's homes were washed away by the flood, and they became lonely. In short, I feel very upset. Li Zhan also came back and held a meeting to discuss the supplies. Someone whispered, "If it doesn't work, let's call on everyone to donate some money and buy some on the black market." Someone said, "Will that work?" "If we are discovered." The person who proposed it sighed and said, "What can we do? We can't just watch so many villagers starve to death. The flood may only last for a few hours or days, but the most difficult time will come after that." Li Zhan pondered for a moment and said, "I'll think about this matter again. We have forgotten what we have heard about buying things on the black market. If anyone dares to tell others, Don't blame me for turning my back on you. Xia Huanhuan didn't listen to their meeting, but she knew what they had discussed. However, no matter how much they discussed, they couldn't cook without rice. There would be no better way. After they dispersed, Zhan and his men were about to set out for rescue immediately. Xia Huanhuan took the opportunity to pull him aside, and without any nonsense, she went straight to the point and said, Zhan, I have supplies in my space. Zhan entered his space twice, and each time he only stayed for a short period of time before being sent out by the space. Therefore, Xia Huanhuan was not particularly sure how much supplies Zhan had in his space, and whether he had any idea. Zhan quickly covered Xia Huanhuan's mouth, pulled her aside, and lowered his voice and said seriously, Huanhuan, in the future, you must not talk about your space casually, do you hear me? He sure was innocent, but he was guilty of possessing a treasure. Nowadays, a flood can kill tens of thousands of people and make hundreds of thousands of people homeless, forcing them to flee and beg for food to survive. Even if there were no floods, how many people in the country can have enough food now? Most people can only eat half full for a meal, and they would rather split a penny into two to spend. If Xia Huanhuan had a portable space with hundreds of acres of fertile land and herds of cattle and sheep, and some vicious person knew about it, then the consequences would be disastrous. Xia Huanhuan couldn't speak because he covered her mouth, so she could only nod desperately. Of course, she knew that this secret could not be told even if she was beaten to death. She was not telling anyone else but Zhan. Seeing this, Zhan let go of her mouth. Xia Huanhuan took 2 breaths before saying, Of course I know I can't tell you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have kept it a secret from you for so long. I didn't say it loudly just now, and you looked so nervous. Zhan sighed and said, I know what you mean. I feel bad looking at these folks who have lost their homes, and I want to help them.
But
if you rashly take out the things in your space, if someone suspects you, no one knows what the consequences will be, so let me think about it and make a long-term plan. Xia Huanhuan whispered, What I mean is, of course, I don't mean to just take out the supplies in the space and share them with everyone. I must go through the black market or other channels once, or even twice. I think I can ask Luo Cheng for a favor. He should.
agree.
Zhan looked up at Xia Huanhuan and couldn't help feeling a little jealous. Why are you so sure that he will agree to help? Xia Huanhuan couldn't help laughing when she heard his sour tone. Jealous? Zhan was very unconvinced. Who is jealous? His weight of 3 caddies is not enough to make me jealous. Xia Huanhuan chuckled. How do you know that he weighs 3 caddies? Zhan stared at Xia Huanhuan and asked nervously, Could it be that he weighs more than 3 caddies in your heart? Xia Huanhuan held her forehead. No, not even 3 caddies. Zhan smiled and said, I knew it. My wife is still good at coaxing people.
Anyway,
His tone turned serious and he said softly, Don't act rashly. Wait until I come back in 2 days, and then we will discuss and see how to do it.
Xia Huanhuan nodded and said, Okay.
I listened to you. After Zhan left, Xia Huanhuan still followed Jiang Wan to help step by step, without revealing anything. The amount of supplies in her space does not need to be counted. Anyway, it will definitely not be used up. The problem is how much to take out, how many times to pass it on, and how to deliver it to the victims. It is not appropriate to just ask Luo Cheng to be the person who passes it on. Firstly, the route is too simple, and it is easy for people to investigate it thoroughly. Secondly, if someone really investigates it, Luo Cheng alone will take too much risk. Once caught, he will die. But that being said, she has been keeping a low profile in the past few years since she came here. In addition to selling some supplies on a small scale in the county, she has only come into contact with a big boss in Luo Cheng. Now she has to cram at the last minute, and there is no one to rely on. After thinking about it, she still has to rely on Luo Cheng. He has been in this circle for a long time and has traveled all over the country. His base camp should be in Beijing and Shanghai. In other places, he probably relies on local friends he knows in various places, otherwise he may not be able to get through smoothly. Xia Huanhuan has no way to contact this network of relationships, but Luo Cheng is definitely a crucial hub in this network of relationships. In addition to Luo Cheng, Xia Huanhuan also thought of someone. That is Yan Haotian. At the beginning, when she sold things on the black market, her first big customer was Yan Haotian, and he spent money like water. Of course, she tried to avoid doing business with Yan Haotian later. Later, Yan Haotian became her brother, and Yan Haotian was very secretive about her selling supplies on the black market. He never asked her once, nor did he mention it to her, Xia Shuangshan, or Lin Yuru. After recognizing her as a relative, Xia Huanhuan learned that Yan Haotian was buying things on the black market in town at that time, and he came to investigate the matter of his biological parents. He happened to be the quartermaster of the army. At that time, it was a semi-punitive sinecure for Yan Haotian, so he went to the black market to buy some things, which was considered to be fulfilling his duty. After Yan Haotian fell to the south, he was no longer a quartermaster. But Xia Huanhuan felt that Yan Haotian should still have some acquaintances or connections in this regard. If the quartermaster department of the army could come forward, it would be much more appropriate than their sneaky behavior. If someone really investigated, at least the resistance would be much greater. However, she was actually a little hesitant about whether she should involve Yan Haotian. After all, this matter involves too much. If something really goes wrong, it will not be so easy to get away with the inflow and outflow of tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of kilograms of grain and other materials. Even before, when she didn't know that she was picked up by Xia Shuangshan and Lin Yuru, and Yan Haotian was still her real brother, she hesitated whether to ask Yan Haotian for help. What's more, now, she and Yan Haotian have no blood relationship at all, so what position can she take to ask him for help? However, Xia Huanhuan's concerns were dispelled on the third day. Troops were also sent from the south to support the disaster area, and Yan Haotian was one of them. When he saw Xia Huanhuan was there, Yan Haotian was stunned for a moment, staring at Xia Huanhuan, who was distributing supplies to the victims who were queuing for dry food for a long time from a distance, and he didn't dare to recognize her. Another comrade nudged him with his elbow and joked, "What? Do you like the girl because she's pretty? Do you want to date her?" Yan Haotian quickly said, "Don't talk nonsense. I just saw that she looks like my sister, so I looked at her a few more times. But it's unlikely, my sister should be at home now." As soon as the voice fell, Xia Huanhuan looked up, and when she saw Yan Haotian, she was also stunned. A logistics soldier shouted, "Comrade Xia Huanhuan." Yan Haotian's mouth twitched. This is really his sister. The key is why his sister is here? Shouldn't she be in Qingshui village? It's so dangerous here, and she is not in the army. How could she? When Xia Huanhuan finished her work, Yan Haotian walked over and asked, "Huanhuan, why are you here?" Xia Huanhuan also thought it was a coincidence and smiled. "I came to find Li Zhan and saw that everyone here was doing disaster relief, so I stayed to help. By the way, brother, why are you here too?" Yan Haotian said, "The southern military region has also raised a batch of supplies and sent them over. Although it's not much, it's also a little help. I will be responsible for escorting the things over." Xia Huanhuan nodded, said "Oh," and continued to ask, "Then how long will you stay here?" Yan Haotian roughly calculated and said, "Probably only 2 or 3 days. However, there will be supplies later, and they should still be sent over." Xia Huanhuan smiled. "Oh, so that's it. If Yan Haotian was going to raise supplies anyway, that would be perfect." However, she had promised Li Zhan not to act rashly for the time being and wait until he came back to discuss it, so she didn't mention this to Yan Haotian for the time being. Both of them had things to do, so although the brother and sister hadn't seen each other for a long time, they didn't have time to say a few words before they went their separate ways. Another day later, Li Zhan came back as expected. He had already reported to Fu Beifa and Fu Weixin and other people from above held another meeting to study it, and then allocated a secret fund to Li Zhan, asking him to be responsible for buying supplies on the black market or other channels for disaster relief. In other words, this matter, at least there was an order from above, and it was not considered self-willed. Next, it was about how to transfer the supplies in Xia Huanhuan's space, how to buy them, and then distribute them to the victims. Xia Huanhuan told Li Zhan about her plan to ask Luo Qing to use his network of relationships, and that Yan Haotian could also help. Li Zhan nodded and said, I'll talk to Brother Fu San and ask him to contact Luo Qing to come here first. And Brother Yan Haotian, let's call him over when the time comes to discuss what to do. Speaking of Yan Haotian, Li Zhan remembered belatedly that although Yan Haotian was Huan's elder brother in name, in fact, he and Huan were not related by blood. How come so many men suddenly appeared around his wife in the blink of an eye? Li Zhan sighed a little depressed. Seeing him sigh, Xia Huan couldn't help asking, What's wrong? Are you still worried about the victims? Li Zhan looked at her and said with a somewhat aggrieved tone, No, I'm worried about you. Worried about me?
What are you worried about me?
Li Zhan looked at her with burning eyes and asked, Huan, you won't dislike me and don't want me in the future, right? Xia Huan was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, Are you jealous again? Didn't I say it? Luo Qing is just a business partner, and there will never be more than this in the future. Li Zhan sighed and said, It's not Luo Qing. Xia Huan was stunned. It's not Luo Qing? Then, who are you jealous of? Li Zhan felt guilty and smiled. Yan Haotian, doesn't he have no blood relationship with you? Xia Huan. Li Zhan said quickly with a strong desire to survive, But I believe in you, my wife. You must just treat him as your own brother. Xia Huan rolled her eyes at him and smiled. That's more like it. 2 days later, Luo Qing arrived here as expected, and Yan Haotian also raised some supplies and sent them over, so they were reunited. Although the three men didn't like each other, they were of one mind when it came to disaster relief, and they trusted each other's character, so they temporarily put aside their prejudices and worked together. In the end, it was decided that Luo Qing would contact people from all over the country, especially those who had market businesses near the disaster area, to get more people, and it would be best if they were dispersed. Then Luo Qing would provide these people with supplies at a low price. Yan Haotian would be responsible for buying all the supplies back from these people. Then they are transported to the disaster relief. The money for purchasing supplies is managed and controlled by Li Zhan. Another thing is that this matter must not be carried out openly. In recent years, the situation in the army is actually slightly more peaceful and stable than other fields. But if the private purchase of food and other supplies on the black market that are subject to unified purchase and sale is discovered, even though it is for disaster relief, it is very likely to cause a butterfly effect. Therefore, although the higher-ups agree to let them do this, they must not make it public. Moreover, in order to minimize the impact, once something goes wrong, the culprit who will bear the responsibility. It can only be a fierce battle. After everyone had discussed it, they dispersed. Luo Qing's source of supplies was naturally Xia Huan's side. However, Xia Huan did not attend their meeting. After finalizing the details of the plan, Xia Huan still found a secluded place, took out all the supplies in advance, and then asked someone to notify Luo Qing to bring people to move them onto trucks, and then transported them to different people, and then Yan Haotian, the temporary quartermaster, would buy them back. The supplies provided by Xia Huan this time were all free. Because Luo Qing had to bear the risks of transportation and distribution, and he had so many people under him, it was impossible to ask others to work for free and bear risks. Therefore, when they distributed them to other small leaders and small bosses in the area, they received money. When the small leaders and small bosses sold them to Yan Haotian, the price went up a little, which was also considered a profit. Fortunately, no matter which link, everyone knew that it was to raise funds for disaster relief supplies, so they tried to keep the price down as much as possible, and they only earned a hard work fee plus a little profit, which was double or triple the normal black market. Or even more times the high price and high profit are completely incomparable. The reason why such a complicated process was made and so many people were involved was that Xia Huan actually had selfish motives. She originally thought of not caring about anything, just finding a secluded place with no one in the space, taking out the materials out of thin air, and then waiting for the victims or other people to find them. But tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of kilograms of food and other materials appeared out of thin air. Such an incredible thing could not fail to attract attention. If someone kept investigating, it would inevitably be a hidden danger in the future, and it was unknown when Xia Huan would be found. In this case, she would be afraid to use the space to do other things in the future. There is another hidden danger. When those materials are discovered out of thin air, if a lot of people come to scramble for them without caring, then in the end, it is her good intentions that do bad things, and the disaster relief fails, but causes other tragedies. Therefore, Xia Huanhuan finally decided to use this method to hide the source of the materials, which can be regarded as her self-protection. Although Luo Cheng would definitely be suspicious, he had been suspicious for a long time. Moreover, Luo Cheng was a smart man. Xia Huanhuan was such a high-quality and reliable source of supply, he would not be so stupid as to sell her out for a little profit. After the whole process, Xia Huanhuan did not make any money. Luo Cheng and other black market bosses only made a small profit. Moreover, it was the army that asked them to buy supplies, which was actually a semi-legal transaction, and their risks were greatly reduced.
But
Li Zhan and Yan Haotian became the ones who took the risk in the end. Xia Huanhuan was a little hesitant at first because of this, but Li Zhan smiled and said that since he and Yan Haotian were soldiers, they should bear such responsibilities and risks. Things went smoothly, and everyone used reliable and trustworthy people, so soon, batches of supplies were delivered to the victims. Xia Huanhuan looked at the victims who received the relief supplies and couldn't help wiping away tears with sadness, and felt relieved. In the end, she used up 30,000 kilograms of rice, 30,000 kilograms of flour, 30,000 kilograms of millet, 100,000 kilograms of cornmeal, 100,000 kilograms of sweet potatoes, 30,000 eggs, 1,000 large live pigs, 1,000 sheep, and 5,000 live chickens, ducks, and geese. Xia Huanhuan did not take out vegetables, and the like. After all, vegetables rot too quickly in summer, and the most important thing is to fill your stomach, so it is already very good to ensure basic food and meat. Xia Huanhuan couldn't help but sigh that after taking out these things, her space was so empty for the first time. However, although so many supplies would not go bad if they were stored in the space, being able to use them to save so many people was also a good use of them. More than half a month passed in a flash, and the flood gradually receded. The victims also returned to their villages and began to rebuild their homes. Li Zhan and his team began to repair the dams and roads destroyed by the flood. It will take a while to get busy. Xia Huanhuan went back first. She hadn't seen the kids at home for nearly half a month. Xia Huanhuan still missed them a lot, and she didn't know if they missed her. The kids all lived in the Fu family in Jing City. After returning with the military truck back to Jing City, Xia Huanhuan went straight to the Fu family. Xia Wen, Xiaowu, Beibei, Yan, Ye, and Yao Yao were stunned for a moment when they saw their mother, who they hadn't seen for a long time, suddenly appear at the door. Then, the triplets suddenly rushed over and cried loudly, "Woo woo woo.
Mom, Mom."
Xiaowen, Xiaowu, and Beibei were not much better, and they couldn't help crying. Xiaowu was the most exaggerated, crying so much that even the triplets forgot to cry when they looked at him. Yao Yao ran over like a little warm boy, opened his little arms and hugged Xiaowu, and said in a baby voice, "Second brother, be good. Don't cry." Xia Huanhuan's mouth twitched. Sure enough, was it magic that defeated magic? Xiaowu is quite talented. Fu Weixin and Grandpa Fu came out. Both smiled helplessly and said, "Look at you crying like ghosts and wolves, as if you were abused at your grandparents' house." Xia Huanhuan looked at the two of them, smiled and greeted them, "Grandpa, Dad." Fu Weixin saw that Xia Huanhuan had lost a lot of weight after not seeing her for more than half a month, and he couldn't help feeling distressed. He nodded and replied, "Hey, you've lost a lot of weight. I'll go to Aunt Chen's market to buy a chicken and stew some chicken soup for you." Aunt Chen was invited by Fu Jiasen to help. When she heard what Fu Weixin said, she smiled and said, "I'll go now. The chicken soup should be boiled earlier to nourish you." Then she went out with the net bag. Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, "Dad, I'm considered lucky. I still have 3 meals a day, and I'm not starving. There are some villagers trapped by the flood, and many of them haven't eaten for several days." That being said, Xia Huanhuan has been eating and sleeping with the disaster victims these days. The 3 meals a day are just corn porridge that can't be any thinner, and half a steamed sweet potato or steamed cornbread for each person. There is no cooking at all. If you don't eat salt, you won't have the strength, so at most you put some salt in the porridge to take in some salt. It would be strange if you don't lose weight if you eat like this. Xia Huanhuan at least has space, and occasionally, she can secretly take out a meat bun or chocolate from the space to fill it up. Even so, she has indeed lost weight. After hearing what Fu Weixin said, she was really greedy for the delicious chicken soup and the soft chicken wings and chicken legs. Fu Weixin sighed and said, "Is Li Zhan still busy? He really made a great contribution this time. He also suffered a lot. If it weren't for him, the proposal to buy disaster relief supplies on the black market would probably not have been made." However, Fu Weixin did not mention this matter in front of Xia Huanhuan. After all, this matter is a violation of policy, and the fewer people who know about it, the better. Fu Weixin never dreamed that so many supplies were actually taken out by his daughter. If Fu Weixin didn't mention it, Xia Huanhuan naturally wouldn't mention it either. The old man and Fu Weixin pulled Xia Huanhuan to ask about the specific conditions in the disaster area. Aunt Chen came back and bought an old hen, a pound of pork, a dozen eggs, some vegetables, and so on. For this disaster relief, the Fu family also took out a few thousand yuan for Li Zhan to buy supplies, so the family lived a more frugal life. However, there are elderly people and children in the family, so eggs and meat are guaranteed for every meal. When Xia Huanhuan saw Aunt Chen going to the kitchen, she stood up with a smile and said, "I'll go to help." Fu Weixin and Mr. Fu were stunned for a moment after hearing this, and then they couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. Fu Qingye has been in the Fu family for so many years, but she has never taken the initiative to help son Chunhua with cooking and housework. They couldn't feel it before, but now they can see the difference all at once. When Aunt Chen saw her come in, she smiled and said, "Oh, I can do it alone. The old man and brother Fu are always asking when you will come back, so go over and talk to them." Xia Huanhuan couldn't resist, so she came out to talk to Grandpa Fu Weixin. After living in the Fu family for another 5 or 6 days, Xia Huanhuan planned to take the children back to Qingshui village. Although the Fu family was reluctant, it was not easy for them to keep her. Besides, Xia Shuangshan and Lin Yuru hadn't seen the children for a few days. They were old, and they had raised these children since they were young, so they must miss them. Fu Weixin asked Fu Nanjing to buy a lot of food, clothes, shoes, and other things for Xia Huanhuan, as well as various tickets. Fu Nanjing sent Xia Huanhuan to the railway station and mentioned again that she should transfer her household registration back to Beijing. "Huanhuan, think about transferring your household registration to Beijing again. Third brother also knows that you are used to the freedom in the countryside, and you may not be able to adapt to the life in Beijing at first. But adapt slowly, and it will be fine later. You don't have to worry about living. Although our courtyard house is in such a bad condition that we cannot live in it now, my third brother has recently asked someone to ask if there is a suitable house. It just so happens that there is a 3-story house near Shikahai, which is close to our home and quite spacious. I have already asked around, and it seems to be vacant, but I don't know if they're willing to rent it out. When I find out more, you can move in with Uncle Xia, Aunt Ru, and the kids, and it will be so nice for everyone to be a family and have a good time. Even if my third brother doesn't say it, you should know that when you said you were going back the other day, Dad and Grandpa's faces changed on the spot. But they still forced themselves to smile and prepare all kinds of things for you to take back. When you leave, the house will be deserted without the little kids quarreling and crying. I'm afraid it will be so quiet that people will not be used to it. Besides, Dad and Grandpa are old. Dad is fine, but Grandpa can still enjoy the family happiness this year." The old man didn't say anything, but these days, he has been smiling when he saw the triplets. I have never seen this old man so happy since I was a child. Besides, Li Zhan is affiliated with the military district in Beijing. Although he is on missions all over the world, he returns to Beijing most of the time after the missions. It will be convenient for you to see Li Zhan after you move here, don't you think? Third brother said these words, but I don't have to force you. It's just, you think about it again? Fu Nanjing appealed to his emotions and reasoned with him. After listening to what he said about the courtyard house in Shikahai, Xia Huanhuan asked, "Where is the courtyard house near Shikahai you mentioned?" When Fu Nanjing heard that his sister seemed to be a little relaxed, he smiled and said, "It's near Hohai Park, next to a royal palace. You will definitely like it." Xia Huanhuan almost couldn't hold her breath. The flood washed away the Dragon King temple, and family members didn't recognize each other anymore. The courtyard house that Fu Nanjing mentioned, wasn't it the first courtyard house she bought in Beijing? Xia Huanhuan was really persuaded this time. She would come to Beijing sooner or later. Apart from anything else, in 2 years, when the college entrance examination was resumed, she would definitely take the college entrance examination in the first year. After passing the examination, she would definitely come to college. So, it was just a matter of 2 years earlier or later. It would be better to come here and settle down earlier, so as to avoid passing the college and then coming here again, having to move again, and the kids would have to adapt to it, which would cause chaos. However, she couldn't say anything too final at once, so she nodded and said with a smile, "Third brother, I'll think about it seriously again." Fu Nanjing listened and smiled. "That's fine. Just don't lie to third brother. The family is waiting for the good news that you agree." As they were talking, they had already arrived at the train station. Fu Nanjing saw the state-owned store next to him and went in to buy some dough figurines for the kids. Later, he bought platform tickets, went into the station and sent them safely on the train. He waited until the train started before heading home. When the train arrived at the county town, Xia Huanhuan made a decision in her heart. She decided to move to Jingshi according to Fu Nanjing's wishes. However, she didn't plan to let Fu Nanjing help her rent a house at that time. Private rental of houses was prohibited, so she told others that they were all distant relatives from the countryside who were borrowing to live in. Xia Huanhuan had already bought 2 courtyard houses in Jingshi. After buying them, they were both empty. How could she borrow someone else's house? Xia Shuangshan still drove the ox cart to pick up Xia Huanhuan, and the wolf cubs followed. After not seeing each other for more than half a month, the wolf cub had become much stronger. When he saw Xia Huanhuan and the cubs, he was so excited that he shouted happily and wagged his tail while circling around them, making the triplets giggle. On the way, Xia Huanhuan told him that she wanted to move to Jingshi. Xia Shuangshan listened, was silent for a while, and then said, "Dad also thinks that you should move back. You were supposed to live in the city. It would be better for you to go back if you can. You don't have to worry about our home in the village. Your mom and I will help take care of it. You, Li Zhan, and the little ones can come back whenever you want to visit." When Xia Huanhuan heard this, she knew that Xia Shuangshan had misunderstood, so she smiled and said, "Dad, what are you talking about? There are nothing valuable at home in the village. What are you and my mom looking at here? You will definitely have to move into the city with us." Although Xiaowen, Xiaowu, and Beibei have grown up and can take care of their younger brothers, they still have to go to school. I may have to go to work in the future. Yan Yan, Ye, and Yao Yao are so young, and they are the most naughty. There is no one to help them at home. What should we do? Xia Shuangshan heard this and said, "Then let your mom go with them. I won't go over. The land of this commune needs to be cultivated, and public grain has to be paid. If you ask me to go to the city, I will have nothing to do all day long, and I will be bored." Xia Huanhuan also knew that this matter could not be settled all at once, so she said, "Dad, I have this idea now. I will discuss it with Li Zhan when he comes back. Don't rush to say whether you will go or not. Let's talk about it later. Let's put this matter aside for the time being." This summer, it rained too much in Qingshui village, causing some waterlogging. When it came time to harvest in autumn, the corn and other crops did not produce a good harvest. Fortunately, the weather was just right when it came time to plant winter wheat, so the winter wheat was successfully planted, and there was no need to worry about starving next year. As for this winter, fortunately, the spring and summer world of the commune prepared for a rainy day and bought some food from the black market to store, so there was no need to worry about starving. But no one dared to hope for a bumper year like last year. However, because the villagers dug up ginseng planted in the mountains last time, sold it on the black market, and then bought back food, some people in the village started secretly doing this kind of trading since the summer. The leader was Li Jia. Wu Feng, the youngest son of Aunt Wu, also got involved, and he was a backbone. In addition, there were several clever and courageous young men in the village, about 7 or 8 people in total. However, unlike Xia Huan, they had no source of supplies. What they sold were prey such as wild boars and roe deer hunted in the mountains, as well as some medicinal herbs. Now, under the guidance of Yang Qiushi, the village secretly planted many other varieties of medicinal herbs in addition to ginseng. Ginseng is valuable only when it grows for a long time. The price of 6-year-old ginseng is more than 10 times higher than that of 1- or 2-year-old ginseng. For example, the few trees that were dug up and sold this spring are actually only more than 1 year old and less than 2 years old. If there is no other way, they cannot be dug up and sold. Therefore, the other medicinal herbs planted are all short-lived. After they mature and are harvested, Yang Qiushi also instructs how to prepare them and sell them on the black market, which is also quite popular. Xia Huan noticed it soon after returning to the village. She secretly asked Zhou Qiuhe. Zhou Qiuhe did not hide it and told Xia Huan, and also warned, Huan, you must not tell anyone about this. Your third brother. He also wants to make more money so that my life and the children can live better. Xia Huan said with a smile. Third sister-in-law, look at what you said. How can I not know the seriousness of the matter and go out and say nonsense? After knowing this, Xia Huan released more wild boars, rabbits, pheasants, and the like on the mountain so that they could hunt more prey to sell. On the other hand, it also ensured that when the villagers went up the mountain to hunt, basically every household could bring the prey back home, and they would not return empty-handed because they sold it on the black market. Otherwise, if someone noticed it and held a grudge, Li Jie and Wu Feng would be in trouble. In a blink of an eye, a month passed, and it was September. During this month, Li Zhan had been directing disaster relief and post-disaster reconstruction in the flood-stricken area. Xia Huan also took out some supplies and asked Luo Cheng to send them to the disaster area using the same method as last time. By September, the disaster relief mission came to an end. Li Zhan and the others were about to come back. Xia Huan received the telegram, and her heart was filled with sweetness. Speaking of which, since they got married, it seems that they've been apart more than together. After moving to Beijing, maybe they will see each other more often. However, this is a story for later. In September, the chestnuts on the mountain were almost ripe, so Xia Huan carried a bamboo basket to pick chestnuts and picked some mushrooms, mountain peaches, etc. After picking the chestnuts, she first made sugar-fried chestnuts for the children at home to taste first. The rest was put aside for the time being, and she planned to make chestnut braised chicken after Li Zhan came back. However, on the day when Li Zhan was supposed to come back, he did not come back as promised. Xia Huan was a little uneasy. After waiting for 2 days, Xia Huan planned to go directly to Jing City through the space to inquire about the situation. However, before she went, Fu Nanzheng came first. Fu Nanzheng came at night. Xia Huan's bad premonition became stronger. One thing happened after another recently, and she was really scared. Fu Nanzheng's face was solemn, and the news he brought was indeed very bad. Li Zhan was detained. It seemed that he was sued by someone for buying supplies from the black market for disaster relief. Xia Huan's face turned pale. This is what she was afraid of. If she had known this, she would rather be selfish and indifferent than give out supplies for free to save people. In the end, it hurt Li Zhan. Fu Nanjing said, the people who detained Li Zhan were not from the army, but from other sources. I heard that they arrested a few small leaders who sold supplies, and there are witnesses. Moreover, in addition to this matter, it seems that other things are involved. The army is afraid to intervene for the time being and has not forcefully demanded the release of the people. However, don't worry too much. This time, no matter what the method is, disaster relief is definitely the top priority. No matter where we go, we are not afraid. Dad and Grandpa are also trying to find a way. It's just, Fu Nanjing said, lowering his voice and asking in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Dad and Grandpa asked me to remind you that the other party may make a fuss about the relationship between Li Zhan and Xinwan Xue. If someone asks about something indirectly, you will know nothing about it, and you must not admit it. Xia Huan's heart skipped a beat when she heard this.
Could it be that?
The fact that Shen Wanxue is Li Zhan's biological mother has been exposed?
Non. Impossible.
At that time, Lu Lan stole the jade pendant left by Li Zhan's parents at the Li family, and Li Chong secretly took it away and sold it. Xia Huanhuan tried to get Li Zhaodi back and made a big fuss in Qingshui village. Therefore, the fact that Li Zhan is not Lu Lan's biological son is no secret in Qingshui village. But the fact that Shen Wanxue is Li Zhan's biological mother is unknown to everyone except the parties involved. Even Yang Qiushi, Lin Yuru, and Xia Shuangshan don't know about it. However, listening to Fu Nanjing's tone, it seems that he knows. Xia Huanhuan asked softly, "Third brother, the relationship between Li Zhan and Aunt Shen, you know everything?" Fu Nanjing nodded and said, "Well, Li Zhan has discussed with me before. He wants to transfer Uncle Rong from the northwest back to the vicinity of Beijing City, and it would be best if he goes to Qingshui village so that he can be with Aunt Shen and take care of each other." However, before it was done, Aunt Shen seemed to have applied to go to the northwest on her own. Xia Huanhuan couldn't help but sigh after hearing this and said, "When Mom was in Qingshui village, we did have contact, but it was always secret and not excessive. It was just a little bit of taking care of her life. Could anyone use this to make a fuss?" Fu Nanjing nodded and said, "Now I heard vaguely that those who detained Li Zhan seem to have mentioned this matter. I guess they want to make efforts in this direction. But it is indeed strange. There are so many people released, but they know Shen Wanxue's affairs accurately." Xia Huanhuan's heart moved. It was indeed too accurate. It seemed that they were going for Li Zhan. When Shen Wanxue was in Qingshui village, not many people had contact with her family, and even fewer could stir up the current storm. Xia Huanhuan had a candidate in mind. "Third brother, is Luo Qing okay? Are those arrested black market people tight-lipped? Will they give Luo Qing up?" After listening to this, Fu Nanjing glanced at Xia Huanhuan, wanting to say something but stopping himself. In the end, he couldn't help but said, "Huanhuan, why do you care so much about Luo Qing?
You can't really care about that kid."
Xia Huanhuan was speechless. "Third brother, what are you thinking about? I'm afraid that if those people in the black market give Luo Qing away, then your relationship with him will be implicated. This line will also involve the Fu family, and things will be difficult to handle." Fu Nanjing said belatedly, "Oh.
So you're worried about this?"
Don't worry, I secretly asked Luo Qing, and those people are not people Luo Qing has dealt with directly. Anyway, even if they pointed it out, it would not be so easy to move Luo Qing with the foundation of the Luo family. Not to mention our family. They probably just think that Li Zhan is a soft persimmon, easy to pinch. Li Zhan, who was as easy to pinch as a soft persimmon, was sitting leisurely on the chair at this moment. Leniency to those who confess and severity to those who resist. You know what your problem is. Don't think that we can't find out anything if you don't say a word." Li Zhan's eyes were like lightning, and he smiled faintly. "Then you go and find out." "You." The other party was so angry that he vomited blood. It had been 2 days of surprise interrogation. Their interrogators had changed several times, using a rotation and various methods to ask indirect questions. As a result, Li Zhan showed no signs of mental breakdown. Except for his untidy beard, he looked tired. Moreover, he was simply unyielding and didn't get anything out of him. The person interrogating him was so angry that he went out to calm down. After a while, another person came in. Li Zhan took a look and felt vaguely that he had seen him somewhere. The man sneered twice and said, "Li Zhan, your wife is called Xia Huanhuan, right? You know that your wife stole a boat from the army in the disaster area before, right?" Li Zhan's eyes turned cold, and after taking a closer look, he recognized who this person was. If it wasn't Zhang Weigua, then who else could it be? Zhang Weigua felt somewhat guilty after being stared at by Li Zhan. He coughed twice and said in a stern voice, "I tell you, Li Zhan, if you don't explain your problem well, don't blame us for arresting your wife. The fact that she stole military ships alone is enough for her to be sentenced to labor reform. Think about it yourself. Do you want to suffer yourself, or do you want to let your wife, a woman, suffer?"
"Hey.
What are you doing?"
Eh.
"Put the chair down." "You are."
My God. Help.
Help! Li Zhan is hitting people. When the others came in, Zhang Weigua had been beaten black and blue, howling like a ghost, and couldn't even speak clearly. He.
He hit people.
The leader saw Zhang Weigua's ugly appearance and was so angry that he kicked him again and scolded. Get out. Look at you, you useless bear. He glared at Li Zhan fiercely. Li Zhan, do you know what you're doing? You are fighting. Attacking state officials.
You.
You are too arrogant. Li Zhan glanced at him nonchalantly and sneered. Then arrest me. Oh, I forgot. You have already arrested me. The man took a deep breath, told himself not to get angry, then sat down and said, Li Zhan, don't be arrogant. Do you think that you'll be fine if you get close to the Fu family? Let me ask you, do you know Luochen? Did you get all your supplies from him? Where did he get them from? Is it the Fu family behind the scenes, and you guys secretly set up a black market trading network for reselling supplies and lined your pockets from it? And the matter of Shen Wanxue, I heard that when she was in Qingshui village, your wife was very close to her? Do you want us to arrest them all and interrogate them? The temperature in Li Zhan's eyes was getting colder and colder, and he looked at the man coldly. The man was also a little scared. After all, Zhang Weigua had just said something about what his wife would wear in prison, and he was beaten into a pig's head. However, it seems that the direction is right, and Li Zhan's weakness is his wife. Li Zhan, you should think about it carefully. As long as you are willing to come forward to testify and say that the Fu family and the Luo family have been secretly colluding for many years, taking advantage of their positions to establish an underground black market trading network. We can let bygones be bygones for your wife's problem. As for you, you should go back and continue to be your head.
Li Zhan snapped.
The fox's tail was exposed. Was it aimed at the Fu family and the Luo family? Li Zhan said lightly, I don't know what you're talking about. It is true that we are responsible for buying a lot of disaster relief supplies, but those are the people who are kind-hearted and want to donate them on their own initiative. Our discipline is not to take a single needle or a thread from the masses, so we compensated the people with money according to the unified purchase and sale price. No matter where this matter goes, I will say this. If you don't believe it and think that the Fu family or the Luo family is profiting secretly, you can check it out for yourselves. The man stared at Li Zhan with a dark face. If they could find out, they would not have used Li Zhan, who had no background, as a breakthrough point during the disaster relief. Humph. So you don't intend to care about your wife's life or death. What are you doing? Li Zhan, what are you doing with that chair again? Is this the place for you to make trouble?
Help me.
When the man was running away with his head in his hands, a man ran in panic and said, Director Liu, it's not good. The troops are coming.
Come if you want.
What else can they do to you? The man said coldly with the black eye sockets from being beaten, which was considered to have saved some face. He came just in time. He wanted to settle the score for being beaten.
No.
The person who came to report the news had a sad face. Before he finished speaking, Fu Beifa came in with Bai Zihan, Wei Bin, Lu Xiangdong, and others. They didn't say anything nonsense. Someone immediately went up to restrain Director Liu and their people and took Li Zhan away without saying a word. Xia Huanhuan followed Fu Nanjing to the Fu family in Jingshi. As soon as she entered the door, she saw Li Zhan sitting in the room and was stunned for a moment. Xia Huanhuan turned her head and looked at Fu Nanjing suspiciously. Was Aunt Li Zhan detained? Why is he here? For no reason. Fu Nanjing was also confused. No. What's the situation? Wasn't the situation very serious when I left? It makes him look like a liar who cried wolf. Fu Beifa snorted coldly after hearing this. Those rascals. They've spoiled us. When we were on a mission in the hail of bullets, they were hiding somewhere like cowards. They even detained my people. Fu Weixin scolded. Fu Beifa, just show off. You are already old. Why are you still so impulsive? Don't you know how to think long-term and use some strategies? However, there was no obvious anger on Fu Weixin's face. Originally, he had already put pressure on the other party from another way, and it would only take a few days for the other party to release the person. But now the person has been snatched back, which is just a few days early, but the method was not appropriate. Grandpa Fu didn't think it was a big deal and said lightly, "Don't scold Beifa. I think Beifa did a good job. Can he still be considered a male of the Fu family if he doesn't have some blood? You have been keeping a low profile for these years. Do you think the Fu family is easy to control? We have to teach them a lesson. Now that the matter has been done, it is fine to suppress it later. What's the big deal? Huan is back, and Li Zhan is also here. You should ask Xiao Qin to go to the vegetable market to buy a chicken and stew the chicken soup first." Li Zhan was detained, and then Fu Beifa led people to break in and take him away. In the end, the matter was left unresolved due to the mediation of the Fu family and other people who appreciated Li Zhan. Xia Huan guessed correctly. Although it was Zhang Weiguo who reported at this time, he alone could not stir up trouble. Moreover, he did not know about Shen Wanxue's affairs. Zhang Weiguo colluded with Fu Qingye's man Su Dayou to make this matter. Su Dayou felt that he was looked down upon by the Fu family because of Fu Qingye's affairs. The last time he did something, he did not get any other benefits except a courtyard house, so he's been holding a grudge. Zhang Weiguo was originally one of his friends. After listening to Zhang Weiguo's complaints, the two of them colluded with each other. However, in addition to the two of them, the people who backed them up this time were also powerful and had always been at odds with the Fu family. Therefore, Li Zhan was still affected. Although Li Zhan used money to buy food and supplies for disaster relief on the black market for the sake of the common people and was forced to do so, it was understandable, but he also broke the law knowingly and could be exempted from legal responsibility. But if nothing happened and everyone followed suit in the future, what would happen? In addition, Shen Wanxue and Xia Huan had contacts in Qingshui village, and no one knew who reported Xia Huan's care for Shen Wanxue. Both the Fu family and Li Zhan were afraid that this matter would really happen. After careful investigation, it was found that the relationship between him, Shen Wanxue, and Rong Zhenbang was exposed. In that case, the consequences would be 100 times worse than it is now. Therefore, the Fu family did not argue too hard. In the end, it was a game of bargaining among all parties, and each took a step back to reach a satisfactory result. Therefore, Li Zhan still received a serious punishment. In addition, he was transferred from his current position to garrison on an island. Although he is still the head of a regiment, one is a reinforced regiment of the elite troops of the military region, and the other is a garrison regiment on a small island far away from the land. In fact, it is still a demotion. Bai Zihan, Wei Bin, Lu Xiangdong, and others were all very indignant. Why should their head of the regiment, who had saved so many people, not only be punished, but also transferred? Where can we go to reason with this? It was Li Zhan who came out to do ideological work for them. He persuaded them and stopped them from making trouble. Fu Weixin also felt guilty. He had agreed to buy food and supplies on the black market for disaster relief. Now, he let Li Zhan take the blame. He felt so sorry for Li Zhan. Li Zhan smiled and comforted him. "Dad, don't think too much. I am satisfied with the current result of this matter. If it was just about buying food on the black market, I would definitely feel wronged to bear this punishment. But it also involves my biological parents. It is the best result to have this result." Even if there was no rumor that Huan had taken care of Shen Wanxue, Li Zhan himself went to the relevant departments to ask if Rong Zhenbang could be transferred. Therefore, Li Zhan would rather be punished, demoted, or even dismissed than to let the investigation continue. Fu Weixin also knew that what Li Zhan said was not unreasonable and said, "Alas, it's just. You are too wronged." Li Zhan smiled and said, "I don't care. I have been carrying out missions all over the country for these years. This time I am just going to a more remote place and staying there for a few years. It's just that Huan and the kids at home. I will have to trouble you and other people in the family to help take care of them in the future." Fu Weixin sighed and said, Huan is my daughter. Neither I nor the other people in the Fu family will make it difficult for Huan.
Alas.
Last time, Nanjing mentioned to Huan that she should move to Beijing with the children. Huan agreed, with great difficulty. "I thought that after she moved here, You would meet more frequently and more easily. I didn't expect this to happen again. However, Fu Weixin said, Li Zhan, I will definitely transfer you back in 3 to 5 years at most, or 1 or 2 years at least. You just have to be patient in these few years. Li Zhan nodded and smiled. Thank you, Uncle Fu. I have no complaints. In Beijing, we are defending our country, and on the islands, we are also defending our country. I am just a brick. I can be moved wherever I am needed. Fu Weixin couldn't help laughing. You are quite open-minded. Li Zhan was scheduled to leave for the island in half a month. Fu Weixin simply gave Li Zhan a half-month vacation and asked him to go back to accompany his wife and kids. After all, once he left for the island, it would be much more difficult to come back to visit his family. It might even be possible that they wouldn't see each other for several years. Li Zhan didn't refuse. The transfer order had been issued, and he would no longer be assigned to complete any tasks here. No matter how dedicated he was to finish the last half-month and stand guard until the last minute, it would be useless to be at the base. It's just a matter of fact. The more important thing is that it will be more difficult to see his wife and the kids at home in the future, so he doesn't want to waste every minute and every second now. The kids are still at home in the countryside, so Li Zhan and Xia Huanhuan took the train home. Not long after they came out of the Fu family, a person jumped out from the corner. Li Zhan and Xia Huanhuan were both startled. When they saw who it was, their faces looked a little ugly.
The person was Fu Qingye.
Fu Qingye's eyes were red and swollen, as if she had been crying. When she saw Li Zhan, tears welled up in her eyes again. Brother Li Zhan, I'm sorry. I really didn't know that Su Dayou actually used the matter between you and Xinwanxue to make a fuss and hurt you like this. He suddenly asked me about my life in Qingshui village and I just said it casually and didn't care. Who would know? Fu Qingye said aggrievedly. But in fact, it was she who took the initiative to tell Su Dayou that Xinwanxue and Xia Huanhuan were dating in private. The last time Li Zhan treated her coldly at the train station, she was furious and wanted to retaliate severely. But now, seeing that Li Zhan was punished, she regretted it again. Xia Huanhuan didn't wait for her to finish, walked up, and with a slap hit Fu Qingye directly in the face. Fu Qingye was stunned, looking at Xia Huanhuan in astonishment, and then said angrily, Xia Huanhuan, you dare to hit me.
Who are you?
Xia Huanhuan didn't waste time talking to her, and with another slap came down. Hitting you is a light punishment. You ungrateful and harmful person. You dare to come here to show off your presence? Who gave you the face? Fu Qingye was so angry. She was originally the daughter of the high and mighty Fu family, and Xia Huanhuan was just a countrywoman. Now, Xia Huanhuan has transformed herself into the long-lost daughter of the Fu family who is doted on by the whole family. Although she married the popular Su Dayou and became a pillar in the art troupe, she clearly felt that other people in the troupe looked at her with contempt, and no one came to support her. Not to mention the stars surrounding the moon, she even felt a bit like a rat crossing the street. She was already very unbalanced. Now, Xia Huanhuan actually dared to hit her.
Xia Huanhuan.
I'll tear your mouth apart, Fu Qingye said and rushed up. However, she obviously underestimated Xia Huanhuan's fighting ability. Xia Huanhuan turned her body to the side and successfully avoided her hand, then raised her hand to grab Fu Qingye's hair and pulled it back fiercely. It hurts. Xia Huanhuan let go. Brother Li Zhan, look at her, this shrew. Xia Huanhuan slapped Fu Qingye again, and Fu Qingye's face was already swollen. Li Zhan didn't expect that his wife was so cruel and taciturn. After a moment of hesitation, he hurried forward and pulled Xia Huanhuan away, smiling. Huanhuan, it's not worth it to fight with such a person. It is easy to get along with a gentleman, but it is difficult to guard against a villain. Villains like Fu Qingye and Su Dayou may feel good for a while, but they may be retaliated behind their backs. Xia Huanhuan naturally understood this truth. She was just venting her anger because Fu Qingye shamelessly came to her door. Therefore, she let go and warned coldly, Fu Qingye, you'd better keep your tail between your legs. If you dare to come to my house again, You just wait. Fu Qingye thought that Li Zhan pulled Xia Huanhuan away because he couldn't bear to see her being bullied, so she called out pitifully, "Brother Li Zhan." As a result, Li Zhan treated her like air and ignored her, and just walked away with his wife. Fu Qingye's heart sank, and she couldn't help but chase her a few more steps, shouting in despair, "Brother Li Zhan.
You
really ignore me?"
Li Zhan.
But Li Zhan didn't even look back. Fu Qingye was completely desperate and collapsed to the ground heartbroken, crying. Quite a lot of people saw their commotion on the road, and some people with good intentions ran to sue Dayou and reported Fu Qingye, saying that she was pulling other men in the street. Su Dayou was already furious because Fu Qingye's words about Shen Wanxue didn't work, and he didn't get any advantage after all the operations. Now he heard that Fu Qingye, this witch, was actually pulling other men in the street, which made him even more angry. He was so angry that he died. When Fu Qingye came back, he beat Fu Qingye severely with a belt, making Fu Qingye cry and scream. Originally, if Fu Qingye had not broken with the Fu family, the three brothers of the Fu family were all of status, ability, and position, and ordinary men would really think twice before taking action. But now the Fu family has refused to recognize her. Fu Qingye was beaten up, and there was no one to support her or come to beat Su Dayou to vent her anger. She could only be submissive and never dared to be arrogant again. Li Zhan and Xia Huanhuan returned to the village. Xiaowen, Xiaowu, and Beibei went to school. The remaining triplets naturally rushed over happily, hugged the legs of the two, and cried sadly and aggrieved. Even the wolf cub remembered Li Zhan and ran over to sob, wagging its tail happily around Li Zhan and Xia Huanhuan. Li Zhan was very strong, and he picked up Yao Yao in one go, put him on his neck and rode on him, holding him with one hand and holding Ye in his arms with the other hand, and told him, "Hold on, Daddy, do you hear me?" It was the first time that Yao Yao was held so high, and he was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. He obediently hugged Li Zhan's head with his little hands and agreed in a baby voice, "Okay,
Dad, I'll hold on tight."
Xia Huanhuan was terrified when she saw it and quickly said, "Duant, they will fall down." Li Zhan smiled and said, "It's okay, it's just this section of the road." Xia Huanhuan glanced at him, then picked up Yan Yan and walked towards home. Xia Huanhuan bought a lot of snacks and specialties from Beijing. In the next few days, Li Zhan went to the mountains to hunt every day, and then came back to let Xia Huanhuan and Lin Yiru make bacon and sausages out of the prey. Over the next few days, a wild boar, 3 wild roe deer, 5 or 6 rabbits, and 7 or 8 wild pheasants were hunted. This time, Li Zhan did not give the wild boar to the village, but waited until the evening before secretly carrying it back home from the mountain. Lin Yiru looked at so many wild animals at home, and she had been making bacon and sausages at home these days, so she laughed and said, "Li Zhan, you have hunted a lot of game these days. If you make bacon and sausages from this, you have to eat them until next year or the year after, so don't do it now." Li Zhan laughed and said, "Mom, it doesn't matter. I'm on vacation, and I just have some time. Anyway, it can be kept after it's dried. If you kill more, just hang them up. Mom and Huanhuan have worked hard these days." When Lin Yiru heard this, she quickly shook her head and said, "Look at what you said. How can you not be tired when hunting? We are tired of pickling meat and making sausages at home." Xia Huanhuan glanced at Li Zhan and smiled. "Mom, don't worry about him. He is just not able to sit still." Li Zhan scratched his head, chuckled, and did not refute. However, no matter how tired hunting in the mountains is during the day, it does not affect Li Zhan's vitality at night. Just after they finished once, Xia Huanhuan didn't even want to move her fingers, but Li Zhan came over again, bit her lips, and laughed softly. Again? Xia Huanhuan.
"No, don't."
Xia Huanhuan found out that Li Zhan was not asking for her opinion, but just notifying her. Early the next morning, Xia Huanhuan's voice was hoarse, and she was really too angry to pay attention to him. However, Xia Huanhuan still managed to get up, and then said that she was going to the town to buy some cotton and cloth. Lin Yiru smiled and said, "You want to make a new quilt? Do you have enough tickets and money?"
Xia Huanhuan said, "Enough.
When I came back, my dad and grandpa gave me a lot." Lin Yuru nodded and said, "Okay. I'll take care of the kids at home, you go and come back quickly." Xia Huanhuan didn't actually go to the town. She just found a secluded place. She took out the cloth and cotton from the space. Lin Yuru was stunned when she saw that she had brought home at least 20 kilograms of cotton.
Why?
By so much? Xia Huanhuan said with a smile. Winter is coming soon. The quilts and cotton clothes at home have been there for several years and are not so warm anymore. I made 2 quilts, and the master sent one to me. The rest will be kept at home for my own use. The remaining cotton will be made into cotton clothes. After hearing this, Lin Yuru said nothing more. That afternoon, I started making quilts with Lin Yuru. The cotton was all newly struck cotton of the season. Although the fabric was very common in that era and a little old-fashioned, it was made of pure cotton. A total of 2 quilts were made, one thicker, using 8 kilograms of cotton, and the other smaller, using 6 kilograms of cotton. The remaining 7 kilograms were used to make cotton jackets. I made 2 quilts in the afternoon, and it was already evening when I finished. Lin Yuru was busy preparing dinner. Zhan went hunting in the mountains in the morning and brought back some mushrooms and fungus. In the afternoon, he worked in the fields for half a day. Dinner was stir-fried mushrooms with baby spinach, fried eggs with fungus and green peppers, and chestnut roasted chicken made from chestnuts that Xia Huanhuan had picked up from the mountains. Xia Huanhuan still divided some of the dishes and rice and asked Xia Wen to deliver them to Yang Qiushi. After dinner, Yang Qiushi came over. Last time, Zhan agreed to let the triplets recognize Yang Qiushi as their grandfather, but later it was delayed for various reasons. Therefore, Yang Qiushi came over specifically for this matter. Xia Huanhuan and Zhan apologized quickly and agreed to have a simple godparents' banquet the next night. Zhan also secretly invited Secretary Zhao to come as a witness. Now the commune is much friendlier to Yang Qiushi and other people in the cowshed. Secretary Zhao is also an upright person, so he also agreed readily. Lin Yuru and Xia Huanhuan put the plan of making cotton-padded clothes aside for the time being and started to prepare dishes early in the morning. They stir-fried homemade tofu and spinach, and the soup of mushrooms, wild pheasants and wolfberries was slowly simmered in a casserole on the stove since the morning. They also got a large piece of pork belly, cut it into thin slices, marinated it with salt, soy sauce, cooking wine, cinnamon, star anise, and other spices, then brushed soy sauce on the skin, and neatly arranged it in a bowl with the skin facing down, and then spread soaked dried beans and large pieces of potatoes on top, and then steamed it. After it was ready, they directly put it on the plate with the bowl, which was a luxurious dish that could only be eaten at a rural buffet. Braised pork. In addition to braised pork, they also made braised pork ribs. The ribs were first marinated and then coated with sweet potato starch, fried until crispy, and then steamed. There were also lotus roots dug from the lotus pond outside, 1 cold lotus root, and 1 fried lotus clip. They also caught a fish and made braised fish. There were all kinds of dishes on the table. Xia Huanhuan even bought a bottle of ergot liquor for Secretary Zhao, Yang Qiushi, Xia Shuangshan, and Zhan to drink a few glasses. After dinner, Xia Huanhuan asked Yang Qiushi to sit in the right seat, and then asked the triplets to kneel down and kowtow to Yang Qiushi one by one, shouting, "Grandpa." Yang Qiushi's nose was sour, and he agreed repeatedly and gave them the sealed red envelopes. Secretary Zhao also wrote a formal certificate of godparents and signed it himself. In this way, the godparents were officially settled. When Yang Qiushi went back, Xia Huanhuan and Zhan opened the red envelopes and saw that each kid also had a shop deed, which was almost the same as the gift given to the triplets before. Zhan frowned and said, "This is too expensive." Xia Huanhuan also felt that it was expensive, but she did not return it. Instead, she said, "Let's keep it for now. Wait a few years and find a chance to return it to the master." Zhan also knew that this was Yang Qiushi's intention. It would be too hurtful to return it now, so he agreed. In the next few days, Xia Huanhuan finished the cotton-padded jacket and trousers. She made 3 sets, 1 for Xia Shuangshan, 1 for Lin Yuru, and 1 for Yang Qiushi. Lin Yuru couldn't help but wonder, and smiled. "Why did you make ours first?" The adults are cold resistant, so you should make it for the kids first. And Li Zhan's, he will be back in the team soon. Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, there's still cotton and cloth left, let's make it in a few days. Li Zhan's troops have issued it, and he won't wear it many times after making it, so there's no rush. Li Zhan's half-month vacation soon had only 3 or 4 days left. These days, Xia Huanhuan was very tired. During the day, I was busy making quilts and cotton-padded jackets, and at night I had to be tossed around by him 3 or 4 times. I begged him to slow down, but he wouldn't listen even though my voice was hoarse. That night, after 2 more times, Li Zhan finally hugged Xia Huanhuan and suddenly said apologetically, Huanhuan, I'm going to the island later, and it may not be easy to get vacation when I come back to visit my family. You will have to work hard at home with the kids for a few years. I've already informed Dad, and when the house is rented, you can move to Beijing with your parents and the kids, so that you and the Fu family can take care of each other. At the end, even he felt that he was too much of a. He gave birth to a child but didn't raise him, leaving his wife to take care of the family. Xia Huanhuan frowned at him and said, What are you talking about? Who said I'm going to stay at home? Aren't you the head of the regiment? It's not easy for you to settle down at your base, and you don't have to travel all over the world. I must take the kids with me to follow the army. Li Zhan was stunned for a moment, and then immediately said, How can that be? The conditions on the island are difficult. Sometimes meat, eggs, vegetables, and even food can't be transported in for several months. If you and the kids go there, won't you suffer with me? Xia Huanhuan looked at him speechlessly. What's wrong with difficult conditions? The kids at home are getting older, and there are more boys. How long do you want to be absent as their 4th uncle and father? Anyway, I don't care. If you don't let me go, I'll be angry with you. Besides, lack of food and clothing is not a big deal. Have you forgotten that I have space? Li Zhan looked at Xia Huanhuan, not knowing what to say for a moment. He did plan to let Huanhuan follow the army, but that was under the premise that the station was not so hard. Once he went to the island, he really couldn't bear to let Huanhuan and the children go with him and suffer with him.
Huanhuan.
Anyway, it's useless for me to say anything. I must go. You don't want me to go. Is it because you like some female soldiers in the army? Li Zhan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What do you think about every day in your little head? That's it? This matter is settled. No discussion. Li Zhan looked at her, sighed for a long time, and smiled. I really can't do anything about you. But he felt sweet in his heart. He has been counting the days these days. There are only 10 days, 9 days. 3 days left before he will be separated from his wife. Now, Huanhuan will follow him to the island with the army, and the two will no longer have to be separated from each other.
Wife.
Li Zhan hugged her gently, almost crying with joy. The next morning, Li Zhan and Xia Huanhuan told Lin Yuru and Xia Shuangshan about going to the island with the army. Lin Yuru and Xia Shuangshan were stunned when they heard this. Lin Yuru suddenly understood. That's why Li Zhan has been going to the mountains to hunt every day these days. The new quilt and new cotton-padded jacket and trousers that you made, Waner, are all for. Xia Huanhuan nodded and said, Mom, the conditions on the island are difficult, and we don't know what the situation is like. Originally, I was thinking about letting you go with us so that you can continue to help us. But going to the island is not like staying in Qingshui village. It will probably take 3 or 4 days just to get here and come back. If you go with us, what will happen to my dad? If I let you go with my dad, there are policies for accompanying the army. It's not that you can take whoever you want. Lin Yuru felt very unhappy when she heard this, and she couldn't help but lift the corner of her clothes to wipe her tears. If that's the case, then it won't be easy to see each other again in the future? When are you leaving? Why didn't you tell us earlier, so that we could be mentally prepared? Xia Shuangshan felt bad and squatted on the ground without saying a word. Seeing them like this, Xia Huanhuan was also very sad and said, Dad, Mom, don't be too sad. When we are settled down, we will take you to visit relatives, and I can also go back with the kids at any time, so we won't be separated forever. I didn't tell you so early, because I was afraid that you would be sad. Lin Yuru burst into tears. Xia Shuangshan then spoke. Oh, don't cry. It's a good thing that Wan'er is going to join the army. She and Li Zhan have been separated for a long time. If she joins the army, she can see each other every day. Why are you crying? Do you want Wan'er to stay in the village to take care of you and me? Two old things? Lin Yuru felt even more wronged. I cry for my own sake. What's it to you? You are the only one who understands the righteousness, and you don't even let me cry. Xia Shuangshan was speechless. The older this woman got, the worse her temper became. She even dared to talk back to him. Seeing that the two were about to quarrel, Xia Huanhuan hurriedly smiled and tried to smooth things over. Dad, Mom, I promise, I will bring the children back once every 6 months at most, or maybe once every 3 or 4 months. Moreover, I estimate that it will take at most 2 or 3 years, and we will definitely come back then. There are only 2 more years left before the resumption of the college entrance examination, and she will definitely take the first college entrance examination. When she passes the exam, she will definitely return to Beijing. As for Li Zhan, with the Fu family and his many achievements, she believes that it is only a matter of time before he is transferred to Beijing. After hearing this, Lin Yuru and Xia Shuangshan didn't know what to say. They had already let their daughter down in the first half of their lives. Now, do they want her to go with the army and leave in uneasiness? The remaining few days were spent packing luggage in a chaotic manner. After they left, Xia Huanhuan asked Xia Shuangshan and Lin Yuru to move to their yard to live. One of the new quilts made 2 days ago was for them. A quilt and a set of cotton-padded jacket and trousers from Yang Qiushi were also sent over. Yang Qiushi felt bad when he heard that Xia Huanhuan was going to take the children to the island to follow the army. They had just become godparents, and now they couldn't see each other anymore. Alas! Xia Huanhuan comforted him for a few words, and then asked him to go home and let the children say goodbye to him formally. She went to Li Jie again and told Li Jie and the others to help take care of Xia Shuangshan and Lin Yuru. Xia Huanhuan decided to let Li Jie and Zhou Qiuhe use the 2 houses left by the eldest brother of the Li family, who was the father of Xiaowen, Xiaowu, and Beibei. Otherwise, it would be a pity to leave them empty. As for Li Jie secretly going to the black market with the villagers to resell things to make money, Xia Huanhuan also asked Luo Cheng to help take care of him, so that Li Jie would not be bullied by other local tyrants in the black market. If it is convenient and there is any job that can make money and is not too dangerous, then help Li Jie or something. But Xia Huanhuan naturally did not tell Li Jie and Zhou Qiuhe about asking Luo Cheng for help. Anyway, the liberalization is coming soon, and the gap between farmers and city dwellers will only get bigger and bigger in the future. Some of Li Jie went to the black market to do business to make money, so he could follow Luo Cheng to train and adapt in the black market for a few years, and then do it openly after the liberalization so that he would not be clueless and not know where to start. Luo Cheng agreed, and really helped Li Jie several times from the local tyrants. Later, he also contacted Li Jie and asked him to help unload and load goods several times. Seeing that Li Jie had good character, Luo Cheng was very happy to semi-formally take Li Jie under his command. But that's a story for later. After packing for a few days, the day to set off for the island finally arrived. Xia Shuangshan was still after borrowing an ox cart. Li Zhan, Xia Huanhuan, the cubs, and the wolf cub were sent to the county town to take the train. The island that Li Zhan was going to was in the Bohai Sea in the north. He had to take the train to Jing City first, then transfer to the train to Xin City, Liaoning Province, then walk down to the seaside, and then take a boat to the island. Xiaowen, Xiaowu, and Beibei knew that they were moving to a very far place. They had lived with Lin Yuru and Xia Shuangshan for several years, so they were very sad. Although the 3 little ones were ignorant, they were also very sad when they heard Xia Huanhuan say that they would not be able to see their grandparents and Grandpa Yang often in the future. In fact, Xia Shuangshan and Lin Yuru took care of the wolf cubs much more than Li Zhan and Xia Huanhuan these days. They kept barking and were reluctant to leave Lin Yuru. Lin Yuru followed the ox cart for a long time, raising the corner of her clothes to wipe her tears, and kept giving instructions. Xiaowu likes to kick the quilt when he sleeps at night, and Beibei is afraid of the dark, so you all remember this. And Yan Yan, Yi Yi, and Yao Yao, don't forget to feed the sheep at home every day. You must raise another one when you get there, otherwise they will make trouble. He stopped chasing her until he couldn't chase her anymore. Xia Huanhuan watched her figure getting smaller and smaller from afar and couldn't help crying. Li Zhan gently hugged her in his arms. When they arrived at the county town, Xia Shuangshan watched them get on the train, hesitated for a moment, and handed in a few Y-shaped slingshots made of wide rubber bands and small cars made of wood through the window, and said to Xia Huanhuan, "Keep these and give them to the children to play with." Xia Huanhuan knew that Xia Shuangshan made them himself, and couldn't help but shed tears again, saying, "Dad, you and Mom are doing well at home. We'll be back to see you soon." The train started and soon arrived in Beijing. The Fu family originally thought that the conditions on the island were too harsh and did not want Huanhuan to take the children there. They still wanted Xia Huanhuan to live in Beijing. However, Xia Huanhuan insisted on going, and they had no other choice. It would take several days on the road, and they were worried that only Li Zhan and Xia Huanhuan would take care of the 6 children. Fu Nanjing took 2 weeks off and sent them to their destination. They bought hard sleeper tickets along the way, and there were 2 grown men, Li Zhan and Fu Nanjing, to protect them. Therefore, although they were carrying a lot of children and luggage, nothing went wrong and they arrived at the beach. At the dock, we had to take the boat sent by the army to pick us up on the island. The latitude here is about the same as Qingshui village, but because it is by the sea, it is warmer than inland. Even so, it is already late autumn and the wind is strong at the dock, blowing over, so it is really a bit cold. The weather has been bad in the past few days and the sea is a bit rough, so the boat sent to pick people up has stopped sailing for a few days, and Xia Huanhuan and the others were delayed in the guest house here. However, the little guys didn't feel cold at all, and they ran out every day to see the big ship. The boundless sea extends to the horizon, and in the distance there was a lighthouse standing tall. The little ones, the older ones holding the younger ones' hands, would run out every day when they woke up to see the fishermen going out to sea and coming back. There were small yellow croakers, hairtails, cuttlefish, mantis shrimps, scallops, jellyfish, kelp, and the like. Not to mention the little ones. Even Fu Nanjing and Li Zhan had never seen so many. Sometimes, early in the morning, the 2 grown men would each let a little one ride on their necks, and Li Zhan would hold an extra one. Fu Nanjing would hold Beibei's little hand, and Xiaowen and Xiaowu, who were left alone without anyone to care for them, would walk by themselves. The 8 of them would go to the dock to see the fishermen. Fishing boats were coming and going. Xia Huanhuan had been to the seafood market before, and she had a lot of seafood in her space, so she was very disdainful of the bumpkin-like behavior of Li Zhan and Fu Nanjing. Really, 2 grown men ran to watch others fishing like children and asked for a long time about all kinds of fish they didn't recognize, without any shame. However, the harvest was not small. The fishermen were surprised to see the 3 delicate and almost identical triplets, and they came forward to ask how old they were, what their names were, and whether they wanted to go home with their uncle. The 3 little guys were not afraid of strangers, and Yan Yan answered them in a baby voice. "Shan Yan. This one is Yao Yao, and this one is Ye. I'm Yan Yan, the eldest brother." Ye immediately corrected, "Not the eldest brother. It's the 3rd brother. Ye is the 4th brother." Yao Yao didn't care much about not being able to get the title of brother, and answered the fisherman's last question seriously. "No, I can't go home with you. Mom said I can't go with strangers." Li Zhan and Fu Nanjing on the side couldn't help laughing as they watched the little guys answering fluently. The fisherman also laughed and couldn't help teasing them. "Can Uncle be a stranger? You come to see Uncle go out to sea every day, and Uncle also gave you mantis shrimps. Have you forgotten?" Yao Yao became confused, raised his little hand to touch his head, and then looked at Yan Yan and Ye beside him for help. Ye showed his dignity as the 4th brother and said, "Yao Yao is so stupid. He can't be bribed by mantis shrimps." Yao Yao suddenly realized, oh. When the fisherman heard this, he made a big move. He picked up a big yellow croaker from the boat and handed it over, saying with a smile, "Then Uncle will give you such a big fish. Will you go home with Uncle?" Yi took a look and reached out to take it. He was very happy and said, "Okay."
Li Zhan. Fu Nanjing.
Xiaowen sighed and quickly pulled Yi back, saying, "You said Yao Yao was stupid, but the big yellow croaker fooled you?" Xiaowu came over and said, "But brother, that big yellow croaker was really big." Xiaowen. Bei also ran over and said seriously, "Mom said, you're not allowed to take other people's things, no matter how big it is." The fisherman uncle then took out a beautiful conch shell. "Bei girl, this is for you." Bei looked back, her eyes lit up, but she remembered that she had just said not to take other people's things. Fu Nanjing suppressed his laughter and whispered to Li Zhan, "Watch your kids closely. Look at the situation. When someone calls, you all have to follow them home." Li Zhan. After the fisherman finished teasing them, he laughed and said, "Grandpa was just teasing you." "Yes. Give the small conch to Bei and take the big yellow croaker home for you, and let your mother make soup for you. And these shrimps, you can play with them too." So saying, he put the big yellow croaker and a few mantis shrimps in a small bucket they brought to play with, and gave the small conch shells directly to Bei. After hearing this, Li Zhan and Fu Nanjing hurriedly smiled and thanked him, and took out 5 yuan to give to the fisherman. The fisherman refused for a long time, and finally accepted 2 yuan. Xia Huanhuan looked at them and didn't know whether to laugh or cry when she saw that they actually brought back a big yellow croaker this time. Big yellow croaker is precious. Before she traveled through time, the price of a pound of wild big yellow croaker in the seafood market started at 1,000 yuan. Now there are still many, and everyone doesn't have much money, so they actually exchanged such a big fish with 2 yuan. That night, Xia Huanhuan borrowed the kitchen of the guest house and made fried fish. In addition, some scallops and mantis shrimp were made into seafood soup. After 3 or 4 days of delay, the ship from the island finally arrived. The island that Li Zhan was going to was called Kelp Island, named because of its long and narrow shape, which looked like kelp. The island was not large in size. In addition to the garrison, there were also aboriginals, so there was a civilian ship that traveled to and from the land every 10 days. However, it often stopped sailing due to wind and waves. In addition, there were occasionally military ships, which would carry civilians back and forth for free if they were not patrolling for confidential tasks. Xia Huanhuan and the others were waiting for the ship sent by the army. Several soldiers from the garrison on the island saluted Li Zhan, and then, together with Fu Nanjing and Li Zhan, they were busy moving all the luggage onto the ship. The 6 little guys had taken the train many times, but this was the first time on a big ship. Therefore, once they got on the ship, they were so excited that they almost went crazy, running around on the deck, drinking the wind, and giggling non-stop. A soldier counted and found that there were 6 in total, and the oldest looked to be 8 or 9 years old. He was also quite shocked and couldn't help but secretly said to his companions, "Sister-in-law, he doesn't look that old, but the eldest son is already 8 or 9 years old. The commander got married so early, and he has already given birth to 6 children, the youngest of which are triplets. He is so fertile." Another soldier replied in a low voice, "I heard that the commander was born in the countryside, and his wife was also arranged by his family. He probably got married early and had children early. It's normal. Don't talk nonsense." Xia Huanhuan didn't know that people were talking about her behind her back. She was standing on the deck in a rare good mood. Although the weather was quite cold, she felt all the boredom disappear at once when she was blown by the sea breeze and looked at the endless sea. Li Zhan came over, put his military coat on her, and said with a smile, "This is just water. What's so good about it? Don't look at it, it's windy outside, go in. You'll catch a cold." Xia Huanhuan rolled her eyes at him and said with a smile, "Don't you take the children to the beach to watch people fishing every day?
You still have the nerve to talk about me."
Li Zhan smiled and said, "I'm not interested in that. I'm just trying to coax the child." Xia Huanhuan couldn't help laughing. "You're just being stubborn." The soldier who came to pick up the people saw this scene and couldn't help but whispered, "Isn't it an arranged marriage? Our regiment commander seems to love his wife very much." Another person said, "Nonsense. If my family could find me such a beautiful arranged wife, and she gave birth to 6 children for me, I would spoil her to the sky." After hearing this, the first person couldn't help touching his nose and smiled. "That's true. The regiment commander's sister-in-law is so beautiful. They have never seen such a beautiful one in their lives. Another person laughed in a low voice. Just wait and see. When we get to the island, those chattering women on the island will definitely be silent. After watching for a while, Xia Huanhuan listened to Li Zhan and went in. However, at this time, Fu Nanjing came out. Fu Nanjing asked the people on the boat, "Comrade, we should pass by Emerald Island on this way, right?" The person being asked was stunned for a moment, then said, "Yes. The route to Haikai Island must pass through Emerald Island. Most of the islands are state-owned fisheries. Do you know anyone on the island?" Fu Nanjing said vaguely, "Well, not really. We haven't contacted each other for many years.
I don't know if you still recognize me."
Xia Huanhuan's heart moved after hearing this. Luo Cheng seemed to have said before that Fu Nanjing would ask him to deliver some supplies to a person on an island every once in a while. That person was Yu Siju, the person Fu Nanjing had been discussing marriage with for several years. However, she never asked which island it was.
Could it be
Emerald Island? However, since Fu Nanjing didn't say it, she didn't mention it either. It sounded like the Emerald Island was quite close to the Kelp Island and was under the jurisdiction of the Kelp Island. It would only take half a day to go back and forth by fishing boat. After settling down, we can ask around. The boat soon arrived at the dock of Haidai Island, which was similar to the departure point, and there was also a lighthouse. There are 2 docks on the island. They docked at the dock dedicated to the garrison. The troops usually set out from this dock for patrols. There is also a civilian dock on the other side of the island, and there is also a lighthouse. After getting off the boat, a chief of staff who was Li Zhan's subordinate in the garrison on the island, named Zhao Jianjin, was already waiting with his men. After the greetings, Zhao Jianjin asked the troops to drive a jeep to take Li Zhan, Xia Huanhuan, Fu Nanjing, and the children to their future homes. The family residential area of the garrison here is uniformly built on A. The island is windy and wavy, so all the houses are bungalows, built like steps along and each house has a small garden. Xia Huanhuan entered the yard, which was quite unexpected. From the low wall of the yard, you can see the sea in the distance. If this small house had been built before she traveled through time, it would have been a perfect sea view villa, a real-life version of facing the sea with flowers blooming in spring. Ordinary people can't even afford to live there. However, after entering the house, she no longer thought so. The house is not small, with a living room, dining room, kitchen, and 5 bedrooms of different sizes. It is definitely big enough for living. But there is basically nothing that can be called furniture. Among the 5 bedrooms, only the master bedroom has a wooden double bed, which is not covered. There are 2 camp beds in the other bedrooms. There is a square table and a few small stools in the living room, and nothing else. The only consolation is that fortunately there is electricity, but there are frequent power outages, which is similar to the situation in Qingshui village. After Xia Huanhuan took a walk around, she truly felt for the first time what it meant to be penniless. Li Zhan scratched his head and said with some guilt, "The conditions here are a bit difficult. Why don't you and the 3rd brother take the children back to Beijing, and I will live in the collective dormitory of the base?" Xia Huanhuan turned back suddenly, glared at her angrily, and said, "I'm here now. Don't think of sending me back. What's there to be afraid of? What's there in her space?" Anyway, the existence of the space has been told to Li Zhan, so there is no need to worry about taking out something, and he will be suspicious. As for what to say to the outsiders, just say that I brought it from home. Fu Nanjing's vacation was almost used up after taking the train and being delayed at the dock on the way. Therefore, after sending people to the island, he did not dare to delay. There happened to be a scheduled ship to the land that day, so he took a civilian ship and left. The ship would stop at Emerald Island on the way, and Fu Nanjing had already inquired about this before. Seeing that the island was getting closer and closer, Fu Nanjing's heartbeat could not help but accelerate, and his palms were full of sweat. I haven't seen her for many years. I don't know what she has become, whether she is married and had children, and whether she still remembers him. Back then, Yu Siju broke up with him decisively, leaving no way out. He also sent things over personally, but they were all returned the same way. Later, he found Luo Cheng and asked Luo Cheng to think of a way to send some supplies to help them a little. Fu Nanzheng was not sure. Even if he suddenly appeared in front of her, would she be willing to see him? At this time, a whistle suddenly sounded, and then the captain shouted loudly, "We have arrived at Emerald Island. The ship will stop for 30 minutes. Those who want to get off the ship, if you have something to do, go quickly. Otherwise, you will not be waited for later." Fu Nanzheng hesitated, but finally got off the ship uncontrollably. He had been here several times before, so he was familiar with the place and the road. He walked to a small house built on the island and saw the familiar person in his memory from a distance. He was wearing patched clothes and cooking under a small shed built outside. The wind was strong and the smoke blinded her eyes. She covered her eyes with her arm and coughed twice in pain. Fu Nanzheng felt distressed and wanted to rush over to tell her that after so many years, he had not forgotten her and was still waiting for her. Unexpectedly, before he went out, he saw a man coming out of the hut and talking to her with concern. Fu Nanzheng's heart suddenly hurt sharply. He thought that after so many years, even if she had married and had children, he would not be surprised. He would smile and bless her. But he didn't expect that at this moment. Just seeing another man caring about her would make him so painful. He clenched his hands into fists and pounded them the rocks twice. Fu Nanzheng finally turned around and left. Luo Cheng would bring him news about her from time to time. At least the last news did not mention that she was married. But that was a few months ago. Who can guarantee that she still hasn't gotten married in these few months? Yu Siju somehow subconsciously glanced in the direction where Fu Nanzheng strode away and saw his back from a distance. Yu Siju stood up with a fire stick used to clear the stove, and somehow her heart tightened. How could he look so much like him? But how could he appear here? Are you okay? It has just rained these few days, and the firewood may be a little damp. Let me light the fire. The man who came out said with a smile. Yu Siju came back to her senses and said with a smile, "Well, it should be. Come on. You're a guest after all. How can you let the guest light the fire?" The man stood up, looked at her affectionately, and said, "Siju, it's been so long, my thoughts. Don't you understand? We are not young anymore. I have already sent a telegram to my family, and my parents agree. As long as you are willing, we can register for the marriage certificate immediately." Yu Siju opened her mouth and changed the subject. "Oh, I forgot to take out the fish and shrimp to wash them. I'll go get them." This time the man refused to let her go and took a few quick steps to block her. "Siju, you. Give me a definite answer. Your parents obviously agree." Yu Siju had no choice but to look up, look at him seriously, and said, "Brother Wu, I told you at the beginning, I don't want to think about my lifelong event for the time being. I just want to take care of my parents. I am very grateful for your care for my family these days, but I still have to say sorry, I can't. I am not worthy of you." In the evening, Yu Siju's mother couldn't help but said, "Siju, what are you thinking in your heart? Wu Yun is the squad leader of the fishery, and he is pursuing you, but you, why are you so unmoved? Do you think you are still a girl of 18 or 20 years old? You are almost 30 years old. Mom knows that you are probably still thinking about the 3 boys from the Fu family in Beijing, right? But look at yourself now. We have been on the island for so many years. If he really missed you, how could there be no news from him? Say a few more words. What is the background of his family? If he was thinking about you, would he let you suffer on this island for so many years? Why did you ignore him?" Yu Siju's father listened and said, All right. Say less. If Siju doesn't want to, forget it. So, what if Wu Yun is the squad leader? Even if our Yu family has fallen, it's not to the point that our daughter is worthy of being a squad leader on an island fishery. As for the matter of the 3rd boy of the Fu family, don't act as if they owe us a lot. It was because our daughter didn't want to implicate the boy that she broke off the relationship cleanly. Besides, it's not that they didn't contribute. As for my situation at the time, they got me out of jail. It's good enough to be on this island. Can you still expect them to help you stay in Beijing? When everyone is in danger, how many of our relatives are willing to take advantage of the situation? The Fu family doesn't owe us anything. These words left Yu Siju's mother speechless. After a long time, she whispered, "You shouldn't have ignored us for so many years. Our daughter is still waiting for him." Yu Siju said at this time, "Mom, don't talk nonsense. I'm not waiting for him. Besides, you've said that it's been so many years, he might have already started a family with children who can help with soy sauce. What's the big deal about me still waiting for him? Are you morally blackmailing him?" Yu Siju's mother was angry. "Since you know this, why can't you get married too? Wu Yun, that kid, is really okay." Yu Siju interrupted her and said, "Mom, don't say any more. I have already rejected him. I don't want to get married because I don't believe in fate. I don't want to be defeated, and I don't want to stay on this island all my life." Yu Siju's parents were stunned when they heard this, and then they both sighed and said, "Forget it. If a cow doesn't want to eat grass, you can force it to eat grass. If you don't agree, there's nothing you can do." After Li Zhan and Xia Huanhuan checked the house inside and out, Li Zhan went to the garrison headquarters to report. Xia Huanhuan was at home. Taking advantage of the fact that there was basically nothing in the house, she and the 6 kids cleaned the house inside and out. She came here with a few camphorwood boxes. In fact, they were filled with some clothes for changing, which were not heavy. She put the rest into the space. When the cleaning was almost done, she drove the kids out to the yard to play, then locked the door and started taking things out of the space. She took out 3 sets of bedding from the bed first. The triplets would sleep with them for the time being. Xiaowen, Xiaowu, and Beibei would share another bed, which would require 2 sets. The remaining set was left there first so that it would not be difficult to take out later. Then there was the coal stove. The winter on the island was not as cold as inland, but the wind was strong and it was hard to get out without air conditioning. She took out 2 directly, 1 for each bedroom. There was no need to prepare another one for the main room. The ones in the bedroom could be moved out later. As for beds, tables, chairs, and the like, Xia Huanhuan's space really didn't stock up, but you had plenty of wood in your space. When the time came, let Li Zhan do some carpentry in his spare time and make them bit by bit. Other things such as curtains, tablecloths, pots, and pans were also taken out one by one. Some food and bacon and sausage were also taken out. The bacon and sausage were hung on the eaves outside. There is a large water tank in the kitchen, which is used to hold drinking water. Fresh water is the most scarce resource on the island. In the past, fresh water was directly transported from outside the island, or fishermen collected rainwater when it rained to solve the problem of drinking water. Later, after the troops came, 2 wells were dug on the island, one in the north and one in the south. The garrison troops and the indigenous people all drank water from the wells. However, Xia Huanhuan had a spiritual spring in her space, so there was no need to worry about running out of water. She first got some spiritual spring water and washed the water tank from inside to outside. Just as she was about to pour the spiritual spring water into it, a shout came from the door. "Hey, is it the family of Captain Li in the house? Has it arrived? When did it arrive?" The kids playing in the yard looked at the newcomers timidly when they saw that they didn't know who was coming. Xiaowen shouted into the house, "Mom, someone is coming." Xia Huanhuan walked out and looked at the newcomers suspiciously. There were 3 women standing at the door. One looked to be in her 30s, and the other 2 were in their 20s. The 3 women were also stunned when they saw Xia Huanhuan come out. "Isn't this too young?" One of the women in her 20s suddenly realized something and asked with a smile, "Oh, I see. You are Captain Li's sister, right? Come here to help them take care of the children? Where is your sister-in-law? Ask your sister-in-law to come out for a while." Xia Huanhuan. What kind of imagination is this? How does she look like Li Zhan's sister? When the triplets saw Xia Huanhuan come out, they ran over one by one, 2 by 3, and shouted, "Mom, someone is looking for you." Xia Huanhuan couldn't help laughing, raised her hand and scratched their little heads and smiled. "Yeah, Mom saw it." The 3 women were stunned, and then their eyes widened in shock. The woman in her 30s looked at Xia Huanhuan, and then at the 6 little kids in the yard, especially the oldest Li Wen. How could he be 8 or 9 years old? Why does their mother look like she is only in her early 20s? Moreover, she has given birth to 6 children, but her figure hasn't changed. Look at her waist, it's not even 2 feet long, right? You say it's caused by hunger, but look at her and legs. Fat where it should be fat, and thin where it should be thin. This can't be caused by hunger. She looks like she's only in her early 20s. Isn't it unfashionable to get married early now? Even if it was the wife that Captain Li's country family arranged for him to marry, how early could she get married?
You
are Captain Li's wife. Xia Huanhuan nodded and asked with a smile. Who are you, sisters? The 3 women then closed their mouths, which had not been closed all the time, and looked at each other, smiling awkwardly. The one in his 30s said, Look at how confused we are. My name is Lu Huifeng, and I'm Zhao Jianyong's wife. This is Lin Xiaomei, the wife of Battalion Commander Song, and that one is Zhou Qingqing, the wife of Deputy Battalion Commander Zhang. We heard from the men at home that Commander Li will be coming with his family in the next few days, so we came to see if there's anything we can do to help. Zhao Jianyong and Xia Huanhuan had just met, and it was Chief of Staff, Xiao, who went to the dock to pick them up. She had never heard of the other 2. However, it didn't matter whether she knew them or not. She just needed to know that these 3 women should have followed their husbands to the garrison, and they would be neighbors in the future, and they would see each other every day. At that moment, she smiled and called out, So it's Sister Lu, Sister Lin, and Sister Zhou. My name is Xia Huanhuan, and I'm Li Zhan's wife. I'm new here, and I'll have to trouble the 3 sisters-in-law to help me in the future. The 3 of them felt a little embarrassed when they saw that Xia Huanhuan was beautiful and spoke well. They more or less came to see a joke. Before Captain Li came, word had spread throughout the island that a young captain who was not even 30 years old was coming. The fact that Li Zhan became the captain at such a young age had already become a topic of discussion among the people in the garrison. In addition, it was later heard that Captain Li would temporarily bring his family with him. After further inquiry, it was found that his wife was married to him through an arranged marriage from her hometown in the countryside, and that she had already given birth to 6 children. In this era, every household has many children, but for someone who is not even 30 years old to have given birth to 6, this combat effectiveness is also amazing. This time, the topic became more and more popular, and even the fishermen heard about it. They were all looking forward to seeing what the new captain and his family would look like. Although Lu Huifeng and the other 3 were able to give birth, each of them only had 2 or 3 children. Lu Huifeng was older and had only 5 children at home, so they wanted to come and see Xia Huanhuan's joke. As a result, instead of seeing the joke, they felt ashamed of themselves. Zhou Qingqing's family was born in the city and later went to the countryside to become educated youth. Later, she was introduced to a farmer, but she also married a husband who became a company commander. Later, Company Commander Zhang was sent to Haikai Island and was promoted half a level to Deputy Battalion Commander. After Zhou Qingqing got married, she has been living in the village. She didn't want to stay in the village anymore, so she applied to follow the army. Because she was originally quite pretty, she was very proud among the ordinary-looking family members on the island. Now she saw that Xia Huanhuan was better than her in terms of appearance and figure, and she felt very unbalanced.
Hey.
Don't call me sister-in-law. Even if my man is 1 or 2 years older than your man, I may not be older than you. If it comes to this, I guess I have to call you sister. Zhou Qingqing felt very uncomfortable when she heard Xia Huanhuan call her sister-in-law. It's okay to lose in other aspects, but you can't lose in age. Xia Huanhuan has given birth to 6 children. The oldest is 9 years old, so she must be at least 27 or 28 years old, right? She probably just looks young. Xia Huanhuan knew that she was a difficult person to get along with, but she didn't get angry. She asked with a smile, "Can I ask you how old you are?" Zhou Qingqing said, "I just had my 25th birthday."
How old are you?
Xia Huanhuan couldn't help laughing in her heart. She's not young anymore, and she still wants to be a sister? Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, "Then I have to call you sister-in-law. I'm 24 this year." When these words came out, Lu Huifeng, Lin Xiaomei, and Zhou Qingqing were all stunned. This. 24, that's 15. In the countryside, this kind of thing is early, but this is...
No.
How could you be so young? You've already given birth to a child. Zhou Qingqing shouted in shock. Lu Huifang and Lin Xiaomei quickly grabbed her and stopped her from talking anymore. Although Xia Huanhuan is young, her husband is the one with the highest position among them. If she offends him, won't her husband be bullied in the future? Xia Huanhuan didn't explain and said, "We just arrived on the island, and we haven't packed our luggage yet. How about you three sisters-in-law come in and sit down? I'll get some water and boil some tea for you." When the three heard this, they all looked embarrassed. They laughed and said, "Oh, we also forgot the time when we were talking. You guys should pack your luggage quickly. We won't sit inside. When you are settled tomorrow, we will come to take you to the island to get familiar with it." Then they smiled and left. Xia Huanhuan did not keep them. She told Xiaowen and Xiaowu to look after her brother, and went back to the house to clean up. She took out the spiritual spring water from the space and filled the water tank. She also took out a lot of firewood and piled it in the kitchen. Seeing that it was getting late, Xia Huanhuan got some flour and started to knead the dough to make noodles. Then she began to struggle, not knowing whether to make Li Zhan's portion. There is a cafeteria in the base, and he might eat there. In the past, he was away from home all year round, so he didn't have to worry about this matter. Now Xia Huanhuan suddenly had to consider whether he would go home for dinner. She was really not used to it. However, although she was not used to it, she still felt sweet when she thought about it. The fact that they could stay together in the future can be felt from these small details. After thinking about it, Xia Huanhuan decided not to make his portion for now. If she made too much, it would be a waste. If he came back unexpectedly, she would make it for him separately. After the noodles were rolled, it was time to fry the toppings. Calling Xiaowen in to help light the fire, Xia Huanhuan took a piece of bacon, soaked the dried beans that had been cooked and dried in the summer in hot water, chopped them up and fried a dish, and fried 5 or 6 eggs as the toppings. Then it was time to cook the noodles. After it was cooked, put it in a bowl, pour the toppings on each bowl, and then you can eat it. In that era, there were no small bowls in the north. They were all large bowls or enamel bowls, which were not small either. 6 little guys, each holding an enamel bowl, squatted in the yard and slurped noodles. When Li Zhan came in, he saw this scene. When the 6 kids saw him come in, they all looked up and shouted, "Fourth uncle."
Dad.
Li Zhan couldn't help but grinning and said, "What delicious food did your mother make? Let me see." Xia Huanhuan also came out with noodles. When she saw him enter the yard, she smiled and asked, "Hey, why are you back at this time?" Li Zhan took off his hat and walked into the house. Smiling, the commander said that today is my first day on the island, and he will give me a day and a half off this afternoon and tomorrow so that I can help you with your luggage at home. Do you have any noodles? I haven't eaten yet, and I'm a little hungry after seeing the kids eating. Xia Huanhuan smiled guiltily and said, "No, I thought you were eating in the cafeteria over there, so I didn't make your share."
Li Zhan.
Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, "If you are hungry, eat my bowl first, and I'll go make another one." Li Zhan stopped her and said, "Don't bother. I'm not too hungry. Just give me 2 chopsticks of yours to fill my stomach first, and we'll talk about it in the evening." As he said that, he went to the kitchen to get the bowl and chopsticks and picked up 2 chopsticks from Xia Huanhuan's bowl and put them into his own bowl. Xia Huanhuan couldn't help but said angrily, "This degree should not be considered an indirect kiss."
Well,
it shouldn't be considered. However, Li Zhan probably didn't know the word for indirect kiss. After everyone had dinner, Li Zhan looked around the house and saw that curtains were hung on the windows and brand new bedding was placed on the beds. There were also 2 coal stoves placed upright in the house. One of them was already burning, and a kettle was boiling water. Li Zhan smiled and said, "Wife, you are so capable." Xia Huanhuan rolled her eyes and said, "Don't think you don't have to work just because you are sweet-mouthed. In addition to this bed, there doesn't seem to be any decent furniture in the house. I will take out some wood from the space in a few days, and you can make some tables and chairs when you have time. Oh, and make 2 more beds. In the next 2 days, 2 camp beds are put together. Xiaowen, Xiaowu, and Beibei can squeeze in for a few days, and they can't live in such a simple way every day." Li Zhan smiled and said, "Okay." At first, I didn't think that you could come to the island to join the army, and I didn't report it to the army. Later, after I reported it, it was too late to prepare here, but we had time to get 2 beds and a few tables and chairs. Staff Officer Zhao also asked me to come back and apologize to you on his behalf. In a few days, they should be able to prove some new furniture and so on, and then it will be better. Xia Huanhuan listened and smiled and said, "It's hard for the army to think about it." In the afternoon, Xia Huanhuan took out some wooden boards and the like from the space, and asked Li Zhan to nail a few simple small stools and chairs first, at least to ensure that everyone in the family has a stool to sit on. Otherwise, how can they eat on the steps outside every day? Li Zhan had never done carpentry work before, and he was forced to do it. He nailed the small stool crookedly, which was considered to be barely completing the task. Xia Huanhuan looked at the finished product and doubted whether her previous idea of taking out the wood and asking Li Zhan to make furniture was too naive. With this level, they lack beds, wardrobes, tables, chairs, etc. Even if they are done, they are probably shoddy projects and are always afraid of being broken. Xia Huanhuan was silent for a while and asked, "Are you sure the army will send us furniture? If not, is there any place on the island where we can buy furniture?" Li Zhan: "Wife, what are you thinking about? The only small store on the island is out of stock from time to time. You still want to buy furniture?" Xia Huanhuan. Li Zhan patted his chest and smiled. "Don't worry. Leave it to me." Xia Huanhuan looked at him, not having the heart to hit him. She was worried because it was on his mind. This kind of handwork is just a waste of wood. The afternoon passed quickly, and Xia Huanhuan thought that neither of them had eaten much at noon and were hungry, so she started cooking early. In the afternoon, Lu Huifang came again and gave 2 big radishes and some scallops. Xia Huanhuan did not refuse, so she took some dried beans and asked for a jar of pickled cabbage made at home in summer and autumn, and asked her to take it back. Although she came with the other 2 women in the morning, her purpose was somewhat impure, but this time she came again just for hospitality, and Xia Huanhuan was still happy to get along with her. Lu Huifang refused for a long time and felt embarrassed. In the end, she did not ask for the pickled cabbage, but asked for some dried beans to go back. For dinner, she cooked millet and sweet potato porridge, steamed mixed flour buns, and fried the dried bamboo shoots and bacon she brought with her, and fried an egg. There was also the soup made from scallops and radishes that Lu Huifang brought. There was no shortage of fish, shrimp, and shellfish on the island, but vegetables and meat were in short supply. Although Li Zhan already knew about the space, Xiaowen and Xiaowu had also fought, so they couldn't be too blatant for a while. Therefore, Xia Huanhuan thought that she still had to open up a small vegetable garden in the yard. However, now that winter was approaching, she could only grow cold-resistant spinach and radishes and cabbages. But it was better than nothing. That night, Xia Huanhuan sent Li Zhan to sleep on the camp bed with Xiaowen and Xiaowu. As for Beibei and the triplets, they slept with him on the bed in the master bedroom. Li Zhan felt very aggrieved. He thought that since his wife had joined the army, he could hold her every night, but now it was worse than before, and he didn't even have the right to sleep in the same bed. But Xia Huanhuan had sufficient reasons. How old are Xiaowen and Xiaowu, and their mother is not here? Do you have the heart to let them sleep alone in that room? What if they get scared at night? Beibei is a girl, so of course she has to sleep with me.
Li Zhan frowned.
If this was the reason, then he wouldn't have the chance to sleep in the same bed with his wife for a year or 2. Seeing him like that, Xia Huanhuan couldn't bear it and said with a smile, "Be good, just bear with it tonight, and wait until the bed is made." Li Zhan wanted to fight back, but Xia Huanhuan stuffed a pillow in his arms, and then the door was closed mercilessly. Li Zhan sighed to the sky and had to run to Xiaowen and Xiaowu's room with the pillow. Xiaowu had taken off his coat and was only wearing shorts. He patted the empty space beside him with excitement and said with a smile, "Fourth uncle, come here. Sleep here. I want to hear you tell me about catching bandits."
Li Zhan.
Why is this little rascal so enthusiastic? Xiaowen was sensible and said, "Fourth uncle, I'm grown up and I'm not afraid of sleeping alone. You don't have to come over specially to sleep with us." Looking at the sensible Xiaowen, Li Zhan couldn't help but touch his head with his big hand and said with a smile, Big, you are only 9 years old. You don't need to be so sensible and think about others everywhere. You learn from Xiaowu and his younger brothers. Be willful when you should be willful. Cry when you should cry. Your mother and fourth uncle will not be angry. Xiaowen was stunned for a moment, and then the smile on his face froze. He bit his lip subconsciously, then lowered his head suddenly, and then crawled into the quilt to hide, saying in a muffled voice, I didn't think about others. Xiaowu looked at his elder brother suspiciously and said, Brother, why did you get into the quilt? Don't you want to listen to our fourth uncle telling stories? Zhan grabbed Xiaowu, the fool, and said with a smile, Lie down obediently. You will catch a cold. Do you still want to listen to the story of catching bandits? When Xiaowu heard it, he quickly lay down obediently and urged, Fourth uncle, tell it quickly. No words were spoken that night. Early the next morning, Zhan got up beggingly. Xia Huan had already gotten up. Without Lin Yuru, the 3 meals a day, laundry, cleaning, and so on at home naturally had to be taken care of by her. Washing clothes was fine. Anyway, there was a washing machine in the space. Just throw the clothes into wash, at most take them out, and hang them on the clothesline in the yard to dry. For the 3 meals a day, you can't take ready-made buns or something from the space to eat, so you can only cook them yourself. Fortunately, Xia Huan still likes to cook. As for washing dishes and pots, sometimes let Xiaowen and Xiaowu help, and sometimes just throw them directly into the dishwasher in the space, which is still convenient. Zhan walked into the kitchen, rolled up his sleeves, and helped to light the fire, and asked with a smile, What are you eating for breakfast this morning? Xia Huan smiled. Fried eggs, small sausages and meat buns, cooked sweet potato rice porridge, and a plate of pickled shredded radish as a side dish. Zhan smiled. So much? My wife has worked hard. As he said that, he suddenly came over and pecked Xia Huan on the face while she was not paying attention. Xia Huan blushed early in the morning. What if the children see it? Zhan smiled and said, Let them see it. I kiss my wife. How dare they have any objections? The triplets got up early as usual. Xiaowen came into the room and helped them put on their clothes and shoes. Then the triplets ran to the yard.
Sheep. Feed the sheep.
But after they went out, where were the sheep? Not to mention the sheep, even the hens they had been feeding were gone. Instead, the wolf cubs ran over happily, barking around their little masters. The triplets ran dejectedly to the corner of the yard in Qingshui village that used to be a sheep pen. They searched for the lambs for a long time, but couldn't find them. They couldn't help but feel sad and cried wow. When Xia Huan and Zhan heard this, they hurried out to see. They heard them crying and complaining. Wow. The sheep are gone. The chickens are gone too.
Woo-wah.
Xia Huan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Sheep and chickens will be here in a few days.
They are still on the boat now.
Haven't you forgotten that you came here by train and boat? Sheep and chickens also need to take a car and a boat. Zhan. When the triplets heard this, they got up from the ground and asked suspiciously, Really? Xia Huan smiled and said, Of course it's true. When has Mom ever lied to you? But if you cry again, Yang and Gigi will not like our house anymore and will go to someone else's house. The triplets were frightened and quickly wiped their tears and said seriously, Mom, we won't cry anymore. Send a telegram to the sheep and chickens, asking them to be faster. Xia Huan tried to hold back her laughter until her stomach hurt and said seriously, Yes, I will give them food in a few days. Unable to feed the sheep and chickens, the triplets began to feed the wolf cubs. Each of them took a steamed bun made of mixed flour, ate half of it, and did not forget to break off half for the wolf cubs. Xia Huan did not stop them. In this era, food was in short supply. Most of the time, even if people fed the dogs, they would definitely eat their fill first before giving the dogs some leftovers. People could not even eat steamed buns made of mixed flour, so how could they give them to dogs? However, Xia Huan was not short of food. Besides, since she chose to raise wolf cubs, they were given to guard the house and protect her children. They would be members of the family in the future. There was no reason to blame or abuse them just because they were animals or even not feed them properly. Of course, If the triplets were seen by others feeding the dogs with their own rations, they would definitely be criticized. Therefore, she usually only ignored it when she was at home. When she was outside, she tried not to let the triplets do this. Breakfast was quickly finished. Li Zhan took Xiaowen, Xiaowu, and Beibei to the primary school on the island to complete the enrollment procedures. After returning, he smiled and said to Xia Huanhuan, "Huanhuan, I found an old carpenter on the island with good craftsmanship. Let's ask him to help make beds, cabinets, tables, and chairs in a few days." Xia Huanhuan breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Li Zhan found a professional carpenter. Otherwise, if he insisted on doing everything himself, she would have to directly refuse him. It's good now, and there is no need to worry about hurting his self-esteem. Li Zhan ran over and hugged Xia Huanhuan's waist from behind, bit her ear, and smiled. "When the time comes, let the carpenter make 2 big beds, one for Xiaowen and Xiaowu to sleep, and the other one put in another room, just like our wing room in Qingshui village, just for the 2 of us to sleep." Xia Huanhuan blushed when she heard it. "You are not ashamed. We are an old couple." Before she could finish her words, she was kissed. Xia Huanhuan pushed him away, but failed. Li Zhan's eyes sparkled and he smiled. "Xiaowen and the others have gone to school, and the triplets are sleeping again. Wife, let's hurry up. It will probably take more than half a month to make this bed." How could he bear it? As he said this, he picked up Xia Huanhuan and put her on the bed in the room. Xia Huanhuan was so angry that she hit him several times, but she was not strong enough to resist. She was afraid of waking up the triplets in the next room, so she had to let him do it. Speaking of which, it took them more than a week to get here from Qingshui village. It was only during the days when they were waiting for the boat at the dock that Li Zhan succeeded once. It was quite a long time. It was almost noon when the triplets woke up. The wolf cub was originally holding the triplets at the door and guarding them. When he heard the movement of the 3 little guys, he immediately ran over smartly and called twice towards their room. Li Zhan didn't want to pay attention to it at first, but the triplets just woke up, and they cried first because they were hazy and didn't see the adults. Xia Huanhuan pushed him and gritted her teeth and said, "Yan Yan, and the others are awake. Go and have a look." Li Zhan sighed, got up resignedly, put on his clothes, and went to see the triplets. After a while, Xia Huanhuan also got up and went directly into the space to take a bath and soak in a hot spring. Yan Yan and the others wanted to find Xia Huanhuan, so Li Zhan pulled them over. When they entered the house, there was no sign of Xia Huanhuan. Li Zhan was stunned for a moment, and then he guessed that his wife must have gone into the space. No matter how many times he saw this, it was really hard to get used to it. Li Zhan had no choice but to take the triplets to the yard again. "Your mother went out. I'll be back soon. Let's go to the yard to the land, okay?" The triplets listened and didn't doubt it. They watched Li Zhan use to open up a small vegetable plot. Xia Huanhuan finished soaking in the hot spring and came out refreshed. Seeing the 4 father and sons cultivating a vegetable garden in the yard, she smiled, took out the seeds of radish, cabbage, and spinach from the space and walked out. The triplets saw Xia Huanhuan coming out of the house and ran over.
"Mom."
"You're back."
"Hey."
"Mom, why didn't you come back from outside?" Xia Huanhuan was stunned for a moment, raised her eyes to look at Li Zhan, and knew that Li Zhan must have lied because he couldn't find her, so she had to smile vaguely. "Mom, didn't go out. What are you doing with Dad?" The triplets were indeed diverted, and said proudly, "We are planting vegetables." Xia Huanhuan smiled and touched their heads, and said with a smile, "Good boy. So capable." As he said this, he handed the seeds to Li Zhan and asked him to distribute them to the triplets, who then sprinkled the seeds in the dug vegetable beds in an orderly manner. The triplets were so happy that they couldn't stop smiling. They planted 2 beds of 3 kinds of vegetables, radish and cabbage, and more spinach, and irrigated them with spiritual spring water. The next step was to wait for them to sprout and grow. There was not much arable land on the island, so there was a shortage of grain, vegetables, meat, eggs, etc. The main source of protein was fish, shrimp, shellfish, etc., and the other was kelp, seaweed, etc. Therefore, every household here planted some vegetables in the yard for their own consumption, similar to the private plots in Qingshui village. In addition, when the group goes fishing at sea, after leaving enough for the group, the family can also get a share, which is the daily source of food. Most of the food is still transported in from outside the island and is generally distributed to the commune fishery. The commune fishery uses the fish, shrimp, shellfish, or other seafood it catches to transport to land in exchange for food. As for pigs, cattle, sheep, and the like, there are basically no free-range ones raised by each household on the island. It goes without saying that sheep need to eat grass, but there is not enough arable land on this island, and there is not enough grass to feed them. The commune does raise a cow as a farming tool. As for pigs, they also need to eat grains and miscellaneous foods. Ordinary people don't have leftovers, so they can't afford to raise them. There is a pig farm in the garrison which is not large, with about 4 or 5 pigs, and they are fed with swill, wheat bran, rice bran, and the like from the garrison canteen. As for chickens, ducks, and geese, each household feeds a few of them to the best of their ability. After all, fish entrails, shrimp shells, and peeled vegetable leaves are the favorites of poultry, and every household has them. At noon, Xiaowen, Xiaowu, and Beibei came back from elementary school, and Xiaohuanhuan took out the fish from the space, and used soybeans to sprout some bean sprouts, and cooked a pot of hot fish soup with radish cubes. In addition, she took out some shrimps, which were all fresh, so she boiled them directly in water and seasoned them. A sauce. The freshly cooked shrimp meat has a sweet taste, and it is delicious even without the sauce. There is also a stir-fried squid. The triplets are too young, and they are afraid that the fish will get stuck in their throats, so they are fed shrimp and cut squid. Li Zhan looked at the table full of seafood and guessed that Xia Huanhuan must have taken it out from the space. After all, it was only the second day they arrived on the island. How could there be so many seafood at home? It's just... When I accidentally entered Xia Huanhuan's space before, I knew that she had stored a lot of food and meat in her space, but I didn't expect that there were even seafood. Xia Huanhuan was in a good mood. In the past, in Qingshui village, the seafood in the space could only be taken out for occasional fish and shrimp. Things like squid, octopus, clams, scallops, razor clams, flour, jellyfish skin, etc. are completely useless. Now I can finally eat them openly. After a while, when things settle down, I can eat oysters and abalone from time to time. However, Li Zhan and the children grew up inland after all, and they are definitely not used to eating only seafood, so the pork, beef, mutton, etc. in the space will be taken out from time to time to change things up. After lunch, Lu Huifeng and Lin Xiaomei came together to take Xia Huanhuan to get familiar with the island. Zhou Qingqing didn't come this time. Xia Huanhuan didn't refuse and followed them out. The island is not big, but it is quite big to walk on. First, they went to the well and told Xia Huanhuan how to fetch water. Xia Huanhuan listened humbly. She would definitely come to fetch water in the future, but the spiritual spring in her space was enough for the water used at home. Then she went to the dock, the post office for sending and receiving letters and parcels, and the telegraph station. When she arrived at the telegraph station, Xia Huanhuan sent a telegram to Xia Shuangshan, Lin Yuru, and the Fu family. If Fu Nanjing goes back, he should be able to bring a letter back, but judging from the trouble they had on the way here, it is estimated that the telegram will be faster than Fu Nanjing's arrival. Afterwards, they went to the canteen of the garrison and a place similar to a market where supplies were distributed. The family members of the soldiers on the island were also issued food coupons and meat, fish, coupons. If they did not want to cook at home, they would go to the canteen of the garrison to use the food coupons to get food. If they wanted to cook at home, they would use the food coupons and meat, fish, coupons to go to the place where supplies were distributed to exchange for food, fish, shrimp, pork, eggs, etc. While walking, Lu Huifeng and Lin Xiaomei also talked a little about the climate on the island. When it's cold in winter, the sea here will freeze, and sometimes it's not easy for fishing boats to go out fishing. There is still a larger icebreaker in the garrison, which will go out fishing regularly to replenish some fish and shrimp supplies and distribute them to the residents on the island. However, the quantity is definitely not enough, so we should take advantage of now to dry more fish, scallops, and the like so that we can have some supplements in winter. In addition, there is a state-owned fishery on the Emerald Island next door, and the garrison sometimes directly buys supplies from there. In summer, the wind and waves are strong, and sometimes there will be typhoons. Remember to close the doors and windows. Also, you must take good care of the kids at home, and don't go to the beach to play. In previous years, there were children who were swept away by the wind and waves, and the adults at home cried to death. The garrison will go out to sea for patrols regularly, and you can ask Captain Li to take you up for a visit some other day. Xia Huanhuan also listened to them with a smile. After walking for a few hours, the two of them finished their enthusiastic introduction. Xia Huanhuan went back with sore heels, but her impression of Lu Huifang and Lin Xiaomei changed a lot. The island is not very big, and we see each other everywhere, so it would be best if there is nothing awkward. 2 days later, the army really brought a large wardrobe and a bed by boat, which was considered to be some furniture for them. In addition, some wood was also sent. When Li Zhan came back, Xia Huanhuan asked, "Did you apply for the wood?"
Li Zhan smiled and said, "Yes.
Even if you have some in your space, you can't just take it out for no reason. I applied for some, saying that I had told the old carpenter on the island and asked him to help make it." Xia Huanhuan felt sweet in her heart. This rough man was thoughtful and knew how to cover for her. Xia Huanhuan took out some more wood from the space. The next day, she invited the old carpenter to come over and help make another bed, 2 tables, and 5 chairs. When the old carpenter was helping here, Xia Huanhuan naturally took care of the meals. There were multi-grain steamed buns and fish and shrimp every day, and some radishes and cabbages. She said that they were sent by other people on the island, so she just evaded the question. When the old carpenter finished his work and went back, Xia Huanhuan took another piece of bacon, secretly wrapped it up, and asked the old carpenter to take it back. The old carpenter looked at it and refused to accept it. Pork and other things were in short supply on the island. It was only when Xia Huanhuan stuffed it into his tool bag that he accepted it. The sawdust shaved from the yard, the leftovers were taken to the kitchen to be used as firewood, and the leftovers were given to the kids at home to play with. There was a bed, but Xia Huanhuan still sent Li Zhan to sleep with Xiaowen and Xiaowu every night, which made Li Zhan very depressed and sighing. Later, she couldn't stand it anymore, so she waited until the kids at home fell asleep, ran to pick up Xia Huanhuan, and went to the next room to stay with her. Xia Huanhuan didn't have a good temper, but was afraid that if she struggled, she would wake up the children, so she had to punch him twice in anger and had to try her best not to make any sound. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have made this third bed. Now, he tortures himself every night, and I don't know where he gets such good physical strength. The days passed by like water, and the Fu family sent things several times, including food and some cotton clothes. Xia Shuangshan and Lin Yu. As for Ru, Xia Huanhuan also sent some money back to them, wrote letters back, asked about Yang Qiushi's situation, and asked them not to send anything over, but they also asked Secretary Zhao to help write letters and send them over. It's just that the transportation and communication here are not very convenient, and letters and packages sometimes have to be delayed for several days. As for Shen Wanxue and Rongzhenbang, Xia Huanhuan still asked Luo Qing to find someone to secretly help look after them from time to time. In the blink of an eye, it was midwinter. Because of the marine climate here, it doesn't snow in winter, but it's still wet and cold. The 2 coal stoves in the house were burning. The coal here also has to be transported from the land. Xia Huanhuan stored some in the space, but it is not a renewable resource, so it has been almost used up in the past few years. Fortunately, firewood is inexhaustible, so she changed to burning wood by herself. The charcoal was used for heating. Of course, when burning charcoal in the house, safety must be taken into consideration, and the windows must always be open. In winter, a small iron net was placed on the stove, and oysters, squid tentacles, etc. were placed on it and slowly roasted. Oysters were added with garlic, sauce, and other condiments, and eaten with the roasted soup. Squid tentacles were sprinkled with pepper, salt, cumin, etc., which was simply delicious. There were also rice cakes. Watching the plump rice cakes expand and then burst with a pop, it was baked. The outside was crispy and the inside was soft and glutinous. The little guys were complaining about the hotness of their mouths, but they kept eating. When the New Year was approaching, the troops killed 3 New Year pigs. In addition to the canteen at the station leaving enough for the New Year, each family of the soldiers was also given 10 pounds of meat, and the rest was distributed to the residents on the island. The sea near the shore was indeed frozen, and the ship that ran every 10 days also stopped sailing, so there was no need to think about returning to Beijing for the New Year. I spent the New Year on the island. Although the island is not big, there is still a New Year atmosphere. Before the New Year, some firecrackers were transported here. Every household also posted couplets in accordance with the occasion, and the crackling firecrackers kept ringing. The cubs have become familiar with other children on the island. The older ones pull the younger ones, wearing thick round cotton-padded clothes, and take the wolf cubs out to visit and play. Although fish is more common here, dumplings are still needed for the New Year. Xia Huanhuan made dumplings with pork and cabbage fillings, pork and dried bamboo shoots fillings, and other New Year's Eve dinners with seafood such as steamed flour, with rice cakes, stir-fried shrimps, steamed fish, and clam and abalone soup. On New Year's Eve, after coaxing the cubs to sleep, Zhan tormented her in another room. The two of them were sweating and sticking together. Xia Huanhuan couldn't help but calculate the time in her heart. It has been more than 4 years since she came here. In just 2 years, the college entrance examination will be resumed, and she will also start reviewing and preparing. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing if she failed the exam. Xia Huanhuan had a lot of books and other things in her space. She also specially looked for the test papers of the year when the college entrance examination was resumed, just in case. But because she had only a few days between awakening the space and the warning of crossing to actually crossing, and she had too many things to stock up, so it seemed that she only had a few copies of the test papers of that year that were photocopied from the internet. Moreover, they were local test papers, not those near Beijing. So, overall, she was actually taking the test without preparation. For those who have been away from school for many years, don't think that the first year's test papers are easy. If you really dare not review and take the test without preparation, you may really fall flat on your face. However, review materials are also a problem. She does have books and mock questions for various subjects in her space, but after all, the time span is 20 or 30 years, and the knowledge points in the textbooks must have changed. If you review randomly, it will be counterproductive. After considering it, you still have to buy textbooks of various subjects of this era to review. Many islanders on this island can't read a single word. The garrison is better, with literacy classes and elementary schools for children who come with the army. However, Zhan also asked around for her at the garrison, and found that there are indeed no high school textbooks. Xia Huanhuan probably still has to go to Beijing to get them, so she thought about sending a telegram to Fu Nanjing in a few days, asking him to help look for them and send them to her, if they are available. Zhan couldn't help laughing when he saw her looking for high school textbooks. Didn't you just graduate from elementary school? How did you find high school textbooks directly? Can you understand them?
And
Why are you looking at that all of a sudden? Xia Huanhuan was shocked. She had traveled through time, but she hadn't told Zhan yet. She immediately laughed and said, "Didn't I learn Chinese medicine from my master? He told me to read Chinese medicine, but I couldn't understand it, so I went to ask him. After a long time, I recognized more words. As for other subjects, I just found the high school textbooks in advance, and I will read them later. I must start from elementary school and junior high school."
hee.
As for the reason for reading this, it must be to guide the children at home in their studies in the future. Xiaowen, Xiaowu, and Beibei are also in the 4th grade, 3rd grade, and 2nd grade of elementary school, respectively. In the future, the triplets will go to school. If they come to me with a math problem and ask me how to fill it in, and I can't type it out, then where is my dignity as a mother? I can't let these little guys look down on me. So, I must learn better than them. Listening to Xia Huanhuan's solemn promises and childish competitiveness, Zhan couldn't help but smile dotingly. Okay. Learn. My wife is so smart. Elementary and junior high school are no problem. She will definitely be able to learn it in high school. She must be better than those brats. Xia Huanhuan heard something wrong. squinted her eyes and asked dangerously, Li Zhan, are you making fun of me? Li Zhan shook his head quickly with a strong desire to survive, and smiled. No, absolutely not. Wife, I am praising you for being smart. Xia Huanhuan glanced at him and said, that's more like it. By the way, you have to learn with me too. Li Zhan was stunned and asked, I have to learn too? Xia Huanhuan nodded seriously and said, knowledge will definitely be valued more and more in the future. With your level, it won't work. Our parents are both intellectuals at the university professor level. If you, as a son, don't even have a high school degree, how embarrassed your parents will be when you recognize each other in the future. Xia Huanhuan didn't say that when the college entrance examination is resumed in the future, Li Zhan can actually take the college entrance examination and then go to university for further studies. Although he has a military position, the policy will definitely not prohibit this situation. Moreover, even if he doesn't go to an ordinary university, there are still military schools to go to. No matter which one, you should prepare yourself and review well first so that you can seize the opportunity in the future. When Li Zhan heard her mention Shen Wanxue and Rong Zhenbang, his expression couldn't help but dim for a moment, but he recovered immediately and smiled. I will listen to you, my wife. Li Zhan went out to serve in the army at the age of 15. Before serving in the army, when he was in the village, Lulan was so stingy that she naturally didn't want to send the children to school. Li Zhan still secretly went to the school in the town to attend a few classes and learned a few words. Later, when he served in the army had literacy classes and he learned to read intermittently. In addition to literacy classes, there are naturally more advanced trainings, but those mainly focus on military aspects and other cultural knowledge has not improved much. Xia Huanhuan was quite happy to see Li Zhan agreed so readily. After all, many people who hold high positions in the army cannot lower their dignity and start learning from junior high school or even elementary school. Li Zhan is quite modest in his attitude towards learning. Just when Xia Huanhuan was praising her husband for being teachable, Li Zhan suddenly turned over and pressed on her, his eyes sparkling. Wife, you see I am so obedient. Let's do it again? Xia Huanhuan. Li Zhan worked diligently on her, and at the same time, he did not forget to persuade her to sign an unequal treaty. Huanhuan, in the future, as long as I learn a little, you will reward me in bed once, how about it? If you don't say anything, I will take it as your agreement. Xia Huanhuan bit the pillow and could not refute. How much is this a little? It can't be that being able to solve a math problem and remembering a chemical equation counts as a little? Wouldn't she be tortured to death? This rascal. The two reached a consensus on learning. Xia Huanhuan simply sent a telegram to Fu Nanjing, asking him to send all the textbooks and workbooks for elementary, middle, and high schools that could be found or purchased. After Fu Nanjing received the telegram, it would take at least 1 or 2 months, or even longer, for him to find and buy the books and send them by post. But Xia Huanhuan was not in a hurry. There were still 2 years left. Even if there was a delay of 3 months, there was still 1 year and 3 quarters. There was definitely enough time. A few days after the new year, Xia Huanhuan was taking out soybeans and making tofu when a soldier suddenly ran into the yard and said anxiously, Captain Li's sister-in-law. Captain Li asked you to go to the headquarters as soon as possible. Xia Huanhuan was startled and hurriedly followed, asking, what's going on? Did something happen to your Captain Li? The soldier who came to report the news said as he ran, sister-in-law, don't worry. Captain Li is fine. Captain Li and his men went out on patrol and rescued a fisherman whose fishing boat was accidentally hit by an ice floe and sank into the sea. It so happened that the doctor at the station went to another island to see a patient, so Captain Li asked me to come quickly and call you, sister-in-law. Xia Huanhuan was relieved when she heard it. However, she did not dare to delay and almost trotted all the way to the headquarters. Li Zhan saw her come in and quickly pulled her over to check, saying, Huanhuan, they've been soaking in the cold sea water for a long time. You should take a look at them. Xia Huanhuan walked closer and saw that they looked like a family, an elderly couple and a young girl. They were lying on the ground, wet and unconscious. Although they were wrapped in woolen blankets, it was of no use. Xia Huanhuan hurried over to check their pulses. The pulses of the three were already very weak. Xia Huanhuan immediately said, "Hurry up and prepare some ice cubes. Also, the family members who are accompanying the army, call Sister Lu or Sister Lin. Find someone to boil some soup. I'll prescribe some Chinese medicine for dispelling the cold, and boil them quickly." Everyone hurried to move after hearing what Xia Huanhuan said. The soldiers knew that ice cubes should be used to rub the skin of people with hypothermia, so the ice cubes had been prepared in advance. However, because two of the people rescued were women, this step had not yet been carried out. After a while, Lu Huifeng and Lin Xiaomei came together. Xia Huanhuan hurriedly helped them carry the two women into the house next door, took off their clothes, and then rubbed their bodies with ice cubes. After rubbing, they quickly wrapped them in dry cashmere blankets. However, these were obviously a drop in the bucket. Xia Huanhuan gritted her teeth, took off her clothes, and only wore close-fitting clothes, then got into the blanket and used her body temperature to restore their body temperature faster. Seeing this, Lu Huifeng and Lin Xiaomei also quickly took off their clothes and followed Xia Huanhuan to warm the two people. The uncle who fell into the water, they were carried into the house by other male soldiers for treatment. Hot water was boiled, and a lot of hot water bags were filled and placed on the neck, armpits, and other places to speed up the body's temperature recovery. Coal stoves were also lit in the house to increase the room temperature. After more than an hour of hard work, the three finally regained consciousness and were saved. Xia Huanhuan then asked for the boiled soup and Chinese medicine for expelling cold to be brought over and fed to them. Then the army canteen also boiled some chicken soup and sent it over for them to drink to replenish their physical strength. They were allowed to rest until the next morning, and only then did they start to question them carefully when the three could talk. It turned out that they all worked in the state-owned fishery on the neighboring Emerald Island. The squad leader of the fishery assigned them to row a boat to feed the fry in the fish farms that were a little far away from the island and close to the kelp island. The family of three rowed a small boat with feed on the boat to feed the fish. When they came back from feeding the fish, they accidentally hit the floating ice on the sea. Fortunately, they were found by the patrol boat, otherwise they would be in great danger. Coincidentally, these three people were Yu Siju's family of three. Xia Huanhuan was also stunned when she heard Yu Siju's name. She seemed to have heard this name somewhere before, but Xia Huanhuan couldn't remember where she had heard it for a while. Yu Siju was obviously educated, with outstanding temperament and appearance. Her father was also gentle with glasses. Although her mother didn't look like she had any culture, she didn't seem to be the type of person who was sarcastic. Anyway, overall, they were different from the indigenous fishermen here. Xia Huanhuan probably knew that they should have the same status as Shen Wanxue and Yang Qiushi. The troops didn't say anything after hearing this, and let them rest for a few more days before sending them back to Emerald Island by boat. Xia Huanhuan was afraid that the cold evil in their bodies had not been completely eliminated, so she took out some Chinese medicinal materials from the space, prepared a prescription, and sent it over, intending for them to take it back and boil it. As soon as she arrived at the door of the room where they were resting, she heard the family of three inside whispering something. "Dad, I don't agree to go back immediately. I'd better listen to the troops and get well before going back." This was Yu Siju's voice. Yu's father sighed and said, "How can that be? We have been delayed outside for a day. What if the fishery thinks we are absconding and reports it?" Yu's mother suddenly whispered, "Siju, when you go back to Emerald Island, why don't you agree to the proposal of squad leader Wu?" Yu Siju did not answer. Yu's father interrupted, "Enough. How can you force Siju like this? That Wu looked so diligent and attentive before, and we thought he would be good to our daughter. So we just agreed. What's the situation now?" As soon as Siju rejected him, he retaliated against our family under the pretext of official duties. There is no need to prepare fish feeds so frequently in winter. He insisted on sending our family of three to feed it. Isn't it intentional? Our daughter can't marry such a person even if she never gets married in her life. Isn't this pushing our daughter into the fire pit? After hearing this, mother-in-law explained in a stammering voice, I am just afraid that he will retaliate against me again. It's okay for the two of us, but if anything happens to Siju, how can we live? At the end of the words, her tone was already tearful. Father-in-law felt uncomfortable, as if a piece of tofu was stuck in his heart. After a while, he sighed and said, "Don't cry. Even so, you can't bow to evil forces. That kind of person. Even if Siju surrenders and marries him today, I'm afraid he will use all kinds of things to threaten Siju in the future." Xia Huanhuan was also quite shocked. There were so many twists and turns behind this matter. When she was hesitating whether to go back and come back later, mother-in-law suddenly said, Siju, you should write a letter or send a telegram to the third boy of the Fu family. Don't worry about your parents. You volunteered to come down to accompany your parents. Let the Fu family take you back to Beijing."
Right.
Our letters and telegrams are still subject to inspection on Emerald Island, but here, it should be better. You can send a telegram while you are here. Xia Huanhuan's heart moved. Beijing? A Fu family? There is naturally more than one Fu family in Beijing, but when she heard someone mention the Fu family, Xia Huanhuan still had a preconceived idea that it should be her family. Moreover, the name Yu Siju was a little annoyed, Mom. Didn't I tell you not to mention him again in the future? I've already said that I broke up with him a long time ago. He must have married and had children a long time ago. Besides, what is our status now? If I send a telegram or write a letter now, won't it harm their family? Yu's mother said aggrievedly. What should we do? Does our family have to be forced to death by that Wu? Yu's father quickly scolded. Hey,
Keep your voice down.
someone heard it. After hearing this, Xia Huanhuan didn't know how to knock on the door and go in, so she left quietly, planning to come back to deliver the medicine later. However, before she could send it over, new news came from Zhan. The Yu family seemed to be in a hurry and wanted to go back to Emerald Island today. Zhan, like Xia Huanhuan, also saw that their identities were rather embarrassing, so he respected the wishes of the three and sent a boat to send them back. Considering that they were still weak, Xia Huanhuan was allowed to get on the boat and follow along. It just so happened that Xia Huanhuan had been muttering that it was boring to stay on the island alone and wanted to go out to see something, but she never had the chance, so this time it was justified. Although it was just to go to the Emerald Island next door, Xia Huanhuan was still very happy and got on the boat. The medicine was given to them on the boat. The three of them could not stop thanking Xia Huanhuan. Xia Huanhuan hesitated whether to ask if the Fu family they were talking about was the Fu family, and if the third boy of the Fu family was Fu Nanjing. However, she did not ask in the end. This family has a special status. If she asked, it would be fine if it didn't matter. But if it did, would it really implicate the Fu family? When she was dating Shen Wanque and Yang Qiushi before, wasn't she afraid that Li Zhan's future would be affected? She was always cautious and careful. The Fu family is more important than Li Zhan. It attracted a lot more attention. The last time Li Zhan was detained, it was also because someone wanted to plot against the Fu family. Considering these, Xia Huanhuan finally endured not asking and planned to send a telegram to Fu Nanjing later to tell him about it. If the third brother knows this family, then make the next plan. It is not far from Haikai Island to Feitsue Island. It only takes 2 or 3 hours to go back and forth by boat. Xia Huanhuan has really been suffocated these days. Because she has just settled down and there is no one to take care of the triplets, she is worried, so she has not even gone to Beijing through space. Now she is standing on the deck, enjoying the wind and looking at the sea. I have never seen the sea in winter, especially the sea with floating ice. It has the atmosphere of the end of the world at the North and South Poles. Li Zhan saw her coming out to enjoy the wind, so he came over and smiled. You don't mind the cold. The sea surface is bare. What's so good about it? Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, It's beautiful when you don't see it normally. It's not like you see it every day, so of course you think it's normal. Having said that, she suddenly turned around and glared at him. Do you feel that you've been looking at me for too long and are tired of it, and that I'm not pretty anymore? Have you fallen for some the island or in the garrison? Li Zhan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He cared so much about his wife that he even felt jealous. What kind of nonsense are you thinking about every day in your little head? As he said that, he leaned close to her ear and smiled. Am I not working hard enough at night so that you think I have other energy to fall for others? Then I'll work harder tonight so that you don't have time to be jealous. After saying that, he bit her earlobe as a punishment.
Ah!
Xia Huanhuan shouted softly, but quickly held it back, glaring at Li Zhan with her pretty eyes. There were people coming and going on the deck. What a rascal Li Zhan was. What she said just now was just a joke. She was not really jealous. Why did she lose everything? Thinking about how Li Zhan was going to torture her at night, Xia Huanhuan felt that the scenery in front of her suddenly became ugly. Seeing her expression of regret and anger, but not being able to speak out, Li Zhan couldn't help but want to tease his wife more. He simply walked over and took her into his arms with his military coat, and with a cover, his hand slipped into her collar. Hiss! You! The coldness from Li Zhan's hand made Xia Huanhuan shiver subconsciously, and she couldn't help but whispered, Rogue. Li Zhan laughed, blinked, leaned close to her ear and bit it again, and laughed in a low and magnetic voice. Don't move. Let me warm up for a while. Also, even if he is a gangster, he belongs to your family. They were just getting close to each other when suddenly a report came from behind. Li Zhan and Xia Huanhuan were startled and quickly stood a little further away. Xia Huanhuan's face was so red that it seemed like blood was about to drip out. She didn't dare to look back and just looked at the sea. Li Zhan coughed twice and asked majestically, What's the matter? The young soldier was not very old, and seeing that the commander was a little too serious, he couldn't help but get nervous. No. Commander, we've arrived at Emerald Island. Li Zhan was stunned for a moment. He and Xia Huanhuan hadn't paid attention to the sea just now. When he turned around, he saw that the boat was slowly approaching the dock. Got it, let's dock.
Yes.
After the young soldier finished speaking, he went to carry out the order. Xia Huanhuan was so angry that she punched Li Zhan. Rascal! He almost brought shame to his grandmother's house. When the boat stopped, Li Zhan went ashore, and the 3 members of the Yu family also got off the boat. There were several people on the dock who came to pick them up, one of whom was Wu Yun. Yu Siju couldn't help but feel a jolt in his heart. Sure enough, as soon as the 3 of them got ashore, 4 or 5 strong men who looked like militiamen rushed up and tied the arms of the 3 behind their backs and wanted to tie them up. Yu Siju was lucky, and she was mentally prepared the moment she saw Wu Yun. But Yu's mother was timid and couldn't help crying. Siju's father, this. What are you doing? Yu's father couldn't help shouting. Why are you arresting people? What have we done?
Li Zhan frowned.
He signaled the soldiers who came over to pull those people apart and said in a deep voice, What are you going to do? Seeing that Li Zhan was wearing a military uniform, Wu Yun didn't dare to be too presumptuous, but still said sarcastically, What for? Of course we are going to catch the escaped people. Comrade, you're the garrison on Haidai Island, right? We thank you for helping us catch the people back. However, although Feitsue Island is also under the jurisdiction of Haidai Island, we also have our own rules here. They haven't returned for a day and a night, and they also stole a boat on the island. Isn't this just running away? Yu's father said anxiously, You are slandering me. It was you who assigned us the task to feed the fish. How did it become that we stole the boat and ran away? When Li Zhan heard this, he knew that this was probably a set plan. Apart from anything else, if one of them escaped and was caught, he would likely be sentenced. What's more, this is an island, and it would take a large gas tanker half a day to reach the land. They were rowing a small broken boat, without any supplies, and on the sea with floating ice in winter. This was not escaping. This was clearly courting death. Comrade Wu, I think it's better to investigate whether they stole the boat and escaped, and then make a conclusion. Such a serious crime will ruin the family. Li Zhan said patiently. Wu Yun glanced at Li Zhan gloomily. Although Emerald Island is under the jurisdiction of Kelp Island, the ordinary fishermen from Kelp Island sometimes come to Emerald Island, or meet him in the sea area, and they still have to give way to him.
Why?
Because his uncle is the director of the state-owned fishery on Emerald Island, the main person in charge. If it weren't for this relationship, he would never have come back to this remote island where no one lives. Later, he fell in love with Yu Siju on the island, and he pursued her sincerely for several years. He also took good care of the Yu family, and his affectionate and steady personality was well established. Of course, this was not only because of Yu Siju, but also the background of the Yu family. Although his uncle was a local emperor on the Emerald Island and had a lot of power, in fact, the Wu family was born in a small coastal town in Liao province. No matter how much they struggled, they would not have much future. It is said that the Yu family was very powerful in Beijing before, and Yu's father was an official in Beijing. Although he is down and out now, Wu Yun also has some of his own cunning and opportunism. What if the Yu family turns over again in the future? Once they turn over, as the son-in-law who helped them when they were at their lowest point, wouldn't he leave this broken island in a minute and go to Beijing to make a fortune? Even if the Yu family can't turn over in the end, Yu Siju is still the most beautiful woman on the island. He said that he would marry her, and he would definitely find a loan. If she wants to have a good time, she won't do it in a big way. She will just secretly trick the person into getting the taste of it. When she gets tired of him in the future, she can just dump him. She is the daughter of a poor family. Even if she wants to settle accounts with him, she has to see if she is qualified. Unfortunately, Wu Yun has been busy for a year or two, and the two old men in the Yu family have been taken down by him. Yu Siju is just adamant. No matter what he says, she refuses to accept him. Last time, she even rejected him outright. After Wu Yun went back that day, the more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Therefore, he deliberately arranged the most difficult and tiring work for the Yu family. Originally, he had already planned it out. He would accuse the Yu family of stealing a boat and absconding, and then capture them back to the island, and then threaten them to report to the higher-ups, and then force Yu Siju to submit. Unfortunately, the Yu family was lucky enough to be found and rescued by the patrolling garrison on Haidai Island. Now, Li Zhan has intervened again. How could Wu Yun not be angry? However, he dared to provoke ordinary fishermen on Haidai Island, but the garrison really didn't dare, so he had to be patient and said, even if we have to investigate before drawing a conclusion, we have to detain people first. If we just let them go home and they run away again, who can report to them? Li Zhan knew he was a rogue after hearing his words and smiled. How about this? You call the director of your fishery over. Your words don't count in this matter, so you should listen to the director. After hearing this, Wu Yun's face turned pale, but he could only follow Li Zhan's wishes and call the director, that is, his uncle director Wu Taizhu. Wu Taizhu was much more tactful than Wu Yun. He immediately agreed to send the three Yu family members back home and repeatedly said that it was a misunderstanding. He also wanted to keep Li Zhan on the island for dinner to apologize to him. It was the employees of their farm who didn't know how to appreciate it. They called Li the team leader or something like that. Li Zhan almost vomited after hearing these words on the stage. Naturally, he didn't eat the meal. Seeing that the matter was resolved, he went back. Xia Huanhuan watched the whole process. Although she didn't say anything, she thought that Wu Yun would not give up, so she whispered to Li Zhan, Li Zhan, I think, why don't we take the three of them back to Haikai Island? I always feel that Wu Yun will not give up, and the director's surname is also Wu. Li Zhan frowned and said, I think so too, but the three of them are under the jurisdiction of Director Wu after all. Although we are one level higher, we really don't ask to do this otherwise. I don't know what Director Wu and Wu Yun will say. I will send 2 people to stay on the island for a few days, which can be regarded as a deterrent to them. Xia Huanhuan nodded and said nothing more. It's easy to see the king of, but it's hard to deal with the little ghost. No matter how kind she is, she can't let Director Wu and Wu Yun catch Li Zhan's handle for a few strangers and make a fuss. Besides, there is not only this open way to help, there are many other secret ways. At that moment, Xia Huanhuan followed the boat and Li Zhan back. Li Zhan really left 2 people on the island. On the surface, they said that they would help guard the fishery for a few days to prevent anyone from trying to escape. In fact, they were secretly monitoring whether Wu Taizhu and Wu Yun deliberately made things difficult for the 3 members of the Yu family. On the boat back, Xia Huanhuan thought with regret that it was a pity that such a mistake happened and she couldn't go to Emerald Island to take a look. She heard from Lu Huifeng and Lin Xiaomei that Emerald Island produces pearl scallops. In addition to raising fish and shrimp, the state-owned fishery there also raises pearl scallops. When she was stockpiling goods, she really didn't think of buying pearl scallops, and she didn't even think of stockpiling pearls. So, she's been looking for an opportunity to go to Emerald Island to take a look. She was planning to see if she could get a few pearl scallops and put them in the space to see if she could cultivate them herself in the space. If she could produce a lot of pearls. Although it is of no use now, after it is released, pearls will be a hot commodity if she does business with foreign countries and exports. Even if it is not exported, the inland and northern parts of China may be a little later, but the southern Guangdong province is close to the port city and the Taiwan province. There are already many movie and TV stars in those two places, and the level of development is almost the same as that of Europe and the United States. Pure pearl necklaces, earrings, and other jewelry will definitely be very popular. As the place closest to the developed port city and the Taiwan province, Guangdong province will definitely be the first to start the business of processing pearls and making pearl jewelry. Moreover, even if it is not used to make jewelry, pearls also have medicinal functions. In short, although it has not been released yet, these must be prepared in advance. Even now, you can discuss it with Luo Chung first and ask him to inquire about the port city to see if there is a market and how the sales are. If the sales are opened in advance, after it is released in the future, you can be more than one step faster than others. Thinking of Luo Chung, Xia Huanhuan suddenly shuddered. She remembered where she had heard the name of Yu Siju. Wasn't it Luo Chung who told her? Luo Chung once told her that Fu Nanjing asked him to secretly send supplies to an island. And that girl was the one Fu Nanjing almost married. Moreover, Fu Nanjing has not married for so many years because of her. The girl's name is Yu Siju. After thinking of this, Xia Huanhuan was not calm. If it was just a stranger she met by chance, then she would be cruel and selfish and would not care about it. But now that she knows that she is very likely the object of her third brother's affection, she has to take care of this matter even if she doesn't care about the monk's face. Otherwise, how can she face her third brother in the future? After returning to Haidai Island, Xia Huanhuan thought about it and told Li Zhan about it. Upon hearing this, Li Zhan frowned slightly and said, I have heard that the third brother had a girlfriend who was about to get married, but I was on a mission outside at that time, so I heard about it but never met her. Later I heard that they broke up and the family tried to avoid mentioning anything. So it was her? Xia Huanhuan nodded and said, I am sure of that. I vaguely heard of this name. Regardless of whether it is true or not, it is better to believe it than not. I think that Wu Yin over there is the director of some fishery, and he will not let her family go, so we have to find a way to save them. As she said that, Xia Huanhuan told them that she planned to use space to secretly teleport to the island, and if Wu Yin did anything again, she would help. Li Zhan immediately disagreed. Nonsense. No, I absolutely don't agree. You haven't even been to Emerald Island. How do you know that you can avoid people when you teleport there? Even if you are not discovered, you can't just grasp the opportunity when Wu Yun and Wu Taizhu attack the Yu family, right? Xia Huanhuan frowned. As for the timing, you have left 2 people on the island now, ostensibly to help, but actually to monitor. Wu Yun and the others should also know. I estimate that when the 2 of them come back, it will be time for Wu Yun to take action. Li Zhan interrupted her with a stern face and said, even if the opportunity is just grasped by you as a woman, do you still intend to deal with Wu Yun, a man? What if he still brings the militia on the island to attack? In short, there are too many uncertain factors. You don't have to say any more, I won't allow it. What should we do? We can't just ignore them, right? Can the 2 people you sent over stay on Emerald Island forever? Xia Huanhuan was also a little angry. I should have known not to tell him. In the past, I did this and that by myself and I didn't report it to him, so it was fine, wasn't it? If I told him, he would be nagging. Li Zhan pondered for a moment, his face still cold, and said, anyway, I will deal with this matter. I can't just ignore the third brother's girlfriend. You hurry home and don't mess around. Otherwise, you'll see how I deal with you. After that, Li Zhan went back to the base without looking back. Xia Huanhuan. Although what Li Zhan said was quite right, Xia Huanhuan still felt that he was a bit chauvinistic. You want to see how he deals with her?
What?
Is he going to beat her up? Xia Huanhuan became more and more angry as she thought about it, and she didn't even cook his dinner. When Li Zhan returned home from the headquarters in the evening, the wolf cubs first rushed over excitedly and circled around him. Xiaowen, Xiaowu, and Beibei were doing their homework, while the triplets were making trouble. Xiaowen had no choice but to give each of them a pencil and paper and let them write and draw. Seeing Li Zhan enter the house, the 6 kids shouted in unison, "Fourth uncle!"
Dad.
The triplets stopped drawing talismans immediately, got up and ran over to hug Li Zhan's legs, raised their heads, and shouted affectionately, "Dad, we are so good today. Do you have any candies?"
Ye wants candies.
Yao Yao wants candies too, but Mommy Sue won't let me. Mommy, it's locked. Yao Yao pointed to the locked cupboard, gesticulating exaggeratedly and speaking unclearly, but it didn't stop him from being so sad. Li Zhan couldn't help laughing when he saw that Yao Yao, who was always calm and unhurried, was so anxious to get candies. However, he couldn't help it. "Did you do something to provoke Mom again, so she's angry?" Li Zhan asked, trying not to laugh. The triplets were in perfect harmony at this time, and they all shook their heads like rattles at the same time. "No. How can you not? Mom caught you 3 stealing white rabbit candies, so she locked you up. Humph. Stupid. You don't even know how to steal, so how could you just steal 1 bag? Can't you balance it out? And you've made me steal in the future. No, I can't even eat it anymore." Xiao Wu immediately retorted mercilessly and complained bitterly. Li Zhan raised his eyebrows slightly. "Stealing? Who taught you to steal?" When Xiao Wu and the triplets heard this, they immediately shut up with a strong desire to survive and dared not say anything. Xiao Wu shrank his head and said, It's something from home, so we." Li Zhan was patient, but still had a cold face and taught him a lesson. You can't steal things from home. If you don't ask your mother for things at home, but steal them when you go out in the future, you see delicious and fun things in other people's homes and you want them, why don't you just steal them? Wouldn't that make you a thief? You still think you're right? Things from home? What? In the future, the family will have to be on guard against you and lock up everything, right? Your mother just locked up the candy, and the punishment is considered light. If I catch you, I'll beat you with a belt. Xiao Wu and the triplets all hung their heads and listened to the lecture. After all, the triplets were a little young, and seeing Li Zhan getting so angry for the first time, their eyes were filled with tears. They pouted their lips and held back. But in the end they couldn't hold back anymore and cried wow. Tears flowing like money. "Li Zhan, didn't he just say a few words? I haven't beaten them yet. They're crying now." However, Li Zhan's expression did not ease. Stealing should never be tolerated.
"I feel sorry for them now.
If I comfort them when they cry, it will hurt them. We must make them realize that they are wrong." The triplets were at a loss when they saw that they were crying, and neither their angry father nor their mother in the house came out to comfort them. Why is crying useless? Although it didn't work for their mother before, it was very useful for their father. Xiaowen and Beibei put down their homework, came over and wiped their tears while sighing and said, "Don't cry, admit your mistakes to your father quickly, and don't dare to make them again." When the triplets saw that someone was comforting them, they immediately became arrogant. Not only did they not admit their mistakes, but they lay on the ground 1 by 1 and 2 by 3 and started to act like a spoiled child. Li Zhan was so angry that he originally planned to scold them and not pursue the matter after he knew he was wrong. As a result, these 3 rascals got even more excited. He immediately untied his belt. In fact, he was definitely reluctant to beat them, so he just took it off to scare them. As soon as Xiaowen saw the situation escalate, she quickly ran over and hugged Li Zhan's legs to stop him from unbuckling his belt, saying, "Fourth uncle, calm down. Yen and the others already know they are wrong." She winked at Beibei. Beibei received her brother's look and quickly ran to the inner room to find Xia Huanhuan for help. In fact, Xia Huanhuan had been secretly paying attention to the development of the living room since Li Zhan entered the room. Who hasn't experienced children stealing things when they were young? Children's sense of sovereignty has just been established. It is normal for them to want what they like and not share what they have with others. In contrast, their sense of good and evil is much weaker. They just take what they want and steal it. The method is not important at all. They don't realize that they are wrong at all. She locked the cabinet and taught the children a few words, and the matter was over. The triplets committed suicide by going to Li Zhan to complain, which caused the current lawsuit. Xia Huanhuan didn't object to Li Zhan educating his children. Originally, this is the responsibility of a father. But the first half was fine. Why did he really use the belt in the second half? Xia Huanhuan was furious. She was still shouting during the day, "Let's see how he punishes her," and when she came back at night, she wanted to punish her son? This was for her to see. Even if Beibei didn't come to call, she was going to go out, and now was the perfect time. Xia Huanhuan opened the door and went out. When Li Zhan saw his wife coming out, he quickly looked at Xia Huanhuan in a flattering way and said with a smile, "Wife." He breathed a sigh of relief. If he really beat her, he would be reluctant. But now it's a bit difficult to get off the tiger. Fortunately, his wife came to rescue him. Who knew that Xia Huanhuan just glanced at him and ignored him? She picked up the triplets from the ground and patted the dust on the ground. When the triplets saw their mother coming out, they cried even more aggrieved and justified, pointing at Li Zhan and complaining. "Mom, whoa, Dad beat us. It hurts.
Whoa, Li Zhan."
These three drama queens, he hasn't even pulled out the belt yet. It hurts not a thing. Xia Huanhuan was so angry that she laughed. It hurts? It's what you deserve. You still dare to steal things? Look at what you are capable of. When others punish you, won't you run away? And you just lie there and let others punish you? Li Zhan. The first half is fine, but when it comes to the second half, why does it always feel that his wife is weird?
Go
into the house. Don't leave your dad. Having said that, without even looking at Li Zhan, she pulled the triplets into the house. Li Zhan pitifully wanted to defend himself. "Wife,
I really haven't beaten them yet."
"Look, I haven't even pulled out the belt yet. These three little rascals, not only have they stolen things, but they have also learned to lie." However, Xia Huanhuan didn't give him a chance to speak and slammed the door shut.
Li Zhan.
Li Zhan touched his nose to save his face. "Xiaowen, what are we having for dinner? Why hasn't your mother called for dinner yet?" Xiaowen looked at Li Zhan with some confusion. "Fourth uncle, we have all eaten. Didn't my mother say that you wouldn't be coming back to eat tonight? So I didn't make your..." As if in silent protest against Xiaowen's words, Li Zhan's stomach suddenly growled loudly. "Li Zhan. This is so embarrassing. Xiaowu, this fool, is still talking about something else. Fourth uncle, why is your stomach growling? Didn't you eat enough in the cafeteria?" Li Zhan said unhappily. "Go away. Go do your homework." At this moment, Li Zhan also realized belatedly that he might have upset his wife. But he didn't do anything. This anger was inexplicable. Xia Huanhuan was listening to the noise outside in the inner room. When she heard Li Zhan's stomach growling, she couldn't help laughing at first, and then she felt distressed and regretful. Anyway, although there is a cafeteria in the base, no matter how busy Li Zhan is, he will try to come home for dinner, and he also said that the family should eat together. No matter how angry she is, she should not cook for him. Moreover, the handling of the triplets just now was a bit too emotional, a bit of revenge. The triplets stole something, although they stole things from home, but it was still wrong. Li Zhan is the father, and there is nothing wrong in teaching his sons a lesson. But beating them with a belt was a bit ill-considered. She went out and carried the three little ones into the house, and said to them that Li Zhan did something wrong, and the triplets did nothing wrong. In the future, will the triplets still listen to their father's teachings? The couple can have conflicts, but they should not destroy his dignity in front of the children. Xia Huanhuan thought about it, then sighed, called the triplets who had forgotten about it, and played with their own wooden guns, and said seriously, "You three, go apologize to your dad later." Seeing how serious their mother was, The triplets were a little timid. Yan still complained. Mom, Dad beat us. Xia Huanhuan glared at him dimly. Did he really beat you? Stealing is fine, but you also learned to lie? Why don't you go to heaven? Yan, who was discovered, lowered his head and dared not speak. Although they were young, they still knew that in front of their mother, the more unreasonable they were, the heavier the punishment would be. On the contrary, their father was the easy one to talk to. When their mother asked them to apologize, the triplets Jianu had to hang their heads and line up to apologize and admit their mistakes. Li Zhan saw that they were lined up in the same row and then said in unison, Dad, I'm sorry. We poked. Li Zhan took a look at the room they came out of, and he knew that he should have designed a plan to ask his wife to let them come over to apologize, so he deliberately put on a stern face and asked, Why is it wrong?
Well.
No, I shouldn't steal the candy period to eat.
Yeye sait unjleali.
And I shouldn't lie and say that Dad beat us. Yan added.
Well.
Steal the candy period.
Yao said. Li Zhan.
Among these three triplets, why are you the only one with the wrong style? However, at least you admitted your mistake. After all, they are children. They won't understand if you blame them too much. Li Zhan said with a stern face, Since you know you are wrong, Dad will not pursue it this time. If there is a next time, Dad will definitely beat you. Xia Huanhuan saw that the four fathers and sons had reconciled, and the guilt in her heart was reduced a lot. Thinking of Li Zhan, who was still hungry, she couldn't help but come out to cook for him. As a result, when she entered the kitchen, she saw Li Zhan was kneading dough with his hands full of flour. When Xia Huanhuan saw it, she couldn't help but feel funny and distressed. It made it seem like she had bullied him. Although, maybe, just maybe, there's a little bit. She sighed, washed her hands, walked over, and said, Get out of the way, let me do it. It's not like Li Zhan hasn't cooked before, but now his wife can see that she feels sorry for him. No matter how stupid he is, he can't say that he can roll noodles without his wife's intervention. Stepping aside obediently, Li Zhan looked at Xia Huanhuan with pitiful eyes. Wife. Xia Huanhuan felt even more guilty. Li Zhan said he would punish her. Wasn't it because he was worried that she would put herself in danger again? So he said that in anger? Why didn't she cook for him? Xia Huanhuan was speechless when she saw Li Zhan's pitiful look and said, What are you doing? Go wash your hands and make a fire. Li Zhan chuckled, nodded and said, Oh, as long as Huanhuan is willing to talk to him, it means that she should not be angry with him. Although he is still a little confused about why Xia Huanhuan is angry. Xia Huanhuan rolled the noodles and took out some fresh shrimps, shellfish, squid, etc. from the space, washed them and stir-fried them in a pan. Use the shrimp heads to boil, a little seafood soup and put it into the bowl. Then cook the noodles. After it is cooked, put the noodles into the bowl of seafood soup, mix them evenly, and a bowl of hot seafood soup noodles is ready. Li Zhan took the bowl and ate the noodles in no time. While slurping the chewy noodles, he asked, Huanhuan, were you angry just now?
Why?
Did I do something to make you angry? Xia Huanhuan refused to say at first, but later she was annoyed by being asked, and then she said angrily, Don't you like to deal with people? Let me see how you deal with me during the day, and when you come home at night, you have to beat a few brats with a belt. Captain Li is now in a bad mood, and is going to beat his wife and children. Li Zhan was stunned. The triplets were fine, but he was a little inconsiderate tonight, and almost lost face by beating her. But how could he beat his wife? Just when he was wondering, he suddenly remembered what Xia Huanhuan had said just now, letting her see how he would deal with her. Could it be because of this sentence? Li Zhan sighed and said, I stopped you from using the space to go to Emerald Island because I was worried about you and didn't want you to take risks alone. I was angry at the time, so it's true that I spoke a little harshly. Why did you take it seriously? Xia Huanhuan glared at him and said angrily, I don't take it seriously? Are you waiting to take it seriously after you get beaten? Li Zhan was amused and helpless. Okay, it's my fault. I spoke without thinking. Tonight. No, from now on, I will let you deal with me. Is that okay? Xia Huanhuan laughed out loud. In fact, after she calmed down, she naturally knew that Li Zhan said those words because he was worried about him and afraid that she would do something behind his back. She was also used to doing her own thing and being free. She was not convinced and got angry when he suddenly controlled her like that. Xia Huanhuan glanced at Li Zhan and said, "That's better." That night, Xia Huanhuan regretted that she forgave this rascal too early. Li Zhan hugged her, leaned close to her ear, smiled softly and teased, "Wife, aren't you going to punish me? I lay down obediently, and you don't have any strength? Be good, try harder, do you want me to help you?" As he said, he moved as if playing a prank. Xia Huanhuan's body softened, and she fell on him. She was so angry that she couldn't even speak. Li Zhan is a rascal. Early the next morning, Li Zhan said calmly, "I have arranged everything for third brother's partner. The two people who stayed on Emerald Island will pretend to come back in 2 days. However, I have already sent someone else to the island. Someone will secretly monitor the situation of the Yu family. If Wu Yun and Wu Taizhu dare to attack the Yu family, someone will come out to rescue them immediately." Xia Huanhuan looked at Li Zhan and asked, "Really?" Li Zhan nodded and smiled. "When have I ever lied to you?"
But
He lowered his voice and said, "Don't go out and talk nonsense about this. Our people on Emerald Island are still in disguise. If the news leaks out now, they will be in danger." Xia Huanhuan nodded naturally after hearing this and said, "I'm not a child. Can I go out and talk nonsense?" However, Xia Huanhuan was still a little strange. The incident with Yu Siju's family happened in the past 2 days. Even if Li Zhan sent someone to disguise himself and sneak into Emerald Island, but Wu Yun and Wu Taizhu are not fools. The island is so big, can't they tell at a glance whether it is a stranger on the island? How did Li Zhan's people get through? However, since Li Zhan said so, she still believed him. On Emerald Island, the Yu family did spend a few days of peace and quiet. Neither Wu Yun nor Wu Taizhu came to cause trouble. However, on the 3rd night, the Yu family had already gone to bed. Suddenly, the door was kicked open. Father Yu, Mother Yu, and Yu Siju were all awakened. However, before they could get dressed and get out of bed, the intruders had already pulled the 3 of them off the bed and pressed them to their knees on the ground. Mother Yu was so scared that her face turned pale, and she couldn't even speak clearly. Yu Siju was trembling all over, but she tried to calmly comfort her mother. "Mom, don't be afraid. It's okay." Father Yu asked tremblingly, "You? Who are you? Why did you break into my house so late at night?" At this time, a person walked into the room leisurely. The Yu family widened their eyes in shock and disgust. "Wu Yun, what right do you have to let these people break into my house? Captain Li should have testified for us last time, and we didn't run away at all." Wu Yun sneered. "Maybe not last time, but tonight it probably happened." Yu's father's face turned pale, and Yu Siju also looked up suddenly, staring at Wu Yun in shock, and said, "Wu Yun, what
do you mean?"
Wu Yun glanced at Yu Siju with lustful eyes. Because she had already gone to bed, Yu Siju was only wearing a thin, close-fitting dress, which made her figure look exquisite and attractive. Wu Yun smiled. "Siju, don't worry, you will know in a while." As he said that, he ordered his men, "You, immediately get these 2 old guys on the boat, move them farther away, and then throw them into the sea to feed the fish." Yu's father and mother's faces turned pale in an instant, and they trembled all over. They knew that Wu Yun was a mean person, but they didn't expect him to be so cruel. Yu Siju widened his eyes in horror. "Wu Yun, you are crazy. You are committing a crime. How dare you?" Wu Yun sneered. "You can see if I dare. What are you still standing there for? Get them out." As expected, several men immediately grabbed Yu's father and mother and dragged them out the door.
"No."
Yu Siju rushed over to stop them, but was tightly grabbed by Wu Yun's men and couldn't move. "Help! You can't!" Yu's father and mother also struggled to shout, but someone stuffed a cloth in their mouths, blocking them tightly, and they were dragged out involuntarily. "Wu Yun, let my parents go. Whatever you want, I agree to it." Yu Siju shouted desperately. Wu Yun smiled triumphantly. "If you don't accept the toast, You will be punished. If I had known that he was crazy, I would have played the role of a kind young man and taken action earlier, and I would have gotten the person long ago. Wait a minute. Wu Yun waved his hand at his men. Sure enough, they stopped pulling Yu Siju out. Yu Siju cried and tried to stop her from doing stupid things. Wu Yun walked towards Yu Siju, grabbed her, and forced her to look up at him. Yu Siju, I find you are a witch. You didn't care when I was pampering you, but now you are in my hands, aren't you? As he said that, he suddenly tore open the front of Yu Siju's clothes. With a swish, the clothes were torn, revealing the small vest inside. Her fair skin seemed to be frozen transparent in the winter night. Yu Siju's face was also pale, but she just stared at Wu Yun coldly, without crying. Only the trembling of her body revealed her emotions. At the moment when she called Wu Yun, she was actually ready. Wu Yun, you can do whatever you want. Let's go to the inner room. Yu Siju begged in a low voice. At least, give her some face. Don't do it in front of so many people, especially her parents. Wu Yun slapped her hard and sneered. Go to the inner room? Yu Siju, do you really think of yourself as a treasure? Today I'm going to do it in front of so many people, in front of your parents. Not only that, my brothers have long wanted to taste you. Yu Siju didn't expect this man to be so shameless, and she couldn't help but struggle desperately, but Wu Yun kicked her again, and then asked his men to hold her down. The others also laughed and made a fuss. Wu Yun had a smug look on his face, and the frustration of being rejected before was now high-spirited. He untied his belt and was about to do it. Suddenly, the door was kicked open with great force. A group of soldiers in military uniforms rushed in, led by Zhan. He shouted coldly, "Don't move." Everyone was stunned. Wu Yun looked at the soldiers falling from the sky in astonishment, and then said angrily, "Who are you?" "Captain Li, you should know who I am. I am the nephew of the fishery director Wu Taizhu. You dare to arrest me?" Zhan sneered, "I know. Wu Taizhu has been arrested. The charge is suspected of abusing his position to secretly sell state property to neighboring countries and using this business to engage in espionage activities and sell out state secrets. The man was caught red-handed. Since you are Wu Taizhu's nephew, you've been following him around all these years, and you can't escape the connection. Add one more thing." Zhan glanced at the disheveled Yu Siju, frowned slightly, and said, "Trying to two women. Wu Yun, you and your uncle will just have to spend the rest of your life in jail. Take them away." After hearing Zhan's order, the other soldiers immediately arrested Wu Yun and his men. Wu Yun knew that what he and his uncle had done over the years was punishable by death, and he still tried to resist. He suddenly took out a wooden gun, pulled up Yu Siju, and pointed the mouth of the gun at Yu Siju's temple, holding the hostage. Xia Huan was relieved after she saw that she had just fainted. She quickly wrapped a dry blanket taken from the space around Yu Siju, and then threw another one to Zhan and wrapped one for herself. Xia Huan said, "It doesn't make sense that I suddenly appeared here, but fortunately they all fainted. I will go back to the space first, and everything will be discussed when you get home." After that, without waiting for Zhan to speak, she directly entered the space and disappeared. Zhan. At this time, the people on the shore who heard the sound of the wooden gun had already come over in a boat. Seeing Zhan on the boat and Yu Siju, who was knocked unconscious by Wu Yun, they quickly approached and got them on the big boat. Soon they returned to the shore. Seeing that Yu Siju was fine, Yu's parents were relieved and almost knelt down to thank Zhan. However, Yu Siju had a high fever that night because of falling into the water and being frightened. There was only one local barefoot doctor on Emerald Island. When the islanders were sick, those who can afford it have to go to the resident hospital on Haidai Island for treatment. Fortunately, Zhan and his team have not left yet to take Wu Yun and Wu Taizhu back to Haidai Island for interrogation. Yu Siju's parents-in-law came over to explain the situation. Zhan was not vague and asked Yu Siju's mother-in-law to accompany her on the boat to Haidai Island and stay in the resident hospital. When the temperature was measured, it was 40 degrees. The doctors were also shocked and did not dare to neglect it. They gave her antipyretics and intravenous drips. In the morning, the temperature dropped slightly, but Yu Siju still did not wake up. Li Zhan and his team interrogated Wu Yun and Wu Taizhu overnight and roughly understood the situation. All the accomplices who should be arrested have been arrested, and there is nothing else. It was not until the morning that Li Zhan went back yawning. Xia Huanhuan was cooking. Seeing him come back early in the morning, she smiled and asked as if nothing had happened. "Why are you back now? Have you had breakfast?" Li Zhan nodded and said, "I came back after having breakfast. I'll take a nap first, and we'll talk about what happened last night when I wake up." Xia Huanhuan shrank her head a little guilty and said, "Oh, then go to bed quickly. A full sleep will stabilize your mood, and you won't get angry easily." Actually, she really didn't intend to interfere last night. However, it was all Zhou Qingqing's fault. She boasted in front of the wives in the garrison, saying that her man was going to Emerald Island on a mission tonight to catch a hidden villain. If he succeeded, her man would be promoted to the next level. After hearing this, Xia Huanhuan couldn't help but feel moved. When Li Zhan went out early in the morning, he also said that he had to work overtime tonight and didn't want to cook for him.
Could it be?
It was also about Emerald Island? She was really afraid that if something happened to Yusiju, her third brother would also be sad, so she secretly used space to teleport to Emerald Island. Later, she secretly hid behind a rock and heard the commotion on the shore. She knew that Li Zhan had swam over, and she was very worried. She was anxiously thinking that it would be great if she could get to him. Then the space suddenly blew up and sent her to the sea, or
To the sea.
Xia Huanhuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The cold sea water in winter was not comfortable. She was about to enter the space again when she suddenly heard a splash of water. She was stunned for a moment and quickly swam over, only to find that the person who was pushed down was none other than Yusiju. What happened next was that Li Zhan subdued Wu Yun on the boat. She tried hard to hold Yusiju, who was already frozen and unconscious, and get to the side of the boat. Just as she was about to shout, Li Zhan jumped down again with a splash to find Yusiju. She had no choice but to get Yusiju on the boat first to rescue her. Xia Huanhuan was a little absent-minded when eating breakfast. This morning's breakfast was mixed flour buns, a kelp, clam, and radish soup, a dish of shredded radish and pickled vegetables, and a plate of fried fish. While drinking soup, Xiaowen asked, "Mom, are you okay? Did you quarrel with my fourth uncle again?" Xia Huanhuan was stunned for a moment. "Ah?" Then she came to her senses, tapped Xiaowen's head with the other end of chopsticks, and said, "What do you know as a child? When did I quarrel with your fourth uncle?" Xiaowen shrank his head and muttered, "I'm almost 10 years old. And you still say no? I didn't cook for my fourth uncle 2 days ago." Xia Huanhuan. Alas. The children have grown up and can't be scared anymore. It's hard to lead the team. When Xiao Wu and Bei Bei heard this, they were very interested. "Brother, Mom had a fight with fourth uncle." "When? What was it about?" "Did fourth uncle bully Mom?" Xiao Wu shouted. "You are stupid. Mom doesn't even cook for fourth uncle, so it must be that Mom bullies fourth uncle." Bei Bei frowned and said, "Second brother is stupid. Fourth uncle must have bullied Mom first, so Mom didn't cook. Besides, not cooking is bullying? Men and women are equal. Who says that Mom must cook for fourth uncle?" Xiao Wu was stunned by the question. Anyway. Fourth uncle is so pitiful and hungry. The triplets also joined in the fun. Well, they had a fight. Dad is hungry. Xiaowen looked at Xia Huanhuan, whose face was gradually getting darker, and interrupted his younger brother and sister with a strong desire to survive, and said, "Hurry up and eat. We're going to be late for school." When the two heard this, they didn't dare to quarrel anymore. They quickly ate up the steamed buns, drank the kelp soup, and ran away with their school bags. "Mom, we're going to school." Xia Huanhuan shouted from afar. "Run slower. Don't fall." The triplets saw this and quickly threw away the half-eaten buns and ran to chase. "Brother and sister, wait. We're going to." Xia Huanhuan quickly grabbed them and said with a smile, "What are you going to do? Eat quickly, don't leave any food." Feed the chickens later. Even the smallest labor force must be used. When the triplets heard this, their attention was diverted. Yes, we have to feed the chickens. And we have to collect eggs. Before the new year, Xia Huanhuan took advantage of a ship delivering supplies and got a few hens out of the space. Asked if they were the chicks that were brought by someone. Anyway, every household has some, so no one has investigated it. After raising them for a few months, the chicks have grown up and started laying eggs. The 3 cubs were trying hard to eat. Suddenly, Yan Yan looked up and asked out of the blue, "Mom, the chickens have come by boat. Where is the sheep? When will the sheep's boat arrive?" Xia Huanhuan was absent-minded and didn't react for a while. "What sheep's boat?" Yan Yan frowned and stared at her suspiciously. Xia Huanhuan suddenly remembered that when the triplets were clamoring for chickens and sheep last year, she seemed to lie that the sheep and chickens would also come by boat, and changed the subject. Unexpectedly, the 3 little guys still remembered it.
Sheep.
You have to wait a while. Hurry up and eat, you see. The wolf cub eats faster than you. When the wolf cub heard it was mentioned, he immediately whiffed proudly. The steamed buns, fish bones, fish meat, kelp, radish, etc. in the dog food plate had been eaten up. After dinner, Xia Huanhuan pulled a large cabbage from the yard, peeled off the outer leaves, chopped it up with a knife, put it in a small bamboo basket, and asked the triplets to feed the chickens. In order to keep the house, the chickens in the yard were full of chicken, so Xia Huanhuan used a fishing net to separate a chicken coop from the corner of the wall, and asked Li Zhan to go in and clean it regularly, and then use it to water the vegetable garden in the yard, which can be regarded as a pure natural fertilizer. Xia Huanhuan watched the triplets feeding the chickens for a while, and the wolf cubs were also circling around them. Then she went into the house, entered the space first, took out some fresh ribs, chopped them into small pieces, and prepared to make sweet and sour ribs. She also took out a chicken, a handful of matsutake mushrooms, ginseng slices, wolfberries, etc., to make chicken soup. These 2 are both Li Zhan's favorites, so I can only hope that he will not be so angry after eating them. After the chicken was prepared, it was put into a pot with cold water to remove the foam, and then it was transferred to a casserole. After adding water, green onion, garlic, ginseng slices, angelica, red dates, etc., it was placed on the stove and slowly simmered. Just after these were done, Li Zhan woke up. Xia Huanhuan felt a little guilty and asked with a smile, "Are you awake? Are you hungry? I'll get you a bun?" Li Zhan glanced at the yard and saw the triplets playing frisbee with the wolf cub, so he said with a stern face, "Come in." Xia Huanhuan sighed and went in resignedly. It seemed that he was still angry. Li Zhan hugged his shoulders. "Tell me, why did you do something when I didn't allow you to do it?" Xia Huanhuan chuckled. "I'm worried about you." Then he told her what happened yesterday.
But you still have the nerve to say that to me.
You didn't let me take the risk, and you jumped into the sea by yourself to swim after the fugitive ship. It was such a cold weather, and that guy named Wu Yun had a gun in his hand. If it weren't for this, would I have risked using space teleportation to the sea? Li Zhan didn't expect that he, who was right, would become the unreasonable one while talking, and he didn't know what to say for a moment. After holding it in for a long time, he finally said, "It's my duty. Wu Yun has hostages in his hands. If I send a boat rashly, what if he gets desperate?" Xia Huanhuan glanced at him and said sullenly, "Even if that's the case, didn't you think about me and the children when you jumped into the sea? Are you so confident that you can catch up with Wu Yun's boat? The water is so cold. What if you freeze to death and have no strength? The sea is so big, who will save you?" Seeing his wife like this, Li Zhan's anger had long disappeared, and he said softly, "Didn't I order them to chase me by boat 10 minutes after I get into the water? I won't take risks alone." Xia Huanhuan frowned and looked at him, and said nothing. Li Zhan sighed and said, "Huanhuan, come here." Xia Huanhuan walked over and was held in his arms. Li Zhan whispered, "Is it okay for me to apologize? In the future, I will try my best not to put myself in danger, okay?" Xia Huanhuan sighed and said angrily, "That's better." Due to the nature of Li Zhan's job, this kind of thing is unavoidable. I thought that since they were stationed on the island, At most they would patrol and use binoculars to look at the surrounding sea every day, but I didn't expect that they would catch spies and fight with gunmen. Zhan took the initiative to admit his mistake and reacted belatedly. It seems that his wife was disobedient this time, so she should apologize, right? How did it happen the other way around? Seeing that it was almost time, Xia Huanhuan said, "I'm still boiling chicken soup outside. I'll go check the fire." As she was about to slip away, she was pulled back by Zhan. "Wait, you almost tricked me. I've explained my problem clearly. I haven't talked about your business yet. Didn't you jump into the sea to save people last night?" Xia Huanhuan said guiltily, I have space. Even if I jump into the sea, I'm safer than you." Zhan gritted his teeth. This is not a reason. Space is omnipotent. What if something goes wrong? Have you forgotten what happened when you were attacked by Su Jiayuan in Qingshui village? Xia Huanhuan was speechless for a moment, so she had to give in then. Can I apologize too? Is that all you need to do, just apologize? Zhan was not satisfied. Xia Huanhuan looked up at him. Didn't he just apologize just now? So, what else do you want? Zhan's hand restlessly reached into her clothes, and he smiled. Well, it's up to you. Xia Huanhuan. This rascal. Okay. Xia Huanhuan's eyes were wet, and she suddenly stood on tiptoe and pecked him on the lips, then leaned close to his ear and whispered, "I'll clean it up for you tonight. Is that not okay?" Zhan was suddenly itchy. Xia Huanhuan pushed him. "Can you let me go now? I still have to make chicken soup." Zhan was not willing to do that. He had already started to unbutton her clothes and said with a smile, "Why wait until the evening?
Right now.
I just have half a day off." Xia Huanhuan. The chicken soup will be dried up soon. But no matter what she said, Comrade Zhan would not listen. "Just lie down and don't move. I'll make it." Xia Huanhuan. The triplets played in the yard for a while, and when they got tired of playing, they came into the house, ran to the bedroom and knocked on the door. "Mom."
Dad.
Xia Huanhuan covered her mouth and pushed him, whispering, "That's enough. They will touch the casserole mischievously soon, and it will burn." Zhan was a little worried after hearing what she said, so he bit her earlobe as a punishment and whispered, "It's not over yet. I will continue to teach you a lesson tonight." Xia Huanhuan was so angry that she punched him. This hooligan. She felt that she would never be able to look directly at the word teach in the future. When the triplets saw their father open the door, they came over excitedly and grabbed Zhan's fingers or clothes, saying, "Dad, let's go see the big ship. Let's go see the big ship." They talked about wanting to see the ship every day, and Xia Huanhuan told them to wait for their dad to come back and take them there. Now they remembered this. Zhan picked up Yao Yao lovingly and said, "Let's go. Dad will take you to see the big ship." Xia Huanhuan waited until the four of them had left the house before she got up and went outside to check the casserole on the stove. Zhan had just added water, so it wasn't burnt dry. Seeing that it was almost done, she cut the matsutake into pieces, put the wolfberries in together, and continued to simmer over low heat. The spare ribs had been marinated for the whole morning and were well seasoned, and she also cut the Chinese cabbage she had picked in the morning and was going to stir-fry some pickled cabbage. After a while, Zhan came with the triplets. Seeing that Xia Huanhuan was still busy cooking, Zhan came in to help light the fire. Xia Huanhuan asked, "By the way, how is you Siju?" Zhan replied, "I just happened to run into Dr. Zhao from the clinic. He said that the fever has subsided, but the body is a little weak. He will be fine after a few days of rest." Xia Huanhuan said, "Oh," and then asked Zhan, "Do you think we should tell her about my third brother?" Zhan thought for a moment and said, "Forget it. Didn't you send a telegram to my third brother? Didn't third brother send back a telegram saying he would come right away? I'm afraid he's on his way now. Let them resolve emotional matters themselves. Let's not interfere and end up making things worse and causing trouble." Xia Huanhuan listened, thought about it and felt it made sense, so she didn't mention it again. "Then I'll go to the clinic and give her some chicken soup to nourish her body so she can get better soon." After lunch, Xia Huanhuan filled an aluminum lunchbox with chicken soup and went to the clinic. The last time the Yu family of 3 were rescued, Xia Huanhuan had checked their pulses. Yu Siju naturally remembered that, but she didn't remember much about what happened at sea last night and thought it was Zhan who saved her. Is that you, Comrade Xia?
Come in.
Thank you, Captain Li, for saving me twice. Yu Siju smiled gratefully. Although he was still very weak, it could be seen that he was not seriously injured. Xia Huanhuan put the aluminum lunchbox on the table and said with a smile, I have stewed chicken soup at home, so I sent some to you. If you drink a little, you will get better faster. Comrade Xia, how can this be? There are meals here, and I have eaten them all. Xia Huanhuan smiled. Don't call me Comrade Xia. If you don't mind, just call me Huanhuan. I have brought it here. Can you still ask me to take it back? If you despise us for being uneducated and unworthy of sending you chicken soup, then I will take it back. Yu Siju listened and said quickly, Comrade Xia.
No, Huanhuan.
You and Zhan have saved me and saved the lives of our family. What right do I have to despise you? In this case, I will not be ungrateful. I will drink it. Xia Huanhuan smiled. That's right. By the way, what's the matter with that Wu Yun? I heard from others that it seems that he has been pursuing you. Yu Siju was shocked. From what she heard last night, Wu Yun might be a spy. He has been pestering her for a year or two. Although she rejected him in the end, in the eyes of others, she might be regarded as Wu Yun's object. This is no joke. Xia Huanhuan is the wife of Captain Li. Is he here to trick her? She did not dare to hide anything and told her about Wu Yun's pestering her in the past few years. She said, Huanhuan, believe me. And my parents, we definitely don't know what Wu Yun did behind her back, and we have never done it with him. When Xia Huanhuan heard this, she knew that she had misunderstood the meaning of her question, and hurriedly smiled and said, Sister Yu, you are older, so I dare to call you sister. I am just asking casually, and I have absolutely no intention of doubting you or trying to trick you. Don't think too much. In fact, she was still somewhat evasive. According to what Luo Cheng had said before, Fu Nanjing and she had not seen each other for several years. Although she agreed with Zhan that emotional matters should be left to the parties involved to deal with. However, if Yu Siju really had an affair with that Wu Yun, then she would feel bad for Fu Nanjing. Fu Nanjing was her third brother after all, and she couldn't just watch him get cheated by a woman, right? After a few more gossips, Xia Huanhuan left with a smile. The next day, Yu Siju was worried about her parents on Emerald Island, so she applied for discharge from the hospital and took a boat back to Emerald Island. Because of the incident between Wu Yun and Wu Taizhu, and Wu Yun's breaking into Yu's house late at night, some bad rumors spread. Have you heard about it? It's about Yu Siju. I heard that her body was ruined by Wu Yun that night.
Alas.
How pitiful. Wu Yun is a spy. If she is unlucky and gets pregnant, how can she get married in the future? Humph. Do you really think that Yu Siju is so noble that she let Wu Yun succeed that night? In my opinion, she has been not clean for a long time. That night, he probably knew that the matter was exposed, so he wanted to take Yu Siju away.
Then,
isn't that absconding?
No way?
If that's the case, how could the troops stationed on the island let her come back? Anyway, I think there must be something fishy about her. Her family is of that kind. As they were talking, someone suddenly said, Shh, stop talking. The Yu family is coming. The voices of those people just now were not small, and Yu Siju's father, mother, and Yu Siju all heard it. Father Yu was very angry and was about to argue. This is too outrageous. Our family has not offended them. It's fine if they say it about me and your mother, but why do they say such bad things about you? Yu Siju quickly grabbed him and said, Dad, forget it. The mouth is on other people's body. If we stop them, they will think we have something to hide and say even worse things. Let them do whatever they want. Yu Siju glanced at Li Hong. The woman who made up the most about her, Li Hong, came to the island with her to join the production team at that time and later married a local fisherman. Seeing Yu Siju being pursued by Wu Yun, she has always felt unbalanced, so this time she spread these rumors and bad words wantonly. Li Hong saw Yu Siju looking at her, and she also looked at Yu Siju arrogantly. Humph! What's wrong with her marrying a local fisherman? Although Yu Siju has not married yet, Her reputation is ruined now. Let's see how she will marry in the future. Yu Siju ignored her. However, she didn't make Li Hong feel good either. Within 2 days, Li Hong was caught in bed with a squad leader from the fishery by her husband. Li Hong was beaten up and became the laughingstock of the whole island. The messages about Yu Siju were naturally suppressed, but the consequences of those rumors did not disappear. There were many single young men on the island who wanted to marry Yu Siju because of her looks and cultural temperament. After this incident, even if those young men were still willing, their families were not willing. Yu Siju felt that no one came to offer her courtesy, which made her feel much more relaxed. As for getting married, maybe she would never get married for the rest of her life. As Li Zhan expected, Fu Nanjing had already arrived at the dock. It happened that the wind and waves were strong those days, and the ships stopped sailing. When the ships were clear, he quickly boarded the ship and rushed to Haidai Island as soon as possible. Xia Huanhuan and Li Zhan went to the dock to take him home. Fu Nanjing brought all the elementary, junior high, and high school textbooks that Xia Huanhuan wrote to him to find last time. In addition to the textbooks, there were naturally a lot of things that Fu Weixin and his grandfather asked him to bring, but Fu Nanjing left in a hurry, so he didn't bring much. The main purpose of Fu Nanjing's coming this time was for Yu Siju, so he didn't waste time and asked about Yu Siju's situation directly. Li Zhan didn't hide anything and told her about how Yu Siju was retaliated by Wu Yun because she refused Wu Yun, and then she was taken hostage to the sea and fell into the water and got a serious illness. Third brother, I'm sorry, it was also because we didn't consider it carefully when we took action that Wu Yun succeeded and caused Comrade Yu to suffer so much. Fu Nanjing felt really distressed when he heard this, thinking that she had suffered so much in such a short period of time. She has been on this island for so many years, and there are probably more things he doesn't know. Fu Nanjing patted Li Zhan on the shoulder and said, "It's none of your business. It's me. I came to find her too late." Back then, Yu Siju broke up with him firmly and said that her family had already arranged another fiancé for her. The fiancé even had a name, and they would soon go to the island to work in the countryside together. In a rage, he ignored Yu Siju and even got angry when someone mentioned her name. 3 years passed like this. When he heard that her fiancé had brought his wife and children back to Beijing from the island where they worked in the countryside to visit relatives, he went there, wanting to secretly take a look at her, even if it was just to know how she was doing. Even if to see her child. But when he looked over, he found that the wife of the fiancé was not Yu Siju at all. Fu Nanjing thought that the man had abandoned her after having an affair with her, so he went up and punched him without saying a word. Fortunately, Luo Chung stopped him. Later, after asking, he found out that the man's original fiancée was his current wife, and that he was with her. Yu Siju was just an ordinary classmate. Moreover, the island they went to was not the same as Yu Siju's. Fu Nanjing was completely confused. He checked again and found out that she did not go to the southern island with others, but went to the bitter cold Emerald Island with her parents. He originally wanted to go to her impulsively, but at that time, the situation happened to be serious. The Fu family had been made a fuss because of helping to get Yu's father out of prison. He couldn't hurt the whole family for his children's private affairs. This matter was delayed again. He secretly sent telegrams, letters, and packages, but they were all returned by Yu Siju. He even secretly went to Emerald Island to find Yu Siju, but Yu Siju did not refuse to see him. He waited at the door of Yu's house for 2 days, but Yu Siju did not come out for 2 days, and refused completely and resolutely. Later, he asked Luo Qing to help send things over, and Yu Siju accepted them. The last time he came to send Xia Huanhuan and Li Zhan, he was already at the door, so he should have rushed to meet her regardless of the consequences. She refused to see him, refused to respond to his letters and telegrams. It must be because she was worried about getting him into trouble. That's why she drew the line so decisively. If she really didn't love him anymore, then why didn't she want to get married for so many years? If they had met regardless of the consequences last time, she wouldn't have suffered all these hardships again, and almost drowned in the sea. Fu Nanjing didn't want to delay it all this time, and asked, "Li Zhan, Is there a boat to Emerald Island today? Can I take it? Li Zhan also knew that he was anxious, so he nodded and said, there is a boat going there in the afternoon. Xia Huanhuan was a little worried, and after hesitating for a moment, she still said, third brother, you should be mentally prepared.
Sister Yu now
Has a bad reputation on the island. If you hear anything, don't get angry. Fu Nanjing was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said, don't worry. Third brother is not such a shallow person. If he could let it go, it has been so many years, he should have married and had children long ago. Since it has been delayed until now, I am afraid that I can't let it go in this life. So, how can I let these unfounded rumors affect my mind? That afternoon, Fu Nanjing took a boat to Emerald Island. Xia Huanhuan had always wanted to go there to see the pearl scallops, so she entrusted a few children at home to Lu Huifeng, asking her to help take care of them for an afternoon, and then she went there. When she got to the shore, she didn't want to be a light bulb, so she asked the fishermen on the island about pearl oysters, but the answer she got was somewhat disappointing. Pearl oysters are warm, loving shellfish. It's not that there are none on Emerald Island, but they are only available in the summer when the temperature is high. Now it's winter, there are none. Xia Huanhuan sighed. It seems that she can only wait until spring and summer when pearl oysters begin to reproduce into pearls. She can raise seafood in her space, so marine pearl oysters are naturally not a problem, but she has to wait until summer to get the shells into the space. Seeing that the plan for pearl oysters failed, Xia Huanhuan went to the market on Emerald Island to take a look. The scale of the market here is not large, and some of it still retains the degree of bartering. After all, the management is looser than on land, so it is semi-public. Xia Huanhuan strolled around and bought some dried scallops and dried fish. Fu Nanjing went directly to the state-owned fishery to find Yu Siju. The fishery here has enclosed 1/3 of the coastline of Emerald Island and opened a gate on the island. Those who work in the fishery enter and exit through the gate. In addition to a few warehouses and large factories, the fishery is actually a beach and an open-air area for drying seafood, which looks very empty. Fu Nanjing walked around the entrance of the fishery twice and was noticed by the security guard.
Hey,
Where are you from? What are you doing sneaking around the gate of our fishery? Are you planning to steal something? Fu Nanjing didn't know whether to laugh or cry and said, no, I'm looking for someone. She's a worker in your farm. If you want to find someone, then look for someone. Why are you peeking around? Where's your letter of introduction? Show it to me. I'll use the loudspeaker to call her. Fu Nanjing was stunned for a moment. Loudspeaker? Yes, a loudspeaker. The whole fishery can hear it, the guard said, and pointed to a loudspeaker on a thick wooden stick in the fishery. It was similar to the loudspeakers in the countryside. Fu Nanjing shook his head and said, forget it. I'll wait for her to get off work. It's too conspicuous to call people with a loudspeaker. If it affects her work, she will be scolded. The guard said, then show me the letter of introduction first, and then squat in the corner over there and wait. If you keep hanging around here, it will be difficult for me to deal with you. Fu Nanjing had no choice but to do as he was told. The guard was surprised to see that he was from Beijing, and he was not wary of him. Fu Nanjing waited until the evening, when the people working in the fishery came out one after another to go home. Fu Nanjing was afraid of missing her, so he didn't even dare to blink, but he didn't find Yu Siju. When fewer and fewer people came out, and it was getting darker, Fu Nanjing couldn't help but feel anxious. Could it be that she really missed it? After thinking about it, the guard should have a record of signing or marking when she got off work, so he went over to ask, but there was no record of her leaving the factory. Fu Nanjing's head buzzed. Could something have happened? Without caring about anything else, he told the guard that he wanted to go in and look for someone. The guard was reluctant at first, but after Fu Nanjing yelled at him twice, he was afraid of something happening, so he went in with Fu Nanjing to look for someone. After searching for a long time, they found the person in a place blocked by rocks where kelp was drying, but the person was already unconscious. Fu Nanjing didn't care about avoiding suspicion. He picked up the person and ran out. The guard was stunned for a moment and hurriedly chased after him. You. Put the person down. What if the family members come to ask us for the person? How are we going to explain? Fu Nanjing didn't care about leaving him and ran to the door. It happened that Xia Huanhuan had just finished visiting the fishing grounds and saw that the patrol boat was almost reaching the dock, but Fu Nanjing hadn't come back yet, so he came over to look for her. After going to Yu's house, Yu Siju hadn't come back yet. Yu Siju would occasionally work overtime, so Yu's parents didn't suspect anything. Xia Huanhuan left some dried fish and scallops bought from the market for them, and then came to the fishery. Unexpectedly, when she arrived at the entrance of the fishery, she saw Fu Nanjing holding Yu Siju out. Fu Nanjing was also very anxious and asked, Huanhuan, has the boat to Haikai Island arrived? Siju should be malnourished and fainted due to anemia. She needs to be sent to the hospital quickly and may need a blood transfusion. Xia Huanhuan was shocked when she heard it and nodded quickly and said, It should be almost here now. I just saw that the time is almost up, so I came to see you. Fu Nanjing nodded and said, I'll go to the dock first and send her on board. Here. Xia Huanhuan immediately understood and said, Don't worry. I'll go and talk to Yu's family. The guard chased after her, and Xia Huanhuan hurried over to help explain and asked the guard to go to Yu's house with her to explain the situation. The guard gave up when he saw that the Yu family knew Xia Huanhuan. Xia Huanhuan hurried to the dock and boarded the boat. Fu Nanjing was a doctor after all, and he had used all his methods to give Yu Siju a simple first aid, and also asked the people on duty to bring her some sugar water or something and feed her. Yu Siju's teeth were clenched and she couldn't eat. It was Fu Nanjing who pried open her mouth and fed her mouth to mouth. As soon as Xia Huanhuan got on board, she saw such an embarrassing scene and blushed. She quickly helped them close the cabin door that they had borrowed. Yu Siju woke up slowly and felt the warmth on her lips and the brown sugar water fed into her mouth. She was confused at first. Then, when she saw Fu Nanjing's face clearly, her eyes suddenly widened. How could he be here? It must be a dream. But this feeling is too real. Fu Nanjing took another sip of the sugar water, leaned over and kissed her. And then he noticed from a close distance that Yu Siju was looking at him with wide eyes in shock.
Fu Nanjing.
Acting like a hooligan. Cough cough. No, it's sacrificing oneself to save others. What should I do if I'm caught in the act of saving others? Fortunately, Fu Nanjing was no longer a young man of pure love. After a moment of surprise, he simply gave her a lingering and deep kiss. Anyway, no matter what happens in the future, she will be his. It is not too much to declare sovereignty now. Yu Siju regained consciousness from her dazed state. With such a real situation, it would be too self-deception to think that she was still dreaming. She subconsciously tried to push Fu Nanjing away. However, things happened one after another these days, and her body was indeed injured. She simply did not have enough strength to push away Fu Nanjing, who was playing hooligan with her. Fortunately, Fu Nanjing stopped when he saw the good and let her go after kissing her for a while, with a concerned and innocent face and even a little bit of a smirk, saying, Siju, I thought I could be calm, but this name that has been lingering in my heart for many years was called out again, and Fu Nanjing's nose was sore, and his eyes were red in an instant. The next words were choked with sobs. Yu Siju was stunned when she heard his voice. If it was a dream or an illusion, why was the voice so familiar and real? Yu Siju subconsciously raised her hand to touch his face, wanting to make sure it was indeed him. However, she raised her arm twice, but because she was too weak, she fell down halfway. Fu Nanjing hurriedly caught her hand that fell from the air, pressed it on his face, and choked softly. It's me, Siju. I'm Nanjing. I'm late. Yu Siju was speechless, and her throat seemed to be choked with cotton, and she couldn't breathe. The tears in her eyes fell like beads that had broken off the string. She trembled her lips for a long time before she said in a hoarse voice, Is it you?
Why?
Did you come so late? Why did you come? Stayed on the tip of her tongue for a long time, but in the end, it couldn't resist the deepest love in her heart, and turned into why did you come so late?
No.
It's not his fault. She had been refusing, so he gave up. She had no right to blame him at all. But at this weakest moment, Even if it was all her fault, she just wanted to complain aggrievedly, coquettishly, and unreasonably that he didn't come earlier. Fu Nanjing suddenly hugged her in his arms and said distressfully, "Siju, it's my fault. It's because I didn't come to you earlier that you suffered so much. Siju, when you get better, we'll get married, okay? Don't worry about so many things." Yu Siju's body trembled. Get married? Will he marry her? But is she still worthy of him? After Wu Yun's incident, her reputation has been ruined to the extreme. Fu Nanjing must not know it yet otherwise. What kind of man can tolerate his wife having such a terrible reputation? Seeing that Yu Siju didn't answer, Fu Nanjing thought that he was holding her too tightly and she couldn't breathe again, so he quickly let her go, let her lie back, and said, "I forgot that you are anemic now. You lie down and rest first. We will be at the clinic soon. We will discuss the future slowly after you recover." Yu Siju's eyes were filled with tears again. She nodded with shame and said softly, "Yes." She and Fu Nanjing, "I'm afraid there will be no future."
But
Now let her dream for the time being. The boat soon arrived at the kelp island. Yu Siju still closed her eyes, as if she was asleep. Fu Nanjing picked her up as gently as possible, got off the boat, and went all the way to the infirmary. The situation was not serious enough to require a blood transfusion, but she was still given in 4. Xia Huanhuan took the triplets back from Lu Huifang and left a packet of Chinese medicine for rheumatism for her, saying with a smile, "I heard that Chief of Staff Zhao has some rheumatic symptoms in his legs and feet. My third brother came from Beijing this time and brought a lot of medicinal materials. I brought one to my sister-in-law, which should be able to remove dampness and relieve the symptoms." Upon hearing this, Lu Huifang quickly declined. "Oh, I'm so embarrassed. How can I accept this?" Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, "We are neighbors. Sister-in-law, don't you help take care of my kids in the afternoon? If you are polite to me again, I won't be able to associate with you in the future." Lu Huifang smiled and said, Then I'll accept it. Your kids are well behaved, and it's no trouble at all. Next time you have something to do, send it to me and I'll help you take care of it." Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, "Then I'd like to thank my sister-in-law first." After returning from Lu Huifang's place, Xia Huanhuan guessed that Fu Nanjing would have to stay there overnight, so she went home and took Li Zhan's military coat and a quilt and sent them over. She also took some fresh fish, shrimp and shellfish from the space and cooked a pot of seafood noodle soup and another bowl of light shrimp porridge for Yu Siju, which she served in enamel bowls and brought over together. Yu Siju hadn't woken up yet, so Fu Nanjing whispered, "Put the porridge aside for now. There's a stove in this room. When she wakes up, I'll heat it up for her." He was actually a little hungry and drank the whole bowl of seafood noodle soup. After Li Zhan finished his work and came out of the headquarters, he also went to the infirmary for a checkup before returning with Xia Huanhuan. Li Zhan said, looking at the look on third brother's face, "I'm afraid he won't let go this time." "It's just..." Xia Huanhuan asked, "It's just what?" Li Zhan smiled and said, "Nothing. I was just daydreaming. But considering Yu Siju's family situation, if they want to get married openly, I'm afraid the Fu family will have some influence." Xia Huanhuan had actually thought about this problem and said, "If third brother is really determined to get married, I do have an idea." The next day, Xia Huanhuan went to the vegetable garden in the yard to pick some spinach and took squid from the space to make spinach and squid porridge. In addition to the food for the family, she also left some for Fu Nanjing and Yu Siju and asked Xiaowen to deliver it to them when she went to school. Yu Siju woke up last night, and Fu Nanjing heated up the porridge for her, and she drank it obediently. This morning, she was in much better spirits. Seeing Fu Nanjing taking care of her so carefully, she felt even more guilty. Xiaowen brought breakfast over, and Fu Nanjing took it, rubbed his little head gratefully, and said with a smile, "Hurry up and go to school. Don't be late." Then he came in with an aluminum lunchbox and said with a smile, "Xiaowen said that she made squid porridge this morning. It smells so good. You are weak, so drink it while it's hot." Yu Siju, however, looked serious and said, "Nanjing, we haven't seen each other for many years. You sit down, and let's have a good talk." Fu Nanjing's heart sank when he saw her tone and expression, but he still sat down and said with a smile, "You drink the porridge first. I haven't had breakfast either. Let's eat breakfast first." Yusiju had no choice. It didn't matter if she couldn't eat, but she couldn't let Fu Nanjing go hungry with her, so they ate together first. After dinner, Yusiju said, "Nanjing, thank you for coming to see me. I don't have any serious things to do. You can go back to Beijing in the next 2 days." Fu Nanjing's head buzzed. "This. Didn't we agree on it last night? When you get better, we will get married."
Yusiju's face turned red.
When did I promise you? And Fu Nanjing, wake up between the two of us. There is no possibility anymore. After saying this, her tone weakened again, with a bit of sad tremor. Fu Nanjing looked at her with deep and bright eyes and asked, "Why? If you are afraid of involving my family, don't worry, I will take care of it. Apart from this, we are not married yet. Do you dare to say that you don't like me at all?" Yusiju raised her eyes and looked at Fu Nanjing with complicated eyes, gritted her teeth, and said, "Not married yet? You just came here. Maybe you haven't heard it, I'm on the Emerald Island. No, even here, my reputation has become like that. If you don't pass it, I can repeat it to you word by word. I am Wu Yun's lover. Wu Yun touched me that night. I am no longer clean." Fu Nanjing rushed over, covered her mouth, and said sadly, "Don't say it. I've heard about all this." Yusiju looked at him in astonishment. "You heard everything? Then you still—" Fu Nanjing looked deeply into her eyes and asked, "Have you done anything? Is there really something unclear between you and that Wu Yun?" Yusiju shook her head woodenly. Fu Nanjing smiled. "That's it? Those are all fabricated things. Why should I give up marrying you because of those rumors? What's more, I ran around the Emerald Island with you in my arms yesterday, and I kissed you on the boat. If you want to talk about defilement, didn't your reputation get defiled by me? If you don't marry me, who else do you want to marry?" When Yusiju heard him talk about the kiss last night, her face turned redder, and she said anxiously, "Last night doesn't count. You saved me." Fu Nanjing suddenly leaned over, clasped the back of her head with his right hand, and kissed her domineeringly. Knowing that Yusiju was out of breath, he let her go and smiled. "Forget it this time?" Yusiju was ashamed and conflicted, and she didn't know what to say for a moment. After many years, Fu Nanjing had heard so many rumors, but he was still willing to believe her and marry her. How could she not be touched? But what if the Fu family is implicated? Fu Nanjing touched her forehead and said, "Siju, it's been so many years, and we haven't let go of each other. Why not give each other another chance? I know it will be difficult, but let's face it together, okay?" Yusiju looked at her former lover, whom she met again after many years. She thought she would feel unfamiliar and awkward. But Fu Nanjing was as gentle as ever, and she didn't even feel the long years they had missed. It seemed as if the moment she pushed her bicycle and said goodbye to him under the peach tree was just yesterday. Yusiju's eyes were filled with tears, and she nodded gently. Okay. Xia Huanhuan and Li Zhan were not surprised that Fu Nanjing and Yusiju finally reconciled. However, Yusiju was so stunned that she couldn't speak for a long time when she found out that Xia Huanhuan was Fu Nanjing's sister. Fu Nanjing simply explained that Xia Huanhuan was the long-lost daughter of the Fu family. Yusiju was also very sad after hearing that. Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, "Sister, you know that from now on, you should call me sister-in-law." "Sister-in-law, I'm sorry that Li Zhan and I didn't tell you in advance about the relationship between us and my third brother. You won't blame us, will you?" Yusiju blushed when she was called sister-in-law and said shyly, "How could it be? I can't thank you enough. If it weren't for you and Captain Li, who saved me many times, I'm afraid I would have died in Wu Yun's hands long ago. Nanjing wouldn't have gotten the news from me, and we wouldn't have been reconciled." Fu Nanjing apologized. "I came too late. I should have come earlier, and you wouldn't have been bullied by Wu Yun." Yusiju held his hand and said, "If you want to continue, it's me who's been returning your letters and packages. It's me who has been keeping you at a distance." At this point, she suddenly asked, by the way, in the past few years, someone has been secretly selling me food, cotton, cloth, and other supplies at a low price at the market. That person. Was it you who arranged it? Fu Nanjing was stunned for a moment, feeling somewhat guilty. That should be arranged by Luo Cheng. Is there such a good person? You're just lucky. Yu Siju looked at him suspiciously and said, but when others asked him to buy, he only sold at a high price, and once he let it slip, saying something about the Fu family. When I asked again, he refused to say. Xia Huanhuan couldn't help laughing and said, sister-in-law. Who else could it be if not him? Don't listen to his nonsense. Fu Nanjing glared at Xia Huanhuan and scolded in a low voice, you're the one who talks too much. Xia Huanhuan blinked and said, third brother, you still have to recognize it when you should. You can't always be an unknown hero. I heard Luo Cheng say once before that he originally sent the things over, but some people took the credit and show their courtesy. Later, he changed the way of letting people go to the market to sell at a low price. Fu Nanjing frowned. Is there such a thing? Yu Sizi was also stunned for a moment and said, 之前那个吴云无事献殷勤，倒是的确有拿了粮食布料之类的，还说是他托人从路上买的。不会就是那些吧？傅南真一听，登时火了，那个乌龟王八蛋，这都什么人啦？追对象还偷别人的东西追的，也太跌份了吧？厉战，丫的还在岛上关着的吗？看我不去揍得他满地找牙，简直无耻！厉战赶紧拉着他，笑道：“已经押去路上受审了。”夏尖尖笑道：“这些事都过去了，无所谓了。就是三哥，你说要跟嫂子结婚，打算怎么办？”傅南征听了他的问话，脸上的表情也禁不住严肃了起来，道：“我打算带着丝竹直接回一趟京市，跟爸和爷爷说清楚，然后就直接打报告申请结婚。”厉战和夏尖尖互相看了一眼。Fu Nanjing was just as they guessed, choosing the most formal path, but also the path that would have the greatest impact on the Fu family and himself. Yu Siju also knew that what Fu Nanjing said seemed ordinary, but in fact, it would cause a huge earthquake when it was really implemented. Therefore, she pulled Fu Nanjing and said, Nanjing, I don't think it's appropriate. I don't care about the status. As long as we both recognize each other, I don't care whether we get a marriage certificate or not. Fu Nanjing heard it and immediately said, how can that be? I said I want to marry you, and I want to marry you legitimately. How can I let you suffer such a big grievance? Li Zhan frowned and said, third brother, I think what sister-in-law said makes sense. If we really get married and get a marriage certificate in a high-profile manner, let alone other things, your work in the hospital and the Fu family will definitely be affected. I know you want to say that at worst you can sever your relationship with the Fu family, but if you really do this, how sad will Dad and Grandpa be? Fu Nanjing also knew that what Li Zhan said was right, and couldn't help but sighed. What should we do? Are we just sneaking around? How is this fair to Siju? Xia Huanhuan spoke at this time. Third brother, since sister-in-law has also said that she doesn't care about status. Then I'll just say a compromise. What do you think? Let's talk to the elders of both families first, and then hold the wedding in a low-key manner. In this way, both parents will know and acquiesce. In the past, this would have been considered a marriage, right? As for the formal marriage certificate, don't get it yet. Wait 2 or 3 years and then get it. What do you think? After hearing this, Yu Siju said without waiting for Fu Nanjing to speak, I think it's feasible. Nanjing, extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures. We can't let our whole family suffer for our own marriage, right? Let's do it. If you dare to object, I won't marry you. Fu Nanjing's words were blocked in his throat by Yu Siju's last sentence. Seeing that the odds were 3 to 1, he had no choice but to agree. Yu Siju stayed in the clinic for another day before returning by boat. Fu Nanjing, Xia Huanhuan, and Li Zhan also followed. Fu Nanjing has sent a telegram to his family. Although he has not received a reply yet, Fu Weixin and Mr. Fu know the reason why Fu Nanjing has been single for so many years, so they probably won't object. However, even if they reply with a telegram to agree, it is impossible for them to come in person. Therefore, Xia Huanhuan and Li Zhan, even if they are representatives of the Fu family, came to visit the in-laws' home formally. Xia Huanhuan brought 10 kilograms of rice, 9 feet of red cloth, 5 kilograms of cotton, a 5-kilogram sea fish, and a 5-kilogram pork rib, which are considered as the betrothal gifts from the Fu family. In addition, Fu Nanjing also paid 200 yuan as a gift. When the father-in-law and mother-in-law saw Fu Nanjing at first, they were also stunned for a moment, but they immediately knew that Fu Nanjing came for their daughter. After asking, they found out that Fu Nanjing was already the attending physician of the hospital, and they couldn't help but be moved. What is their current situation? What is Fu Nanjing's situation? If Fu Nanjing wanted to get married, the girls who wanted to marry him would probably line up all the way from the Forbidden City to the Great Wall. But after all these years, he still remembered their daughter and has never married or had children. Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, "Uncle Yu and Aunt Yu, I'm sorry. I didn't tell you before that Fu Nanjing is my third brother's business."
I'm sorry.
My third brother came all the way from Beijing. You two should be able to guess what his purpose is. My sister-in-law. Sister Yu has already talked to my brother about it. The two have been going around in circles for 7 years and are still single. Naturally, they can't let go of each other. So they plan to get married. It's just that the marriage process may be a bit unfair to Sister Yu. The two elders also know the current situation. If we formally apply for a marriage certificate, it will definitely have a great impact. So, do you think it's possible for the elders of both families to know that we can hold the wedding in a low-key manner first and then get the certificate in 2 years? After hearing this, Mother Yu felt that her daughter was somewhat wronged. Is it considered a real marriage without a certificate? Will the Fu family deny it in the future?
Mom.
Yu Siju couldn't help shouting when she heard what her mother said. When her father-in-law heard that her words were unpleasant, he immediately scolded her, "Shut up." Then he glanced at Yu Siju and Fu Nanjing and said, "Siju and Nanjing are not young anymore, and it has not been easy for them. As parents, we are already satisfied to see our children finally get married, so why should we care about this or that? Since Siju and Nanjing agree, we have no objection." Xia Huanhuan heard that her father-in-law was reasonable, so she smiled and said, "We feel relieved with your words, Uncle Yu. My father and grandfather are in Beijing and can't come here, so it's just me and Li Zhan, who are the younger generation, who come here to discuss these things. Uncle Yu and Aunt Yu, please forgive us." As he said that, he asked Li Zhan to take the food, red cloth, fish, and meat he brought into the house, and put them on the table. Fu Nanjing also took out 200 yuan, put it on the table, and said with a smile, "Uncle Yu and Aunt Yu, I came to the island in a hurry and didn't bring much. This 200 yuan is my filial piety to you too." When my parents saw it, they knew that the money and things should be the betrothal gifts, so they accepted them without much hesitation. My mother saw that they brought so many things, and there was also 200 yuan. Even when they were in Beijing before, it was not much more. It can be seen that although their Yu family has fallen on this small island, the boy from the Fu family has not treated his daughter lightly, and they don't have any qualms about not getting a marriage certificate immediately. Everyone sat down to discuss the wedding. Holding a wedding in Beijing is not realistic for the time being. Although Yu Siju is an educated youth who went to the countryside, she has also settled down on the island. It is definitely not appropriate for her to follow Fu Nanjing to Beijing. So it was finalized. The wedding will be held on the island, and as for the one in Beijing, it will be held in Beijing after some time. The rest is to be kept simple and low-key. Because of the Yu family status, they don't have any good neighbors or friends on the island, so it's just a family dinner together. Xia Huanhuan's family has several bedrooms, which were originally intended to be used as rooms for the children when they grow up. It just so happened that they picked a vacant one and temporarily decorated it as a new room. When the time comes, Fu Nanjing will take a boat from Haidai Island to Feitsue Island, and then take a boat over with Yu Siju, which will be considered as the wedding. Other details have also been discussed. Fu Nanjing didn't take much leave, and he had to rush back, so the wedding was scheduled for a good day 3 days later. Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, "We have everything there, and you don't have to prepare anything else, Uncle Yu and Aunt Yu." Having said that, Mother-in-law still used the red cloth sent by Xia Huanhuan and worked for several nights to make a new wedding dress for Yusiju. Although you can't show it to others when you go out, it's the same to wear it inside. Mother-in-law smiled. Thinking that her daughter's wedding can't be celebrated with firecrackers and gongs, she felt a little sad.
Oh,
Siju, it's really hard for you. If it weren't for your father and me, you wouldn't have married so hastily, and you wouldn't even dare to wear a wedding dress outside. Siju smiled and said, Mom, why do you care about these things? You saw what Nanjing was like and how the other family treated us. What's wrong with a simple wedding? Your daughter is going to enjoy happiness when she marries there. After hearing this, mother-in-law wiped her tears and nodded continuously. Oh, you are right. However, you haven't even married yet, and you're already speaking for your in-laws.
Oh.
It's really true that girls can't be kept when they grow up. Siju said angrily, Oh,
Mom, look at what you said.
why don't I not get married and stay at home with you and my dad? When the mother-in-law heard this, she slapped her in the face. Don't talk nonsense. Mom and Dad can't wait for you to get married. You've become an old girl. Soon the day of the wedding arrived. Fu Nanjing wore a brand new Zhongshan suit with a small red cloth patch with a gold star on the chest pocket, which was a substitute for the groom's red flower. Zhan went with him to accompany the bride. Xia Huanhuan had to prepare meals and decorate the new house at home, so she didn't go. Siju wore a bright red wedding dress with an old cotton padded jacket on the outside. Her hair was carefully and tied with a red hairband. She also used a matchstick for lighting a fire to draw her eyebrows and used red paper to add color to her lips and cheeks during the new year. Therefore, she was brighter than when he saw her 2 days ago. When Fu Nanjing saw her, his eyes lit up. Siju lowered her head in embarrassment and asked shyly, Does she look good? Fu Nanjing smiled foolishly and said, She looks good. My wife is the best looking. Zhan on the side thought disapprovingly, My wife is the most beautiful. However, today the newcomers are the most important, so I won't argue with them. Siju didn't hesitate too much. Fu Nanjing held her hand for a while, and when he saw people, he let go and got on the boat. Zhan walked behind with his parents-in-law and got on the boat. On Xia Huanhuan's side, there was nothing posted on the gate and the door frame visible from the outside, but after entering the house, there was a big red double happiness character posted in the living room, and there were couplets posted outside the bedroom used as the new house. After entering, there were double happiness characters on the wall, and festive enamel cups and enamel wash basins were placed on the table. A double bed, with a bright red quilt with mandarin ducks playing in the water, was well laid out. According to traditional customs, after making the bed last night, dates, peanuts, and longans were sprinkled on the bed, implying the birth of a son soon. Later, the triplets were made to sleep on the bed all night. It was the first time for the kids in the family to see such a scene, and they were as happy as if it was Chinese New Year. Xiao Wu asked foolishly, Mom, who in our family is getting married? That's not right. Aren't you and my fourth uncle already married? Do we have to get married again? Xia Huanhuan. This idiot. Xiaowen couldn't help but pat his head and said, You are stupid. Isn't the third uncle here these days? He hasn't gotten married yet, so it must be the third uncle who is getting married. Xia Huanhuan quickly hushed and whispered, Don't talk about this outside.
Well,
Even Yan Yan, Ye, Yao Yao, and others are not allowed to tell. Understand? Xiao Wu couldn't help asking, What if they ask? Xia Huanhuan thought for a while and said, Well, just say it's Chinese New Year. The main thing is that the triplets are now over 3 years old. Although they still speak unclearly, they can already say a lot. I am afraid that they are ignorant and will go out and say nonsense. The triplets saw that there were couplets posted and a table full of delicious food, which was almost like Chinese New Year, so they didn't suspect anything and chased the wolf cub in the yard for fun.
Oh,
It's Chinese New Year again. It's Chinese New Year again. In addition to the decoration of the new house, Xia Huanhuan also made a lot of delicious food today. Stir-fried shrimps, fried cod, spicy fried squid, kelp and pork rib soup, as well as pork belly with pork, braised pork ribs, a plate of lamb, a roast chicken, and other vegetarian dishes such as pickled cabbage, stir-fried spinach, cold kelp shreds, cold jellyfish shreds, etc., which were rich and abundant. Soon, Fu Nanjing, Yu Siju, and Li Zhan arrived at the door. When the triplets saw people coming, they all ran over together and shouted in baby voices, "Dad, Uncle Sean, it's Chinese New Year again in our family." Li Zhan was stunned for a moment. Then he picked up Yan Yan and asked with a smile, "New Year? What New Year?" Yan Yan said vaguely, "Couplets. And delicious food." Ye and Yao Yao also said, "Braised pork. Braised spare ribs.
And
Braised pork." Li Zhan realized that this must be Xia Huanhuan's lie to them. The three little guys liked to eat braised pork and other things during the New Year, but Xia Huanhuan was afraid that it was too greasy and not good to eat too much, so she told them that they can only eat it during the New Year, and not too much at one meal. The three of them probably remembered it. Li Zhan held back his laughter and said, "Yes, it's the New Year. You be good, and don't make trouble today, do you hear me?"
come and call someone.
As he said that, he put Yan Yan down, let the three little guys line up in front of Yu Siju, and said with a smile, "Call me third aunt." The three little ones were confused and politely raised their heads and shouted in unison, "Aunt Shan." Li Zhan didn't know whether to laugh or cry.
What mountain?
"It should be San." Yu Siju's face flushed. She took out 3 red envelopes from the pocket of her cotton-padded jacket and gave one to each of them, saying with a smile, "Be good." As she was talking, Xia Huanhuan, Xiaowen, Xiaowu, and Beibei also came out. Xiaowen, Xiaowu, and Beibei were all sensible. They came over and shouted politely, "Third aunt." Yu Siju also gave red envelopes. Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, "Come in quickly." After entering the house, Yu Siju took off her cotton-padded jacket, revealing the red wedding dress inside. Fu Nanjing's eyes lit up and he was stunned. Xia Huanhuan poked him and smiled. "Why are you standing there? Sit down quickly." Fu Nanjing then invited Yu Siju and Yu's parents to join the table. Xia Huanhuan smiled and took out the telegram sent by Fu Weixin. The content was concise and to the point. "I am deeply moved to hear that Sainer has tied the knot. I wish you a long and happy marriage. We can talk about the rest when we return to Beijing." This also means agreement. It was too late to send things or remit money, so for the time being, they could only send a telegram to congratulate. Yu Siju finally felt relieved. She was more or less afraid that the Fu family would not agree. It is not popular to worship heaven and earth now, so Fu Nanjing and Yu Siju kowtowed to Yu's parents, took their red envelope, and left. Everyone ate together around the table. After dinner, Yu's parents insisted on returning to Emerald Island, fearing that if they stayed here, their daughter and son-in-law would be embarrassed at night. Li Zhan and Xia Huanhuan had prepared a room for them, but they had to give up. That night, Li Zhan secretly stuffed a few things into Fu Nanjing's hands for him to use at night. Fu Nanjing opened it and saw that it was made of rubber. He didn't know whether to be angry or grateful. Li Zhan secretly said, "After all, you and the third sister-in-law haven't got the marriage certificate yet. If you accidentally get pregnant, people will gossip again."
Funanseng.
Li Zhan didn't forget to add, "I use this thing often. It's quite useful."
Funanseng.
It seems that he was the one who introduced this to Li Zhan in the beginning, right? Now this kid is teasing him in return. Li Zhan went back to the house after delivering the charcoal in the snow. Xia Huanhuan asked curiously, "What did you talk to the third brother?" Li Zhan smiled, "Nothing." After saying that, he couldn't help but sighed and said, "I don't know how long the third brother and the others have to wait before they can be legitimate." Xia Huanhuan smiled. "It should be soon. Probably 2 or 3 years." Li Zhan looked at her and smiled. "How can you be so sure?" Xia Huanhuan was a little panicked for a moment and quickly smiled. "I guessed. It will definitely not take long." Li Zhan looked at his wife strangely. "Just guess. Why panic?" No one spoke for the whole night. The next morning, Yu Siju got up shyly. Fu Nanjing stayed on the island for a few more days and then set off back to Beijing. He had discussed with Yusiju whether he could get a place to return to the city so that Yusiju could go back, but Yusiju was worried about her parents and finally had to give up for the time being. Later, Yusiju took a leave to visit her family and went back to Beijing. The Fu family had a meal together again and officially recognized their daughter-in-law. The island was still as peaceful as ever. Xia Huanhuan would still entrust her children to Lu Huifang to take care of them from time to time. She went through the space to buy and sell supplies in the county town and to visit Grandma Luo in Beijing. However, Luo Qing had no supplies for the time being. This was mainly because of the relationship between Luo Qing and Fu Nanjing. He naturally knew that it had followed Li Zhan to the island. It would be strange if it did not appear suddenly. Although she had told Li Zhan the secret of the space, she did not intend to let other people know about it. At other times, Xia Huanhuan would review the textbooks at home and dry fish and scallops. After all, Xia Huanhuan had been beaten by the college entrance examination before she traveled through time. These contents looked strange for the first time, but they were almost familiar with them by the second time, and it did not take much effort. The temperature on the island at the turn of spring and summer was suitable, the blue sea was boundless, and it was quite beautiful and comfortable. Xia Huanhuan finally got the pearl scallop. The ordinary pearl seedling period takes 2 to 3 years. After the mother of pearl matures to a certain degree, it can start to breed pearls. The pearl breeding period also takes 1.5 to 3 years, and it needs sufficient water temperature to grow faster. However, Xia Huanhuan has the space, so it is much faster. Xia Huanhuan got some mother-of-pearl oysters and put them in the sea, and then observed them. It used to take 2 to 3 years for a small scallop seedling to grow to maturity to the point where pearls can be grown, but in the space it takes about 2 to 3 months. The pearl growing period can also be shortened to between 1 to 3 months. Some relatively large pearls even take 4 to 5 years to grow in reality, but in Xia Huanhuan's space, the growth period is naturally shortened to about 4 to 5 months. Moreover, the pearls grown in her space are nucleus-less, almost like wild pearls. The saying about scallops forming pearls that I often heard in the past is that sand falls into the scallops when they open, and in order to relieve the pain, they spit out mucus to wrap them into pearls. Wild nucleus-less pearls are generally caused by this reason. This kind of pearl has to go through a slow growth period, which generally takes 4 years or more. This is very different from the ones Xia Huanhuan often saw on short video platforms before she traveled through time. The nucleated pearls sold in the live broadcast of opening clams to sell pearls are worlds apart. A pure wild marine pearl, of course, also depends on the quality, but the price is generally several times, even dozens or hundreds of times, that of a cultured nucleated pearl. Moreover, nucleusless pearls can be ground into powder, which is a material for skincare products and is also a precious Chinese medicinal material. In short, after it is released, it can be used in many aspects. There are not many mother-of-pearl oysters here, so Xia Huanhuan got a dozen of them and put them in the space to raise them first. In autumn, the mother-of-pearl oysters matured, and Xia Huanhuan took advantage of the shells to open and sprinkled a grain of sand into each mother-of-pearl oyster. The clams closed immediately, probably because they were hurt. However, Xia Huanhuan was still quite cold-blooded and didn't feel sorry at all. 2 months later, when the Chinese New Year was approaching, Xia Huanhuan picked 2 scallops, broke them open and looked at them. Small pearls of 6 to 7 millimeters in size had grown in the 2, and the color was also lavender, with full fluorescence and very positive round beads. Xia Huanhuan was very happy. Which woman doesn't like such pure natural jewelry? Xia Huanhuan didn't cut open the remaining 7 or 8 scallops. 6 to 7 millimeters is still a little small, or the time for pearl cultivation is not enough, so she will wait for a few more months, wait for 4 or 5 months, and then cut it open. However, even if it is only half a year, Xia Huanhuan still feels that it is too long. No wonder real pearl jewelry is so expensive. Even if it is cultivated, it takes several years for a pearl to become a pearl, which is really very laborious. Moreover, there's another problem. She originally thought that the state-owned fishery on Emerald Island cultivated pearls, but later found that there was no such thing. After all, the sea here is too cold in winter, and it is not suitable for pearl oysters to spend the winter. Therefore, even if she wants to get more scallop seedlings to raise in the space, there are not many here. Xia Huanhuan planned to go to the Southern Sea area to buy some scallop seedlings and also learn how to cultivate shell seedlings in the space. In this way, even if it takes a long time to cultivate pearls in the space, if there is enough quantity, the output can also be increased. She hasn't decided what business she wants to develop in the future, but the raw materials must be prepared first. However, it's still cold now, and Xia Huanhuan plans to wait until spring to go. Time flies, and a year has passed since Fu Nanjing and Yu Siju got married. In addition to Wu Taizhu and Wu Yun's domineering and espionage on the island at the beginning, after they were arrested, the Emerald Island Fishery chose a local old fisherman as the director. The old fisherman is warm and honest. Although those who work in the fishery have hats on their heads or come from bad families, the old fishermen treat them equally and treat them the same as the fishermen from the island. If someone discriminates and bullies them, they will stop it. Therefore, the Yu family's life has become much better. In addition, Xia Huanhuan secretly sends some things from time to time, and Fu Nanjing also sends packages every now and then, asking Xia Huanhuan to pass them on. At least the food and clothing are several times better than in the past few years. The health of Yu's father and mother has also improved a lot, and they have even gained some weight. Yu Siju was worried about her parents, so she stayed on the island, and she and Fu Nanjing were living apart. However, because of Xia Huanhuan, they could still exchange letters, which made Xia Huanhuan a frequent visitor to the post office. She went there almost every week, and the couriers in the post office knew her. Xia Huanhuan was embarrassed to ask people to send her letters, packages, and remittance slips every now and then. Every time, she would either pick a few cucumbers and tomatoes grown in the yard for the postman, or send some homemade tofu, bean sprouts, or salted fish, etc., which was considered to be a bother for him to run errands. However, Yu Siju also knew how to be grateful. She asked people to help buy wool yarn from the supply and marketing cooperative on land, and knit sweaters for the 6 children in the family. Xia Huanhuan accepted it without hesitation. From now on, they are relatives, and it is best to reciprocate. She did not ask people to be grateful and feel that they owed her clothes. Otherwise, they would become distant after a long time. In the spring of 1977, the sea breeze was blowing, and the ship that regularly traveled between the island and the mainland docked at the pier. Xia Huanhuan and Li Zhan were waiting at the pier with their 6 cubs. Watching the ship approach the shore little by little, Shaowen suddenly pointed at the people on the deck excitedly and said, "Mom. 4th uncle. It's Grandpa and Grandma. And 3rd uncle." Then he shook his hands vigorously and shouted, "Grandpa, Grandma, 3rd uncle." When Xiaowu Bebe and the triplets saw them, they also shook their hands excitedly and shouted, "Grandpa, Grandma, 3rd uncle." The wolf cub had also grown up. It was a black-backed breed with a large patch of black market hair on its back and yellow-brown hair on the rest of the body. Although it was much taller than the triplets who grew up with it, it still played and got close to its little masters like when they were children and was very loyal. At this time, it also ran around Xia Huanhuan, Li Zhan, and the cubs excitedly, and from time to time ran to the shore to look at the people on the boat, and then ran back excitedly, as if it still remembered Xia Shuangshan and Lin Yuru, who fed them when they were young. Xia Shuangshan and Lin Yuru on the boat heard Xia Huanhuan, Li Zhan, and the cubs on the shore, and they couldn't help but feel their eyes hot and waved vigorously. Lin Yuru also raised the corner of her clothes to wipe her tears. Xia Shuangshan said, "Why are you crying? When you couldn't see your daughter and grandchildren, you kept talking about them. Now that you finally see them, you cry again." Fu Nanjing heard it and laughed quickly. "Uncle Xia, don't talk about my Aunt Ru. I haven't seen her for a long time, and my nose is sore. You haven't seen Huan and the cubs for more than a year, right?" Lin Yuru glanced at Xia Shuangshan, wiped her tears, and said, "Isn't it?" When Li Zhan and Wan'er set out for the island, it was the winter of the year before last. Yan, Ye, and Yao had just celebrated their 3rd birthday, and now they are all 4.5 years old. As she spoke, she couldn't help shedding tears again. It is easy to be sentimental when you get old. When she and Xia Shuangshan sent them off to the island, the triplets were not even as tall as her knees. They hugged her and Xia Shuangshan's legs one by one, two by three, and cried and refused to get on the train. The wolf cub was also very small. At that time, it sobbed around the two of them and looked back every few steps before it left. Now looking at the shore from a distance, the triplets have grown a lot taller, and the wolf cub has grown into a big dog. The boat finally docked, and Fu Nanjing helped Xia Shuangshan and Lin Yiru get off the boat. Grandpa, Grandma, third uncle, we miss you so much. The triplets Xiaowen, Xiaowu, and Beibei all rushed over like little birds and hugged them. The wolf cub also barked excitedly and then whimpered, as if it was wronged and sad. Lin Yiru couldn't stop crying again, and Xia Shuangshan spoke in a muffled voice.
Oh.
Xiaowen, Xiaowu, and Beibei, and Yan Yan, Ye, and Yao Yao, you have grown a lot taller. You miss Grandpa so much. As he spoke, Xia Shuangshan was already hunching his back, trying to pick up Yao Yao. Lin Yiru knew that she was old now, her legs and feet were not very flexible, and she was afraid that she would fall if she hugged them, so she just held Xiaowen's hand and wiped her tears. Oh, Grandma misses you too. Have you listened to Mom and Dad? As he spoke, he touched the wolf cub's head with his hand and said, Oh, the wolf cub is so big now. It seems he still remembers me. The wolf cub, now very large and full of vigor, seemed to have returned to his childhood more than a year ago, and rubbed his head against Lin Yiru docilely. Fu Nanjing lifted Yi up and put him on his neck, and said with a smile, Little boy, I haven't seen you for a few months, and you have gained a lot of weight, like a little pig. Fu Nanjing comes here every 6 months to see his wife, so he sees them quite often. Li Zhan said with a smile, Dad, Mom, and third brother, you are finally here. Huanhuan has been waiting at the dock since the day before yesterday. Xia Huanhuan glared at him, annoyed that he was exposing her shortcomings, and then asked with a smile, Did you have a smooth journey? Dad, Mom, you don't get seasick, do you? Xia Shuangshan and Lin Yiru said with a smile, No. This is our first time on a boat. I saw some people who came here on the same boat got seasick and had diarrhea and vomited. I felt sorry for them. This was the first time for both of them to travel so far. In the past, they could only go to the county town by ox cart. This time, it was Xia Huanhuan who decided to bring Xia Shuangshan and Lin Yiru to live on the island. She wrote a letter to tell them and asked Fu Nanjing to bring them with him when he came. Fu Nanjing went to the village in person, escorted the two elders all the way to the county town by ox cart, and then took the train to Beijing City. From Beijing City, they took a special car to Xin City, Lian City, and then took a boat. Everyone walked home together. Xia Shuangshan smiled and said, This journey is really eye-opening. I used to think that the mountains behind our village were high and big enough, but I didn't expect that there are such high mountains all the way north by train. The train even passed through the mountains. And now there is the sea.
Oh.
I never thought I would see such a scenery in my life. Xia Huanhuan couldn't help laughing. Dad, this is nothing. In the future, when the children are older, I will take you to travel around the country. Travel? What is travel? Lin Yiru asked doubtfully. Xia Huanhuan was stunned for a moment. Then she remembered that the word tourism was not a common word in this era. The key for everyone was still to get a letter of introduction when going out and a letter of acceptance at the destination. She smiled and said, It means to go around and have a look. Lin Yiru half understood. Oh, how many letters of introduction do we need? There is no one in the country to accept us? Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, Mom, don't worry about this. Things will work out when the time comes. As she spoke, she had already taken Xia Shuangshan and Lin Yiru into the yard. Xia Shuangshan and Lin Yiru looked around the yard and smiled. This yard is good. It's almost the same as the yard in our Qingshui village. Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, It's almost the same. There are many rooms in the house, and you and my dad will have a place to live in the future. This time, Xia Huanhuan brought Xia Shuangshan and Lin Yiru over with the intention of letting them live here permanently. More than half a year after coming to the island, that is, not long after Fu Nanjing and Yu Siju got married secretly, she and Yusiju took the triplets back to Beijing city and later returned to Qingshui village. Xiaowen, Xiaowu, and Beibei were not brought back because they had to go to school. It took 7 or 8 days to go back and forth that time, and fortunately Yusiju helped to take care of them, so it was relatively safe. However, after that, Xia Huanhuan went back directly through the space every 3 to 5 months. She entrusted the children to the neighbors and teleported directly to the county town, asking Xia Shuangshan to come and pick her up, staying for half a day or a day and then leaving so that the time could be shortened to round trip on the same day or less. This is also a helpless move. Zhan is busy, and it is impossible for him to take a week or 2 off to accompany her back. If she goes back with the kids, there will be no one to take care of them on the way back and forth, which is not safe. Let her go alone. The children are still young. It's okay to leave them with neighbors for half a day or a day, but it will be embarrassing to leave them for longer. If she uses the space, she can avoid the fatigue of traveling on the road, and she doesn't have to worry about the children being left unattended for a short time. However, in this way, every time she goes back, even if Xia Shuangshan and Lin Yiru don't say it, Xia Huanhuan can see that they miss their grandchildren in their hearts. Xia Huanhuan thought of bringing them to live on the island. The college entrance examination will be resumed in the winter of this year, so at most after half a year, she would definitely go back to Beijing. Because she thought the time was short, even if Xia Shuangshan and Lin Yiru were not used to living here, it would only take half a year at most, and then she would go back, just like taking them here for a trip. The weather here is actually more suitable than Qingshui village, and it is not too hot in summer. The only thing is that as for food, living by the mountains and the sea, there must be more seafood. However, if Xia Shuangshan and Lin Yiru are not used to it, she also has pork, mutton, beef, poultry, eggs, and the like in her space, so they will definitely not starve. Of course, she also has selfish motives. She also plans to go to the south in the spring to get some pearl shells. It happened that the superiors sent Zhan and several other officers to an island in the South China Sea. The exchange exercise between Haidai Island and the South China Sea will be held, and the plan is to send a ship directly there. It takes at least half a month to go from Haidai Island to the South China Sea, and the base is also worried that if the crew members on the ship get sick, they will not be able to do without a doctor. But there are not enough doctors on the island, so Xia Huanhuan was thought of. She is a Chinese medicine practitioner. Over the past year or so, the family members who have accompanied the army on the island have asked her for help with common colds, fevers, stomach problems, etc., so even the headquarters knew about it. The commander found Zhan and proposed to borrow Xia Huanhuan to temporarily serve as a ship doctor on the ship. Xia Huanhuan was struggling with how to go there, so she readily agreed to the proposal. This trip would require a long journey, and she would be away from home for almost a month. It would definitely not be appropriate to entrust the children to the neighbors. As for Yusiju, after all, the relationship has not been clarified yet, so it is not appropriate. Xia Shuangshan and Lin Yiru came over, which was just right. Fu Nanjing sent people to the place, and then took a boat to Emerald Island to find his wife. Xia Shuangshan and Lin Yiru were still wondering, why is Nanjing in a hurry to leave without eating? He won't stay here tonight? Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, "Mom, don't worry about him. He is going to find his wife." As he said this, he told Xia Shuangshan and Lin Yiru that Fu Nanjing and Yusiju were already married. Since the fall of Wu Taizhu and Wu Yun, the public opinion environment on Emerald Island has improved a lot. Many people also know that Fu Nanjing is Yusiju's partner from a big city on the mainland, and they will get married in the future. Those unbearable rumors about Yusiju were still spread at the beginning, but after Fu Nanjing blocked them and educated them, no one talked about them anymore. He eats commercial grain in the big city, and I heard he is a doctor. What kind of partner can't he find? He had to go to this barren island to find Yusiju, and he did it with the intention of getting married. If Yusiju's body was really soiled by that Wu Yun, how could a handsome young man with a good family background and a promising future not mind at all? It can be seen that the rumors before were all false, spread by some people who were jealous of her. Moreover, every time Fu Nanjing went to the island, he always brought white rabbit milk candy, walnut crisps, sesame candy, and the like from Beijing, and distributed them to everyone regardless of gender, age or young. This kind of eating people's mouths and taking people's hands is not grateful, and gradually no one said it later. Fu Nanzheng came to live in Yu's house occasionally, and no one was watching and reporting him. Xia Shuangshan and Lin Yuru also sighed after listening to Xia Huanhuan's words. Alas, I didn't expect Nanjing to have suffered so much these years. Huanhuan, you have to help your sister-in-law more. Lin Yuru said. Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, Mom, we are all family, that's for sure. Then she smiled and said, Dad, Mom, you have also worked hard all the way here. Go to the house and sleep for a while, I'll go to cook. After hearing this, Lin Yuru immediately stood up and went to the kitchen. I'll go. Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, I'll go. You will be busy a lot in the future, talk to the kids. Lin Yuru didn't insist. Xia Huanhuan took out tuna and salmon from the space. It happened that she bought fresh tuna and salmon from a small market in the garrison in the morning. These are deep-sea fish. They are not available on ordinary islands, but the large fishing boats in the garrison have just returned from a trip in the past 2 days. They are sold in the small market in the garrison. In addition, she took some hairtail, sea cucumber, abalone, shrimp, and the like. Tuna and salmon can be made into sashimi, but it is okay for coastal areas of Guangdong or Fujian province. People have the habit of eating sashimi. Let Xia Shuangshan and Lin Yuru eat it, which will scare them. Children have weak stomachs, so it is not suitable. So they made fried tuna and fried salmon. Hairtail was coated with cornstarch and fried until golden and crispy. As for sea cucumber and abalone, they are both tonic. Abalone is okay, but Xia Huanhuan has never been able to adapt to the appearance of sea cucumber, so she cut it into small pieces and made stewed eggs with abalone. The shrimps were boiled and dipped in the prepared sauce. Xia Huanhuan was afraid that they couldn't eat enough seafood, so she made braised pork and stir-fried pork. It had been a long time since the family had eaten together at the table. Xia Huanhuan specially got a bottle of Maotai and asked Li Zhan and Xia Shuangshan to drink 2 glasses. Xia Wen, Xiaowu, and Beibei were fine. They were not afraid of fish bones getting stuck, and the hairtail was for them to eat. The triplets had stewed eggs and fried salmon or tuna. Maybe they were all fried. Xia Shuangshan and Lin Yuru didn't have much aversion to seafood, and it seemed that they wouldn't be entangled in the issue of food later. After dinner, Xia Huanhuan took them for a walk on the island and pointed out the places they often went to in the base, such as the small market and the canteen. For dinner, there was no seafood, but noodles with stew, with dried mushrooms and minced pork as the topping. No matter how much they can eat seafood, their meat-eating stomachs and habits cannot adapt to the new bedding all at once. After dinner, Xia Shuangshan and Lin Yuru went to their rooms and saw that the bedding was new. Lin Yuru said, Why are you preparing brand new bedding for us? You can use brand new ones, and your father and I can use the old ones. Xia Huanhuan quickly stopped her and said with a smile, We also have new bedding that we just got a short time ago. Besides, you see, the children will definitely ask to sleep with you in a while, and even for their sake, the new bedding cannot be changed. After hearing this, Lin Yuru had to give up. Sure enough, at night the triplets, Xiaowen, Xiaowu, and Beibei clamored to sleep with their grandparents. Xia Huanhuan still complained that the 6 little ones could not sleep in one place. Later, a small bed was moved into the room, and Xiaowen and Xiaowu slept on it. Beibei and the triplets slept in the big bed with them. Even the wolf cub was excited on the first night. He dragged the small nest that Xia Huanhuan had sewed for it with cotton and cloth into the bedroom and slept between the 2 beds. Xia Huanhuan couldn't help laughing. Fortunately, the bed was big enough, otherwise she would have to sleep on the floor.
Li Zhan was very happy.
As soon as Xia Huanhuan entered the room, he locked the door, reached out to pick Xia Huanhuan up, and threw her on the bed.
Ah!
Xia Huanhuan shouted quickly, and then quickly covered her mouth and dared not speak. Li Zhan had already pressed on her, bit her earlobe, and laughed softly. Speak softly. I won't care if our parents hear it. As he said this, he had already taken off Xia Huanhuan's clothes skillfully. Xia Huanhuan shyly punched him and said angrily, Really? You work every day, and I don't know where you get the strength. The next day, Xia Huanhuan was too lazy to get up. Li Zhan put on his clothes and said with a smile, "Lie down for a while. I'll go help your mother make breakfast, and I'll call you to eat when it's ready." Xia Huanhuan had heard the noise outside. Lin Yuru should be making breakfast in the kitchen, with Xiaowen and Beibei helping. Xiaowu got up early as usual to finish the homework he hadn't finished last night. Xia Shuangshan took the triplets to the yard to feed the chickens and tend to the small vegetable garden. In the distance, the sound of the early morning waves could be heard. Xia Huanhuan suddenly felt very happy. There was a long-lost lively atmosphere of fireworks, which was the happiness of a daughter acting coquettishly with her parents. If Lin Yuru and Xia Shuangshan hadn't come, she would have gotten up to make breakfast by now. Only when they came could she be spoiled and sleep in bed. Li Zhan should have come to the kitchen to help, but Lin Yuru drove him out as she did before at home. "You have to go to work at the headquarters all day. You are already tired enough, and I'll make breakfast. Get out quickly, or your military uniform will be full of the smell of fireworks, and won't you be laughed at by other people in your headquarters?" Xia Huanhuan couldn't help laughing. Thinking about it, Li Zhan had often reported to the headquarters in his military uniform that was soaked with the smell of fireworks. It would be fine if there were no military dependents on this island, but if there were, they would all act like a big shot at home and would not even bother to lend a hand to help if the oil bottle fell over. For example, fetching water from the well is also a strenuous job, and it is the men of the family who should do the hard work. But except for her family, where Li Zhan fetched water for her, in which other families didn't the women fetch water with great effort. Xia Huanhuan had spiritual spring water in her space, so fetching water from the well was just for show. Every time Li Zhan brought back water, he didn't drink it, but directly watered the vegetable garden in the yard. Although there was not much work to do, Li Zhan's attitude was impeccable. He never needed her to say anything. He would just bring back the water. Li Zhan took the initiative to carry water and take care of the baby, and he would come to the headquarters with a sense of fireworks from time to time. At the beginning, he was really laughed at by those men many times, saying that he was afraid of his wife. They also enthusiastically introduced to Li Zhan how to conquer his wife. Li Zhan was not annoyed, but just listened with a smile, but he just listened and didn't put it into practice. The next day, he still came into the office with a sense of fireworks. In the end, everyone gave up. As for the women who followed the army on the island, they envied Xia Huanhuan. "Tell me, where can you find a man with such good character? He has made many military achievements at a young age and became the head of a regiment. I heard that if it weren't for a little thing, he would have stayed in the Beijing military region. Moreover, he is not only the head of the regiment, but also see how much he loves his wife. Have you ever let your wife do the heavy work of carrying water? I heard that she helps to coax the children, cook and wash dishes. Even Zhou Qingqing, who has always been spoiled by her husband, has to fetch water because Deputy Battalion Commander Zhang is so face-conscious. How can Xia Huanhuan be so lucky?" Everyone likes to talk about these things after dinner. It can be seen that Li Zhan is very popular among women on the island. When Xia Huanhuan thought of this, her heart was as sweet as honey. Now her parents are here too, and the whole family lives in the same yard, which is really lively. It's just, these people haven't gathered yet. Shen Wanxue and Rong Zhenbang are still in the northwest, and Yang Qiushi is still in the commune in Qingshui village. And the Fu family is also far away now, and they can't see each other for a year or two.
But it will be soon.
In less than a year, she will return to Beijing. And next winter, the meeting that will go down in history will also be held. After that, Shen Wanxue, Rong Zhenbang, Yang Qiushi, and Yu Siju, the parents-in-law on Emerald Island, were able to return to the city one after another. Yan Haotian was in the southern military region, and there was no sign of him being transferred back to Beijing for the time being, so he was the farthest away. Except for Yan Haotian, the family would be together by then. Oh, and there were also Li Jie and Zhou Qiuhe. During the few times she went back, Zhou Qiuhe had mentioned that Li Jie had learned to drive a big truck from Luocheng, and now he went out to transport goods during the slack season and could earn 30 yuan a month. Occasionally, Luocheng would give him a bonus of tens or hundreds of yuan. Add to that the 18 yuan salary she received from the supply and marketing cooperative every month, and now their family is probably the richest family in the village, except for the fourth brother's family. However, Zhou Qiuhe and Li Jie did not show off their wealth, and the houses in the village were not renovated. They all listened to Xia Huanhuan's advice and were saving money, planning to buy a house in the county town and move to the county town when the time comes. Xia Huanhuan half-jokingly said, "In fact, you can consider moving further away and move directly to Beijing." Zhou Qiuhe and Li Jie dare not even think about this now. Xia Huanhuan did not force it and took it step by step. First, lay a foundation in the county town and gain a firm foothold, and then move to Beijing. Anyway, they have already walked ahead of many people, and there is no need to rush to get ahead. In addition to Li Jie's family, Aunt Wu's youngest son Wu Feng also made a lot of money. Wu Feng worked with Li Jie at first and later with Luo Cheng. Now he is also driving a truck and taking money home every month. Look, the house at home has been renovated, and the house where Aunt Wu and Uncle Wu live has also been demolished and rebuilt. The inner room is painted with lime and bright. Aunt Wu is very happy and praises her youngest son for being filial to everyone she meets. Aunt Wu's eldest son and daughter-in-law want to take the opportunity to come and ask for money, but they are scolded by Aunt Wu every time. At first, they thought Wu Feng and his family were taking advantage of them, so they had to separate and live on their own. Now they want to come back and ask for money. It's too good to be true. Secretary Zhao still led everyone to grow medicinal herbs in the mountains. In addition to the ginseng that Xia Huanhuan asked them to plant 3 years ago, they later planted a lot of other medicinal herbs under the guidance of Yang Qiushi. Now the villagers respect Yang Qiushi very much. They also know that he used to be a doctor. Xia Huanhuan learned Chinese medicine from him. It must be that a master has a good apprentice. The apprentice is so good, Yang Qiushi must be even better. Therefore, everyone is willing to go to Yang Qiushi for a checkup if they have a minor illness or injury, and they all call Yang Qiushi Dr. Yang affectionately. Yang Qiushi is also very happy. After all, what he has learned over the years can help others, and his previous depressed mood has improved a lot. In addition to medicinal herbs with a short growth cycle, another batch of ginseng was planted last spring. In this way, after 2 years, when the first batch of ginseng is sold, the second batch of ginseng can be delivered. Ginseng seeds and other medicinal seeds were actually secretly put on the black market by Xia Huanhuan through Luo Cheng. When she went back with her triplets and Yusiju last year, she heard that the village was discussing buying medicinal seeds, so she simply supplied Luo Cheng with goods. In addition to ginseng and other medicinal seeds, there are also grains, wood, cotton, medicines, etc. After the last disaster relief and food and other supplies, Luo Cheng was no longer surprised at what Xia Huanhuan could come up with. Anyway, Xia Huanhuan was like a bottomless treasure chest, with everything she wanted. The primary school built by the commune was also in full swing. Other villages around, even if they did not belong to the same brigade, were willing to pay to send their children to school because they were close and the teachers were all educated youth from the city. Zhu Xiaopeng had gone to college in Beijing. As the number of children in school increased, Zhu Xiaopeng had to assess another group of educated youth and let them come to the school as teachers. Zhu Xiaopeng was dating one of the female educated youths, and they got married last summer. Lin Yuru said that when she and Xia Shuangshan set out for the island, the educated youth was almost due to give birth. When Lin Yuru was chatting with Xia Huanhuan about family matters, she couldn't help but feel a little regretful. Alas, I don't know if it's a boy or a girl. Since I came here, no one has passed on any news from the village. Xia Huanhuan couldn't help laughing when she heard this. It really is true that no matter what era, everyone's gossiping heart never dies. Lin Yuru continued, but I don't know that second brother Li Zhan.
Bah.
Look at what I'm saying, that Li Chang and Gui Xiang are really stingy, even with their own sons and daughters. Secretary Zhao has mentioned to them several times, asking them to send Li Sheng and Li Jiaojia to school, saying that the school used to be in the town, not only far away, but also the tuition fee of 4 yuan per semester is expensive, so it's fine if you don't let the children go to school. Now the school is in the village, and after dinner, you can get to school in the blink of an eye. After school at noon and in the evening, you can go home directly to help with farm work. And the tuition fee is only 2 yuan per semester. It's not worth much. I don't know what the couple is thinking, they just can't bear to do it. Now Li Sheng is 14 years old, and Li Jiaojiao is 12 years old. They can't read a single word, and can't even write their own names. Xia Huanhuan was not surprised at all. With the short-sightedness of Li Chong and Gui Xiang, they could do such a thing. However, after counting the years, Li Sheng and Li Jiaojiao are actually this old. I haven't heard this name for a long time. I didn't see them when I went back to the village last year. Xia Huanhuan's impression of these two children is still that of a fat boy and a fat girl in their teens. Thinking about it again, she couldn't help but laugh. Xiaowen will have his 11th birthday in 2 days, Xiaowu is 10 years old, and Beibei is 9 years old. She's been watching them grow up, but she didn't feel anything. But suddenly looking back again, it has been 5 or 6 years since she traveled through time. At this time, Xiaowen just came in to find something. While opening the camphorwood box, he asked, "Mom, where is the military uniform you bought for me in Beijing last year? The school will raise the national flag tomorrow, so we should dress more formally." Xia Huanhuan looked up and saw that the camphorwood box was stacked on top of another one. The box door was about 1 meter high from the ground. Xiaowen could already open it by himself to find it. Xia Huanhuan also stood up and went over to help look. "Isn't it right here?" She was 1.67 meters tall, and Xiaowen standing next to her was actually as tall as her neck, so he looked to be over 1.5 meters tall. Thinking back to when she first wore it, this kid was only a little taller than her calf, and lined up with Xiaowu and Beibei like 3 signal signs, and they were all short. Xia Huanhuan found the military uniform and gave it to Xiaowen, smiling. "Xiaowen, how tall are you now?" Xiaowen was stunned for a moment, then turned his head away a little embarrassedly. "Mom, why are you asking this?"
What?
"Can I ask this? I didn't notice it before, but now I realize that you've grown so tall." Xia Huanhuan smiled and raised her hand to rub Xiaowen's hair. Xiaowen was even more embarrassed. "Oh, Mom, I'm an adult, please stop touching my head." However, he still whispered with a little pride, "I'm 1.54 meters tall, the tallest in our class." 1.54 meters is not short. He will probably grow taller later. Li Jie is 1.8 meters tall, and Xiaowen's father should not be short either. Genetics still have a great influence. On the contrary, Li Chong is not tall, only about 1.7 meters, and Li Sheng will probably not be too tall later. Xia Huanhuan said with a smile, "When I bought clothes for you last year, I remember you were only about 1.40 meters tall, right? You've grown up so fast now, so the clothes may have to be too small." At this time, Xiaowu also ran in and said, "Mom, if my brother's clothes are too small, then they will be perfect for me. My clothes may be too small, so I'll give them to Beibei." Beibei walked in with a look of disgust and said proudly, "Brother, don't make random arrangements. I won't wear your dirty clothes." Xia Huanhuan said with a smile, "It will be too late to make new clothes tomorrow. You should wear your own clothes. I'll get some cloth later and make a set for each of you with your grandmother." As she was talking, the triplets also came in to join in the fun. "Mom, where are our little military uniforms? We want to wear them too." Xia Huanhuan took out the military uniforms that she had bought for them in Beijing last year, each one size larger than their size, and let them all wear them. The others were fine. Xiaowen had grown taller this year, so his sleeves and trousers were a little short, but they still fit him. The 6 children lined up in a row, all wearing white navy uniforms. The visual impact was quite strong. At this moment, Li Zhan came in from outside, poked his head out, and couldn't help laughing. "What are you doing? Are you planning a military parade?" Li Zhan was wearing a white navy uniform and a white wide-brimmed hat, looking heroic. Xia Huanhuan suddenly had an idea and said with a smile, "Is the state-owned photo studio on the island open? Let's go take a family photo." Li Zhan was stunned for a moment. "Why take a family photo? You're just making up your mind." Xia Huanhuan smiled. "I don't care. Anyway, we have to take it today. We have to take one every year in the future." Suddenly, the children have grown up. Xiaowen, Xiaowu, and Beibei have grown up to be big boys and girls. The triplets have gone from being unable to speak clearly to being able to speak fluently. If there were no photos to commemorate them, the time would have passed silently. Li Zhan said lovingly, Okay, I'll listen to you. I'll take the photos this afternoon. After lunch, even Xia Shuangshan and Lin Yuru changed into the Zhongshan suits that Xia Huanhuan had bought for them in Beijing. They had never worn them and had kept them in the bottom of the box. Now they looked like new. Xia Huanhuan couldn't help but complain, You're going to wear the clothes I bought for you? It would be a pity if they were gnawed by mice in the box. Besides, in 2 years, they might not be popular. No, they won't be fashionable anymore. Lin Yuru and Xia Shuangshan were embarrassed by what their daughter said. Your mother and I have to work in the fields. Wearing nice clothes will make them dirty. Yes. Now that we are on the island, we don't have to do farm work. We can just take out some extra clothes to wear later. After hearing this, Xia Huanhuan finally smiled and said, That's better. At that moment, the two of them put on their clothes, buttoning them up meticulously to the top button. The whole family, including the wolf cub, went to take pictures. The photo studio is also a branch of the garrison, and the soldiers in the propaganda department are responsible for taking pictures there. Seeing Li Zhan coming, he immediately stood at attention and saluted, saying, Hello, Commander. Li Zhan smiled and said, Today we are having a private family event. Don't be so reserved. The soldier smiled, looked at Xia Huanhuan again, and blushed and shouted, Hello, sister-in-law. Li Zhan. I don't want you to be reserved, nor do I want you to blush in front of my wife. Xia Huanhuan smiled and responded and asked, Can you only take pictures indoors here, or can you take pictures outdoors? The soldier was stunned. Only indoors. In this era, everyone takes pictures with a beautiful landscape curtain painting behind them, and then they stand in front of the painting and curtain and take pictures with a click. Some are parks, some are famous scenic spots in Beijing, and some are gardens. Different places are also different. For example, the one on the island is a curtain of white waves on the beach and flying seagulls. Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, Then can I apply for you to go out for a field trip, and we can take pictures outside? We will pay more for the photography fee later. There is a real and beautiful sea view on this island. Why use a fake beach on the screen as the background? The soldier hesitated, but finally smiled and said, That's fine. Sister-in-law, let's go outside to take pictures. After saying that, he went out with the camera without hesitation. The camera in the photo studio is a Shanghai 202 model. Although it is more than 10 years old, it is small, compact, and durable. It is much more expensive than the cameras in the county that have to hide behind a black cloth to see the shadow. Xia Huanhuan picked a spot. The background happened to be the slowly advancing and retreating waves. The sky was high, and the clouds were vast. Seagulls were calling leisurely above their heads. In the distance, there were fishing boats or patrol boats moving on the sea. With a few clicks, the photos were taken. In addition to the family portrait, Xia Huanhuan and Li Zhan, Xia Shuangshan and Lin Yuru all took separate photos, and the 6 little guys also took a separate photo. The soldier in charge of taking pictures smiled and said, Sister-in-law, the photos will be developed in 10 days or so. After they are developed, I will notify you to come and get them. Xia Huanhuan paid the money and smiled. That's fine.
Thank you today.
The days passed uneventfully.
Soon it was May.
Li Zhan was going to drive the boat to the southern waters, and the day of departure had arrived. Xia Huanhuan had been busy packing at home these days. However, she was not packing for her and Li Zhan to get on the boat. There was everything on the boat, and she also had a portable space, so she didn't have to worry at all. On the contrary, at home, there were only Xia Shuangshan and Lin Yuru with 6 children. Although Xiaowen, Xiaowu, and Beibei were all grown up and could share the housework and take care of the triplets. However, Xia Huanhuan was still worried about food and daily necessities. It was the turn of spring and summer, and there was no refrigerator. She was not at home, and there was no way to take out fresh meat and fish from the space from time to time. However, she still put enough food in the grain tank. Rice is the main food here, but Xia Huanhuan has prepared enough flour and millet considering the tastes of Xia Shuangshan and Linyaru. As for vegetables, there are cucumbers, tomatoes, cowpeas, and various green vegetables such as lettuce, pumpkin, and green pepper in the vegetable garden in the yard. There is enough, so there is no worry. As for eggs, the chickens can produce 3 or 4 eggs a day, which is enough. But they are afraid that there will not be enough fish and meat, and there is also the matter of carrying water. Xia Huanhuan left them enough money and various tickets, and asked Linyaru to go to the small market in the garrison to buy them. Fish, shrimp, shellfish, and the like are available every day. As for pork and the like, they are only replenished once every half a month, and everyone wants to buy it. If they really can't buy it, they can only bear it for 1 month. The garrison headquarters also thought about the matter of carrying water, and sent a little soldier to come and help carry water every few days, which can be regarded as a relief. Everything was arranged, and the next day was the day to set off. Zhan came back and brought a set of women's white navy uniforms to Xia Huanhuan and smiled. There is a uniform on the ship. This set is specially provided for you by the army.
Try it on.
Xia Huanhuan was quite happy to hear this. It was okay for children, as the control was not so strict. As for adults, she was not a soldier, so she was not allowed to wear military uniforms casually. She put it on immediately and showed it to Zhan. Zhan's eyes lit up. Xia Huanhuan had fair skin to begin with, and the white military uniform did not make her look darker. Her skin was still as transparent as if water could drip out of it, and her eyes were bright and her teeth were white. She was simply beautiful beyond words. Zhan's eyes were burning. He coughed twice and said, however, "There is one more thing I need to discuss with you." Xia Huanhuan could not help laughing and said, "You say." Zhan said seriously, "It's okay if you are disobedient in private, but this time on the ship, you must obey orders and don't mess around. Did you hear me?" Xia Huanhuan also knew that although she was a civilian on board this time, she was also on a mission. It is the duty of a soldier to obey orders. Since she agreed to board the ship as a doctor, she must obey orders. Therefore, she nodded seriously and said, "Don't worry. I know the limits, and I know what I should and shouldn't do." Zhan was relieved after hearing his wife's promise and smiled. "That's good." As he said that, he stretched out his hand and took Xia Huanhuan into his arms. Xia Huanhuan was so scared that she couldn't help screaming, "Oh, the clothes are wrinkled." Zhan unbuttoned his clothes patiently and couldn't help complaining. "You said you should just try it on. Why button all the buttons?" Xia Huanhuan. Why did she want to beat this rascal so much? The next morning, the two secretly got up and put on their clothes while the triplets were still asleep, and set off. Xiaowen, Xiaowu, and Beibei had been told yesterday, and the triplets also told them to be obedient and promised to bring them fun shells and delicious food when they came back. They all promised yesterday. However, if they were woken up this morning, they would probably cry again, so they decided to set off quietly. At the dock, the ship that was going to sail this time was already waiting. This warship named Icefloat was the second largest ship on Haidai Island. There were a total of 30 armed personnel on board and a total of 20 people in logistics such as driving and repairing the ship, as well as chefs and medical staff, so there were a total of 50 people on board this time. In addition to Xia Huanhuan, there were 2 young soldiers who had just been assigned to the island in the medical cabin. Originally, they wanted to send a doctor, but since all universities in the country were closed, there was a shortage of doctors, so they could only assign an extra nurse. Otherwise, it would not be Xia Huanhuan's turn to come on board without a military rank. Zhan was the highest-ranking officer on the ship this time, so he was naturally appointed as the captain of this training. Everyone saluted each other, and after meeting, they lined up to count the number of people and confirmed the situation of the ship and whether the fresh water, food, and medicine they brought were sufficient. Only then did Zhan give orders. "Weigh the anchor and set sail." The deputy captain immediately repeated loudly, "Weigh the anchor, set sail." There was a long whistle, and the huge ship shook slightly, and the originally motionless scenery on the shore slowly retreated in an instant. Xia Huanhuan stood on the deck and blew the wind for a while. At this time, She saw 3 little ones on the shore running to the dock with their short legs.
Mom. Mom.
Woo-woo.
Mom.
The triplets cried sadly. Lin Yuru, who came after them, quickly pulled them and waved goodbye to the boat. You kids, didn't your mother say yesterday that she and your father would bring you little conches and delicious food when they come back? If you don't listen and keep crying, there will be no little conches and delicious food. The triplets cried even more aggrievedly. But Mom doesn't want us anymore, woo-woo-woo. Delicious candies and little conches. Woo-woo-woo. Lin Yuru smiled and said, Who said your mom doesn't want you? She went out with Dad to work. The triplets sobbed and muttered with infinite sadness, What kind of work is more important than sons? Lin Yuru. These little smart guys have learned to be jealous. Xia Huanhuan saw Lin Yuru coaxing the triplets on the deck from a distance, and she felt bad. After all, this was the first time she had been away for so long. However, as the ship got farther and farther away from the kelp island, Xia Huanhuan didn't catch up so much. Soon the land was no longer visible. Looking around, there was an endless blue sea all around. From time to time, dolphins or other fish could be seen. Out of curiosity, they chased or swam with the hull. There were even flying fish, which fluttered out of the sea like birds and then glided for a while before diving back into the sea. It was very interesting. The route of this voyage basically followed the national sea line, which also meant patrolling all the way to the Southern Sea. However, the novelty was only in the first 2 days. The rest was the same blue sea, and there was no entertainment, which was really boring. The physical fitness of the crew on the ship was relatively good, so except for one who ate the raw fish made from the fish he had just caught and got a stomachache because he was not used to it, and another soldier who caught a cold, Xia Huanhuan diagnosed them one by one and prescribed medicine for them, but there was nothing busy in the infirmary. The food on the ship was pretty good. Food, fresh water, and vegetables were all brought with them, and there were also some dried fish and the like. The fresh fish were directly caught or caught by themselves. Therefore, they were all quite fresh. Zhan had to listen to reports and coordinate the situations of all parties, so although he and Xia Huanhuan were on the same boat, they didn't spend as much time together as they did at home. The boat sailed for about 10 days before it crossed the East China Sea from the northern waters to an island in the South China Sea. The island is not big, but there are troops stationed there, and Zhan's destination this time is also here. The boat was moored at the dock, and except for some personnel, everyone else got off the boat. After arriving on the island, Xia Huanhuan had no work for the time being, so she went to the island to take a look around. The temperature here is indeed much hotter. Although it is only the end of May, the island is already crowded. Xia Huanhuan mainly went to some remote reef areas to look for pearl scallops. She also met several experienced old fishermen who helped her find a lot of scallops. Moreover, they taught her how to breed shellfish. Xia Huanhuan was overjoyed. After learning to breed shellfish by herself, she would not have to go to the southern waters every time to get scallops. After a few days, although I didn't catch many scallops, there were quite a variety of species, including Martin's oysters, white butterfly oysters, and golden butterfly oysters that breed South Sea pearls. Martin's oysters were a kind of pearl mother oyster that Xia Huanhuan knew was famous in the neighboring countries of the East China Sea before she traveled through time. The pearls it bred were relatively small in size, but had a beautiful luster and were crystal clear. The pearls bred by white butterfly oysters and golden butterfly oysters were relatively large in size, and they bred silver, white, and golden pearls. For example, the more famous Australian white pearls are bred by white butterfly oysters. The mother oysters of black pearls are not seen in this sea area. Even so, Xia Huanhuan already felt that this trip was worth it. She immediately put these pearl oysters into the space, and then learned to breed oysters and breed pearls. If everything goes well, she will be able to start harvesting pearls in winter. If she learns to breed oysters by herself, then she can harvest one every half a month, and soon there will be a lot of pearls in the space. In addition to seawater pearls, Xia Huanhuan is also considering raising freshwater pearls. However, this is not urgent, and she will talk about it after she returns to Beijing to attend university. Zhan and his team rested on the island. After a few days of joint training, they started training and exercises on the warship again. Xia Huanhuan was still on standby on the island. One day, the fisherman on the island who taught her to breed oysters told her that someone on the small island over there had heard that someone had got scallops that produced black pearls. If she was interested, she could go over and take a look. Xia Huanhuan thanked him and thought that she was free anyway, so she teleported to the island through space to take a look. For places like this that can be seen by the eyes, now her space basically does not need to go there once before teleporting. Moreover, there were some mistakes in the past, such as teleporting to the island but actually coming out in the sea, but now it is quite accurate. When Xia Huanhuan arrived at the island, she still looked for reefs and shallows to check, but unfortunately found nothing. She looked at the sea area and remembered that the old fisherman said that they were salvaged from the sea. Some scallops like to stick to the underwater reefs. Xia Huanhuan then took out a set of diving equipment from the space, even with oxygen tanks. She had learned diving when she went out for travel before, and she also passed the diving license test. Therefore, it was not a big problem. After putting on the equipment, she dived into the sea, swimmed a little from the shallow sea to the deep sea. In the tropical sea, at the depth where the sun can directly shine, the seabed is indeed colorful, with all kinds of colorful tropical fish swimming in it. There are also red coral wood, anemones, and many sea urchins. Xia Huanhuan touched the quilts of the reefs under the water little by little, and actually found 2 black-lipped oysters that can produce black pearls. Black-lipped oysters are abundant in Tahiti in the South Pacific, and 95% of the world's black pearls are produced there. However, it is not to say that there are no other Pacific Ocean areas, but the number is extremely small. Xia Huanhuan also felt that she was very lucky. Xia Huanhuan was about to float up, and suddenly saw what seemed to be a box on the seabed in the distance. This is not something that can be formed naturally. Therefore, she swam over again, removed the shells and parasites on it, and found that it was actually a wooden box. Whatever it is, there is space anyway, so put it in the space first. Xia Huanhuan directly put the box, along with the 2 black-lipped oysters, into the space, and also picked up some sea urchins into the space, then came out of the space and looked around. It is not reasonable to have only one wooden box. Maybe there are others in other places. After searching like this, she really found 2 more, and Xia Huanhuan directly put them into the space. After another look, there was nothing else, so she slowly floated to the surface. She took off all the diving suits on her body and put them back into the space. Xia Huanhuan then pried open the 3 wooden boxes and took a look. One box contained exquisite porcelain. The porcelain was all sky blue, and Xia Huanhuan guessed that it was probably very expensive roux kiln porcelain. The other 2 boxes, one box contained wine. The seal had completely fused with the bottle mouth, and the label said it was produced in 1856. The other box was a box of gold and silver wares, because one was immersed in water and was well preserved. Each box was priceless. Xia Huanhuan guessed that these 3 boxes should be from the same sunken ship. Looking at the production time on the wine bottle label, it was probably in the second half of the 19th century. It was estimated that those shameless foreigners stole the country's treasures and went back to the sea, and then the ship hit a reef and sank. In her space, you are like an inanimate object. When you put it in, no matter how long it has been, it will be the same, so there is no need to worry about the problem of wine deterioration or gold and silver wares oxidizing. After checking, she returned to the island through the space and did not mention the matter. The reason why she did not mention it to Zhan was mainly because she was afraid that he would blame her for acting on her own. Undersea diving is no joke. Moreover, she could not explain how she got the diving suit. There were no such professional things in this era. As for whether there were other things besides these 3 boxes, or even whether there was a shipwreck nearby, these 3 boxes might just be carried to the waters near the island by the ocean current. Xia Huanhuan did not go into it. After all, the shipwreck was too big. If she really wanted to salvage it, it would be impossible for her to do it alone. Even if she just put all the cargo on the shipwreck into the space, the prerequisite was that she had to soak in the deep sea for a long time. The atmospheric pressure was no joke. If she was not careful, something might happen. Xia Huanhuan did not intend to be greedy for these things. Not long after returning to their camp on the island, Zhan came back and asked curiously, "Where did you go today?" Li from the island's logistics said he was coming to look for you, but you were not in the room. Xia Huanhuan smiled and said it was too hot, so I went to the beach to get some fresh air. I happened to meet some fishermen and they gave me a lot of sea urchins. I just sent them to Lao Zhao in the cafeteria. Lao Zhao said we should add a dish of sea urchin stewed eggs tonight. Li Zhan looked at her doubtfully, and then said, "The wind and waves at the beach have been strong these 2 days. Don't go there too often, in case you get swept away by the waves. The training and exercises here will be over the day after tomorrow. You should rest in your room more. When you get on the boat, you will not be able to sleep well because of the bumpy ride." Xia Huanhuan stuck out her tongue. Fortunately, she didn't confess that she went diving in the sea. She was afraid that she would be swept away by the waves just for going to the beach to get some fresh air. If they knew she went diving, wouldn't they be furious?
Okay.
You're the captain. I'll definitely listen to you. Xia Huanhuan smiled slyly. As she spoke, she suddenly came forward and hugged his neck, her eyes wet, and she laughed softly. "It's a pity that you are on a business trip this time. Next time, let's bring the children to the South Beach to play. At that time, find an empty beach." She leaned close to Li Zhan's ear and laughed. "I'll wear a bikini to show you." Li Zhan had never heard of a bikini and was stunned for a moment, and asked, "What is a bikini? The traditional costume on the island here?" Xia Huanhuan laughed and cried, took a pen and paper, drew a simplified Chinese man on the paper, and said, "A bikini is only this piece and this piece of cloth. The rest are."
Li Zhan.
Xia Huanhuan observed his reaction, and then saw that Li Zhan's face turned red. She couldn't help but lean on the bed and laugh. "Ha ha. You actually blushed."
Ha ha ha.
Li Zhan looked at her like that, couldn't help but feel a little itchy, and couldn't help laughing. Before Xia Huanhuan finished gloating, Li Zhan came up and said with a grin, "Is it fun to tease me? No need to wait until later. I want to see it right now." Xia Huanhuan was a little panicked. She felt like she had poked a hornet's nest.
Now?
"I was wearing a swimming suit, how can I?" "Hey, you rascal, don't take off my clothes. It's almost time for dinner." As expected, there was a steamed egg with sea urchin for dinner. Although it didn't taste as good as the original raw ones, it was also quite delicious. 2 days later, the ship set off from this island as planned and began to return. On the way, they replenished supplies at the port of Fujian province. Xia Huanhuan went ashore briefly and ate fried oysters and cha-cha noodles at the dock. Then they headed north. There was nothing special along the way. After sailing for more than 10 days, they finally returned to Haidai Island. Xia Shuangshan and Lin Yuru brought 6 children to the dock to pick them up. Seeing Li Zhan and Xia Huanhuan standing on the deck, the triplets all jumped and shouted, "Dad, Mom." After not seeing them for more than a month, Xia Huanhuan really missed them and waved her hands vigorously. After getting off the ship, Li Zhan and the others had to report to the headquarters, so Xia Huanhuan, a non-staff member, went home directly with Lin Yuru and the children. On the way, Xia Huanhuan carefully asked Lin Yuru about their food for the past month and whether the children were sick. After hearing that nothing was wrong, she felt relieved. When they got home, Xia Huanhuan really took out the gifts she had agreed to bring them. Each of them got a big conch shell, and she also used a big bag to take out a lot of coconuts. Lin Yuru and Xia Shuangshan stared at the big round things with green skins and a few smaller with brown fur on the outside and asked curiously, "What is this?" Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, "This is called a coconut. It is a tree that can only be found on the southern seashore. There is juice inside, and it is sweet." As she said that, she took a kitchen knife from the kitchen, cut it at the top, and then cut off the softer part of the green skin until the hard shell inside was exposed, and then used a chopstick to poke it tentatively. If there is a soft spot, it means that the soft eye on the coconut has been found. Use the chopsticks to poke a hole, then take a bowl and pour out the coconut juice inside. Xia Shuangshan, Lin Yuru, and the 6 children all watched Xia Huanhuan perform magic with their eyes fixed on her, and even forgot to make noises. After a while, Xia Huanhuan finished 5 or 6 coconuts, and she gave everyone a little coconut juice to let them taste it. It tastes sweet, refreshing, and delicious. Lin Yuru and Xia Shuangshan couldn't help laughing and said, "This thing is really rare. The watermelon still is flesh, but it's just full of water? The key is that it's sweet. I never thought I could see this kind of thing after growing up." Green coconuts usually don't have much coconut meat. Xia Huanhuan put them aside and opened a few old coconuts with brown shells. After getting the juice out, she continued to break the hard shell of the coconut completely and took out the coconut meat. She laughed and said, "In addition to drinking coconut milk, this older coconut also has coconut meat, which can be used to make soup. Let's drink coconut chicken soup tonight." The triplets finished their own and came over and said eagerly, "Mom, I want more."
Xia Huanhuan smiled. No.
"We've finished today's portion. There's no more. You guys wait for chicken soup in the evening." The triplets' faces wrinkled in disappointment, and they sighed heavily like little adults. However, thinking that they could have chicken soup in the evening, they became happy again. Xia Huanhuan sent 2 coconuts to Lu Huifang and Lin Xiaomei respectively and told them how to drink it so that they could let the children taste it. As for Zhou Qingqing, she didn't send any. Zhou Qingqing was arrogant and ignored everyone. That would be fine, but it was mainly because she was jealous that Xia Huanhuan was better than her in everything, and she made up a lot of bad things about Xia Huanhuan behind her back. Later, she was caught by Xia Huanhuan once, and Xia Huanhuan didn't hesitate to talk back, which made Zhou Qingqing speechless. Now, they are in a state of hostility. Xia Huanhuan naturally wouldn't rush to make trouble. However, this matter still made Zhou Qingqing very angry. Her man was originally responsible for patrolling the southern waters, but she thought it took too long, so she urged her man to postpone it. Now she was very angry when she saw that the coconuts Xia Huanhuan brought back had nothing to do with her. However, there was something even more infuriating. This time, the patrol along the territorial waters and the joint training exercises with friendly troops stationed on the southern islands were commended by the 2 military regions. Those who participated were awarded military merits according to the size of their merits, generally third-class merits, and those who were not as good as them also received a commendation. Zhou Qingqing's man naturally didn't have any of these. Deputy Battalion Commander Zhang was also angry that his wife was holding him back, and he had a fight with Zhou Qingqing. But in fact, Deputy Battalion Commander Zhang also had selfish motives at the time. After a month, life on the ship was not as comfortable as on the island. He didn't want to go, and Zhou Qingqing was making a fuss at home and didn't let him go, so he just took advantage of the situation. Now that he didn't have a share of the military merit, he couldn't be angry with himself, so he took it out on Zhou Qingqing. However, these are all later stories. Xia Huanhuan came back after delivering the coconuts. That night, there was coconut chicken soup and sea urchin stewed eggs. Li Zhan knew that the sea urchin was probably taken out of the space by his wife. Xia Shuangshan and Lin Yuru didn't understand, and thought it was just some shellfish, and praised the shellfish as being quite delicious. The coconut chicken soup was also so fresh that it made your eyebrows drop, and the chicken was also killed today, an old hen. There were still eggs of different sizes that had not yet formed in her stomach. The next day, Xia Huanhuan took another boat trip to Emerald Island. She told her that she still had a lot of coconuts, so she took out 3 of them, as well as an old hen, and sent them to Siju and the others. Yu's parents were also very grateful. Yu's father smiled and said, "This is a fruit that only exists in the south. We have only seen it in books." Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, "It's just for a sweet drink in the summer. In addition, coconut meat can be used to make chicken soup, so I brought another chicken over for you." After chatting for a while, Xia Huanhuan went back. It was already June. In the following days, Xia Huanhuan did not do anything else but concentrate on reading books and textbooks at home to prepare for the college entrance examination. In addition to herself, she also urged Li Zhan to study with her. If possible, she wanted Li Zhan to take the first year of the college entrance examination with her. Of course, after Li Zhan finishes the exam, he probably won't go to an ordinary university, but will directly connect with a military academy. It's hard to say what the specific policy will be now, but it's always a good idea to prepare first. The notice of the resumption of the college entrance examination came down in October, but before that, a lot of rumors had actually leaked out. Li Zhan had heard some of it, so he asked secretly, "Huanhuan, are you planning to take the exam and go to college in the future?" Xia Huanhuan was stunned for a moment. How did he know that the college entrance examination was going to be resumed? But when she thought about it, let alone anything else, there were educated youth who went to the countryside on the island, and she was just an ordinary citizen. After all, he was in the organization, so it was normal for him to have some news. She asked secretly, "Is there any news?" Li Zhan nodded, and did not hide it from her. He smiled with his eyes sparkling. It is said that the college entrance examination may be resumed next year. This should be a prelude to major changes. Xia Huanhuan was stunned for a moment. How could it be next year? It should be December this year, right? However, she soon figured it out. Maybe it was just because it was originally planned for next year, but later implemented in advance. Maybe this time and space is next year? It was only delayed for half a year, which is not a big problem. Xia Huanhuan still planned to prepare according to the plan implemented in December. She suddenly asked, "However, if the college entrance examination is really resumed, I take the exam and I pass it, I will take the children back to Jing City, and then you." Li Zhan smiled and said, "Don't worry about me for now. You study hard, and if you can really get into a university in Jing City, you can take the children back to Jing City. Mom and Dad will go back with you, and I will feel at ease with the Fu family in Jing City. By then, Xiaowen, Xiaowu, and Beibei will be promoted to junior high school one after another. The triplets will be 5 years old next year, which is a little early, but they can also go to preschool first. The schools in Beijing are also better."
Xia Huanhuan nodded and said, "Yes.
When we return to Beijing this time, we have to transfer their household registration to Beijing, otherwise enrollment may be a problem." After saying that, she looked at Li Zhan and hesitated. What if Li Zhan could not be transferred back to Beijing and had to stay on the island all the time? She could stand being separated from each other for 1 or 2 years. Wasn't it like this when they just got married?
But
what if there is no movement? Xia Huanhuan couldn't help but ask sullenly, "Are you planning to stay on this island for the rest of your life?" It's not that Xia Huanhuan doesn't like life on the island. Moreover, she has avoided a lot of troubles and lived a stable life on the island in the past 2 years. However, when the country relaxes its policies next year and there is such a vast world to live in, it will be hard for her to keep up with the situation if she continues to stay on this island. Xia Huanhuan has a personal space, a billion supplies, and information about the future that no one else can have. She doesn't want to take care of her husband and children on a small island. But if she is separated from Li Zhan for a long time, she is even more afraid that the two of them will drift further and further apart. She admits that she is just greedy and wants both a career and a man. How about if the college entrance examination is relaxed, how about you take the college entrance examination with me? Does your army have any places for further study? For example, after the college entrance examination, you can enter a military academy.
Or
let my dad. If possible, Xia Huanhuan didn't want to use her connections, but sometimes people have to be selfish. She and Li Zhan had made contributions to disaster relief at that time, but due to some reasons, their contributions turned into faults and they ended up on the island. This is unfair in the first place. Then there is nothing wrong in treating this unfairness in an unfair way. Li Zhan sighed and smiled. "Didn't I tell you not to worry about these things? How can I not have any concerns in my heart? You are willing to live apart from my husband and I for the rest of your life, but I don't. If I don't stay by my side to watch over such a beautiful wife, what if she is abducted by that rascal? Besides, there is that Luoqing in Beijing. Can I let you stay there alone?" Xia Huanhuan's eyes lit up and asked, "You have any concerns in your heart? Then tell me, what is it? Is there a transfer order?" Li Zhan shook his head and said, "There is no transfer order yet, but the higher-ups have talked to me about it. I should be able to be transferred back by the end of this year at the earliest, and the middle of next year at the latest."
"And
you really guessed it." "What?" Li Zhan smiled and said, I was transferred back this time in the name of further study, that is, to study in a military academy in Beijing, and then I will be reassigned after graduation. Really? Xia Huanhuan felt that the haze in her heart was swept away in an instant, and her eyes and eyebrows were full of joy. Li Zhan quickly put his finger on his lips and smiled. Speak softly. The transfer order has not come out yet. It will be bad if someone hears it. Xia Huanhuan smiled. How could I not know? She couldn't help but glance at him sideways and smiled. Are you still jealous of Luo Cheng? Last time when they were doing disaster relief, they didn't say a word and took a lot of risks. This is the truth. What Xia Huanhuan took out from the space was supplied free of charge. When Luo Cheng distributed it to the local snakes in the black market or people with some prestige, although he received money, it was at most enough to cover the cost of his transportation team. He basically did not make any money. The ones who actually made money were those who got the materials and then sold them to Li Zhan. However, they also earned money through hard work and risk. There is nothing wrong with the saying that there is no gain without pain. Li Zhan nodded and said, I admire him for that matter. However, one thing is one thing. Do you dare to say that he has never thought of pursuing you? Xia Huanhuan saw that Li Zhan was jealous and smiled. That's enough. Luo Cheng is quite a man. After knowing that I was taken, he never mentioned it again. If you keep mentioning it, you will lose to others. Li Zhan didn't say anything, but he couldn't help muttering in his heart. What do you mean by never mentioned it? When they first met, they started fighting without saying a word. After that, every time they met, he was like a fighting. Didn't he regard him as a love rival? Xia Huanhuan continued. Let's not talk about this. However, although Luo Cheng does that, he is a childhood friend of my third brother, and we must not stop communicating in the future. Xia Huanhuan was giving Li Zhan a shot of prevention. After the liberalization, there will be business opportunities all over the country. She mainly wants to work alone. However, it is not ruled out that she will still cooperate with Luo Cheng for mutual benefit in the future. After all, Luo Cheng has a network of relationships that she does not have. However, she thinks that Li Zhan's jealousy of Luo Cheng is only half joking. When it comes to major decisions, he will make rational judgments. Li Zhan nodded and said, Of course. As long as the boy behaves himself, everything will be fine. Then, Li Zhan pondered for a moment and said, There is another thing, that is, before returning to Beijing, we have to arrange to rent a house in advance. There are many people in our family, and the staff buildings that have been built may not be able to accommodate us. When the time comes, we may have to rent a courtyard house to live in. Xia Huanhuan was stunned for a moment, and then felt a little guilty. She told Li Zhan about the space and materials. But she bought 2 courtyard houses in Beijing, and the house in Tunghua Lane in the county town is also their family's business. She probably didn't tell Li Zhan? Is it too late to tell now?
Xia Huanhuan kilirit her throat. Ahem, Li Zhan.
At this time, Yan suddenly sat up in a daze and shouted, Mom, I'm going to wet the bed. Xia Huanhuan. Li Zhan laughed and scolded. Stinky boy, you dare. Come here quickly. Li Zhan said, picked up Yan and put him on the ground. Yan found the chamber pot in the room in a daze, squatted down to urinate. In this era, indoor flush toilets were not popular, especially on the island, where toilets were built in the yard. So, at night, the chamber pot would be brought into the room and emptied the next morning. Yan had just finished peeing when Yi and Yao also got up. Li Zhan cleaned up the 3 boys one by one. After the opportunity for the previous topic, Xia Huanhuan felt it difficult to bring up the matter of the courtyard again. Anyway, I will know it by then, so I'll talk about it then.